Chapter 1. Crushing the Rose Heart. Lu Tianlong. Do you have any idea that you've only been working for half a month and you've already been late 13 times? In the office, Wang Ying was furiously reprimanding Lu Tianlong, who stood before her. She was genuinely upset after being the HR manager for so long. This was the first time she encountered such an unreliable employee. Being late for work was one thing, but out of the 14 days he had worked, he had been late 13 times, 5 times arriving at 9 a.m., and 6 times showing up at 2 p.m. Today was even more ridiculous. The workday ended at 6 p.m., and he showed up at 5 hours, 60 minutes? Do you know that an employee like you could be fired 100 times over, and it wouldn't be too much? Wang Ying was furious. Lu Tianlong was a driver for the Phoenix Group's transportation team, and like the other 5 or 6 drivers, he was responsible for picking up clients and transporting goods. Today, she personally led a surprise inspection of work discipline, which was how she caught this notorious slacker. If it weren't for the fact that the company was in a rapid growth phase and they were short on drivers, she would have fired this jerk today without hesitation. Dressed in a plain white t-shirt and light blue jeans, Lu Tianlong stood there looking quite innocent. He felt wronged. He wasn't even there for work, just to pick up a few things. How could that be considered late? At most, it was an unexcused absence. However, he didn't take Wang Ying's criticism to heart at all. In fact, he barely heard what she was saying. After that, all his attention was on her. Wang Ying, in her mid-20s, wasn't particularly striking, but had a charming, attractive look. Her figure was absolutely stunning, especially today as she wore a form-fitting black work outfit paired with a white shirt. Quite the eye candy. Lu Tianlong couldn't help but exclaim. "What did you say?" Wang Ying was momentarily taken aback, then became furious. "Lu Tianlong, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just taking a look." Lu Tianlong replied without any hesitation. "What are you looking at?" "No looking. Not letting me look is such a waste." Lu Tianlong mumbled. You scoundrel." Wang Ying's face turned bright red with anger. She was known in the company as the iron-faced female tyrant. Employees didn't dare to breathe in her presence. Yet this jerk actually dared to openly comment on her figure. "Lu Tianlong, you're fired." "Fired? Seriously? I just glanced at you a few times and I'm getting fired? Is there no justice?" Lu Tianlong felt more wronged than Dou-yi. His eyes were still glued to Wang Ying. If he really got fired, there would be fewer chances to see her in the future, and every glance counted. "Get out." Wang Ying was nearly beside herself with rage. "Fine, I'll go. Anyway, I've seen enough," Lu Tianlong said with a grin, whistling as he turned to leave. Suddenly, Wang Ying's phone rang. "Hello, President, this is Wang Ying." "What? You need a car? Right now?" "Okay. Lu Tianlong, come back here." After hanging up the phone, Wang Ying glanced at Lu Tianlong, who had already reached the door, and hesitated for a moment. "Let me go when I want to go, and ask me to come back when you want me to? Just because you're in a higher position, you think you can bully me?" Lu Tianlong turned back and said. Wang Ying truly wanted to rush over and strangle this jerk. The president's driver has taken a sudden leave, and the president needs the car now. All the other drivers have gone home. "So you go." "I won't go. I've already been fired." Lu Tianlong shook his head firmly. Wang Ying took a deep breath and said, "I hereby revoke your termination notice." Changing orders on a whim is a big taboo in the company. Treating commands like a joketo, you think that's fair to the company? Lu Tianlong replied seriously. Wang Ying was fuming, wishing she could charge at this jerk and take him down with her. "What would it take for you to go?" "Very simple." Lu Tianlong's gaze returned to Wang Ying's body, grinning as he said, "Just tell me the truth. Are you natural or artificial?" "I'll kill you, you jerk." "Don't run, you better stand still." Wang Ying cursed for the first time in her life. In front of the Phoenix Group office building, Su Lingyue was on the verge of losing it. "Ingjia, why hasn't the car arrived yet? I can't get through on the phone." "Lu Tianlong, give me his number. I'll find him myself." Su Lingyue anxiously dialed the phone, but it kept saying the number was temporarily unavailable. She was meeting a client today, and this was a deal worth over 100 billion. If she could secure it, the Phoenix Group would soar to new heights. The driver Wang Ying arranged still hadn't shown up. The phone was unreachable, and there were only 15 minutes left until her meeting with the client. Phoenix Group, a rising trading enterprise in Haiyang City, had been established for just 2 years and was already making several hundred million in net profit. It had been recognized as one of the most promising companies in Haiyang City for 2 consecutive years. What's even more talked about is the president, Su Lingyue, who single-handedly created the Phoenix Group's legend. With a stunning figure and face, she was a true goddess of Haiyang City, nicknamed the Ice Queen, with countless admirers. However, she showed no mercy to any suitor, rejecting them outright, and had never been linked to anyone in rumors. This only made more people eager to try to conquer this proud phoenix, hoping to gain both wealth and love. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from afar, and amidst the astonished onlookers, over 20 brand-new Ferraris raced in and lined up neatly not far from Su Lingwei. Dozens of staff members quickly got out of the cars, each holding large bouquets of roses, and in no time, they arranged a massive heart shape in front of Su Lingwei, a heart made of 99,999 roses. From the crowd, a man in a white suit, refined and graceful, slowly walked out, gazing at Su Lingwei from across the rose heart. He flashed what he believed to be his most charming smile and slowly knelt on one knee. Lingwei, meeting you is the luck of my life. Falling in love with you is my greatest joy. Living without you is my lifelong regret. Now I want to tell you loudly, I love you. Lingwei, promise me, be my girlfriend, okay? What a grand confession. All the women present couldn't help but scream in unison. If a man were willing to put on such a display for them, they would absolutely rush into his arms. Oh my God, that's the only son of the chairman of the Hailong Group, Zheng Xiaofeng, one of the 4 young masters of Haiyang. Someone recognized the man, and a wave of gasps erupted around him. The Hailong Group is one of the top conglomerates in Haiyang, with total assets exceeding 100 billion, truly a corporate giant. Zheng Xiaofeng is handsome. With a touch of European flair, he is young and accomplished, already serving as the chairman of a publicly listed company under the Hailong Group. The surrounding cheers and admiration only boosted Zheng Xiaofeng's confidence. He couldn't believe any woman could resist such romance, not even the so-called Ice Queen, Su Lingwei. This time, he was determined to win her over. But just then, a Porsche Cayenne roared through the crowd, crushing the nearly 99,999 roses beneath its tires, leaving behind deep tire marks. With a stylish drift and brake, the car came to a stop right in front of Su Lingwei. Lu Tianlong jumped out of the car, not even glancing at the kneeling Zheng Xiaofeng or the ruined roses. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he explained, "Sorry, boss. I got caught up having a meal and took a quick bathroom break. Hope I'm not too late." Chapter 2. Absolute perfection. The Porsche Cayenne zipped by like a gust of wind, leaving behind a trail of crushed rose petals and a stunned Zheng Xiaofeng, who was kneeling on one knee, dumbfounded. "Afu, find out who this guy is." Zheng Xiaofeng finally regained his composure. Standing up and glaring at the back of the Cayenne, his teeth clenched as he spoke coldly to his lackey beside him. In the back seat, Su Lingwei wanted to laugh, but had to hold it in, feeling a pang in her chest at the sight of the ruthlessly trampled roses. Zheng Xiaofeng had pursued her for a long time and had been rejected countless times. She never expected him to create such a grand spectacle to confess his feelings today. Just as she was considering how to reject him again, this guy appeared out of nowhere and saved her from an awkward situation. Though a bit reckless, he was still a rather charming fellow. Watching Lu Tianlong, who was driving while wiping sweat from his brow, a smile involuntarily crept onto Su Lingyue's lips. She was ready to forgive him for being late. However, she soon realized she had made a huge mistake. "Boss, what's got you laughing so happily? Share it with me, so I can be happy too," Lu Tianlong said with a grin while glancing at her through the rearview mirror, his gaze lingering on her face for a second, then 2, then several seconds. "Truly a stunning beauty. Nothing, just focus on driving." Su Lingwei returned to her cold demeanor, responding lightly. "Haha, I recently heard a really funny joke. Should I tell you?" Lu Tianlong said enthusiastically. Su Lingwei was at a loss for words. Seeing his excited demeanor, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "All right, but, this joke is a bit risky. You won't mind, will you?" Lu Tianlong said, looking a bit awkward. Once again, Su Lingwei was speechless. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Just skip the risky parts. Okay, here I go. Skip, 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 done. How about I tell you another one that's even funnier?" Lu Tianlong said, beaming with excitement. "Just do your job. Get us to Linglong Club in 10 minutes. Su Lingwei said coldly. If anyone found out she was listening to a driver tell such jokes, it would be a disaster. 10 minutes? Are you sure? I'm strong enough, but I'm worried you can't handle it." Lu Tianlong scratched his head. "What did you say?" Su Lingwei snapped, clearly annoyed with the driver. "Boss, don't misunderstand. I meant I can get you to Linglong Club in 10 minutes. Lu Tianlong explained earnestly. "You letcher." Su Lingyue dismissed all her previous good impressions of him, suppressing her anger. 10 minutes. If you make it, I'll double your pay. If you don't, you can consider this your last day on the job. She was intentionally putting Lu Tianlong in a tough spot, as a lesson for his restlessness. It would take at least half an hour to reach Linglong Club, even without traffic. Whoosh. Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Tianlong made his move. He floored the gas pedal, and the Qian shot forward like a rocket. Caught off guard, Su Lingyue's head slammed against the back seat, then bounced back, leaving her dazed. The Qian sped through the streets of Haiyang at breakneck speed, slamming on the brakes, drifting, overtaking, and even pulling off a 180-degree drift at an intersection. Su Lingyue got out of the car, covering her mouth, and rushed to the nearby trash can to throw up. 9.5 minutes. Boss, my skills are pretty good, right? Don't forget to give me a raise. Lu Tianlong hopped out of the car, ran in circles, and positioned himself in front of Su Lingyue, bending down to flatter her. This angle was planned in advance. From this perspective, wow, she was definitely a knockout. With a goddess-like face and a devilish figure, she truly deserved the title of the Flower of Haiyang. A woman like this should not be ignored. Lu Tianlong shouted in his heart. Great. Very good. Su Lingyue didn't notice Lu Tianlong's fiery gaze. After finally feeling a bit better, she realized it was almost time to meet the client. She decided not to dwell on Lu Tianlong's antics and resolved to fire him directly tomorrow. It was a must. With that thought, she stepped towards the entrance of the Linglong Club. Boss, wait up. Lu Tianlong hurried after her. Your hair is messy. Your clothes are dirty, and your bra is crooked. Hey, do you want me to help you tidy up? Don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Inside the luxurious VIP room of the Linglong Club, which was extravagantly decorated like a palace, Su Lingyue pushed the door open and immediately recognized the man sitting on the large sofa. Zhang Chu. How could it be you? In his 20s, slim, and quite handsome. His eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. Like Zheng Xiaofeng, Zhang Chu was one of the 4 young masters of Haiyang, with a family background comparable to Zheng S. Being the eldest son of the president of the giant Tengfei Group, he was also one of Su Lingyue's pursuers. The only difference was that compared to Zheng Xiaofeng, who had just presented her with a bouquet of roses, Su Lingyue had a worse impression of Zhang Chu. He was a typical playboy, often described as a scoundrel who enjoyed playing with women, especially schoolgirls, throwing money around in bed and then discarding them. Last year, one female student who was dumped after getting pregnant committed suicide by jumping off a building. Lingyue, you're here. Have a seat, Zhang Chu said, swallowing hard as he eyed Su Lingyue with a smile. Where's President Wang from Changhong Group? Su Lingyue frowned and asked. She had come to meet President Wang to discuss a billion-dollar export agency project. Well, President Wang had something come up, but he has entrusted me with full responsibility for this deal, Zhang Chu replied with a grin. In that case, I'm not doing this deal. Su Lingyue turned to leave. Lingyue, feelings aside, business is business. This is a billion-dollar order. Don't let emotions make you give up. You have to think about the thousands of employees at Phoenix Group. Zhang Chu urged, still smiling. Come on, sit down. Today, we'll discuss business, not feelings. Zhang Chu, if you dare to pull any tricks, don't blame me for turning on you. Su Lingyue hesitated for a moment before coldly responding, ultimately sitting down on the sofa. She indeed needed this order, for the sake of Phoenix Group and for herself. No way. Come. Before we discuss business, let's have a toast to celebrate the success of our collaboration, Zhang Chu said with a smile as he opened a beautifully packaged bottle of red wine. By the way, I managed to get this from the Chateau Mont Redon in France, and it cost a whopping 100,000. Just then, the door burst open, and a sweating Lu Tianlong rushed in. This place is like a maze. I must have wandered around 5 times before finally finding you. I'm exhausted. Can I get something to drink? Oh, red wine. It smells amazing. My favorite. Without waiting for an answer, Lu Tianlong took a deep breath, darted over to Zhang Chu, grabbed the bottle, and started pouring it down his throat. Zhang Chu and Su Lingyue stared in shock. 2 of Zhang Chu's bodyguards entered behind Lu Tianlong, unsure of his identity and hesitant to act. By the time they processed what was happening, the entire bottle of wine was already down Lu Tianlong's throat. Chapter 3, Keep Your Mouth Clean. TSK, not bad at all. Boss, do you have any more? Can I have another bottle to try? After downing a bottle of red wine, Lu Tianlong felt unsatisfied. Where the hell did you pop up from? Zhang Chu was on the verge of losing it. $100,000 worth of wine. And he hadn't even had a sip before this guy chugged it like water? And now he wants another one? Does he think this is some cheap red wine? Keep your mouth clean. This is my driver. It's just a bottle of wine. I can compensate you if needed, Su Lingyue said coldly. Although she was also left speechless by Lu Tianlong's antics, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to be alone with Zhang Chu. and even less did she want to drink with him. With Lu Tianlong around, she felt a bit more secure. All right, I need to discuss business with young Master Zhang. You can go grab a snack or something. Su Lingwei commanded. Discuss business? You go ahead, I won't interrupt. I'll just sing a couple of songs to liven things up. Lu Tianlong cheerfully ran over to the microphone he spotted nearby. Get out of here. Lingwei, where did you find such a gem of a driver? Zhang Chu suppressed his anger and waved away the two unprofessional bodyguards. If he didn't want to show off in front of Su Lingwei, he would have exploded by now. For now, he could only mentally force Lu Tianlong to pick up 100 bars of soap. After dealing with Su Lingwei, he would have to take care of him. Enough about him. Let's talk about the agency business for Changhong Group, Su Lingwei said coldly. Glancing at Lu Tianlong, who was fiddling with the microphone, Zhang Chu waved his hand. No way, we have to have a drink first. We need to set the mood to discuss business better. Saying this, he opened another bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Su Lingwei. I don't drink. Su Lingwei declined. Just take a sip. I'll drink first as a toast. Zhang Chu smiled. With no other choice. Su Lingwei raised her glass to clink with his and took a small sip. Oh, sister, you boldly move forward. Don't look back. Lu Tianlong suddenly belted out, his voice booming and startling Zhang Chu, who jumped and spilled wine all over himself. Su Lingwei was even more direct. She sprayed the red wine she had just sipped all over Zhang Chu's face. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Chu was losing his mind. This kid Su Lingwei brought wasn't he just a driver. He was a complete lunatic. Am I a bit off key? Should I sing it again? Lu Tianlong scratched his head, looking somewhat apologetic. Stop singing. Su Lingwei wanted to laugh, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was starting to find Lu Tianlong rather endearing. Turning to the utterly flustered Zhang Chu, she said, Sorry, young Master Zhang, but given the circumstances, I don't think it's suitable to continue our discussion today. Let us schedule another time. Zhang Chu was unwilling but had no choice. All his good mood had been ruined by this eccentric lunatic. Even if he managed to win Su Lingwei over, he wasn't sure he could perform well. Fine, let us meet another day. By the way, can you let him stay for a bit? I find him quite interesting and have a few things I want to say to him. He pointed at Lu Tianlong. Su Lingwei instinctively wanted to shake her head, but Lu Tianlong over there grinned and said, Zhang Xiao wants to have a heart-to-heart with me? No problem. I also feel like we hit it off right away. Boss, just wait for me outside. I'll be there soon. Fine, I'll wait for you outside. Hurry up. Su Lingwei shot him a fierce glare, but since he had already agreed, she didn't say anything more and turned to leave. TSK. Quite a sight. Watching Su Lingwei sway as she walked out, Lu Tianlong praised her. Zhang Chu was completely furious. Did this bastard really think that keeping him here was for a heart-to-heart? Couldn't he feel the rage emanating from him? You were just a driver. Did you drink the $100,000 wine too? And you still want to lay a hand on Su Lingwei? Zhang Chu shouted in anger. What is wrong with being a driver? A cook who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good driver. Lu Tianlong glanced back at him, chuckling. Besides, if a nobody like you can drink wine and chase after girls, why can't I as a driver? You think I'm a nobody? Zhang Chu's eyes widened. No matter how wide you open your eyes, you're still a nobody. At most, a big-eyed nobody. Lu Tianlong squinted, speaking casually. You're asking for trouble. Zhang Chu laughed in rage, clapping his hands twice. 2 burly bodyguards who had been waiting by the door quickly entered the private room. Beat him up. Kill this bastard. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Zhang Chu finally exploded, unleashing all his fury on Lu Tianlong. The 2 tall, muscular bodyguards charged at Lu Tianlong without hesitation. Lu Tianlong smiled and turned to look at them. Just that one glance made the 2 bodyguards stiffen, an inexplicable chill running down their spines. That was not the gaze of an ordinary driver. What are you waiting for? Go. Zhang Chu shouted angrily from behind. The 2 bodyguards gritted their teeth and charged in. One throwing a hook punch at Lu Tianlong's head while the other kicked out towards his waist. They were clearly trained professionals, their speed and power impressive. Working in perfect sync. Lu Tianlong's smile widened. He even took a moment to tidy his hair before making his move. His fist struck first, hitting the armpit of the punching bodyguard, while his right leg followed up with a kick that landed almost simultaneously on the calf of the kicking bodyguard. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed in the private room, and both bodyguards screamed in pain as they stumbled back. However, Lu Tianlong moved like a ghost, swiftly closing in and landing 2 precise knife hand strikes on their necks. They didn't even get a chance to scream before collapsing limply. Huh. Zhang Chu was dumbfounded, not reacting for a while. These 2 bodyguards had been hired at a high price from a professional security firm, and it was said they had trained in a Siberian camp, experts capable of taking on 10 opponents. What just happened? One moment, everything was fine, and the next. Both of them were flat on the ground. Zhang Xiao, you're someone with status. Don't you think it's embarrassing to have these two useless bodyguards? How about this? You take care of my food and lodging, and I'll be your bodyguard. What do you say? Lu Tianlong's cold glare faded as he returned to his carefree demeanor, grinning as he walked up to Zhang Chu. Oh, okay. Zhang Chu was still somewhat stunned and instinctively nodded. Lu Tianlong playfully slapped the top of his head and teased. What do you mean? Just because I get food and lodging, you think you can win me over? What do you take me for? I have principles. But if you're also going to take care of the ladies, I might consider it. Are you messing with me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Chu finally reacted, realizing Lu Tianlong was just toying with him. I don't care who you are. I'm here to mess with you. Not convinced. Do you believe I want to just punch you in the face right now? Lu Tianlong said, swinging his fist. Zhang Chu immediately backed down. If he couldn't handle two professional bodyguards, he certainly didn't want to provoke Lu Tianlong. Why so quiet now? Are you waiting to find someone else before coming to settle the score with me? No problem. Lu Tianlong squinted, suddenly slamming his fist down on the marble coffee table beside him. If you're looking for trouble, I'm always ready. But if you try any of those underhanded tricks, like drugging the wine of a woman I'm interested in, don't blame me for being rude. And don't treat the driver like he's just some expendable resource. The sturdy marble coffee table collapsed without warning at that moment. Chapter 4. I want to kill you at the entrance of the club. Lu Tianlong spotted Su Lingyue, who was just about to walk in, and hurriedly approached her with a cheerful smile. Boss, are you worried about my safety? How self-important. I just left something inside. Su Lingyue shot him a glare and turned to head towards her car. What did Zhang Chu want with you? Oh, nothing much. He said my singing has reached a masterful level and wanted to become my disciple to learn from me, but I firmly refused. Su Lingyue was speechless. She had never met someone so thick-skinned. Boss, don't move. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Tianlong suddenly shouted and quickly stepped in front of Su Lingyue. TSK, $100,000 worth of red wine, and just one drop costs hundreds. What a waste. He leaned closer, taking in the aroma. Not bad. The wine smells great, and you smell even better. Earlier in the private room, Su Lingyue had accidentally spilled a drop of red wine on her face, and hadn't noticed it until now. You jerk. I want to kill you. Su Lingyue's face turned beet red, filled with anger, like a little lion ready to pounce. She was both furious and embarrassed. Never had any man been so intimate with her before, and here she was, being licked by Lu Tianlong, whom she had just met. Without a second thought, she raised her fist and charged at him. Can you please be mindful of your image in public? I don't have a wife yet, and this is quite inappropriate. And you want to hit me? I might just fight back. Even a driver has his dignity. Lu Tianlong dodged her strike and said seriously, You jerk. Su Lingyue felt humiliated, noticing that quite a few onlookers were now staring at her. In a huff, she stomped her foot and got into her car. Boss, you don't need to be angry. I was just trying to help. Wasting is shameful, and you don't want to be seen as a shameful person, right? Besides, you didn't really lose out. If you think I'm trying to take advantage of you, I can let you lick it back, and I promise not to resist. In the car, Lu Tianlong tried to soothe Su Lingyue, whose face was tightly set in anger. Shut up. Su Lingyue didn't want to say another word to this man. How about I tell you a joke instead? Lu Tianlong teased. I said shut up. Drive. Su Lingyue was on the verge of exploding, really lacking in romantic spirit. All right, where are we headed? Lu Tianlong decided not to provoke her further and started the car. At that moment, Su Lingyue's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hung up without hesitation. The phone rang again, she hung up again, and it rang once more. Eventually, Su Lingyue relented and answered the call, placing it against her ear. On the other end was a deep, magnetic male voice. Xiaoya, it's Dad. How have you been lately? I'm doing just fine. If that is all you wanted to know, I'm hanging up. Su Lingyue replied coldly. Okay, I just wanted to remind you that our 2-year agreement is almost up. Slap. Before he could finish, Su Lingyue hung up the phone. The 2-year agreement. Damn that 2-year agreement. Gazing out the window, lost in thought about the phone call she'd just received and the events of the evening ahead, Su Lingyue felt a flicker of confusion in her eyes, quickly followed by a wave of frustration. She wanted to drink. She needed to let loose. To So nightclub it was. Her moment of uncertainty did not escape Lu Tianlong's notice. It seemed this woman had her own story to tell. He smiled and drove towards the So nightclub she had mentioned. The nightclub had 3 main attractions: expensive drinks, a great atmosphere, and scantily clad beautiful women. As one of the hottest night spots in Haiyang City, So nightclub lived up to its reputation. The pulsating music, the wild crowd, and the writhing bodies filled the air with a heavy scent of hormones. Su Lingyue seemed out of her element in such a fiery environment, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the electric atmosphere. Follow me, I know this place well, Lu Tianlong said, greedily eyeing the crazy girls on the dance floor. He confidently made his way to the second floor and found a relatively secluded booth to settle into. From this vantage point, they could overlook the entire dance floor and get a better view of the ladies. Bring us a few bottles of your finest drinks, Lu Tianlong called over the floor manager with a flourish, exuding an air of wealth. The most expensive drinks? Sir, we have an 88,000 RMB Lafite and a 76,000 RMB Grant. Would that be acceptable? The plump manager responded with a smile, but didn't he move to fetch the drinks, eyeing Lu Tianlong with a hint of skepticism. Who is this guy? A rich second generation? He didn't look the part at all, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans that screamed cheap. What are you staring at? I'm just a driver. Even if I had money, I wouldn't waste it on your overpriced drinks. But our boss doesn't care. So if I say bring it, you bring it, Lu Tianlong shot back. Su Lingyue gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, who has ever seen a driver rip off his boss like this? Boss. Oh, of course, right away. The chubby manager's eyes lit up at the sight of Su Lingyue. Having spent enough time in nightclubs, he had a keen eye for talent. This girl was stunning. Almost unreal, and while she seemed a bit reserved, she definitely looked wealthy. Just the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist must cost at least several $100,000. Do you come to places like this often? Su Lingyue asked coldly, watching Lu Tianlong scan the room for girls. Not too often. Just come here to check out the ladies, Lu Tianlong replied with a grin. Pervert. Su Lingyue shot him a glare, still miffed about how he had been flirting with her earlier. Hey, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Boss, you seem to have something on your mind. Don't think too much. Let us drink and enjoy the moment. It's rare to have a handsome guy to keep you company. Let us toast. I can drink for you too since you're paying, Lu Tianlong said cheerfully. Once the drinks arrived, Lu Tianlong poured a glass for each of them and downed his in one go. Su Lingyue hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and mimicked him, tilting her head back to gulp it down. She wasn't used to drinking, and her face flushed bright red all the way to her neck. Another round. If you can't handle it, just say so. I've got your back, Lu Tianlong challenged, downing another glass. Summoning her courage, Su Lingyue joined him and took another drink. After a couple of drinks, she started to feel a bit dizzy. Men shouldn't say no, and women shouldn't say casually. I'll finish this drink, you do as you please. Lu Tianlong threw back another glass. What a jerk. Su Lingyue gritted her teeth and followed suit, gulping down her drink. After several rounds, she was already starting to feel tipsy, gazing at the blurry figures around her. She sighed and remarked, alcohol really is a wonderful thing. It can make you forget your troubles, but what happens when you wake up? Hearing her words, a brief flash of sadness crossed Lu Tianlong's eyes. He downed another drink and said softly, life is full of ups and downs, and the world is unpredictable. Just let it be. At that moment, he seemed far removed from the carefree guy he had been before. The pain and weariness in his eyes made Su Lingyue's heart skip a beat. This man seemed a bit different from the others. Oh, so you, the carefree guy, also have your troubles? Su Lingyue scoffed. Let's not dwell on the past. Today, we drink to our heart's content. Lu Tianlong put on a smile again and clinked glasses with her. All right, I'll indulge in some debauchery with you today. We won't leave until we're drunk. To hell with all the pesky worries. But remember, tomorrow, you need to get lost. I don't want to see you again. After a few more drinks, Su Lingyue, unable to handle her liquor, completely let go, rolling up her sleeves and shaking her tiny fists, declaring fiercely, fine. I'll roll as far away as your thoughts can take me, if you're willing. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. From then on, they kept clinking glasses. Lu Tianlong was unaffected, while Su Lingyue was swaying all over the place. Want to try something a bit more exciting? Lu Tianlong suddenly leaned in, looking mysterious. What? Do you want to sleep with me? Su Lingyue, feeling the unique masculine aura closing in, retorted with a flushed face and a cold laugh. Sleep with you? Don't let your thoughts get so dirty. But, if you insist, I might consider it. Lu Tianlong burst out laughing, suddenly standing up and pulling Su Lingyue along as he headed for the door. Chapter 5. Qinger is back in the dance floor on the first floor. There was a circular platform over a meter high in the center, designated for the lead dancer. A girl in a tight, revealing outfit was writhing on it, moving her body like a serpent, driving the crowd below into a frenzy. Suddenly, a guy in a white t-shirt and jeans burst through the crowd, rushed to the platform, and yanked the girl's ankle, pulling her down harshly from the stage. Why are you up there bouncing around when you look like that? Get down. With a thud, the girl landed face first, stunned and disoriented. The crowd erupted in chaos. Who is this guy? She was dancing so well. Why did he pull her down? You're just trying to cause trouble, aren't you? We want to see the girl. Lu Tianlong looked at them with disdain and shouted. You can get excited over that kind of trash? Come on, brothers, can't you have a little more taste? Open your eyes wide. Because the new generation of hot goddesses is here. He then pushed Su Lingwei onto the platform. Perfect timing. Oh my goddess. That guy was right. We were blind before. Everyone else is trash. This is what a real girl looks like. Earlier, as they were heading downstairs, Lu Tianlong had already taken off Su Lingyue's jacket. Now she wore a tight, white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, 2 buttons undone, revealing her fair arms and a hint of rosy skin at her neck. Together with her 8-centimeter high heels, the crowd below, filled with surging male hormones, went wild again. She looked like a goddess high above. Come on, let us go crazy tonight. Lu Tianlong stood beside Su Lingyue on the platform, leaning close to her ear, his right arm wrapping around her slim waist, speaking softly. Su Lingyue was already tipsy. As the music played, she felt the pent-up emotions within her explode. She twisted her body wildly, and every movement sent the crowd into a frenzy of cheers. Come on, let us go, shouted a shifty-eyed guy from below, his voice hoarse. Perverted, but I like it. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. Just as he was about to enjoy the moment further, an utterly uninhibited Su Lingyue suddenly turned around and wrapped her arms around his neck. Ah! The crowd screamed, their excitement reaching a fever pitch, as if they wanted to tear the roof off the so bar. While they were dancing joyfully, Lu Tianlong's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID. His smile vanished, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. It was a call from a transgender person. Boss, let us go? Lu Tianlong said, helping Su Lingyue down from the platform. I'm not leaving. I want to keep drinking. I want to go home until I'm drunk. Whoever leaves is a little turtle. Su Lingyue pushed Lu Tianlong away vigorously, staggering as she made her way toward the second floor. With no other option, Lu Tianlong had to escort her back to the private room on the second floor. The phone kept ringing, seemingly determined to continue until Lu Tianlong answered it. After a moment of thought, Lu Tianlong said, "You wait here for me. I'm just stepping out to take a call, and I'll be right back. Hurry up, come back, and let us keep drinking." Su Lingyue mumbled, her eyes hazy from the alcohol. Lu Tianlong nodded and quickly made his way down to the second floor, stepping outside the bar to answer the call. "Boss, I missed you so much. Moi moi moi, let me give you a big kiss." As soon as the call connected, a mischievous male voice came through. "Get lost. If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up." Lu Tianlong replied coldly, but a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. It had been a while since he heard that voice. "Boss, don't hang up. I'm serious. Qing Jie took a few days off, and it seems she's back in the country looking for you." "What? Qing is back?" Lu Tianlong's eyes narrowed, but soon after, his expression smoothed out as he replied, "I see. Boss, is it really true that you and Qing Jie have no chance anymore? Maybe things aren't as you think. There might be some misunderstandings. Let us not talk about this anymore." Lu Tianlong raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is your situation now? What else can we do? We're just hunting all over the world. Just arrived in this godforsaken part of Africa. Thank goodness you didn't come. You have no idea how dark it is here at night. When the lights are out, you can't see a thing. Sleeping with the local girls feels no different than being alone. If you don't believe me, I'll package one up and send her to you. Send my ass. Just stay safe. I'm hanging up." Lu Yong laughed and cursed. Oh, there was a long pause on the other end, and finally, a voice returned, "Boss. The brothers and sisters of Zhanlong all miss you." After hanging up, Lu Tianlong stood silently for a few minutes. Zhanlong, the top special operations organization in Huaxia? Without a doubt, even on a global scale, anyone in this circle would tremble at the mere mention of Zhanlong. They had few members, no more than 10, but each was exceptionally skilled, and together, they were a force to be reckoned with. With powerful private armed forces, fierce mercenaries who valued wealth as their life, and ruthless terrorists with incredible combat abilities. Once someone ended up on Zhanlong's blacklist, there was only one outcome: death. Lu Tianlong, the captain of Zhanlong, was undoubtedly the leader, known by the nickname Death. In nearly a decade since his debut, he had led Zhanlong into countless battles, with not a single defeat, leaving a lasting impact throughout history. The memories of fighting alongside his brothers still lingered vividly in his mind, with familiar faces flashing back. Unable to help himself, Lu Tianlong clenched his fist, then let out a long sigh, his expression relaxing. Now, all of that was behind him. All he wanted was to be a happy little driver, to eat well, dress warmly, and enjoy the company of women. In a relatively hidden booth on the second floor, Zhang Chu glared at Su Lingyue and Lu Tianlong, who were hugging each other at the round table, seething with rage. "Uncle Chun, get me some people right away. I want to kill this pair of dogs." "Calm down, young master. I've already sent someone to investigate this Lu Tianlong. Once we have all the details, we will make arrangements to settle this score," said a thin, elderly man standing beside Zhang Chu ominously. All right, this kid can fight, so we need to gather more people. And that Su Lingyue, pretending to be all prim and proper in front of me, turns out to be just as trashy. Zhang Chu grit his teeth in anger. Young master, it seems that the guy has left, and now it's just Su Lingyue drinking alone. A younger brother suddenly reported. Zhang Chu looked over and indeed saw Lu Tianlong leaving the bar, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Damn it, this little girl loves to play. So today I'll make sure she has her fill. Let us make her show her true self in front of all these people at the bar. Call that fat guy over here. With that, he grinned wickedly and pulled out a paper bag from his pocket, pouring the white powder inside into a bottle of red wine that had just been opened. Before long, the manager of the bar, a chubby man, bent down and approached Zhang Chu with a fawning expression. Zhang Xiao, what can I do for you? That girl danced pretty well just now. Take this bottle of wine to her and say it's from the bar, Zhang Chu instructed. The fat manager hurriedly nodded, saying, Zhang Xiao is so generous. To just give away a bottle of wine worth several thousand without asking for anything in return. Truly a modern-day Good Samaritan. Watch your mouth. I said this bottle of wine is from your bar. Didn't you understand? Zhang Chu sneered coldly. The fat manager sensed something was off. But knowing Zhang Chu's reputation, he dared not ask further. He nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. This bottle of wine is from the bar, and has nothing to do with Zhang Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tianlong returned to the bar. Drink up. Whoever doesn't drink is a little dog. Su Lingyue. Her cheeks flushed, wobbled as she raised her glass towards Lu Tianlong. Noticing something was off with her, Lu Tianlong picked up the wine bottle in front of him and sniffed it, anger flashing across his face. Where did this wine come from? Oh, this bottle? That fat guy brought it over and said it was from the bar, Su Lingyue replied, somewhat dazed. Fat guy? Lu Tianlong stood up and quickly scanned the bar, but didn't he see the chubby manager. However, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure across the hall in a private booth. It was Zhang Chu, smirking as he looked at Lu Tianlong, even raising his glass in a provocative manner. It must be this bastard. While I was away for just a moment, he used this despicable method to drug the wine. A murderous intent surged within Lu Tianlong. Hot, so hot. Su Lingyue suddenly stood up from the table, mumbling incoherently as she reached for her clothes. Her face was frighteningly red, and even the exposed skin was turning crimson. Lu Tianlong's face turned cold. If his judgment was correct, that scoundrel Zhang Chu must have slipped a drug called Red Spider into Su Lingyue's drink. The drug was potent, driving those who ingested it into a complete frenzy until its effects wore off. Lu Tianlong quickly calculated in his mind. It's no use looking for Zhang Chu now. He definitely won't admit to bringing the drinks. If we delay even a moment longer, Su Lingyue will embarrass herself in this bar. The priority is to get her out of here. With that thought in mind, Lu Tianlong made a quick decision, hoisting Su Lingyue over his shoulder and heading towards the exit. I'm hot. Let me down. I want a drink. Su Lingyue had lost all sense of awareness and was just weakly struggling. Tell me where you live, and I'll take you home first. Lu Tianlong slapped her on the back, which brought her back to a moment of clarity. She managed to mumble out her address before slipping back into a frenzied state. There was no other choice. He had to get her home and see if he could help her flush the drugs out of her system. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tianlong carried the squirming Su Lingyue and rushed to the side of the road to his Qian. However, he didn't notice that from a dark corner not far away, a pair of sorrowful, beautiful eyes were intently watching them. Chapter 6. In a flash, Lu Tianlong rushed to the address Su Lingyue had mentioned, carrying her directly into the room. Su Lingyue was completely out of control, writhing wildly and continually tugging at her already disheveled clothes. Boss, can you please control yourself a bit? You're testing my limits here, Lu Tianlong said with a pained expression, as Su Lingyue's clothes were completely in disarray, revealing far more than they should. For someone who hadn't been with a woman in a long time, it was absolutely irresistible. I'm hot, Su Lingyue shouted in a daze, her hands still moving restlessly. If you keep pulling, I might really eat you. Lu Tianlong gritted his teeth. Su Lingyue was too far gone to hear him. Her energy was even more frenzied than before, continuously shouting that she was hot. The effects of the drug were indeed potent, and they needed to act quickly, or she would truly be lost. Lu Tianlong clenched his jaw and pressed her down onto the bed, directly tearing her clothes apart. Su Lingyue's body was already covered in an eerie pink hue, and even through her skin, her veins were faintly visible. This was bad. The drug's effects had fully set in, and it was now impossible to reverse it. There were only two options: either watch her succumb to the drug's effects until her organs failed and she died, or use the method of yin and yang to help her detoxify. At this point, it seemed Lu Tianlong had no choice. With a determined gaze, he pushed Su Lingyue down onto the bed. When Lu Tianlong woke up, The sun was already high in the sky, and Su Lingyue was still asleep, her face showing signs of fatigue and satisfaction. Life is truly amazing. Here I am, just a small driver, somehow involved with the renowned city flower CEO of Haiyang. Lu Tianlong scratched his head, his gaze drifting over Su Lingyue's exposed fair skin and her graceful curves. On the bed beside them, a bright red plum blossom stood out strikingly. No way. How did I get so lucky? No, this is a bit absurd. I accidentally turned her from a girl into a woman, and I have to thank that scoundrel Zhang Chu for it. Lu Tianlong said this to himself, but there was not a hint of guilt on his face. Inside, he was overjoyed. In this day and age, finding a beautiful woman like Su Lingyue is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, akin to climbing to the heavens. A sense of pride welled up within him. Just then, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself and dashed to the bathroom in nothing but his underwear. This was an ordinary 4-bedroom apartment, not lavishly decorated, but cozy and comfortable, with a faint scent of a woman's unique fragrance lingering in the air. He had thought Su Lingyue would surely live in a big villa, but it turned out she was quite frugal. Lu Tianlong didn't have time for a thorough look around. He kicked the bathroom door open and rushed inside. Ah! 2 screams rang out simultaneously. Lu Tianlong covered himself with his hands, looking at the girl before him, his eyes lighting up. She was around 17 or 18, with a round face, big eyes, and straight bangs, petite and delicate. Absolutely stunning. The girl was in the shower and was startled by Lu Tianlong's sudden intrusion. She froze for 2 seconds, then let out a sharp scream and quickly grabbed a towel to wrap around herself. Who are you? How did you get in here? Why didn't you lock the door while you were showering? Lu Tianlong was visibly upset, throwing out 3 questions in one breath. I'm Morong Wanner. This is my home. And why would I need to lock the door while showering in my own house? The girl retorted angrily. Your home? Isn't this Su Lingyue's house? Lu Tianlong was a bit confused. Are you the one Lingyue brought back? Morong Wanner looked at Lu Tianlong with a puzzled expression, then a knowing smile crossed her face. Hey, you're pretty good looking and in decent shape, just about good enough for our Lingyue. Wow, you've even got muscles. She leaned in and playfully tapped Lu Tianlong's firm chest twice. Seeing her, Lu Tianlong felt like he wanted to retaliate, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. But you really have some guts to follow Lingyue home for the night. Luckily, Sister Bingbing is away on a business trip, otherwise, you'd be in serious trouble, Morong Wanner said with relief. Huh, Bingbing? Who's that? Lu Tianlong asked, puzzled. Besides Lingyue, I also live here with Sister Bingbing. She's really something. I'll let you in on a little secret. If you don't want to end up dead, don't come here again, Morong Wanner said with a mischievous grin. Feel free to go to a hotel or some bushes, just not here. Don't ask me why, I won't tell you. Her words piqued Lu Tianlong's curiosity even more. Now that you mention it, I think I might just come back to see what your Sister Bingbing is like. Suit yourself. Just don't blame me when you end up in trouble. Morong Wanner waved her hand dismissively, then asked with a teasing expression, by the way, how did you perform last night? Did you satisfy Lingyue? Lu Tianlong puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. She gave me 32 thumbs up. Morong Wanner rolled her eyes. Whatever. Just remember, if you come back, don't wear anything too revealing and don't just barge in. I'll let it slide this time, but I won't forget it. And keep the noise down next time. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. As she earnestly laid down the rules, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite interesting. Wanner, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you want me to tear your mouth apart? Su Lingyue appeared behind them, wrapped in a bedsheet, glaring fiercely at Morong Wanner. Morong Wanner playfully stuck out her tongue. Lingyue, I was just looking out for you too. Oh, don't pinch me. The two of them rushed out of the bathroom, creating a commotion, allowing Lu Tianlong to seize the opportunity to slip inside, lock the door behind him, and finally breathe a sigh of relief. Reality was too harsh, and the girls were too wild. He needed to calm down. This house wasn't just Su Lingyue's. It was shared with Morong Wanner and a girl named Bingbing. But why would someone as wealthy as Su Lingyue choose to live with others? What was the relationship between her, Morong Wanner, and Bingbing? The question was too complex, so Lu Tianlong decided not to dwell on it, thinking it would be better to focus on something simpler. However, just after getting involved with Su Lingyue, now he's trying to go after her roommate. Isn't that a bit too beastly? It's not beastly. It's a crime not to pursue a good girl when you have the chance. A good girl must be pursued for the sake of justice. Lu Tianlong reasoned with himself, and then felt a sense of relief. By the time he got dressed and returned to the living room, Su Lingyue had already changed her clothes and was standing nearby, glaring at him with gritted teeth, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Morong Wanner was sitting on the sofa, holding a novel, looking at Lu Tianlong with curiosity and even playfully winking at him. Come here, I have a few words to say to you, Su Lingyue said fiercely, awkwardly walking toward the bedroom. Lu Tianlong shrugged and followed her, wanting to laugh at her walking posture. Last night had been too wild. You bastard. Once inside the room, Su Lingwei, who had been holding back for a while, completely exploded. Her small fists were clenched tightly, staring at Lu Tianlong as if she could breathe fire. Calm down, let's talk this out, Lu Tianlong advised. What is there to talk about? You bastard. You owe me my innocence. Su Lingwei went crazy, rushing at Lu Tianlong with a flurry of punches and kicks. Lu Tianlong didn't fight back, letting her hit him. To him, it felt like a tickle. You bastard, taking advantage of me in my vulnerable state. As she continued to hit him, Su Lingwei turned and collapsed onto the bed, crying loudly. Why did you make me your driver? Why did you take me to the bar? A moment of carelessness led to eternal regret. She had lost her innocence, which she had protected for over 20 years. So easily. I didn't take advantage of you. Zhang Chu drugged your drink. If I hadn't done that, you would have suffered organ failure and died. Lu Tianlong patiently explained. Zhang Chu drugged my drink. Su Lingwei froze for a moment, getting up from the bed and recalling that the chubby manager at the bar had sent a bottle, and after she had a glass, she had completely lost consciousness. She stopped crying, sitting on the bed with her beautiful eyes devoid of light. After a full 5 minutes, Su Lingwei finally regained her composure and turned to glare coldly at Lu Tianlong, gritting her teeth. Get out. I don't want to see you again. All right. If that is how it is, I'll head back. But as your first man, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll face any danger. Lu Tianlong patted his chest and said, Get lost. I told you I don't want to see you again. Su Lingwei growled. Even if what Lu Tianlong said was true, he was still the bastard who took her first time while she was unconscious. That was absolutely unforgivable. Chapter 7. Su Lingyue's revenge. Just after a moment of intimacy, you're crying and throwing a fit. I really don't understand what you all are up to. Leaving? Safe travels, then. If you're not afraid of dying, feel free to drop by any time. In the living room, when Lu Tianlong walked out, Morong Wanner, who was lounging on the sofa reading a novel, playfully called out to him. Su Lingwei, standing behind her, shot her a glare, while the little girl squinted her eyes into crescent shapes and made a funny face at Lu Tianlong. As Lu Tianlong reached the door, he paused for a moment, turned around, and walked back to Morong Wanner. He bent down and whispered something in her ear, instantly leaving her frozen in shock. In a hidden corner downstairs, a graceful silhouette stood quietly, her face obscured, but even her profile was enough to captivate the world. She looked a bit weary, as if she hadn't slept all night. Her expression was tense, her small hands tightly clasped together, intensely focused on the staircase. Watching Lu Tianlong walk out from the staircase, whistling as he left, her spirit finally shattered completely. She slowly sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. He really has another woman. It's over. It seems everything has truly come to an end. After a long while, she finally got up, wiped away her tears, her expression turning resolute. With a few swift movements, she vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed at all. As Lu Tianlong stepped out of the community gate, he opened his phone and was taken aback. 28 missed calls and 7 unread messages. Lu Tianlong, where are you? The CEO is waiting outside. Hurry up. Wang Ying. Lu Tianlong, reply. Where are you? The CEO needs the car urgently. Wang Ying. Lu Tianlong, you bastard. Call me back right now. The CEO needs the car immediately. If you don't show up, you're dead meat. After reading the messages, Lu Tianlong almost burst out laughing. Most of them were from Wang Ying, the HR manager, reminding him to hurry up before he picked up Su Lingwei yesterday. Naturally, he could imagine her gritting her teeth while sending those messages. CEO, you called for me? Wang Ying said respectfully in the CEO's office. Su Lingwei, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality and said lightly, Yes. Yingjia, the driver you assigned yesterday, Lu Tianlong. Fire him today and give him 3 months' salary as severance. Fire him. CEO, could you reconsider? Although he can be a bit disorganized and often late, I've investigated, and the employees have good things to say about him. Plus, he does manage to. Wang Ying tried to explain. Yingjia, please do as I say. Su Lingwei raised her head, her tone firm, her gaze complicated. That jerk, he took her first time in a muddled way, and she never wanted to see him again. Wang Ying was left with no choice. All right, I'll go find him now. By the way, Su Zong, I just received a few calls from people wanting to invite you to dinner. I told them you're busy lately and postponed. Okay, got it. From now on, just hang up on such calls. Su Lingwei was well aware that those calling were certainly those with ulterior motives, trying to flirt with her. She had already instructed Wang Ying to decline any such invitations. The more she resisted, the more persistent the invitations became, making her increasingly annoyed. At that moment, her phone rang. She glanced at the number and hung up without hesitation. The phone rang again, and she hung up once more, but it kept ringing, relentless. Gritting her teeth, Su Lingyue finally answered, holding the phone to her ear. Lingyue, this is Zheng Xiaofeng. I'm organizing a small cocktail party tonight. Do you have time to join us? His voice was warm and refined, with a magnetic quality. For a love-struck woman, just his voice could be captivating. Not to mention his status as the young master of the Hailong group. But for Su Lingyue, it was nothing but annoyance. She was in a bad mood. No. She rejected firmly. Zheng Xiaofeng on the other end was unfazed and chuckled. Haha, I'm sincerely inviting you. The attendees tonight are all notable figures from Haiyang. Getting to know them would benefit you and the Phoenix group. Su Lingyue coldly refused again. I said I'm not available. Lingyue, I know you want to avoid me. But let me be clear. No matter how you refuse, I won't give up on you. I will pursue you until you're mine, unless you have a boyfriend. Zheng Xiaofeng stated decisively. Su Lingyue felt a wave of irritation. I've told you, there's no chance for us. And I already have a boyfriend. So please don't bother me again. What? You have a boyfriend? Impossible. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? Zheng Xiaofeng was adamant in disbelief. Su Lingyue sneered. Why can't I have a boyfriend? It doesn't concern you. Fine, if you really have a boyfriend. Then bring him to the cocktail party tonight, so I can see for myself. Otherwise, I will never give up on you. Zheng Xiaofeng insisted. All right, you want to see? I'll make sure you see enough tonight. Su Lingyue angrily hung up the phone. Immediately, she regretted it. In her moment of desperation, she claimed to have a boyfriend. Not expecting Zheng Xiaofeng to be so relentless. Where could she find a boyfriend to show him? But if she didn't bring someone, Zheng Xiaofeng would undoubtedly keep pestering her. Thinking of him and her other suitors made Su Lingyue even more frustrated. Time was running out for her, as her 2-year agreement with her father was nearing its end, and she simply didn't have the energy to deal with these annoying guys or engage in any romantic entanglements. She had to find a boyfriend to bring to the party tonight, to put an end to Zheng Xiaofeng's pursuits. Otherwise, he would keep bothering her. But where could she find a boyfriend in just one day? Su Lingyue gritted her teeth, and after considering, it seemed that only that jerk would be suitable. She quickly pondered and suddenly called out to Wang Ying, who had already reached the door. Wait a minute, Ying Jia. I've changed my mind. Okay, Wang Ying, with one foot already out the door, quickly turned back to her, saying, President Su, there's really no need to fire him directly. We could consider transferring him to another position or let him continue as a driver, only responsible for transporting goods to remote areas. No. Su Lingyue's expression was complicated as she said coldly, I already have other arrangements. Chapter 8. Little Spicy Pepper. After having breakfast on the street, Lu Tianlong headed straight to the office. As soon as he entered the company's office, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 of his colleagues. Tianlong, what's up? The sun must be rising in the west today. You actually showed up for work by 10. Tianlong, I heard Wang Ying gave you a good scolding yesterday. Did she take it easy on you? Tianlong, they say you met with President Su yesterday for business. Is she pretty? Is her skin soft? Does she smell good? These guys, just like Lu Tianlong, were all drivers for the company, ranging in age from their 20s to 40s. They hit it off well. And in just half a month, Lu Tianlong had already blended in with them. Is her skin soft? Does she smell good? Sorry. I was too busy touching to really notice. Lu Tianlong chuckled. Come on. You are just a little driver. How could you possibly get into President Su's bed? You must be dreaming. Don't say that. I can tell just by looking that Brother Tianlong is no ordinary guy. Besides, even losers have their lucky days. Brother Tianlong, if you ever get a chance to touch President Su, make sure to let me smell your hands before you wash them. Little Wu, the most unkempt-looking guy in the group, reminded him. What are you all doing? Get back to work. Just then, a cute girl with a slender waist appeared at the door. Feng Yongling, 20 years old, was the dispatcher for the office and usually assigned tasks to Lu Tianlong and the other drivers. She was above average in looks, not a total knockout, but with a great figure. She could definitely compete with Wang Ying. Her personality was fiery. Anyone who crossed her would have to deal with a lot of dirty work. However, she treated Lu Tianlong quite well, often covering for him when he was late. Hey, Xiaoling is here. You two chat. We'll take off. The group dispersed like birds, leaving only Feng Yongling and Lu Tianlong in the large office. Xiaoling, you look even prettier today than yesterday. Lu Tianlong greeted her with a smile. Humph, cut the flattery. Do you know that because of you, Manager Wang scolded me pretty badly? Feng Yongling said with a look of grievance. What? That old hag dared to scold my Xiaoling? Just wait until I give her a piece of my mind. Lu Tianlong pounded his chest. Feng Yongling immediately brightened up, laughing. All right. I'm satisfied just knowing you care. By the way, I came to tell you that Manager Wang wants you to go to her office. Okay, I'll go meet her first. And then we can chat when I'm back. Oh, there's a bug on your butt. I'll smack it. Lu Tianlong playfully slapped Feng Yongling's back. Bad boy. Feng Yongling playfully glared at him. You know what? If you're not busy, why don't you tell me a joke before you go? When he had free time, Lu Tianlong loved to tell her jokes. No problem. Lu Tianlong opened his mouth. An ant and a centipede got married on their wedding night. When asked about their feelings, the ant said with indignation, Feelings? What feelings? I spent the whole night just trying to find a place to put my leg. You're so bad. You're so bad. How can you tell such jokes to someone? Feng Yongling playfully hit Lu Tianlong on the arm. Tell me another one. All right. Let me ask you a question. Lu Tianlong thought for a moment and said, Question. What do rotten radishes and pregnant women have in common? Huh. What do rotten radishes and pregnant women have in common? Feng Yongling bit her finger, deep in thought. I don't know, what is it? Tell me. Want to know the answer? No problem, let me touch you. Lu Tianlong grinned and pointed to the space in front of Feng Yongling. You're so naughty. Okay. But you can only touch once. After looking around and seeing no one, Feng Yongling blushed and shyly lowered her head. Lu Tianlong burst out laughing, stretched out his arm, and gently flicked his finger. He could clearly feel her body shudder in response. The common point is, both are harvested too late. Harvested too late. Huh. You're so bad. Watching Lu Tianlong laugh and walk away, Feng Yongling stomped her foot in a playful pout. Once Lu Tianlong was far off, she looked down at the spot he had flicked, her expression one of longing as she muttered to herself, This blockhead, doesn't he know what I'm thinking? Lu Tianlong felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of Wang Ying, who was watching him intently after he received a notice from Feng Yongling to come to her office. She didn't say anything, just stared at him, leaving him a bit flustered. Manager Wang, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that, or others will think I've done something to you. That would be so unfair. It was just a few glances yesterday. Well, if you really don't want me to look, I could just sneak a peek later. I just came back from the president's office. And President Su thinks you are no longer suitable to continue working in the fleet. Wang Ying had been prepared for this and automatically filtered out any teasing remarks directed at her. Oh, so that's it. You scared me. President Su is going to fire me, right? Lu Tianlong chuckled, having mentally prepared himself since leaving Su Lingyue's house that morning. Wang Ying shook her head. Her gaze strange. No, starting today, you're being reassigned as the president's assistant at Phoenix Group. President's assistant? That is not a low position, right? Lu Tianlong was delighted. Not low. In terms of rank, it's actually half a level above me. But, Wang Ying looked at Lu Tianlong and said, Your job as the president's assistant will mainly involve driving for President Su. This time, Lu Tianlong was speechless. What kind of president's assistant is this? In essence, he was just Su Lingyue's personal driver. Not only was he not fired, but he was also made a driver under the title of assistant. What kind of madness was Su Lingyue on? Oh, got it. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Lu Tianlong thought for a moment and said with a smile. Wang Ying was a bit puzzled and curiously asked, Lu Tianlong, don't you feel surprised? Surprised? What is there to be surprised about? I'm like a firefly in the dark. Wherever I go, I shine brightly and attract attention. Even as a driver, I'll be the highest-ranking driver. Lu Tianlong walked out while joking, and just as he reached the door, he turned around and smiled at Wang Ying, saying, Sister Ying, you're only in your 20s this year, in the prime of your life. There's no need to make yourself so mature and serious. Wear less makeup, smile more, and you'll be even more radiant and charming. Oh, and most importantly, loosen your collar a bit. Show a little more skin. Now get lost. Wang Ying grabbed a notebook from the table and threw it at him. Being a woman is great, so embrace it boldly. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily as he left. Pervert. Wang Ying gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. 5 minutes later, she glanced around like a thief, ensuring no one was watching. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she quietly undid a button on her shirt. Chapter 9. The beginning of ascendance. As soon as the news broke that Lu Tianlong was promoted to assistant president, the entire team erupted with excitement. Several guys immediately started shouting for him to treat them to a meal at a nice restaurant. Lu Tianlong naturally had no objections and promised to organize something in a few days when he had the time. I can tell just by looking that our little team can't contain someone as extraordinary as Brother Tianlong. Today marks the beginning of his rise. Little Wu, the most mischievous member of the team, said with a swagger. Stop bragging. Let us get him. Light this kid's lantern. Someone shouted, and the crowd surged forward, pinning the skinny Little Wu down and playfully yanking his pants off. You guys are out of line. Lu Tianlong stepped in to separate them, trying to calm the ruckus. Before Little Wu could express his thanks, Lu Tianlong suddenly bent down and flicked his fingers sharply against Wu's head. Ouch! You guys are brutal. Little Wu jumped up, holding his forehead and grimacing. All right, I admit defeat, but I knew something like this would happen today. The crowd continued laughing and joking when Feng Yongling, the dispatcher of the team, walked in looking a bit forlorn. Xiao Lingling, in a few days, Tianlong is treating us. Are you coming? Big Zhang asked. Not going. Some people get promoted and forget about me, Feng Yongling replied, casting a resentful glance at Lu Tianlong. Xiao Ling is going to miss Tianlong. The crowd teased. Lu Tianlong chuckled and shot her a flirtatious look, saying, Who said that? I'm still around, and will come back often to tell you jokes. Really? Feng Yongling's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Lu Tianlong nodded in assurance. Great. You must call me when you're eating. I'll go tidy up some things and come back for those jokes, Feng Yongling said happily before leaving. The way everyone looked at Lu Tianlong turned a bit suggestive. Tianlong, Xiao Lingling seems to have a crush on you. Big Zhang, in his 30s, leaned in with a grin. Of course. Our Tianlong is loved by everyone and everything. Little Wu added confidently. I can tell just by looking that brother Tianlong is destined for a life filled with romance and countless women. After some more banter, everyone returned to their duties, with some heading out for deliveries and others getting back to work. Although Lu Tianlong was officially promoted to assistant president, his actual role was as Su Lingyue's personal driver. His main responsibilities included picking her up and dropping her off from work, as well as handling her daily transportation needs. He heard that Su Lingyue had been busy with a big project lately and wasn't out much during the day, so Lu Tianlong found himself rather free. He wandered around the office in the morning and spent the afternoon joking with Feng Yongling. Around 4 o'clock, he received a call from Su Lingyue saying she needed to go out. When Lu Tianlong arrived at the office building, Su Lingyue was already waiting there. Upon seeing Lu Tianlong's carefree smile, she couldn't hide the anger in her eyes, gritting her teeth to suppress her frustration. Boss, where are we headed? Lu Tianlong asked as he started the car. Aliling Mall. Su Lingyue replied coldly. You're going to buy clothes? Lu Tianlong asked. Aliling Mall is the high-end shopping district in Haiyang City, where you can find flagship stores of top fashion brands from around the world. You really should buy yourself some new clothes. Wearing the same work outfit every day is so dull. He glanced at Su Lingyue's graceful figure through the rearview mirror and continued, I have a suggestion, given your figure. You should wear tighter clothes to show off your stunning curves. Lighter colors would look best, as they would complement your fair skin. Lu Tianlong, shut up. Su Lingyue was furious. Bringing up last night is a serious mistake. Get out of the car right now. Squeak. Lu Tianlong slammed on the brakes, stopping the car in the middle of the road. Su Lingyue was caught off guard and bumped her head against the front seat's headrest. What are you doing? Didn't you tell me to get out? Lu Tianlong replied seriously. As your employee, I must obey my boss's orders. You, drive? Su Lingyue was so angry her chest hurt. That's right. A girl shouldn't be swearing all the time. It's really not a good look. You should be more mindful in the future, Lu Tianlong advised. Su Lingyue glared at him in silence, her beautiful eyes fixed on the window, pretending she hadn't heard. Stop frowning all the time, as if someone owes you money. Life is beautiful. Give me a smile. He teased. Not going to smile? Then how about I smile for you? Lu Tianlong, can you please be quiet? Su Lingyue was exasperated. Lu Tianlong chuckled. Communication is key between people. A little banter makes for a harmonious relationship. Your silence is so oppressive. It's casting shadows on my delicate psyche. All right. You're clever with your words and can talk your way out of anything. Is that enough for you? Su Lingyue gritted her teeth, looking at the carefree guy, and decided to be blunt. You just said you would obey my orders, and now I have a task for you. Go ahead. As long as I can do it, I'm ready to go through fire and water. Lu Tianlong patted his chest confidently. Well then, there's a gala tonight. And you're coming with me as my boyfriend. Your fake boyfriend? So that's why you wanted me as your assistant. To use me as a shield for your identity to match better. But hey, this sounds pretty good. Lu Tianlong grinned. After a moment, he asked, so as your fake boyfriend, can I hold your hand and wrap my arm around your waist, having some fun together? Absolutely not. If you dare to touch me again, I will make you regret it. Su Lingyue said fiercely, feeling disgusted just thinking about the wild night they had together. Then I'm not doing it. Find someone else. Lu Tianlong shook his head firmly. Su Lingyue gritted her teeth. So, are we doing this or not? Not doing it. Lu Tianlong remained steadfast, adding, not even if you beat me to death. Su Lingyue wanted to strangle this guy. Fine. If the situation calls for it. We can have some minor physical contact to avoid raising suspicions. Su Lingyue made a tough decision to compromise, but it had to be with my consent. Now that's more like it. Lu Tianlong was finally satisfied and said, all right then, I'll just have to endure and be your fake boyfriend. Su Lingyue was seething with anger, thinking, endure? I'm the one who is suffering here. Now that I'm your fake boyfriend. Will there ever be a chance to make it official? Lu Tianlong teased as he drove. With a cold snort, Su Lingyue replied, dream on. You'll never have that chance in this lifetime. That is not certain. Sooner or later, I will win you over. Lu Tianlong said confidently. What more do you want? You've already gotten my body. Su Lingwei snapped. Getting your body isn't what matters. What's important is winning your heart. Lu Tianlong said with a serious expression. Su Lingwei felt a stir in her heart. If he wins my heart, then? Lu Tianlong's face lit up with an eager expression. At that moment, Su Lingwei really wanted to crash the car and take this jerk down with her. Chapter 10. Buying clothes. The car drove straight to Alilang Square, and Su Lingwei took Lu Tianlong directly to the Armani boutique on the 18th floor. She had already told him that he couldn't attend the party in those ragged clothes and that she was going to buy him a new outfit. The two entered the store, walking a few steps apart. Miss, how can I assist you today? A female sales associate greeted Su Lingwei as she entered, respectfully following behind her. These salespeople have become quite astute. With just a glance at a person's demeanor and attire, they can gauge their buying power. This girl immediately recognized that Su Lingwei fit the profile of a big spender and knew she needed to provide excellent service. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Armani boutique. How may I help you? Another sales associate approached Lu Tianlong, blocking his way into the store. She bowed slightly in a professional manner. With a quick glance, she quickly categorized Lu Tianlong as someone who was just browsing without the intention to buy. The total value of his outfit probably didn't even match the price of the cheapest pair of pants in the store. Miss, your clothes here must be quite expensive, right? Lu Tianlong said, completely unfazed by the sales associate's attitude, smiling as he spoke. Yes, the most basic piece starts at several thousand yuan. Usually, we only get customers with high purchasing power here, the sales associate replied, somewhat distracted. Lu Tianlong feigned surprise and exclaimed, several thousand for just one piece? Oh my. As a mere driver, I definitely can't afford that. But wouldn't it be great if someone could give me a full set? The sales associate was left speechless, thinking to herself, I wish someone would give me a set too. Meanwhile, Su Lingwei was quick on her feet, and in no time, she had the sales associate bringing her several items, from tops to pants, socks, and shoes, a complete outfit. Miss, you truly have an eye for fashion. These pieces are all the latest styles. Is this for your boyfriend? He must be so lucky, the sales associate complimented, knowing that if this sale went through, her commission could be substantial. Luck? You might be mistaken. Being her boyfriend is quite the unfortunate situation. No, it's downright tragic. Lu Tianlong interjected with a sigh from a distance. Sir, if you're not going to buy anything, please step outside and do not disrupt our customers. The sales associate beside Lu Tianlong frowned and said, what is wrong with the driver? She's your customer, but I'm not. Besides, I'm not wrong. Her boyfriend can't even get through the door here. Isn't that tragic? Lu Tianlong teased. The sales associate was left without a comeback. Suspecting that Lu Tianlong was intentionally trying to stir trouble, a common occurrence in business, she crossed her arms and coldly replied, if you're not buying anything, please leave. If you don't go, I'll have to call security. Is that really necessary? We're all just poor people here. Why make it harder on each other? I'm not buying anything, but my girlfriend is buying for me. Lu Tianlong pointed at Su Lingwei. The sales associate sneered, thinking to herself, this guy really knows how to joke. That's your girlfriend? My boyfriend is richer than Bill Gates' grandson. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and try on the clothes. Su Lingwei shot him a fierce glare from inside the store. The heavily made-up salesgirl was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? This country bumpkin driver is really that goddess's boyfriend. Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. The salesgirl hurriedly explained. Lu Tianlong shrugged, walking toward the fitting room with a smile. It's fine. I was just messing with you. No need to be nervous. But you should be careful in the future. You can't be so snobbish. In this day and age, just because someone dresses well doesn't mean they're rich, and someone who doesn't, like me, well, that's because I really have no money. Everyone was collectively taken aback. It must be said, clothes make the man. Dressed in a sharp gray suit and shiny designer shoes, the already handsome Lu Tianlong dazzled everyone as soon as he stepped out. With a good physique and a charming face, combined with his mischievous smile, several salesgirls were starstruck, their eyes sparkling. Su Lingwei couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She didn't hold back her words, pulling out a gold card to pay, scoffing. It's just average. Any clothes on you wouldn't show any taste. I think so too. The main issue is the quality of the clothes. They're just barely acceptable. Lu Tianlong agreed wholeheartedly. Su Lingwei had nothing to say. No matter what, she always ended up getting hurt in the end. After admiring himself in the mirror long enough, Lu Tianlong waved his hand. Please pack up those clothes I just tried on. I want to take them. Huh, don't look at me like that. Those pants were $10, and I've only worn them once. Su Lingwei really wanted to hang a sign on her head that said, I don't know this jerk. After exiting the mall, Su Lingyue asked Lu Tianlong to drive her home so she could change clothes. Moron Wan just happened to be at home, dressed in pajamas. Lying on the sofa reading a novel, her collar revealed a glimpse of snow-white skin, making anyone who looked from the front feel faint. "Wow, you look really spirited today," the girl said, her eyes lighting up. "Do you two know each other well?" Su Lingyue asked, a bit puzzled. "Of course. This morning, you know." Lu Tianlong puffed out his chest. "Go to hell." Su Lingyue gritted her teeth and angrily went back to change her clothes. "Wan darling, don't move. Just stay in that position. We're all family here. Just be comfortable, I don't mind. Seriously, I won't mind. If you get up, I'll be mad." Lu Tianlong greeted Moron Wan, seeing her wanting to get up, and quickly sincerely advised her to stay put. "All right, then I want tea stand on ceremony." Wan, unaware of Lu Tianlong's intentions, continued lying down to read. "There's cola and milk in the fridge. Help yourself to whatever you want." "I'll drink milk." Lu Tianlong went to the fridge, grabbed a can of milk, sat down in front of Shangwan Wan, took a sip, glanced at the volleyball, and nodded in approval. "Good. Oh, you're drinking the one I bought. Lingyue's is even better. Too bad it's all gone," Shangwan Wan casually remarked as she looked up. Lu Tianlong nearly spat out his drink. "These two girls are still unmarried? That's not scientific." "Yeah, the one I have is from the supermarket. Lingyue's was brought back from the grasslands by someone, and it's much better than mine." "What is the problem with that?" Moron Wan asked with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" "No problem. I just think what you have is actually pretty good." Lu Tianlong quickly shook his head, thinking to himself how wicked he truly was. However, he felt that Su Lingyue should know about this, so he shouted towards the bedroom. "Su Lingyue, Wan says your milk is delicious. Let me try some when you have the chance." Crash. A loud sound came from the bedroom as a heavy object hit the door. Chapter 11. No jokes allowed honestly. Some people just can't take a compliment. "She didn't even say thank you," Lu Tianlong mumbled upon hearing a sound from the bedroom. He then turned his gaze back to Moron Wan. A pair of squished volleyballs was too enticing, so he leaned in a bit closer for a better look. Of course, being this close required some discretion, so he glanced at Moron Wan's book and joked, "Wow, demigods and semi-devils? You enjoy martial arts novels? I'm a die-hard martial arts fan. There's nothing in martial arts novels that I don't know about." Shangwan Wan replied proudly. Lu Tianlong chuckled, "Don't boast just yet. I'll ask you 3 questions. All from martial arts novels. If you can answer them, then I'll admit you're impressive." "All right, ask away. If I can't answer, do whatever you want." The little girl was getting into it. She had read every famous martial arts novel at least 10 times and was quite confident in her knowledge. "Deal." First question. In The Return of the Condor Heroes, Yang Guo waited for Xiao Longnu for 18 years after losing his arm. "Tell me, how did he trim his nails during those 18 years? "Huh." Shangwan Wan extended her little hand to gesture, looking confused. After thinking for a while, she pouted, I need to think about that. Let's move on to the second question." Lu Tianlong waved his hand generously. "Sure." Second question. In Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, Xiao Zhao was chained for many years. How did she change her underwear? "Huh, change her underwear?" Moron Wan was once again stumped. And the third question. In The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Mei Chaofeng cultivated the 9-in white bone claw. With nails that long and sharp, how did she wipe herself? Moron Wan completely broke down. "I didn't expect you to be so clever. Your thinking is really out of the box. The 3 novels you mentioned, I've read them dozens of times, and I never thought of these amusing questions." The little girl tilted her head, praising him. "Of course. Actually, my specialty is telling jokes," Lu Tianlong said proudly. "Jokes? I like them too. Tell me a couple." Moron Wan exclaimed excitedly. "Lu Tianlong, you're going to tell Wan a joke? Great. I want to hear it too." Su Lingyue, having changed her clothes, stepped out of the bedroom just in time to catch their conversation. Her small fists were clenched, a smile on her face, but her eyes were blazing with fire, occasionally darting towards the kitchen knife. This jerk, ruining himself, and now he's not even sparing Wan. Seeing her murderous look, Lu Tianlong didn't dare to continue teasing Moron Wan and quickly said, "It's getting late. Let us save the jokes for next time. By the way, you look great in that outfit. I'll give you 32 thumbs up." Su Lingyue had her hair styled in an elegant bun, wore light makeup, and was dressed in a stunning purple evening gown. The semi-sleeveless design showcased her long neck and fair shoulders, hugging her curves perfectly, creating a standard S-shaped silhouette. From a distance, she resembled a regal purple swan, exuding an alluring charm. Seeing his eyes shamelessly roving over her, Su Lingyue felt even angrier. "Lu Tianlong, if you ever dare to tell Wan jokes again, I won't let it go." "Sister Lingyue, why not? I really enjoy jokes." Moron Wan protested from the side. "I said no means no. He is not a good person. So how can he tell any good jokes? Su Lingyue was very angry. She couldn't directly tell Murong Wanner that this guy specializes in telling inappropriate jokes. Murong Wanner pouted and said, I think he is quite nice, humorous and knowledgeable. And he's got a good temper. Even with you being so harsh on him, he still smiles all the time. A kindred spirit. Lu Tianlong felt a wave of emotion. It was the first time he had received such a high compliment. Humorous? That's just being slick-tongued. Su Lingyue gritted her teeth and said, I'm not going to waste my breath with you. Just talk to him less from now on. Humph, it's unfair. I can't even get him to tell me 2 jokes. Murong Wanner said, looking aggrieved. What did you say? Su Lingyue was furious, seeing that she was genuinely upset. Murong Wanner quickly said, all right, Sister Lingyue, I won't talk to him much anymore. Although she said that, the girls secretly turned to Lu Tianlong and mouthed, tell me a joke next time. Lu Tianlong nodded seriously. Since he had promised her, he had to keep his word. With not much time left before the party started, the two bid farewell to Murong Wanner and drove to the venue. In the car, the restless Su Lingyue was the first to explode. Sitting in the back seat and saying angrily, Lu Tianlong, you're not allowed to have any thoughts about Wanner. She is only 18. And very innocent. I'm innocent too. You're the one thinking wrongly. Lu Tianlong replied solemnly. You innocent? Then what was that all about earlier? Su Lingyue had never seen someone with such thick skin. Wanner said the milk you brought from the grassland is delicious. So I just wanted you to bring me some next time to try. What is wrong with that? Lu Tianlong questioned defiantly. You. Su Lingyue was so angry she couldn't speak, and simply punched him lightly on the shoulder. Lu Tianlong protested. A gentleman doesn't hit back. I'm not a gentleman. I'm a woman. What are you going to do about it? Su Lingyue felt a sense of accomplishment for finally gaining the upper hand in her confrontation with Lu Tianlong. What can I do? Work even harder to win your heart. Then I'll deal with you. Lu Tianlong grinned. You. Jerk. Another light punch followed. In Jiangnan, Haiyang City's top villa community is located in the central wetland landscape area, nestled between mountains and water, with a beautiful view. The party organized by Zheng Xiaofeng is being held here, and it's said to be one of his many luxury homes. This is a 3-story villa with a large courtyard in front. By the time Lu Tianlong and Su Lingyue arrived, the parking lot in the courtyard was already filled with various luxury cars. Compared to the others, Su Lingyue's Porsche Cayenne seemed rather unremarkable. The two got out of the car and, following the staff's guidance, walked side by side into the villa's hall. The hall was buzzing with activity, having gathered quite a crowd of about 20 to 30 people, mostly young adults in their 20s. The men were dressed in sharp suits, while the women wore elegant gowns, making it quite a high-profile private gathering. The arrival of the duo caught the attention of everyone in the hall, especially since Su Lingyue was exceptionally stunning and could effortlessly become the center of attention wherever she went. Su Lingyue is here. All the men's eyes lit up. Humph. Look at you all. Can't you see she has a male companion? The expressions of the women turned awkward, filled with envy and jealousy. The men were momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Su Lingyue rarely attended such parties, and when she did, she was always alone. Who was this man standing beside her? Lingyue, you arrived just in time. The party is about to start. Zheng Xiaofeng, who was chatting with a few people in the center of the hall, quickly made his way over, greeting her warmly from several steps away. However, when he noticed Lu Tiantian beside Su Lingyue, he visibly paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you know what you're supposed to do tonight? Su Lingyue said softly, a hint of concern in her voice as she saw Zheng Xiaofeng approaching. Lu Tiantian nodded and replied, I know, just what a boyfriend is supposed to do. What a boyfriend is supposed to do. I warn you, without my permission. Su Lingyue began, but before she could finish her sentence, Lu Tiantian moved. He suddenly reached out and gently held Su Lingyue's chin and in front of her wide-eyed gaze. He leaned in and kissed her deeply on those luscious red lips. The entire hall was stunned. Everyone gaped in disbelief, watching the two of them locked in a passionate kiss. Zheng Xiaofeng's smile froze on his face, leaving him standing there like a statue. Chapter 12. The Shield. Amidst the shocking atmosphere, the two of them kissed. Lu Tianlong had initially just wanted to tease the girl with a light kiss, a mere brush of lips. However, the moment his mouth touched Su Lingyue's slightly cool lips, gazing at her stunning face and inhaling her alluring scent, he found himself unable to stop, as if he had just chewed a piece of mint gum. Su Lingyue was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. The moment she was kissed, her mind went blank, and she forgot to struggle or resist, standing there dumbfounded with her eyes wide open, staring at Lu Tianlong, who was so close. When Su Lingyue finally snapped back to reality, she hurriedly reached out to push Lu Tianlong away, but her body felt weak, and she could barely stand, practically hanging on to him. Not bad, right? You jerk. Finally, Su Lingyue regained her senses, feeling both angry and flustered, her pretty face flushing all the way to her neck. She raised her fist to strike at Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong quickly grabbed her wrist, leaned in, and gently kissed her forehead. From a distance, they looked like a playful couple teasing each other. Don't cause a scene. There are so many people watching. And don't blame me. I had no choice. This kiss will save us a lot of trouble. Otherwise, when they start asking about my identity, can you guarantee they'll believe me? Lu Tianlong whispered in her ear. Su Lingyue gritted her teeth in frustration, ultimately deciding to let it go for now, but secretly vowed to make this jerk pay once they got back. The 2 to 3 dozen people in the hall finally came back to their senses. Their expressions varied. Some were annoyed, some curious, and others glared at Lu Tianlong with gritted teeth. Zheng Xiaofeng, who was still in a greeting posture, finally regained his composure. A flicker of anger passed through his eyes, but was quickly suppressed as he forced a smile and walked up to the 2 of them. Lingyue, you haven't introduced us. Who is this? The others in the hall perked up, clearly interested in the answer. Lu Tianlong shot him a disdainful look and said, Zheng Xiao, right? I'm Lu Tianlong, Su Lingyue's boyfriend. Boyfriend? As far as I know, Lingyue doesn't have a boyfriend, Zheng Xiaofeng frowned. You have no idea about a lot of things. Lu Tianlong replied with a grin. Zheng Xiaofeng's face stiffened, a surge of anger rising within him. But suddenly, his mind cooled down a bit, and he felt that Lu Tianlong looked somewhat familiar. After scrutinizing him for a moment, his anger dissipated, and he smiled. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Lingyue's driver, right? Lingyue's driver? She's dating her driver? This explosive news instantly sparked a flurry of discussion in the hall. Lingyue, if I'm guessing correctly, he should be your temporary shield, right? You want to tell us that you already have a boyfriend and that we shouldn't pursue you anymore, am I right? Zheng Xiaofeng said with a smile. Su Lingyue felt a jolt of panic. Zheng Xiaofeng had seen right through her. Zheng Xiaofeng, do you really think Lingyue is such a casual woman? Do you think she would just randomly find a guy to kiss and sleep with just to brush you off? Even if she is, do I look like someone who is that casual? Lu Tianlong said angrily. Su Lingyue pinched some soft flesh at his waist hard and replied, You're not a casual person, but when you are, you're not even human. Zheng Xiaofeng's expression froze. He knew Su Lingyue too well. How could this proud woman possibly let another man hug or kiss her so easily? Zheng Xiaofeng, I can't believe you think of me like that. Su Lingyue didn't waste any time and questioned him with a serious face. Seeing her angry, Zheng Xiaofeng panicked and quickly waved his hands, saying, Lingyue, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I just thought the situation was too sudden. Not sudden at all. We've been together for 2 days now. That day, a foolish guy set up a huge heart made of roses in front of the Phoenix Group building, and I accidentally crushed it. Lingyue thought my crushing move was really cool, and that's how we got together, Lu Tianlong chuckled. Zheng Xiaofeng clenched his fists, thinking to himself, damn, I am that foolish guy you mentioned. Lingyue, is this handsome guy really your driver? A group of 3 or 4 men and women approached. One of them, a sharp-tongued woman, said with a sweet smile. Su Lingyue glanced at her and replied coolly, This is my boyfriend, Lu Tianlong. He is now the assistant to the president of the Phoenix Group. Oh wow, from a driver to the assistant to the president of the Phoenix Group? Kid, you've really turned your life around. A cream-faced young man chimed in sarcastically. Don't say that. Anything can happen these days. It's not surprising for a crow to fly up and become a phoenix. The sharp-tongued woman sneered. Most of the people behind them wore similar expressions, clearly looking down on Lu Tianlong for his background as a driver. Su Lingyue glared at them. Lu Tianlong smiled and interjected, It's all good. Being with Lingyue means I won't have to struggle my whole life. Not everyone gets to experience this kind of good fortune. Basically, you're just a pretty boy. The cream-faced young man said with jealousy. Do you enough? If you don't welcome me, we'll leave right now. Su Lingyue glared at Zheng Xiaofeng angrily. Lu Tianlong was brought by her, and even if she didn't like him, others shouldn't be allowed to humiliate him. Do you stop it? Lingyue is my guest. Don't be too harsh on her. Zheng Xiaofeng pretended to be displeased. Lu Tianlong found it amusing. Zheng Xiaofeng seemed to imply that they couldn't be too harsh on Su Lingyue, but could be harsh on him? Fine, let us give Zheng Xiaofeng some face. The cream-faced young man snickered. Wait for me here. I'm going to the restroom. Just pretend you didn't hear anything they say. After all the hugging and kissing moments earlier, Su Lingyue's makeup was a bit smudged, and she wanted to take this opportunity to calm down. Sure, go ahead. I'll make sure to get along with them. Lu Tianlong said cheerfully. Once Su Lingyue went to the restroom, Zheng Xiaofeng also made an excuse to head upstairs. Before leaving, he secretly exchanged glances with Du Yu and the others. Soon, a group of 4 or 5 people, led by the cream-faced young man Du Yu, gathered around. So, you must be Lu Tianlong? How could Su Lingyue possibly be interested in a driver like you? You two are simply not a match, don't you know? It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. No, it should be a good cabbage being pushed around by a pig. A few people chimed in, eagerly humiliating Lu Tianlong. Most of the crowd in the hall wore expressions of schadenfreude, while a few others frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that Du Yu and the others were going a bit too far. No one stepped in to stop it, indicating that Su Lingyue's social standing in the Haiyang peer group was indeed not very good. Lu Tianlong, are you angry with what we're saying? A burly guy stepped forward, grinning mockingly. If you're upset, you can show it. Say a few words, don't just stand there looking like we're bullying you. Exactly. The pretty boy Du Yu also joined in, saying, you should at least react a bit. Don't just stand there grinning like an idiot. It's killing our vibe. Lu Tianlong smiled, looking at Du Yu. No passion? Want me to give you something explosive? Sure. You, little driver, bring it on. Du Yu sneered, eyeing him disdainfully. All right, I'll give you something. Lu Tianlong nodded seriously, then swung his arm and slapped Du Yu hard across the face. Du Yu spun around twice on the spot and collapsed to the ground with a thud, two of his front teeth flying out, mixed with blood. How's that? Is that explosive enough for you? If not, I can give you more. Lu Tianlong chuckled, looking at the stunned Du Yu on the ground. He then slowly turned around, his expression turning cold. What a bunch of clueless fools, thinking that a slap will make them feel better. Chapter 13A Slap. Did that little driver, Lu Tianlong, really just slap Du Yu? And he did it so hard that Du Yu spun around twice and lost two of his big teeth? He called everyone idiots? This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. They looked at the imposing Lu Tianlong, then at Du Yu, whose face was half swollen, and everyone was frozen in shock. You actually dared to hit Du Yu? I'll fight you. A sharp-faced woman lunged at Lu Tianlong, claws outstretched. Get lost. Without hesitation, Lu Tianlong kicked her hard in the stomach. She let out a pitiful scream and flew backward like a shrimp, landing on the ground and grimacing in pain. You actually dared to hit me? You little tramp, what are you going to do about it? If you keep acting tough, I swear I'll make you regret it. Want to test me? Lu Tianlong sneered. I don't start trouble, but if someone messes with me, I want to hold back. Gender doesn't matter. The crowd gasped again, stunned by his ferocity. Lu Tianlong, you're just a damn driver. How dare you act tough here? You must be tired of living. Too arrogant. Let us get him, brothers. He threw the first punch. And even if young Master Zheng shows up, he won't blame us. Yeah, let us go. The few guys who had just ridiculed Lu Tianlong alongside Du Yu quickly rolled up their sleeves, shouting and cursing, clearly ready to gang up on him. Gang up on me? With you bunch of losers? I'm just a driver, but taking you down is like child's play for me. Lu Tianlong didn't waste time with their nonsense. He suddenly stepped forward, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and soared more than a meter into the air. His right leg swept across sharply, landing squarely on one guy's chest. That guy was sent flying, crashing into a pillar with a loud bang before bouncing back down, clutching his chest and unable to get up for a long time. This was Lu Tianlong going easy on him. Otherwise, that kick could have easily taken the guy's life. The violent and bloody scene made many in the crowd scream in terror, and everyone scrambled to get as far away from Lu Tianlong as possible. A few women were shouting for security, their voices hoarse. But there wasn't a single guard in sight. I called you idiots to flatter you. You're just being played like fools and still think you're so tough. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop blabbering. You bunch, weren't you going to gang up on me? Come on, let us see it. Anyone else who isn't satisfied can join in. I, a little driver, can take all of you on. Lu Tianlong beckoned to the guys in front of him, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The guys he called out all instinctively took a step back, their faces turning pale with fear. The others were looking around, not daring to meet Lu Tianlong's gaze. They were just a bunch of arrogant rich second-generation kids, used to bullying the honest and showing off in front of girls. They had never encountered someone as ruthless as Lu Tianlong. He was on a completely different level. What a bunch of cowards. I can't believe you would dare to speak up. Listen up, Su Lingyue is my woman. If anyone dares to make a fuss in front of her again, I don't care if you're male or female, I will take you all down. And what? You all look down on the driver, huh? Well, you better listen carefully. My name is Lu Tianlong, and I speak for the driver. Lu Tianlong exuded an intimidating presence, coldly scanning the room. Everyone quickly looked down or pretended to be interested in something else. No one dared to respond. Even if they were foolish, they could see Lu Tianlong's strength. This driver was ruthless. Even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be enough to make a dent. Lu Tianlong was like a tiger surveying a flock of sheep, proud and imposing. Seeing that no one dared to speak up again, he casually strolled over to the side of the hall, grabbed some food from the buffet, and began to devour it. Su Lingyue didn't dare to linger in the restroom, fearing that if she took too long, Lu Tianlong might be bullied by that group outside. When she rushed out, she saw Lu Tianlong leisurely sitting in a chair, swinging his legs and enjoying a slice of cake. The remaining group of guys huddled together at a distance, not daring to look his way. What's going on? They didn't bully you, did they? Su Lingwei furrowed her brow as she approached Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong wiped his mouth and said nonchalantly, "A bunch of fools. Do you think I would let them bully me? If I'm not bullying them, they should be counting their lucky stars." Su Lingwei was speechless. She had never seen someone so full of themselves. She thought Lu Tianlong was just bragging. But wait, he called them fools. And yet this proud group didn't react at all. They all acted as if they hadn't heard him. That didn't make sense. "Are you really okay?" Su Lingwei asked. Still concerned. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. "Of course. We were having a great time earlier. They all think we are a perfect match, a talented guy with a beautiful girl. You don't believe me, do you? Hey, who is it, do you? Come here." Lu Tianlong beckoned to Du Yu. Du Yu instinctively wanted to back away. But when Lu Tianlong shot him a glare, he shivered and approached nervously. "Tell me, do we make a good couple?" "Why, yeah, we do." Du Yu stammered, struggling to speak with two missing teeth. "You hit him?" Su Lingwei exclaimed, noticing Du Yu's swollen face. Lu Tianlong shook his head vigorously. "I didn't hit him." "Then how did he end up like that?" Su Lingwei didn't believe him. "I haven't even eaten dinner yet. I'm too weak to fight." Lu Tianlong adamantly refused to admit anything. The crowd was speechless. Seriously weak? Just a moment ago, he knocked out two of Du Yu's teeth with one slap. "Don't believe me? Do you? Tell Lingwei how you got that injury on your face. Was it me who did it? Speak the truth. If you lie, you're a coward." Lu Tianlong said angrily. Du Yu felt like crying. How did he end up facing such a ruthless and shameless guy? "And no, it wasn't you. I accidentally bumped into the wall. Did you hear that? He crashed into it himself. It's none of my business. I'm a good person. You can't slander me. And you? Well, you managed to crash into a wall just like a pig running into a tree. You better be more careful when walking in the future." Lu Tianlong kindly advised. Du Yu walked away with tears in her eyes. Su Lingwei still had her doubts, but since Du Yu admitted herself that it wasn't Lu Tianlong who hit her, and Lu Tianlong seemed fine, she didn't ask any further. Zheng Xiaofeng appeared on the second floor, looking quite pleased. Before leaving, he had already given Du Yu a signal to gather a few people to humiliate Lu Tianlong. If they could force him to strike first, that would be even better. They could take the opportunity to give him a good beating and make him look foolish in front of Su Lingwei. To ensure everything went as planned, he had even called the security at the entrance to make sure they wouldn't intervene, no matter what happened inside. After estimating that the time was right, he stepped out of his room, eager to watch the show. The first person he spotted was Du Yu, whose face was severely swollen. After a moment of surprise, Zheng Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel pleased. It seemed that there had indeed been some action. Du Yu might have taken a hit, but Lu Tianlong would be in worse shape. Perhaps he'd already been turned into a punching bag by Du Yu and her crew. He eagerly scanned the room for Lu Tianlong, searching high and low until he finally spotted him in a corner. But wait, something was off. This guy was happily enjoying a slice of cake in one hand and a bottle of cola in the other. Chapter 14, Qian vs. Hummer. Zheng Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Du Yu's face was swollen, while this guy seemed completely unscathed. "Zheng Xiao, you have to stand up for me. Look at what this bastard did to me. I look like a pig." As soon as they saw him come down, Du Yu and a few others rushed to surround him. Du Yu pointed at his own face, looking distraught. "Exactly, Zheng Xiao. This punk is too arrogant. Hitting people on your turf. Look at what he did to Du Yu." Du Yu had gotten off relatively lightly. His girlfriend Xiao Xiao had been kicked in the stomach and went to the restroom without coming out. Then there was Wang Biao, who had been struck in the chest and sent flying several meters. Now he was still lying on a chair, unable to get up, with someone to rally around. The group began to voice their condemnation of Lu Tianlong. What on earth had happened? Zheng Xiaofeng's expression darkened. This banquet was organized by him. All the guests were invited by him, and it was on his turf. Du Yu and his friends being beaten was like a slap in his face, especially since Lu Tianlong was completely unharmed. However, he couldn't understand how Du Yu and a few others couldn't handle a single Lu Tianlong. A quick-tongued guy stepped forward to explain the whole situation in detail. "This guy can actually fight?" Zheng Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. "Fight my foot," Du Yu cursed, saying. "He ambushed me when I wasn't paying attention and slapped me, then kicked Wang Biao when he was caught off guard. If it weren't for the sneak attack, we would have taken him down long ago." "Exactly. This guy is too shameless. If it had been a fair fight, we would have already knocked him out." The others chimed in, determined not to let Lu Tianlong's prowess make them lose face. "Regardless, he assaulted you guys on my turf, and he threw the first punch. I can't just let this slide. Come with me, let's confront him," Zheng Xiaofeng said coldly as he stepped toward Lu Tianlong. After a couple of steps, He turned around to find Du Yu and the others bickering and complaining, but no one was following him. Aren't you coming? Zheng Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. Du Yu covered his face and said, Zheng Xiao, this guy doesn't play by the rules. I think you should call a few more security guards. Yeah, Zheng Xiao. Just in case things get rough, we can't afford to lose our status. Better to have more security outside to handle him. These guys weren't stupid. They had seen clearly that Lu Tianlong was no pushover. They had just been beaten up and were now hesitant to approach him again. With Zheng Xiaofeng there, what good would it do? If he dared to hit someone here, it meant he didn't think much of Zheng Xiaofeng at all. Fine. Then I won't go look for him, Zheng Xiaofeng thought quickly, sighing as he abandoned the idea of confronting Lu Tianlong. They had already been beaten. What was the point of reasoning with him now? Should they really follow Du Yu's suggestion and call security to deal with Lu Tianlong? Zheng Xiaofeng couldn't afford to lose face. Let's admit defeat today and deal with this bastard another time. No need to wait. Du Yu's face twisted with rage as he said, I've already called my brother. He's with the Black Tiger sect, and he'll send over a couple of skilled fighters soon. They should be here shortly, and I will make sure to take down that scoundrel Lu Tianlong today. People from the Black Tiger sect? Zheng Xiaofeng squinted, a troubled expression crossing his face. Do we really need to escalate things this much? Involving the sect could lead to some serious consequences. I can't worry about that right now. Du Yu gritted his teeth. I have to vent my anger today. But don't worry, Zheng Xiao. I want to make a scene here. After the event, I'll follow them and take action on the way. I'm personally going to break Lu Tianlong's legs. You're someone of stature in Haiyang, and I understand your temperament. Being beaten by someone like him must be infuriating, and you definitely can't let it slide. But I still think it's unnecessary to make this such a big deal. Zheng Xiaofeng spoke artfully, with just a few words igniting Du Yu's fury. Du Yu retorted fiercely, you don't need to worry about it. Du Yu, have never suffered such a huge loss. If I don't deal with him today, I want to be able to face you guys again. Just wait for my good news. Zheng Xiaofeng pretended to sigh dramatically, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. I thought this party would be fun, and that I could enjoy myself. Look at me, I'm stuffed, and no one has come over to chat with us. It feels lonely up here. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlong, having eaten to his heart's content, let out a loud burp and said arrogantly, I've eaten so much, and nobody has even come over to talk to us. Su Lingwei rolled her eyes and replied, you expect them to come over and talk to you? You really think too highly of yourself. I'm like a prized onion standing tall in the storm. Who dares to dip me in sauce? I'll curse their ancestors. Lu Tianlong puffed out his chest. Looking bold and carefree, Su Lingwei found herself at a loss with him. She was puzzled. It had been over an hour, and aside from Zheng Xiaofeng's brief, pretentious pleasantries before he quickly left, no one had spoken to them all night. This was unusual. Normally, that group would swarm around like flies, buzzing with concern. It wasn't just the men who were acting strangely, the women were too. Su Lingwei was exceptional, easily outshining most women wherever she went, which often led to jealousy and slander from her peers. But today, none of the women dared to even glance her way. Having eaten and drunk enough, there's nothing left to do. Lingwei, let us just go home and sleep, Lu Tianlong yawned. Who's going home to sleep with you? Su Lingwei shot him a fierce glare and gritted her teeth. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant we should each go back to our own homes. Lu Tianlong grinned. Before I win your heart, we want to be sleeping together. Su Lingwei simply chose to ignore him. However, she thought to herself that since she was already there and the news about her having a boyfriend was already out, her purpose was fulfilled, and she could leave. Out of courtesy, she said a few words to Zheng Xiaofeng, who pretended to persuade her to stay for a moment, but didn't say much after that, and even personally saw them to the door. The two drove back home. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off that night. You were the one who hit Du Yu, right? Su Lingwei questioned Lu Tianlong, staring at him intently. Hey, since you figured it out, I want to deny it. I did hit her. Lu Tianlong replied with a grin. Su Lingwei was taken aback and said, you dared to hit Du Yu right there. And those people just watched? Honestly, I was scared too. There were so many of them. I initially planned to hit her and run, thinking they wouldn't be able to catch me. But after I hit her, I threw out a few harsh words, and they all got scared. None of them dared to say a thing, so I didn't run. They only bully the weak. Su Lingwei found this reason somewhat acceptable, but then her eyes widened. And she said, you originally planned to hit her and just leave me there? Haha, no way. Before I ran, I would definitely have dragged you to the bathroom with me. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily, glancing at the rearview mirror, looking troubled. That Du Yu is quite the vengeful character. Huh. Su Lingwei didn't understand what he meant. Lu Tianlong pointed to the rearview mirror and said, see, since we came out, that car has been following us. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely help that Du Yu called. Su Lingwei's eyes widened as she turned to look and indeed saw a Hummer tailing them about 10 meters behind. She quickly calmed herself and said, I heard that Du has a brother who is a mid-level member of a sect in Haiyang. Their group is really strong and skilled. Since they dare to chase us, they must be prepared. We need to leave quickly. We can't leave. Lu Tianlong shook his head, looking distressed. They might have ambushes ahead. If we rush in, it would be like walking into a trap. Su Linghua thought for a moment and realized there was indeed a possibility of that. What do we do then? We fight them. Lu Tianlong gritted his teeth. Just the two of us? How can we fight them? If they dare to chase us, they must be confident. Su Linghua panicked. Lu Tianlong looked even more distressed. What should we do? You got me into this mess, pretending to be your fake boyfriend. I didn't gain anything, and now I've offended them. They're definitely going to ruin me tonight. Su Linghua felt a bit guilty as well. She realized she had dragged Lu Tianlong into this. Well, a small chicken might get a big scar, but 20 years later, it will still be a brave rooster. I'll go down and hold them off. You drive away. Lu Tianlong declared heroically. Su Linghua gritted her teeth and grabbed his arm. No, they won't let you go. I should go down. You hurry and run. They won't do anything to me. You're insulting me. Lu Tianlong was furious. How could I leave my woman behind and run first? You go, bastard. Who's your woman? In the back of the Hummer, sitting in the passenger seat, Du wore a fierce expression, excitement bubbling in his voice. Look. Su Linghua's car is swaying. She must know we're following her and is scared out of her wits. In the back seat, two men in black looked on disdainfully, with one snorting derisively. Du Xiao, it's just a driver. Does Duga really think it's worth sending both of us along? I could crush that punk with one hand. Haha, let us do it later. His car is slowing down. Hurry up and overtake it. This place is remote, and there's a deep ditch beside us. Let us force him to stop and deal with him. Du shouted excitedly. Why bother? Can't we just ram him with the Hummer? With that car of his, it'll be like hitting a toy. We can flip him over easily. One of the guys in the back sneered. No way. I want to personally smash that bastard's face into a pulp. Du gritted his teeth. Go on, overtake. The driver obediently slammed the accelerator. And the Hummer roared to life, executing a perfect maneuver to overtake, positioning itself right in front of Su Linghua's Qian. Just as Du and the others were about to slow down and get out, the situation took a turn. The Qian suddenly accelerated, instantly reaching a sprinting speed, and crashed directly into the left rear side of their Hummer. The Hummer spun around from the impact, and amidst Du's terrified shouts, it plunged straight into the 5 or 6 meter deep ditch beside the road. Meanwhile, Su Linghua's Qian barely felt the impact, only slightly shifting its front. And didn't he even stop, quickly disappearing into the distance. In the darkness, bloodied and upside down, Du crawled out of the shattered window of the Hummer, shouting at the top of his lungs, what the hell is going on? That driver is brutal. A Qian can flip a Hummer. Chapter 15. Setting the table, Su Lingyu was stunned in the car. Everything had happened too suddenly for her to react. Did the Hummer really fall into the ditch? Her Qian crashed into it at such high speed, yet it didn't flip over, just swayed a bit. Boss, your car must be modified, right? In her panic, she accidentally hit the gas and flipped the Hummer? Lu Tianlong pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. Not modified at all. Su Lingyu replied, looking puzzled. Haha, that means my driving skills are just that good. Lu Tianlong exclaimed excitedly. You're just bragging. It's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Su Lingyu could only explain it that way. Flipping the Hummer at such speed while her own car only swayed a bit could only be attributed to luck and coincidence. This is what they call a blessed person has their own protection. Now that we're in the bustling area, no matter how bold they are, they won't dare to act recklessly. We're safe now. Lu Tianlong chuckled, thinking that even if he had to ram the Hummer directly, it would be a piece of cake. Boss, I think I performed quite well today. Aren't you going to reward me? Maybe we could spend a long, sleepless night talking about dreams and life together? Talk about what? Don't think that just because you did a little something, I'll forgive you. Not a chance. I'd love to fire you right now and never see you again. Su Lingyu gritted her teeth, thinking of how this guy clumsily took her first time. And she felt like jumping on him to strangle him. One day, you will change your impression of me. Winning your heart and unlocking more possibilities is my goal for the rest of my life. Lu Tianlong waved his fist. Su Lingyu was once again tempted to take this jerk down with her. Be careful with Du. They might not dare to do anything to me, but they might secretly cause you trouble. As they reached the entrance of the community, Su Lingyu hesitated before turning back. Lu Yong snapped his fingers and smiled. Thanks for your concern, boss. You're such a kind girl, and I'll work even harder to win your heart. With that, he sped off, leaving behind Su Lingyu's piercing scream. The next morning, after picking Su Lingyu up for work, Lu Tianlong went to the car team as usual to chat with Big Zhang and Xiao Wu. This group once again insisted that he treat them. After thinking for a moment and realizing he had no plans for the day, He agreed to set up a dinner at the Xianghe Hotel across from Phoenix Group that evening. I can tell today's dinner will be fantastic. The lewd Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, then squinted his eyes and cautiously said, Brother Tianlong, we've been at the company for quite a while, and still haven't met President Su. Can you invite her to join us for dinner tonight? Everyone immediately chimed in, looking at Lu Tianlong with eager eyes. Someone like Su Ling Yi was someone they, the bottom-tier employees of the car team, would never have a chance to meet. She was the legendary goddess. Well, I can't guarantee that, but I can give it a try. Lu Tianlong didn't want to dampen their spirits and nodded after some thought. Awesome. I can tell just by a glance that Brother Tianlong will definitely agree. Little Five flirted, only to be met with a group beating. Watching the commotion among the crowd, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but smile genuinely. He liked these people, enjoyed this atmosphere. Kind, simple, innocent, not like the bloody, violent, and murderous past he had endured. Boss, we're having dinner at Xianghe Building at 7 tonight. The team wants to meet you, so if you have time, please come. Oh, and if you do come, dress a bit more provocatively to give these guys something to look at. Lu Tianlong texted Su Lingyue after finding her number. After waiting for a while without a reply, Lu Tianlong shrugged it off. It was expected. Brother Long, do you think President Su will come? Oh man, my heart is racing so hard. It feels like it's about to jump out. At 7 in the evening. In the moonlight private room of Xianghe Building, the other 5 members of the team sat straight, nervously fidgeting, while Lu Tianlong leaned back in his chair, casually playing on his phone. Hey Tianlong, what did President Su say? Is she coming or not? I even secretly wore my wedding suit without telling my wife. Big Zhang said, wiping sweat from his brow. You guys are making me nervous too. Hey, little Five, hurry up and calculate whether President Su will show up. Another guy chimed in. Creak. The door swung open, and a charming figure appeared. Stand at attention, someone shouted, and apart from Lu Tianlong, the other 5 jumped up from their seats as if they were in a military parade. What are you doing? You don't need to welcome me like this. Feng Yongling at the door exclaimed, startled. Oh, it's just little Lingling. Could you give a heads up before you come in? You scared my heart out. Big Zhang complained. Do I need to announce myself just to have a meal? Are you messing with me? Tomorrow, you're delivering to Beishan. Feng Yongling retorted, hands on her hips. No way, that awful place. Last time I went, it jolted my backside to pieces. Little Lingling, I was wrong. Can't you forgive me? Big Zhang said with a pained expression. Humph, you have to go. I need to teach you a lesson. Feng Yongling huffed, then naturally sat down next to Lu Tianlong. Her fierce demeanor instantly melting into a bright smile, looking all sweet and affectionate. Little Ling and our Tianlong truly make a perfect pair. Look how well they match sitting together. It's like a combination of fierce beasts. No, it's a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Big Zhang quickly praised. I can't take it. The others chimed in. You guys are terrible. Brother Tianlong, they're bullying me. Feng Yongling said bashfully, clinging to Lu Tianlong's arm. It's so hot, so hot. Waiter, bring a pot of water to cool us down. Their intimate gestures made the other guys feel heated and too shy to look directly at them. Big Zhang swallowed hard and shouted towards the door. The private room door opened. I can tell just by a glance that the water is here. Little Five thought it was the waiter, but when he turned around, he froze in place. Little Five, are you in a daze? Big Zhang, puzzled, turned to look as well, only to find himself equally petrified. Su Lingyue, with an elegant updo and dressed in a flowing white gown, stood quietly at the door. With her slender waist, long legs, and a stunning face that could rival any celebrity, she exuded a noble aura that instantly silenced the entire private room. The city's flower of Haiyang, the Ice Queen, the president of the Phoenix Group. Was it true that the legendary Su Lingyue, who even the most sought-after young elites couldn't get a date with, had really arrived? I calculated in my mind, and I knew this was none other than President Su. Xiao Wu was so nervous that he couldn't even twist his tongue properly. And the others weren't much better off. Hello everyone, I am Su Lingyue, she said with a faint smile, her gaze sweeping over Lu Tianlong and Feng Yongling, who were cozied up together. She looked a bit startled, her smile fading as her small fists instinctively clenched. However, being someone who had seen her fair share of major events, she quickly regained her composure. I apologize for not having met everyone due to work commitments. I sincerely appreciate all the contributions you have made to the Phoenix Group. By the way, I ran into Manager Wang Ying from the HR department on my way here, so I invited her to join us. It might be a bit abrupt, but since we're all colleagues, let us get to know each other. Su Lingyue took a step forward, and Wang Ying followed her into the private room. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Ying from the HR department. Wang Ying was dressed in a black professional outfit, her demeanor equally serious. However, Lu Tianlong noticed that the top button of her shirt was no longer fastened as tightly as usual. She shot a quick glance at Lu Tianlong. who returned a mischievous gaze, grinning. Wang Ying seemed flustered and quickly averted her eyes. This girl is finally starting to get the hang of things under my guidance. I'll have to keep pushing to see if I can make her a bit more open-minded, Lu Tianlong thought wickedly to himself. Feng Yongling and Su Lingwei sat on either side of Lu Tianlong, with Wang Ying next to Su Lingwei, while the others took their seats further down. Once everyone was settled, Lu Tianlong signaled the waiter to bring out the dishes. The meal was filled with amusing moments. The appearance of President Su Lingwei and manager Wang Ying left the group of rugged men completely dumbfounded. Big Zhang struggled to pick up food, his fingers not bending at all. The usually awkward Xiao Lu didn't know where to look, staring at his own feet for half the evening. Xiao Wu, however, showed some bravery, raising his glass to toast Su Lingwei, but his hands were shaking so much that most of it spilled. Feng Yongling also became more reserved, no longer daring to openly flirt with Lu Tianlong. Yet, she couldn't help but steal glances at Su Lingwei and Wang Ying. Sensing that both women looked at Lu Tianlong in an unusual way. You're out there flirting around. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Feng Yongling thought to herself, secretly pinching Lu Tianlong's thigh with a resentful expression. Lu Tianlong pretended not to notice. Assistant Lu seems to be quite accomplished. I'm sure many girls like you, Su Lingwei said gracefully, taking a bite of food as if casually asking. Boss, you flatter me. Without you, there would be no me today. Lu Tianlong chuckled. This remark made Su Lingwei's face flush bright red. She shot Lu Tianlong a fierce glare, quickly taking a sip of water to cover her embarrassment. At that moment, Wang Ying suddenly received a phone call, and her face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Mr. Su, everyone, I'm sorry, but I have to rush home. There's a family matter that needs my attention. Is it urgent? Su Lingwei asked with concern. Yes, it's very urgent. Wang Ying's eyes seemed to be slightly red. My car is right outside. I'll have him take you home, and then come back for me, Su Lingwei said, glancing at Lu Tiantong. After a moment of hesitation, she added, I'll wait for you. Chapter 16, a rampage to Lu Tianlong's surprise. Wang Ying, who held a high position in the Phoenix Group, actually lived in a slum, and it wasn't far from where he rented. This was an area forgotten by the government. In recent years, the development focus of Haiyang City had shifted to the eastern part, while the economy in the west stagnated. There were no demolitions, no businesses. Just a few dilapidated 2- and 3-story buildings, most of which were rented out to workers who came to Haiyang. It was dirty, chaotic, and mixed with all sorts of people. Assistant Lu, thank you. I'm home now. You can go back and pick up General Manager Su. Wang Ying said as she got out of the car at the entrance of a dim alley. What's the rush? Do you need my help? Lu Tianlong asked. Glancing at the dark alley, Wang Ying quickly shook her head and said, no need. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. Don't keep General Manager Su waiting. All right. Be careful, and call me if you need anything, Lu Tianlong replied, nodding. Thanks. With that, Wang Ying almost ran into the alley. Hey kid, hurry up and call your sister. If she doesn't show up in 5 minutes, I'll squash her head. In front of a rundown apartment building, a group of 7 or 8 shirtless men surrounded a boy of about 16 or 17, who was lying on the ground with his head under the foot of a man tattooed with a large eagle on his chest. Eagle Master, I've already called my sister. She'll be back soon. Please, don't hit me. The boy, bruised and battered, begged with tears and snot streaming down his face. Damn, Wang Shangjin, look at you. If your sister weren't pretty, I would have taught you a lesson by now. The man known as Eagle Master spat on the boy's head. Did you remember what I told you earlier? Repeat it back to me. I remember. I'll definitely convince my sister to go out with you. If she refuses, I'll die right here. Wang Shangjin nodded vigorously. Now that's more like it. As long as your sister is with me, you'll be living the good life. Eagle Master laughed heartily. In the distance, Wang Ying ran towards them, panting when she reached the group. Seeing her brother being trampled on, she charged in like a crazed lioness. Get away from him. If anyone dares to bully my brother, I'll fight you. She rushed forward, pushing the group aside to shield her brother behind her. Hey, is that Wang Ying back? Eagle Master looked at her and swallowed hard. What is up? Your deadbeat old man owes me 200,000, and your brother borrowed 80,000 from me. That's a total of 280,000. I'll let you off easy, 250,000. What? Shangjin, didn't you promise me you wouldn't borrow money to play around anymore? You were going to focus on school. Wang Ying turned around angrily. Tears streamed down Wang Shangjin's face as he cried, Sister, I'm sorry. Wang Ying was at a loss for words, on the verge of tears. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Eagle, we owe you money, and I will definitely pay you back. I've saved up 100,000, and I can get it for you right now. I'll pay back the rest as soon as possible. 100,000? That's not enough. I want it all today. 250,000, not a penny less. Eagle replied, his demeanor unyielding. Of course, I understand that it's not easy for you siblings. Coming up with such a large sum all at once is a challenge. But don't worry, I can offer you a way out. He glanced over at Wang Shangjin, who stood behind Wang Ying. Sister, Eagle just told me that if you agree to be with him, we won't have to pay back the money we owe. And he'll even let me join the Eagle sect. Slap. Wang Ying spun around and slapped Wang Shangjin hard across the face, trembling with anger. Shangjin, you're really something. Are you trying to push your sister into a dead end? Sis, just go with Eagle. Otherwise, they won't let me go. Wang Shangjin cried, kneeling on the ground. If you don't agree, I'll kill myself right here. Mom and Dad aren't around anymore. No one cares about me or loves me. What's the point of living? Shangjin. Tears streamed down Wang Ying's face as her expression shifted from pain to numbness. Perhaps this was fate. What else could she do but accept it? Could she really watch her brother, her only family in the world, die right in front of her? Eagle was excited. Knowing that things were going his way today, he could hardly contain himself. Sistering, since he wants to die, let him go ahead. He can crash into a wall, hang himself, or take sleeping pills, whatever he wants. Suddenly, a lazy male voice came from behind the group. Wang Ying looked up sharply to see Lu Tianlong casually approaching with his hands in his pockets. Lu Tianlong, you need to leave. Wang Ying shouted anxiously. The Eagle sect was a small organization located in a slum area, and Eagle was its leader. Although the sect was not large, it had quite a number of disciples, all of whom were trained to be physically capable and ruthless in combat. She didn't want to drag Lu Tianlong into this situation. Who are you? Eagle glared, clearly annoyed by the interruption. His 6 or 7 disciples immediately surrounded Lu Tianlong. Eagle, don't be angry. I'm Lu Tianlong, Wang Ying's driver. I live around here too, and I've heard a lot about you. I hope to rely on you for guidance in the future. Lu Tianlong turned to Eagle, smiling as he extended his hand. Humph, at least you know how to be smart. Eagle replied, his expression smug as he shook Lu Tianlong's hand. But as soon as their hands clasped, Eagle's face changed. It felt like his hand was caught in a vice. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face twisted in pain. Eagle, I think there might be a misunderstanding here. How about this? Let them go home first, and we can have a good talk. Okay. Lu Tianlong maintained his smile, but applied more pressure. Okay. With his back to Wang Ying, Eagle, he seemed to hear the cracking sound of his own bones. Gritting his teeth in pain, and quickly waving his hand to let the two of them go. Lu Tianlong. What's going on? Wang Ying thought to herself, puzzled. The usually fierce Eagle, Yi was surprisingly easy to talk to this time. You guys head back first. I need to have a good chat with Eagle Yi. We're brothers. Lu Tianlong said with a smile. Despite her confusion, Wang Ying complied with Lu Tianlong's request and left with her brother, looking back several times. Once they were far away, Lu Tianlong finally relaxed and released his grip on Eagle Yi's hand. Eagle Yi, feeling good? Feeling good, my ass. How dare you ruin Eagle Yi's plans? Are you tired of living? Eagle Yi roared. Brothers, get him. Teach this ungrateful brat a lesson. Just as Wang Ying was slipping away, Eagle Yi's fury erupted. And with a command, 6 or 7 of his disciples charged at Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong sneered, shaking off his previous laziness. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced as the crowd attacked him. He pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the first guy in front of him. With a loud crack, the sound of breaking ribs echoed as the guy flew back, spitting blood. Before he even hit the ground, Lu Tianlong unleashed a terrifying core strength, twisting his body mid-air and executing a sweeping kick that sent another guy shrieking backward. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, the assault was completely unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, all 6 or 7 of Eagle Yi's disciples were sprawled on the ground, rolling in agony, with none able to get back up. Chapter 17. The fiery female officer. How are you feeling now? Lu Tianlong clapped his hands, putting on an innocent smile as he slowly walked up to Master Eagle. Master Eagle was completely dumbfounded, staring at his disciples rolling on the ground, terrified and realizing he had encountered someone truly formidable, someone far beyond the ordinary. You're supposed to be part of a sect, not one of those unscrupulous street gangs. How could you engage in such heartless deeds? Lu Tianlong squinted his eyes and asked, Heartless? Which sect are you from, brother? Master Eagle stared intently at Lu Tianlong, terrified by his methods and worried about which sect he might belong to. I don't belong to any sect. Like I said, I'm just a small-time driver. Lu Tianlong shrugged. A driver? Nonsense. Master Eagle thought Lu Tianlong was mocking him. Who has ever seen such a fierce driver? Do whatever you want. Kill me or torture me. I'll take the blame today. But you better finish me off today, or as long as I, Master Eagle, draw breath, my eagle sect will never let this go. Threatening me? Lu Tianlong scoffed, suddenly grabbing Master Eagle by the neck. With a slight squeeze, he lifted the man, who weighed around 170 to 180 pounds, off the ground with just one hand. Master Eagle's face turned red as he kicked his legs in a panic, but Lu Tianlong's grip was like a vice, holding him firmly in midair. Killing you is no different from squashing an ant. But today, I want to touch you. Listen carefully. From now on, all debts between you and Wang Ying are wiped clean. If you have any objections, come find me, Lu Tianlong. I'm always ready. But if you dare to trouble her again, I will destroy your entire eagle sect. I mean what I say. Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes, his tone calm. Yet, Master Eagle felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Under Lu Tianlong's gaze, it was as if a shadow of death loomed over him. He shuddered, and the smell of urine began to fill the air. Lu Tianlong. He would remember that name. From now on, even if it cost him his life. He would never provoke this guy again. What are you doing? Stop it. A loud shout came from a distance, followed by the swift approach of a figure. With a round face, willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and a high-nose bridge, she wore a police uniform that radiated an air of authority. Her figure was superb. She could easily become a model. Seeing 6 or 7 guys rolling on the ground, bleeding and screaming, she drew a gun from her waist and aimed it at Lu Tianlong, who was still holding Master Eagle with one hand. Put him down. Hands on your head. Squat down. The fierce female officer shouted angrily. Officer, are you mistaken? I haven't done anything. Lu Tianlong loosened his grip, and Master Eagle fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. Haven't done anything? Do you think I'm blind? What happened to their injuries? The female officer sneered. Lu Tianlong shook his head and replied, I don't know. Anyway, I didn't hit them. Didn't hit them? Did they do it to themselves? The female officer was furious. Was this guy mocking her intelligence? Right, now that you mention it, I remember. They did it to themselves. Don't believe me? Just ask Little Eagle. Right, Little Eagle? Lu Tianlong turned to look at the just-risen Eagle Master. Eagle Master was on the verge of tears. After years of being the master of the Eagle sect, he had now been reduced to Little Eagle, but he dared not argue. As the memory of Lu Tianlong's earlier gaze made him feel like he might wet his pants, he nodded vigorously, with a mournful expression, saying, Officer, those guys really fought among themselves. I can testify. Testify my foot. Put your hands on your head. Zhou Bingbing was genuinely furious. She was in a bad mood today. After chasing a criminal for days, it hadn't been easy. Just because she had broken 3 of that guy's ribs. She was being criticized by the entire department and had to write a self-criticism at the meeting. She refused to accept it, wanting a demotion to the slums instead. The reason was simple. It was chaotic there, and she needed to vent her anger. Lucky for her, she ran into Lu Tianlong and Eagle Master right after arriving. I don't care what you say. I'm in a bad mood today. If you cross paths with me, you're out of luck. Stand straight. Zhou Bingbing huffed as she unfastened her handcuffs from her belt and walked toward Lu Tianlong. Seeing she was serious, Lu Tianlong took a step back, feeling wronged. Officer, you can't be so unreasonable. I already said it wasn't me who hit him. Little Eagle can vouch for me. Do you really have to cuff me? I'm still young. Haven't even married yet. And if I get a record, who would want me? Looking for trouble. Seeing him still daring to tease her. The anger Zhou Bingbing had been holding back all day finally erupted. She shoved her gun and handcuffs back onto her belt and charged at Lu Tianlong. With a push of her left foot, she leaped into the air, her right leg sweeping down in a powerful kick aimed at Lu Tianlong. Her movements were fluid and seamless. Clearly, she was trained. What a fierce female officer. Lu Tianlong chuckled, swaying his body slightly and easily dodging the attack. The martial arts moves taught in military schools might work against ordinary people, but they posed no threat to him at all. No wonder she was so bold. It turned out she had some skills. Zhou Bingbing, enraged to the point of laughter, landed and immediately raised her right leg high above her head for a standard downward chop aimed directly at Lu Tianlong's skull. Just as she was about to strike him, Lu Tianlong grinned wickedly, reaching out to grab her ankle, then quickly stepped forward until they were face to face. Zhou Bingbing was furious and tried to kick free, but Lu Tianlong held her tightly in the air. Let go of me. She gritted her teeth and swung both fists at Lu Tianlong's head. Yet he wasn't fazed at all. With a casual block of his right hand, he deflected her attack effortlessly, just grabbing people without any reason. Wanting to fight just because you're in a bad mood. What is so great about being a female officer? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Suddenly, Lu Tianlong slapped Zhou Bingbing hard on the waist. Before she could react, he flicked her waist with his fingers, then released her ankle and quickly stepped back a couple of paces. With a mischievous grin, he teased, nice figure. You're a bastard. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Bingbing was furious, her eyes red with anger. She had initially wanted to give this guy a good beating to vent her frustration, but in the end, he had taken advantage of her instead. Next to her, Eagle was wide-eyed in disbelief. What a talent, an absolute talent, flirting with a female officer. This driver was something else. Officer, just a heads up for the future. Not everyone is willing to be your punching bag. So let's call it a day? Or else we both might end up in trouble. With a grin, Lu Tiantian said this before swiftly slipping into a nearby alley. Stop right there. Zhou Bingbing couldn't swallow her anger. Ignoring Eagle beside her, she took off in pursuit. After chasing for 2 blocks, she lost him. Looking around, there was no sign of Lu Tiantian anywhere. I will find you, and I swear I'll make you pay. Zhou Bingbing stomped her foot, gritting her teeth in frustration. Chapter 18. A narrow path for enemies driving back to Shanghai Tower. Lu Tianlong was left dumbfounded by the scene inside the private room. It seemed that after he and Wang Ying left, the atmosphere had taken a wild turn. Aside from Su Lingyue, who was sipping tea, everyone else was thoroughly intoxicated, swaying and causing a mess everywhere. Even Feng Yongling was not spared. Her cheeks were flushed, wearing a silly grin with a dazed look in her eyes. Wow, Tianlong is back. Come on, tell me another joke. Tell that one about the ant pulling the centipede's legs all night. Pervert. Su Lingyue snorted from the side. Lu Tianlong felt a bit embarrassed as he stepped forward to support Feng Yongling, saying seriously, "You've had too much to drink. I'll take you home." Take me home? You're not planning to sneak a touch, are you? No worries, feel free to touch. I definitely won't resist. Who told you I like you? Feng Yongling laughed, draping herself over Lu Tianlong. You really are quite the flirt, Su Lingyue remarked coldly, crossing her arms. You're just like those other guys. A bastard who eats from one bowl while eyeing another. Haha, misunderstanding. I'm a gentleman of integrity, able to resist all temptations. That night was completely accidental. An accident? Lu Tianlong chuckled. Hearing him mention that night again, Su Lingyue clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. If you dare bring that up again, I won't let this go. All right, seeing them this way, I'll take them home first. You can take a taxi back, Lu Tianlong said, helping Feng Yongling up and turning to leave. Su Lingyue was left speechless. Did this guy forget he was her driver? By the time he got them all home, it was already 11 at night. Lu Tianlong arrived in front of Su Lingyue's house. After knocking, he waited for a while until Su Lingyue, dressed in pajamas, opened the door. Lu Tianlong's eyes lit up. Su Lingyue was wearing a white silk nightgown, her fair shoulders exposed. Compared to her elegance and poise during the day, she now exuded a hint of laziness and allure. What is going on so late? Seeing him openly sizing her up, Su Lingyue coldly crossed her arms. Nothing. Just here to give you your car keys. Lu Tianlong grinned, handing over the keys. Su Lingyue didn't take them. There were 2 keys. Lu Tianlong had one, and she had another. Why would Lu Tianlong come all the way here at night just to deliver keys? Her sharp mind caught on quickly, and she replied coolly. Giving keys is just an excuse. You want to prove you didn't spend the night at Feng Yongling's place, right? That's nonsense. Am I that bored? Besides, I'm innocent with her, cleaner than white paper. Lu Tianlong said, a bit sheepishly. By the way, why are you still up so late? Were you waiting for me to bring you the keys? How boring. You can leave now. Come pick me up for work at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Su Lingyue's eyes showed a hint of panic, as if he had hit a nerve. Xiaoya, who is it so late? A lazy female voice came from inside the house. Lu Tianlong was taken aback. Why did that voice sound so familiar? It's you. Is it you? Lu Tianlong spotted the woman in the room, and she saw him too. They both gasped in surprise at the same time. It was the policewoman Zhou Bingbing who he had flirted with earlier that evening. Without a second thought, Lu Tianlong turned and ran. You jerk, stop right there. Zhou Bingbing shouted defiantly as she bolted out of the door, vowing to catch him this time and hang him up. However, she forgot that she was wearing pajamas. In her slippers and sleepwear, she was no match for his speed. By the time she reached the ground floor, Lu Tianlong had already driven off in Su Lingyue's Qian, disappearing into the dark night. 2 legs couldn't possibly catch up with 4 wheels. That jerk got away again. It's driving me crazy. After stomping her foot in frustration, Zhou Bingbing returned to the room, determined to extract information about him from Su Lingyue. Hearing the commotion, Moron Wanner, dressed in a cartoon-themed nightgown, came out. Zhou Bingbing recounted the events of the evening. Sister Bingbing, you mean that Lu Tianlong bullied you? Haha, that's impressive. Even our Bingbing sister is a target for his flirting. Moron Wanner giggled, clutching a small doll and nearly toppling over with laughter. Zhou Bingbing shot her a glare, prompting the girl to quickly shut her mouth and playfully stick out her tongue. You say he took on 6 or 7 guys alone. That is hard to believe. Su Lingyue remarked, puzzled. From her interactions over the past couple of days, she had found Lu Tianlong to be smooth-talking and flirtatious, but fighting? He could probably only hold his own against someone like Du Yu. I can't be sure those guys were taken down by him. They were already on the ground when I got there. Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth. Anyway, that is not important right now. What matters is that I need to catch this guy. And he is no good. Keeping him around is a disaster waiting to happen. Xiaoya, you need to fire him immediately, Zhou Bingbing said urgently, remembering that this guy was Su Lingwe's driver. Su Lingwe hesitated, saying, I just promoted him to the position of executive assistant. It wouldn't look good to fire him right away. Besides, because of me, he has made some enemies. If we let him go from the Phoenix group now, those people will definitely retaliate without hesitation. And he hasn't really done anything that wrong. Is that so? He touched me. You're with this guy all the time. Who knows if he'll take advantage of you? Zhou Bingbing exclaimed anxiously. Moron Wanner, standing nearby, stuck out her tongue and mumbled softly. You already slept together. What more advantage can he take? What did you say? Zhou Bingbing's ears perked up, and she jumped to her feet. Xiaoya, is what Wanner said true? Have you two really slept together? Damn it. I have to take care of this guy. Don't listen to her nonsense. Su Lingwe shot Moron Wanner a fierce glare. Her cheeks flushed. We haven't done anything. No way. Just because nothing happened now doesn't mean it won't in the future. I need to nip this in the bud. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to catch this guy and lock him up for a year or so. Zhou Bingbing declared rapidly. Su Lingwe was alarmed. Bingbing, you can't do that. This situation, if it gets out, will harm our company's reputation and won't do me any good either. You have to promise me that you won't act recklessly at home or in my office. Otherwise, what will our neighbors and colleagues think of us? Looking at Zhou Bingbing's face full of anger and frustration, Su Lingwe realized that Lu Tianlong had indeed gone too far. He had provoked her, flirted with Feng Yongling, and now he was teasing Bingbing. After giving it some thought, Su Lingwe made up her mind. How about this? I'll find some time to take you to confront him and make him apologize. If that doesn't satisfy you, we can give him a little lesson. All right then, Zhou Bingbing replied with a frown. I don't want to make it too difficult for you. Just don't go overboard and turn him into a punching bag. Chapter 19 Zhou Bingbing Young Master. I found out everything. That guy is named Lu Tianlong. He is a driver for the Phoenix Group and was just transferred to be Su Lingyue's assistant, but his main job is still as a dedicated driver. In a private room at the Linglong Club, the thin and wiry Uncle Chun reported to Zhang Chu. He had been the Zhang family's butler for 30 years and was highly trusted by the chairman of Tungfei Group, Zhang Chu's father, Zhang Li. Although the old man was getting on in years, he was still quite capable and a master of inner strength. A couple of days ago, Zhang Chu's two bodyguards were incapacitated, which made him a bit uneasy, so he called Uncle Chun to bolster his courage. According to the information, this guy is an orphan, has served in the military, and has only just arrived in Haiyang not long ago. He is currently living in a slum. The address has been tracked down. Overall, he doesn't have much of a background, so if the young master wants to vent his anger, it wouldn't be a big deal to cripple or even kill him. However, he is just a small fry. There is no need to stoop to his level. My suggestion is to just break his legs. All right, we'll do as you say. Break both his legs. No, break all three of his legs. How dare he compete with me, Zhang Chu, for a woman? Zhang Chu said fiercely. All right, we'll proceed as the young master wishes. There is a small sect in the slum called the Eagle Sect. The leader, known as Eagle Master, has dozens of disciples. That should be enough to deal with Lu Tianlong. Uncle Chin replied. The sect's bottom line isn't high. I'll go to them to get this done. At most, I'll have to pay them a bit more. Let us set the time for tomorrow night. Good. I'll go too tomorrow night. I want to crush this kid's head with my own hands. Zhang Chu gritted his teeth. Uncle Chin shook his head and said, Young master, it's better if you don't go. Let them handle it. If anything unexpected happens, they can take the responsibility. Plus, I have to go back to the old master's side tomorrow. If something happens to you, I want to be able to explain it to him. What could possibly happen? He is just a pathetic soldier with a little skill. That Eagle Master you mentioned has dozens of disciples. Can't they take care of him? Zhang Chu said dismissively. Uncle Chin thought about it and found some merit in that. He had observed Lu Tianlong at the bar the other day and didn't see anything particularly special about him, so he didn't stop Zhang Chu any further. If he could stomp on Lu Tianlong right in front of Su Lingwe, it would be even more satisfying. He wanted her to see just how formidable he was. Just thinking about Su Lingwe's stunning beauty made Zhang Chu feel a surge of excitement, and he ended up knocking over a girl sitting nearby in his agitation. Lu Tianlong was also feeling frustrated. He never expected that the fiery policewoman he had just teased would turn out to be Zhou Bingbing, the same person Moron Wanner had mentioned yesterday. How did a goddess like Su Lingwe, an innocent girl like Moron Wanner, and a hot-headed policewoman like Zhou Bingbing end up together? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Especially Zhou Bingbing. She was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Given her personality, she definitely wouldn't let things go easily. After getting involved with such a strong-willed girl, would he still be able to enjoy himself in the future? It was just a minor lesson he gave her. What is the big deal? On his way back, Lu Tianlong kept pondering over the matter, especially since he had to pick up Su Lingyue for work the next morning. Should he go or not? If he went, he was afraid that Zhou Bingbing would cause trouble. But if he didn't go, it would seem like he was afraid of her. The east wind blows. The war drums beat. I am Tianlong. Who am I afraid of? Lu Tianlong resolved firmly. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the house he rented in the slums. It was an old two-story building. The first floor had been converted into a warehouse for storing goods. Lu Tianlong lived on the second floor, in a one-bedroom unit. Though it was a bit shabby, he felt more at ease in this environment compared to the exquisitely decorated apartments. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. But suddenly a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Someone had been in his room. His body immediately went on high alert. He held his breath, straining to listen. The pitch-black room was utterly silent, devoid of life. After confirming there was no danger, Lu Tianlong turned on the light, and everything appeared untouched. However, on the coffee table in the living room, there was a red agate bracelet. In the center of the living room, in front of two altars, there was a burning incense stick. It was Qinger. A beautiful face, filled with tears, flashed through Lu Tianlong's mind. Ouyang Qing, Lu Tianlong's former lover, with whom he had once fought side by side. This bracelet was the birthday gift he had given her. Qinger, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. I must give an explanation to the two fallen brothers of Zhanlong. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Looking at the two cold altars and gripping the still warm bracelet, Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. The next morning, Lu Tianlong arrived at Su Lingyue's building at the agreed time. His worries were unfounded. Zhou Bingbing did not come down to confront him. However, after Su Lingyue came down, Zhou Bingbing appeared on the balcony, wearing pajamas and glaring at Lu Tianlong with gritted teeth. Lu Tianlong understood that Su Lingyue must have talked to her last night, and Zhou Bingbing had been forced to back down. After all, Su Lingyue didn't have the fearless attitude of Zhou Bingbing. She would certainly be mindful of the implications. Otherwise, with Zhou Bingbing's personality, she would have been waiting downstairs with a kitchen knife at 6 o'clock. You wait for me. Zhou Bingbing mouthed at Lu Tianlong from the balcony, fists clenched. In the face of provocation, Lu Tianlong didn't retaliate. Instead, before getting into the car, he made two gestures. He patted and flicked. Zhou Bingbing completely lost it. If she weren't on the third floor, she would have jumped down. Seeing her furious expression only brightened Lu Tianlong's already good mood. I'll be dealing with matters at the company today. Bingbing will come to pick me up after work. You can help out with the fleet, as long as I can find you when I need a car, he said. After getting in the car, Su Lingyue sat in the back seat, looking at the documents in her hand without raising her head, and coldly replied, Oh, I was planning to stay in your office all day to ensure I wouldn't delay your car use. Lu Tianlong glanced at Su Lingyue in the rearview mirror and smiled. Su Lingyue was speechless. Who had ever seen a driver who spent all day in the boss's office? She really couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking. By the way, I'll come over to your place tonight. She hesitated and said, Huh. Lu Tianlong looked surprised. Isn't this a bit of a sudden change for you? I wasn't prepared at all. Besides, my bed is pretty hard. I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Su Lingyue felt a headache coming on. After spending the last 2 days with Lu Tianlong, she found it hard to keep up with his train of thought. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, I'm bringing Zhou Bingbing over so you can apologize to her. What does your hard bed have to do with anything? Just shut up and don't say another word. Lu Tianlong felt a bit disappointed. But he had to admit, when Su Lingyue got angry, she had a unique charm. Chapter 20. A group of tough guys after arriving at the company. Lu Tianlong didn't bother Su Lingyue anymore and took a stroll around the car team. The guys had all gotten drunk the night before, and today they looked lethargic. However, when they saw Lu Tianlong approach, they eagerly gathered around him, full of curiosity. Hey Tianlong, how did the battle go yesterday? Old Zhang asked with a grin. Lu Tianlong was a bit confused. What battle? Stop playing dumb. You were the one who took Feng Yongling home, right? She's definitely into you. And even drunk like that, you guys didn't end up doing anything crazy? Little Wu chimed in with a smirk. I can tell just by looking at you that you didn't go through with it, and you resisted temptation like a real man. How do you know? Lu Tianlong asked, intrigued. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Little Wu chuckled. The secrets of heaven? I'll knock you out, you helpless loser. The group burst into laughter again. Once the laughter died down, Old Zhang and the others prepared to head out for their shifts. Little Wu, who was trailing behind, leaned in and whispered, "You asked me how I knew, so I'll tell you. I saw Feng Yongling this morning, and she looked completely dejected. When we teased her, she didn't even curse at us. Think about it, we all know she likes you. If you had gotten together last night, she would have been bouncing into work today. So seeing her like that, I figured you guys didn't hook up. However, you two have some serious chemistry, which doesn't add up, so I boldly speculate that everything was in place. But something prevented it from happening. Lu Tianlong actually felt a bit impressed with little Wu. The situation last night was pretty much as he described. He had taken Feng Yongling home, and she had hinted several times that he could stay over. Of course, Lu Tianlong agreed. Turning her down would have been foolish. He had been wanting to find an opportunity to explore some of the dynamics between men and women with her. It's not his style to let a cooked duck fly away. They went straight to the bed, kissing and touching, but just when it was getting heated, disaster struck. Feng Yongling suddenly told him that she had gotten her period. Lu Tianlong was at a loss, feeling like crying without tears. In the end, he had to leave in frustration. Sigh, just thinking about it made him want to cry. Once little Wu left, Lu Tianlong thought about going for a walk. It would be a bit awkward if he ran into Feng Yongling later. Just as he was about to step out, he received a text from Wang Ying asking him to come over. Wang Ying's eyes were red and puffy, and she didn't look well. It was understandable. Who would feel good having a brother like that? Thanks for what happened last night. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Wang Ying hesitated before asking. Lu Tianlong sat down on the couch opposite her, crossed his legs, and smiled. With him like that, dare he make things difficult for me? When I was out there making a name for myself, he was still in diapers playing in the mud. The moment I gave him a fierce look, he peed his pants, crying and begging me not to hit him. With a face like that, hitting him would be like giving him a makeover. Haha. Wang Ying couldn't help but laugh, and a hint of color finally returned to her face. She knew that things were definitely not as simple as Lu Tianlong had described. After living in the slums for so many years, she was well aware of what kind of person Eagle was. But since Lu Tianlong didn't want to elaborate, she decided not to press further. Sigh, I really should have just fired you a couple of days ago. I shouldn't have let you take President Su. Wang Ying sighed. Isn't this a bit ungrateful? Lu Tianlong teased. Wang Ying shot him a glare. There was something undeniably feminine about her little gestures. It was strange that someone who could easily hold their own against a figure like Eagle Yi would choose to come to Phoenix Group as an ordinary driver. Wang Ying fixed her gaze on Lu Tianlong and said, "At this point, I won't ask too many questions or say much more. I only have one request. Please do not harm Lin Yi. I've been with her since Phoenix Group's restructuring 2 years ago, back when she was just a fresh graduate. As I reflect on this journey, I've witnessed the growth of Phoenix Group firsthand. It hasn't been easy. They haven't relied on connections or background. Everything has been achieved through their own efforts. No reliance on connections, no dependence on background." Lu Tianlong was somewhat surprised. In today's society, a beautiful woman can succeed in only 2 ways. Either her man is powerful or her mother's man is powerful. Without either of those, achieving success is incredibly difficult. That's why people often say that it's better to marry well than to work hard, and it's better to be born into a good family than to strive for success. There are many who have their eyes on her, and the fact that she has managed to stay true to herself until now shows just how much pressure she has likely endured. Right now, you are her driver and assistant, so if possible, please help her out more and protect her as much as you can. Wang Ying said sincerely. No problem. Lu Tianlong patted his chest and said, I'm the kind of guy who loves to protect women, especially beautiful ones. If a beautiful woman is in trouble, I'll be the first to step in. By the way, Yingjie, I've been holding on to a question for 2 days. Can I ask you? Seeing his mischievous grin, Wang Ying had a bad feeling. You texted that what you have is natural. Is that really true? Seriously? I'll kill you, you bastard. Don't run away. After wandering around the company all day, Lu Yang arrived home right at 7 in the evening. Su Lingyue sent him 2 text messages in succession. The first one said that she had a business meeting with a client that evening and wouldn't be able to make it. However, she had already sent Lu Tianlong's address to Zhou Bingbing, who would be coming over on her own. The second message requested that Lu Tianlong be a bit more polite and, ideally, apologize to Zhou Bingbing. Apologize? This is my territory, and I call the shots. If that girl Zhou Bingbing dares to play rough with me when she shows up, I might just unleash my wild side and go all out. Experiencing the thrill of taking on a female cop, Lu Tianlong snorted. Soon, there was a knock on the door, but instead of seeing Zhou Bingbing, he was greeted by a group of muscular men. Chapter 21. Integrity is key in the game. The door was kicked open, and instead of the expected Zhou Bingbing, a group of muscular men stormed in. More than 20 of them, fierce and intimidating, filled nearly half of Lu Tianlong's already small living room. Leading the pack was none other than Zhang Chu, the guy Lu Tianlong had dealt with a few days ago. With a smug expression, he stepped forward and stopped a few paces away from Lu Tianlong, boasting, "Humph, didn't he expect us to meet so soon? Did you, Lu Tianlong? I told you before. You can't afford the consequences of crossing me." Surprised, Lu Tianlong remained seated on the sofa, glancing at him and the 20-odd men beside him, a smile creeping onto his face. How dare he still smile? How dare he act so arrogantly? Soon, I'll make you cry without a single tear left. Zhang Chu was furious. He had brought so many people, thinking that Lu Tianlong would be scared out of his wits, yet this guy remained as steady as a mountain. Was he really that bold? Could it be that he was too stunned by the situation? Quite possible. This little driver probably had never faced such a large crowd before. "Eagle, this is the kid. Let us see what you can do tonight. I'll cover everything for you. Just make it quick. Later, I'll treat the brothers to drinks," Zhang Chu said through gritted teeth. He was so caught up in his own pride that he didn't notice Eagle's expression beside him. From the moment he entered and saw Lu Tianlong, Eagle, who looked fierce, suddenly froze in place, staring intently at Lu Tianlong. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. He never expected that the person young Master Chun had asked him to deal with today was this killing machine. Recalling how he and 7 or 8 others had been beaten up like melons being chopped with a kitchen knife last night, Eagle's heart raced uncontrollably. "Why, young Master Chun? Is there a misunderstanding here?" Eagle stammered, trembling slightly after receiving a casual glance from Lu Tianlong. "Misunderstanding? What nonsense. This kid is the one. Today, I'm going to take him down. How dare he compete with me for women? Just so you know, I've set my sights on Su Linghua. I also heard that one of her subordinates is a girl named Wang Ying with a stunning figure. If you like her, I can have her sent to your bed," Zhang Chu declared triumphantly. Eagle shivered all over. At this moment, he felt like he wanted to die. Was he really suggesting sending Wang Ying to his bed? Didn't he know that last night it was because of Wang Ying that he almost got taken out by this guy in front of him? "Eagle, hurry up and make your move. If this works out today, I, Zhang Chu, will definitely reward you handsomely," Zhang Chu urged from the side. "Young Master Zhang." Eagle gritted his teeth, quickly calculating in his mind. He decided to retreat immediately, taking his men with him. Even if he offended Zhang Chu, he could just hide for a while. Zhang Chu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But if he offended the guy in front of him, Eagle had a premonition that even hiding to the ends of the earth wouldn't help. He was just about to refuse when he saw Lu Tianlong, sitting comfortably on the sofa, gently shake his head. Lu Tianlong had no intention of letting Eagle Master leave just like that. Since he had nothing better to do, it wouldn't hurt to have a little fun. Let Zhang Chu continue to show off for a while. The more he enjoyed it, the more satisfying it would be to take him down later. Eagle Master, perceptive as ever, instantly understood Lu Tianlong's intent. He cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Chu, genuinely feeling sorry for the guy. However, he still nodded and said, "All right, young Master Zhang, since you've spoken, I'll have my disciples teach this kid a lesson." "Sounds good. I like brothers like this." Zhang Chu clapped his hands, looking up and down at Lu Tianlong, and said with a sinister grin, "Then let us break his legs first, and then I'll deal with him." "All right." Eagle Master pretended to roll up his sleeves, finally responding. Lu Tianlong smiled at Zhang Chu and said, "Young Master Zhang, pretty ruthless, huh? You want to cripple my legs right off the bat? Don't think that even if you break my legs, you can do anything to me. If you offend me, Zhang Chu, you won't even know how you died." Zhang Chu sneered, "You're pretty bold. You can play however you like, but don't blame me for not warning you. However you treat me, I'll return it double." "Damn, you still dare to talk big at a time like this? Eagle Master, hurry up and take this kid down." Zhang Chu was furious, and the consequences would be severe. He waved his hand to signal Eagle Master and his men to act. Just then, the door was kicked open again with a bang. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhou Bingbing, dressed casually, appeared behind the crowd. Seeing so many people gathered in the room, she was slightly taken aback, then called out loudly, "Oh, a beautiful woman." Zhang Chu's eyes lit up when he turned to see Zhou Bingbing. She was a standard beauty. Even compared to Su Linghua, they each had their own charms, equally matched. He had originally come to teach that scoundrel Lu Tianlong a lesson, but he didn't expect to run into such a stunning woman here. He absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip by. "Eagle Master, get the brothers to capture this girl," Zhang Chu urged eagerly. Eagle Master was in a tough spot. He recognized her too. She was the policewoman who had been teased by Lu Tianlong the night before. Capturing her for fun? He wouldn't dare to even think about it. Besides, Eagle Sect was a serious organization. Although their bottom line was sometimes a bit lower, helping Zhang Chu with such malicious acts didn't sit well with him. Lu Tianlong signaled to him again. Eagle Master immediately understood, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brothers, listen to young Master Zhang. Capture this girl. The disciples he brought didn't know the ins and outs of the situation, and with their leader's order, they charged towards Zhou Bingbing all at once. Looking for death, Zhou Bingbing wasn't one to back down. Facing the crowd, she showed no fear, cursing angrily as she charged right at them. With a swift kick, she sent the guy at the front flying, and with another punch, she broke the nose of another. In the blink of an eye, she had taken out 2 of them. She's quite the firecracker. I like her. Come on, guys, put in some effort and take them down. Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. He was tired of women who could be bought with money, but this little spicy girl excited him. Eagle Master was speechless. What a self-inflicted mess. Zhou Bingbing was on a rampage. While she wasn't as powerful as Lu Tianlong, dealing with these small sect disciples was an easy task for her. In no time, 5 or 6 guys were lying on the ground, rolling around and screaming in agony. She had been holding in her anger with no outlet. And now that she had the chance, she showed no mercy. Hearing Zhang Chu's lewd shouts only fueled her determination. With a cold smile, she intensified her attacks, soon sending 3 or 4 more guys retreating from the fight, gritting their teeth in pain. Just as she was about to finish off the remaining opponents in front of her, Lu Tianlong intervened. He couldn't just stand by and watch her take out Li Weiniang's disciples. A red date shot out like lightning and struck Zhou Bingbing's raised arm. She felt a numbness spread through her arm, causing half of her body to lose function. In that moment of shock, the remaining dozen guys rushed in and finally subdued her. Soon, she was tied up and left aside. What did you do to her? Lu Tianlong exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Chu was just as confused. He had just watched her dominate the fight. So how did she suddenly get captured? Not wanting to miss the chance to show off, he put on a mysterious smile and said, "What is it to you? Anyone who goes against me will be dealt with. Zhang Chu, this is our personal matter. Don't involve others. She's innocent. Why are you capturing her?" Lu Tianlong stood up from the sofa, visibly angry. The more furious Lu Tianlong became, the happier Zhang Chu felt. Huh, what's wrong? Is there something special between you two? You really are lucky, huh? But don't worry, once I take care of you, I'll make sure to take good care of her. She is quite charming, and I like her. Zhang Chu leered. Bastard. No matter what despicable means you used. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you off. Zhou Bingbing glared at Zhang Chu through gritted teeth. Zhang Chu laughed heartily. Oh, I like this little spicy girl. Lu Tianlong shouted from the side. Zhang Chu, if you have any grievances, come at me. Don't take it out on a woman. Besides, you can't handle her. Damn. In Haiyang, there's no one Zhang Chu can't handle. Zhang Chu boasted arrogantly. Eagle Master, knock this woman out first. After I deal with Lu Tianlong, I'll have some fun with her. Eagle Master cautiously glanced at Lu Tianlong, who gave a slight nod, before stepping forward and striking Zhou Bingbing's neck with a swift chop. She instantly fell unconscious. All right, now it's time to settle our business. Huh, why are there 2 spirit tablets for dead ghosts in this room? Damn it, what bad luck. Eagle Master, let the brothers take action. Break his legs. Zhang Chu was quite satisfied. Today he not only managed to teach Lu Tianlong a lesson, but also unexpectedly acquired a stunning beauty. It was well worth the trip. Just as he finished speaking, he didn't notice a sharp glint of murder flashing in Lu Tianlong's eyes, causing the temperature in the room to drop suddenly. He said those were the spirit tablets of 2 dead souls. Yes, it was time to settle the score between them. Lu Tianlong took a deep breath, glanced at the 2 tablets, a fleeting sadness crossing his eyes, and said calmly, "Insulting my brothers is unforgivable. Xiaoying, knock out all his teeth first." Huh, Xiaoying. Zhang Chu didn't quite catch on at first. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Next to him, Mastering hesitated for a moment. Then his expression turned resolute. He reached for an ashtray nearby, grabbed Zhang Chu by the hair, and smashed it directly into his mouth. Zhang Chu let out a horrified scream, disoriented from the blow, and spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained at least 3 or 4 teeth. Who do you think you are, daring to offend our Lord Lu? Master Ying, whose real name was Li Weiniang, had been the head of the Eagle sect for many years. He had seen plenty of big scenes and was decisive in his actions. He had now firmly decided to side with Lu Tianlong, even if his opponent was Zhang Chu, one of the 4 young masters of Haiyang. Lord Lu, should we continue? Li Weiniang asked, glancing at the dazed Zhang Chu. Lu Tianlong's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "In this world, if you want to survive, you must keep your word. If we say we'll knock out all his teeth, then not a single one can be left." Li Weiniang felt a shiver down his spine. He had seen cruelty before, but nothing like this. All right, everything is up to Lord Lu. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Zhang Chu's hair again and raised the ashtray, smashing it down on his mouth repeatedly. After a good 7 or 8 strikes, it was a bloody mess. Zhang Chu screamed in agony, spitting blood that probably contained over 20 broken teeth before Li Weiniang finally stopped. The younger brothers around them were already pale with fear. Hitting someone in the mouth with an ashtray was far more shocking than hitting them with a stick or even a knife. They looked at Lu Tianlong with trepidation, wondering just who this man was that could make their boss, Master Ying, obey him so completely. Moreover, they had no idea what methods Lu Tianlong would employ against Zhang Chu next. Chapter 22. The lightning poison dragon drill. Zhang Chu was struck and left with a face full of injuries, completely stunned. Li Weiniang, you bastard. How dare you hit me? I paid you. Zhang Chu shouted hoarsely, his face bloodied and his expression particularly grotesque and terrifying. I can return the money if that helps. Li Weiniang said, feeling a bit guilty. It was Uncle Chun, the chief steward of Zhongli, the chairman of the Tungfei group, who had approached him yesterday, offering a handsome reward to teach this kid a lesson. He had agreed without hesitation, as challenges between sects happened all the time, and he had done such things before. But who would have thought he was dealing with the infamous killing machine, Lu Tianlong? Even if they offered him a mountain of gold, he wouldn't dare to provoke Lu Tianlong. The battle yesterday had completely terrified him. Master Lu, this is really just a misunderstanding, Li Weiniang said, mustering his courage. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Tianlong, nor could he easily provoke the Tungfei group. If he didn't handle this well today, he could forget about staying in Haiyang. A misunderstanding? Lu Tianlong shot a cold glance at Li Weiniang. He had already taken the money to do someone else's dirty work, and Zhang Chu had learned his lesson. According to the rules between sects, they should just let this matter slide. Li Weiniang didn't dare to meet Lu Tianlong's gaze. He could only try to say a few more good words. In case the Tungfei group came to him for trouble later, he could claim he was coerced by Lu Tianlong into attacking Zhang Chu. Rules of the sect? I'm not part of any sect. I am the rule. Lu Tianlong said expressionlessly. His cold gaze made Li Weiniang shut his mouth immediately, not daring to say another word. If the Tungfei group comes after you, just say I ordered you to do it. Okay. Li Weiniang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. After hitting Zhang Chu, if Lu Tianlong no longer protected him, he wouldn't be able to stay in Haiyang anymore. Now, it was time for me to settle the score with Zhang Chu. Lu Tianlong squinted his eyes and slowly walked towards the injured Zhang Chu lying on the ground. What are you going to do? If you dare to touch me, I will never let you get away with it. Zhang Chu shouted, his voice muffled and filled with terror, his mouth missing teeth. What am I going to do? I already warned you not to use such despicable methods against Su Lingwei. Did you take my words lightly? Lu Tianlong squatted down, smiling. What do you want? I can give you money. Just say how much you want, and I promise I won't bother Su Lingwei again. Zhang Chu trembled under Lu Tianlong's gaze, fear creeping into his heart. It's too late to say that now. Lu Tianlong chuckled lightly. Don't be afraid. I won't hit you again. I heard you love playing with women, and you like drugging them. Someone like you should always have that stuff on you, right? Xiaoying, search him. Li Weiniang stepped forward to search Zhang Chu's pockets. Having made up his mind to firmly tie himself to Lu Tianlong's ship, Zhang Chu realized something and struggled desperately. But Li Weiniang still managed to pull a small white paper bag from his pocket. Inside was the red spider, a particularly terrifying drug that he had gone to great lengths to smuggle from the border. Who would be such a scumbag to carry something like this around? Lu Tianlong opened the bag and examined its contents, then said, make him swallow it all. Lu Tianlong, no? If you let me go, I'll give you anything you want. Just don't make me eat this. Zhang Chu was horrified, knowing all too well the effects of the red spider. If he swallowed the entire bag, it could very well cost him his life. His protests fell on deaf ears. Li Weiniang had a few disciples hold Zhang Chu down as he personally forced the entire bag of red spider into Zhang Chu's mouth, fearing he might choke. They even kindly gave him a few sips of water. Soon, the drug took effect, and Zhang Chu slowly descended into madness. His skin took on a bizarre red hue, with tiny, alarming bumps appearing all over. His eyes were wild, and he babbled incoherently while tearing at his own clothes. He wailed and rolled around, scratching and pulling at himself until he was disheveled and covered in bruises. Lu Tianlong watched this with a calm expression, showing no signs of emotion. In contrast, Li Weiniang and his subordinates were visibly shaken, covered in goosebumps as they watched, their eyes filled with fear and awe toward Lu Tianlong. This was no ordinary level of cruelty. Lu Tianlong had no intention of letting Zhang Chu off the hook just yet. He turned to look at Zhou Bingbing, who was still unconscious. He thought it might be good to let her vent a little, so she wouldn't bother him later. He made up his mind and walked over to her. Li Weiniang and the others widened their eyes, eager to see what he was going to do to Zhou Bingbing. If you don't want to die, you might want to watch. Lu Tianlong turned and smiled. Li Weiniang and the others were startled and quickly averted their eyes, not daring to look. Lu Tianlong approached Zhou Bingbing, gazing at her beautiful face. He smiled, grabbed the edges of her shirt, and gave a slight tug. Several buttons popped open, revealing her pink top underneath. To his surprise, her figure was quite impressive. It must be natural. He then untied the ropes binding Zhou Bingbing and gently pressed on her neck before quickly stepping back. Zhou Bingbing soon regained her senses. She was initially stunned, but when she saw Zhang Chu on the ground and Lu Tianlong beside him, she recalled what had just happened. The situation was as follows. That scumbag Zhang Chu had someone knock her out and was preparing to drug her. At the crucial moment, I desperately persuaded Xiao Ying and the others, and they agreed that Zhang Chu was too much of a scoundrel. They turned against him and took him down. Otherwise, you would have been assaulted by that jerk Zhang Chu. Lu Tianlong's expression was serious as he pointed to Li Weiying and the others, saying, "If you don't believe me, ask them." Li Weiying nodded vigorously beside him. "Yes, that's how it is. It's all our greed that led us to commit such inhumane acts with that scumbag Zhang Chu. Fortunately, Lord Lu educated us in the end, and we finally woke up. We hope you, as a magnanimous person, won't hold it against us." It was indeed that jerk who was spewing foul language earlier. Zhou Bingbing, with a grim expression, glanced at her torn clothes and felt even more furious. This beast dared to target me. With a cold laugh, she covered her chest with one hand and walked toward Zhang Chu, suddenly raising her stiletto heel, at least 8 centimeters high, and kicked it directly into the upper part of Zhang Chu's thigh, then twisted and spun 360 degrees. The legendary electric light poison dragon drill. Zhang Chu let out a terrible scream, his body curling up like a shrimp as he clutched his thigh and fainted. In the room, Lu Tianlong, Li Weiying, and the others all gasped in shock, instinctively covering their vital areas. Well done. Dealing with scum like him should be done in such a domineering way, completely cutting off his evil roots. Lu Tianlong cheered loudly but couldn't help but think quickly. This girl was even hotter than he imagined. If she found out he had pressed her, would she treat him the same way? Li Weiying and the others were also sweating profusely. After all, they had just gotten physical with Zhou Bingbing and had tied her up. If she blamed them and decided to give each of them an electric light poison dragon drill, their lives would be ruined. I'm not unreasonable. He is the main culprit, and I want to make things difficult for you today. However, I will investigate what happened today. If you lie, humph, your fate will be the same as his. Zhou Bingbing cast a cold glance at everyone. All right, if there is nothing else, you can leave. Just remember to keep your mouth shut. The group looked at Lu Tianlong. Let's go back for now, and take him with you. Strip him naked and throw him out on the street. Lu Tianlong glanced at the still unconscious Zhang Chu and showed no mercy. The group nodded eagerly, lifting Zhang Chu and leaving the room. Only Lu Tianlong and Zhou Bingbing were left in the room, both silent. Zhou Bingbing crossed her arms and tried to recall what had just happened, while Lu Tianlong was busy admiring the view. Is it beautiful? Zhou Bingbing's expression suddenly became incredibly charming. Beautiful. Lu Tianlong nodded instinctively, his gaze still fixed on Zhou Bingbing. Beautiful? A murderous aura radiated from Zhou Bingbing. Lu Tianlong made a wronged expression and said, "It really is beautiful. I'm an honest person, and this is my true feeling. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't go against my conscience and lie. Pervert. If it weren't for you helping me out earlier, I would have loved to punch you to death." Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth in anger. "There is nothing I can do, although I don't know what happened while she was unconscious. One thing is certain. If it weren't for Lu Tianlong, she might really have been violated by that scumbag Zhang Chu. You saved me tonight. So let us consider the incident from a couple of nights ago settled." Remembering how that jerk had teased her a couple of days ago, Zhou Bingbing felt a surge of anger. However, she didn't want to dwell on it too much and took the initiative to suggest that she and Lu Tianlong part ways. Lu Tianlong had no objections. As long as this girl didn't come looking for trouble in the future, everything would be fine. But then Zhou Bingbing suddenly said, "Listen up. You need to quit your job tomorrow." Lu Tianlong was taken aback and asked, "Is this what Su Linghua wants?" "No, it's what I want." Zhou Bingbing replied coldly. "That is not happening." Lu Tianlong shook his head. "You're not even paying me, so why should I listen to you? You're not going?" Zhou Bingbing ground her teeth. Lu Tianlong stood tall and replied, "Absolutely not." "Fine, you've got guts. Just wait. I won't let you off that easily." Zhou Bingbing was furious, clenching her fists. Lu Tianlong was puzzled and asked, "Why are you so determined to force me to quit?" "Because Linghua is mine, and I won't allow any man to get close to her," Zhou Bingbing declared confidently. "Damn." Lu Tianlong was shocked. "So this Zhou Bingbing is a lesbian?" Chapter 23. Let me tell you a secret. Lu Tianlong was frustrated all night. He just couldn't understand how someone as attractive as Zhou Bingbing, who had a figure that could rival Su Linghua, could be a lesbian. Why did a woman have to compete with men for other women? What does this mean for men everywhere? What does it mean for him personally? Being a lesbian isn't something set in stone. He had to find a way to change her orientation. He needed to show her that there are plenty of good men in the world, like himself, and he was determined to use his charm to win her over. Lu Tianlong made a resolution. He could not lose to a woman in this battle for love, and he felt it was his duty to help Zhou Bingbing see the light, to abandon her dark path and embrace the warmth of a man's embrace. At 4 in the morning, in the VIP ward of Haiyang City People's Hospital, Zhang Li, the chairman of Tungfei Group, a strong and imposing man in his 40s, stormed in. With a square face and a powerful build, there was a wildness in his eyes. He had just received a call informing him that his son, Zhang Chu, had been found lying naked in the street, unconscious, and he rushed over immediately. "Tell me, what happened to Xiao Chu?" Zhang Li asked with a grim face. The doctor beside him hesitated, saying, "Mr. Zhang, please don't panic. After our examination, we believe that young Master Zhang has taken a large amount of drugs and has been severely injured in a critical area. We performed emergency treatment and have stabilized his life, but what?" Zhang Li glared. "But whether he will regain that function depends on his recovery. At the very least, young Master Zhang cannot have any relations with women for the next 3 years, the doctor grimaced. "Bastard!" Zhang Li shouted, slamming a string of prayer beads onto the floor, scattering them everywhere. "Uncle Chun, find out exactly what happened, and do it now." Zhang Li gritted his teeth. Yes, Uncle Chun, who was following closely behind, had a grim expression and turned to leave the ward. He was highly efficient. Just 2 hours later, as dawn began to break, he returned to the ward. Zhang Li had calmed down, sitting alone outside Zhang Chu's room, his face dark as he gazed at his still unconscious son. "Speak. What exactly happened?" he demanded. "Yes." Uncle Chun stood respectfully, and since it was just the two of them along with Zhang Chu, he wasn't worried about being overheard. Young Master had his eye on Su Lingyue from Phoenix Group. After several failed attempts due to her driver disrupting his plans, he enlisted the help of Li Weiniang from the slums to teach her driver a lesson. Last night, Young Master personally went with Li Weiniang's men, but unexpectedly, Li Weiniang took our money and instead helped that driver named Lu Tianlong deal with Young Master. Young Master was forced to take drugs by Lu Tianlong. The one who hurt him was a female cop named Zhou Bingbing. Young Master had made some inappropriate remarks to her, and she retaliated fiercely. I have to say, Uncle Chun was impressive. Within just 2 hours, he accurately detailed nearly everything that had transpired. Is the information credible? Zhang Li's face grew increasingly grim. It must be true. I just bribed one of Li Weiniang's disciples, who was present the entire time and has seen that Zhou Bingbing, Uncle Chun replied. This is too much. Zhang Li suddenly stood up and slammed his fist against the wall. My son, Zhang Chu, no matter how extreme his actions may be, it's not up to them to punish him, especially not with such cruel methods. I don't care who Su Lingyue or Lu Tiantong are. They must die. And that damn policewoman, Zhou Bingbing, must die too. The policewoman Zhou Bingbing can't be touched for now, Uncle Chen said. I've already probed Director Zhang of the City Bureau. His stance is clear. We absolutely cannot touch Zhou Bingbing. Huh, what kind of status does she have? Zhang Li frowned. In Haiyang, the number of people he couldn't touch was few. Uncle Chen shook his head and said, I asked, but he wouldn't say. He only mentioned that we can't afford to provoke this person. Humph, can't provoke? So my son Zhang Li can be provoked by them? Fine. I won't touch Zhou Bingbing for now. I'll investigate her identity first, but that Su Lingyue and her driver Lu Tiantong must die. Uncle Chen nodded. I'll arrange this immediately. To avoid suspicion, I'll first find a scapegoat to create a scene at the Phoenix Group, then stage a robbery murder to pin it on them. It will be done so discreetly that no one will suspect us. Good. Zhang Li felt reassured about Uncle Chen's capabilities. You handle everything. Just let me know what you need. And that bastard Li Weiniang. Once Su Lingyue and her driver are dealt with, he'll go to hell too. In a branch of the Black Tiger sect, a burly man with an angry expression sat in the central seat. His name was Du Cheng, one of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect and the brother of Du Yu. Last night, Du called him, saying he had been bullied by a country bumpkin at a party. Without a second thought, Du Cheng had sent 2 disciples to drive a Hummer to help his brother regain his dignity. He had thought it would be a simple matter. However, upon waking up, he was greeted by the sight of 3 battered individuals. Brother, you have to stand up for me. Our Hummer was flipped over by that guy. Du complained, looking miserable. After being punched by Lu Tiantong at the party and losing 2 teeth, he ended up with a head injury from the car door, making him look like a pig's head. The 2 disciples of the Black Tiger sect were not much better off. One had a broken arm, while the other was limping, both covered in bruises and cuts. What on earth happened? Du Cheng squinted and pressed for details. Du Yu quickly recounted everything that had transpired the previous night. After listening, Du Cheng snorted coldly and said, They must have been lucky to flip our Hummer while driving a Kian. It doesn't matter. You can run from the monk. But you can't run from the temple. I've been wanting to teach that Su Lingwei a lesson for a long time, and I finally found an opportunity. Today, I'll personally lead a team to make those who hurt us pay the price. The next morning, after pondering all night, Lu Tiantong drove to pick up Su Lingwei. He didn't wait downstairs as usual. Instead, he ran straight up to the third floor to knock on the door. After knocking for a while, Moron Wanner, yawning, opened the door. It turned out to be Xiao Baolong. You're here pretty early today. Sister Lingwei is still getting ready. Why don't you wait in the living room for a bit? I'm going to take a quick nap, she said, groggily walking back. Lu Tianlong was at a loss for words. Didn't she notice that she was acting differently today? Wanner, don't go just yet. What do you think of my outfit today? Do I look handsome? Lu Tianlong called out, striking a pose for emphasis. Huh. Moron Wanner turned back, looking quite unwilling. In those baggy shorts and a tank top? You're Sister Ling Yue's personal driver now. Can't you dress a little more formally? Lu Tianlong was speechless. He could only remind her again. I just wanted to show you my strong muscles. Don't you find that manly? Aren't you excited? Manly. It's just okay. I've seen your whole body before. Why would I get excited over your leg hair? Moron Wanner rolled her eyes at him. Anyway, I don't feel anything. If you're not afraid of dying, you can show it to Bing Bing. She might get excited. But I warn you, when she gets excited, someone is going to be in trouble. After saying that, Moron Wanner, still in her cartoon pajamas, went back to her room. Lu Tianlong felt discouraged. He had specifically worn baggy shorts and a tank top, along with slippers. He had even gone upstairs to show off. Wasn't Zhou Bingbing a lesbian? He wanted to showcase his masculine charm and let her see that there are many strong and handsome men in this world besides women. Just then, Zhou Bingbing walked out of her room in her pajamas, seemingly headed to get a glass of water, holding an empty glass in her hand. Lu Tianlong waved his arm and said, "Look at my strong arms. See how solid my muscles are. Bingbing, how do you feel?" "Feel? I do." 2 words, disgusting. Zhou Bingbing glared at him, gritting her teeth. "Do you even have any sense of aesthetics? With a body like mine, I could easily win first place in a bodybuilding competition. I can't even count how many girls would swoon over this body, and you dare call it disgusting?" Lu Tianlong exclaimed angrily. "Disgusting is disgusting. Just get out of here. If you let Lingwei see you dressed like that, I won't let you off," Zhou Bingbing said fiercely. Lu Tianlong shrugged it off, smiling. "What's wrong? Afraid Lingwei will be captivated by my charm and fall for me? I actually want her to see. You dare. I'll kill you, you jerk." Zhou Bingbing was furious and threw the glass of water at Lu Tianlong. He easily caught it and laughed. "I know that someone like you, a little lesbian, has some twisted thoughts, so I won't stoop to your level." "Who are you calling a lesbian?" Zhou Bingbing was infuriated. "Are you saying you're not? Otherwise, I'll call Su Lingwei out and we can confront her face to face." Lu Tianlong shouted. "You dare." Upon hearing that they might question Su Lingwei, Zhou Bingbing's face immediately showed signs of panic. Haha. Lu Tianlong was overjoyed and lowered his voice. "So, Su Lingwei doesn't know about your thing with the girl? No wonder. Although society is quite open these days, most people still can't accept this kind of thing. I bet Su Lingwei can't accept it either. Are you afraid that once she finds out, she'll distance herself from you?" Zhou Bingbing seemed to be hit right in her vulnerable spot. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Tianlong, but didn't argue back. "All right. I won't make it hard for you. As long as you don't go against me in the future, I'll keep your secret." Lu Tianlong said nonchalantly. "Are you threatening me? Who needs your secrecy, you jerk?" Zhou Bingbing stomped her foot angrily. "I'm threatening you. What are you going to do about it? Not happy? Fine. I'll just go find Su Lingwei right now and tell her you are. You dare. Watch me." Lu Tianlong shouted at the top of his lungs. "Su Lingwei, come out. I have a secret to tell you." Zhou Bingbing was alarmed. Lu Tianlong was right. She knew Su Lingwei's temperament all too well. If she found out that Zhou Bingbing secretly liked her, especially in that way, Su Lingwei would definitely not accept it. She had to stop Lu Tianlong. In a split second, she pushed off the ground and lunged at him. "Hey, that's inappropriate." Lu Tianlong pretended to panic, flailing his arms in front of him, and inadvertently pressed his hands against Zhou Bingbing. The 2 of them then fell back onto the sofa due to the momentum, with Zhou Bingbing landing on top of Lu Tianlong, and his hands ended up perfectly positioned on her front. Chapter 24, Debt Collection. Zhou Bingbing let out a sharp scream and jumped off Lu Tianlong. Just moments ago, due to a misunderstanding, the 2 of them had ended up in an awkward position, with Lu Tianlong holding her, and she was still feeling the sting of it. "Lu Tianlong, you jerk." Zhou Bingbing had never faced such humiliation, nor had she ever been touched like that by anyone. Now, being openly grabbed by Lu Tianlong ignited a fire of anger within her. She clenched her little fists, gritting her teeth, ready to pounce. "Calm down. I'm clearly the victim here," Lu Tianlong protested, feeling wronged. "You jumped on me and pushed me onto the couch. I instinctively reached out, and who would have thought I grabbed something I shouldn't have? But I must admit, it felt pretty nice. He said this while lewdly sniffing his hand, a look of ecstasy on his face. You bastard, just wait until I get my hands on you. Zhou Bingbing could no longer hold back, her eyes red with fury as she charged forward. Creak. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Su Lingyue stepped out wrapped in a towel, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at the two of them. What happened? With red-rimmed eyes, Zhou Bingbing pointed at Lu Tianlong and said, Lingyue, this jerk, he actually. I have a secret to tell you. Lu Tianlong interrupted just in time. A secret? Can it wait? Su Lingyue turned her attention to Zhou Bingbing. What did he do to you? He. Zhou Bingbing hesitated, clearly feeling threatened by Lu Tianlong. If she revealed what he had just done, he would retaliate by exposing her secret about being a lesbian. He actually barged into our room dressed like this. Zhou Bingbing ultimately chose to endure and came up with a vague excuse. Huh. Su Lingyue glanced at Lu Tianlong's outfit, her expression puzzled. His attire was indeed a bit off, but was it really worth such a big reaction from Bingbing? That's just how he is, so carefree and reckless. I'm used to it, so you don't need to take it too seriously. Su Lingyue reassured her, then turned to Lu Tianlong, frowning. From now on, don't come into our room looking so sloppy. Also, you mentioned a secret earlier? What is it? Zhou Bingbing shot Lu Tianlong a glare. Lu Tianlong met her gaze with a smirk, saying, I want to tell you that actually, Zhou Bingbing thinks I look pretty handsome in this outfit. She says I'm wild and have the charm of a hero. Both women were instantly exasperated. Who had ever seen a hero dressed in a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops? Don't believe me? Just ask Zhou Bingbing, I never lie. Lu Tianlong pointed at Zhou Bingbing. Zhou Bingbing's feelings were a tangled mess. She felt like crashing headfirst into this jerk. All right, there's an important meeting today. You go wait for me downstairs. I'll be right out. Su Lingyue stepped in to defuse the situation. She had initially intended to tell Lu Tianlong to change his clothes, but seeing the time, she decided against it and went straight back to her room to change. Lu Tianlong whistled at Zhou Bingbing as he happily headed downstairs. You bastard. Don't let me catch you slipping up, or I swear I'll make your life worse than death. Zhou Bingbing stomped her foot angrily behind her. On the way to the company, Su Lingyue kept her eyes glued to the financial report in her hands. Phoenix Company had developed rapidly over the nearly 2 years since its establishment, with revenue skyrocketing, especially this year, achieving a leap in growth, reaching an annual turnover of over 10 billion, and becoming a top-tier enterprise in Haiyang City, creating a commercial legend for both the city and the province. Yet, Su Lingyue remained frowning, looking at the financial report with a face full of helplessness. If it were solely based on the current performance, when her 2-year agreement with her father expired, she would have to yield. Boss, what's got you looking so troubled? Lu Tianlong glanced at her through the rearview mirror and smiled. Nothing, just focus on driving. Su Lingyue replied coldly. She was still upset about Lu Tianlong's earlier behavior, and discussing her worries with him seemed pointless. Don't frown so much. How about I tell you a joke to lighten the mood? Lu Tianlong suggested with a grin. Tell your jokes somewhere else, and shut up. Su Lingyue snapped, her irritation flaring. This guy only knew how to make jokes all day long. She hadn't even settled the score with him for what he had done earlier, and it was clear he had pulled some shameless stunt with Zhou Bingbing. Lu Tianlong, you're out there flirting all the time. Can't you do something serious for once? She bit out. Lu Tianlong felt wronged. What do you mean I'm flirting? I'm just being passive here. Nonsense. Telling jokes to Wan and bullying Bingbing. Is that also passive? Thinking of his past misdeeds made Su Lingyue even angrier. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass by its own burrow, so why did this guy only target her friends? A bold life needs no explanation. Besides, I stand tall and proud, Lu Tianlong said, puffing out his chest. You. Su Lingyue truly had no way to deal with him. If it weren't for needing him to continue pretending to be her boyfriend to fend off her suitors, she would have wanted to fire him from the company right away. The car soon arrived at the company. Watching Su Lingyue get out and sway her hips towards the office, Lu Tianlong whistled and drove to the parking lot, ready to join the team to chat and boast with old Zhang and the others. But as soon as he entered the team area, he heard a commotion inside, voices chattering and arguing. Those bastards, how dare they cause trouble at our Phoenix group? Do they really think we have no men here? Exactly. We've at least had meals with President Su. We have to help out in situations like this. Keep it down. Can't you see those people look fierce? They're all from the sect, and even the security guards won't dare to stop them. We can't just sit here waiting, can we? Let us call the police. Call the police? They're not causing a riot. What is the use of that? Lu Tianlong had no idea what was happening. As soon as he appeared, old Zhang and the others quickly gathered around him. It was only from their chatter that he learned what was going on. This morning, A dozen burly men with fierce looks stormed into Phoenix Group, claiming that one of their own had been injured and demanding compensation from Su Lingwei. Tianlong, I heard that they are still in the conference room. What should we do? Lu Tianlong's expression turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from the Black Tiger sect. That day at the party, when Du Yu was beaten and their Hummer was damaged, Su Lingwei mentioned that Du Yu has an older brother who is an elder in the Black Tiger sect. I'll go take a look. Lu Tianlong decisively headed out. We're coming too. Big Brother Zhang and the others, feeling emboldened, followed suit, their faces filled with righteous indignation. I can tell by my calculations that Brother Tianlong would never stand by and do nothing. The Lu Xiaowu chimed in, swaying his head and trailing behind. In the conference room on the 18th floor, Su Lingwei was furious. Inside, more than a dozen muscular men in black suits were scattered around the room, lounging arrogantly. Many attendees hesitated at the door, too intimidated to enter, whispering among themselves. Security! Security! How did these people get in here? Su Lingwei shouted, her anger palpable. A chubby man hurriedly approached her. It was Wang Dalei, the head of security. Ms. Su, this group claims they are here to demand compensation from you. We tried to stop them, but we couldn't hold them back, Wang Dalei said, his face drawn with worry. Couldn't hold them back? You have over 30 security personnel, and you can't even manage a dozen people? What are you all doing? Su Lingwei scolded. Wang Dalei glanced nervously at the conference room and replied helplessly, Ms. Su, you don't understand. These people are from a sect. Our security team doesn't dare to intervene. I suggest you negotiate with them. If their demands aren't too outrageous, just agree to them. Otherwise, Phoenix Group will have a tough time ahead. Fine. Very well. Let us see just how much power they think they have. Su Lingwei laughed coldly, displaying her strong-willed character at a critical moment. With a determined stride, she entered the conference room. You must be Ms. Su, a robust man sitting in the center of the room said with a grin. He was Du Cheng, one of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect. You're Du Yu's brother, Du Cheng? Su Lingwei recognized the resemblance immediately. That's right, it's me. Du Cheng nodded with a confident smile. The Black Tiger sect ranks among the top 5 sects in Haiyang City, and as one of the 4 elders, Du Cheng oversees their operations in the impoverished areas of the city. His sect is undoubtedly the strongest in the slums. What brings you here today? Su Lingwei asked coldly. Du Cheng glanced at her, swallowing hard. He had thoughts about the goddess like Su Lingwei, but he knew very well that a woman of her caliber was beyond his reach. Otherwise, it would lead to a lot of trouble. Mr. Su, don't pretend to be confused when you know what's going on. Last night, my brother Du Yu offended you. After I found out, I criticized him and told him to apologize to you. But instead, you went ahead and ran him and his car into a ditch. And he is still in the hospital, Du Cheng said. So I'm here today to seek justice for my brother. Justice? What kind of justice are you looking for? Su Lingwei replied, somewhat annoyed, yet feeling helpless. The fact was, Du Yu had indeed chased her in his car that night, and it was true that Lu Tianlong had crashed into him. Moreover, there was no evidence to prove that Du Yu was seeking revenge. It's simple. All you need to do is cover some medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. I'm not asking for much, just 1 million. After that, we'll consider it settled. Du Cheng laughed. 1 million. Su Lingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. This was outright extortion. Du Cheng. Let me tell you, you won't get a single penny from me today. Oh really? Then we can just sit here and wait. I have all the time in the world. I'll bring people here every day to chat and drink tea until I get my money. By the way, just a reminder, this is an economic dispute, and calling the police won't help you. Du Cheng said confidently with a smile. You, Su Lingwei's eyes turned red with anger. She was currently handling a major order for Changhong Group, and if Du Cheng really brought people here to cause a scene every day, she wouldn't be able to conduct her business normally. Moreover, such a disruption would have a severely negative impact on Phoenix Group. This is extortion. Su Lingwei gritted her teeth. Du Cheng grinned. Please don't say that. We are a legitimate organization and don't engage in extortion. I'm just here to seek compensation. Su Lingwei felt completely powerless against someone like him. 1 million? It's not much, Ms. Su. We should just agree to it. Just as they were at a stalemate, Lu Tianlong, dressed in a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops, made a grand entrance, followed by a group of people, including the furious Big Zhang, who were armed with mops and sticks. Chapter 25. Take down the panda and you're a national treasure. Lu Tianlong entered the conference room with a smile, followed by a few agitated brothers. 1 million is a bit low, but it's acceptable. CEO Su, if it doesn't work, let's just agree to it. His words landed like a bombshell, sparking a flurry of discussions among the crowd outside. Su Lingwei widened her eyes in disbelief, not understanding how Lu Tianlong could say something like that. 1 million isn't much. But if this sets a precedent, such incidents will only increase. If we give in today because of this commotion, what will happen tomorrow? Will they come back demanding money again? Is the Phoenix Group going to become a cash machine? Tianlong, how can you agree to this? They're clearly trying to extort us. We absolutely cannot agree. Exactly, we can't agree. We'll fight them to the end if it comes to that. The big guy, Zhang, and others behind him were equally shocked and anxiously advised against it. Haha, this brother here knows the bigger picture. You must be Lu Tianlong, the one who hurt my brother, right? From the murmurs, Du Qing figured out Lu Tianlong's identity. Initially, he wanted to teach Lu a lesson for hurting his brother. But now that he was speaking up for him, Du Qing thought this guy wasn't too bad after all. That's right. I am Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong grinned, extending his right hand. So, you must be Du Cheng, right? Since we've already agreed, let us get the money quickly. CEO Su still has a meeting to attend. Get the money? Du Cheng was taken aback. Su Lingyue was stunned, and everyone present was in shock. Is Lu Tianlong actually asking Du Qing for money? What are you all looking at me like that for? Lu Tianlong asked, puzzled by the crowd's astonished expressions. Last night, that idiot Du deliberately blocked the road, causing me to crash CEO Su's car. My poor heart was traumatized. Isn't it reasonable to ask for some compensation? Are you messing with me? Du Cheng's face darkened to the extreme. Am I so bored that I'd mess with you? The fact is, your idiot brother blocked the road first. Now, are you going to pay up or not? Lu Tianlong replied impatiently. His repeated insults towards Du were like slaps to Du Cheng's face in public. Loud and clear. You say my brother blocked the road on purpose. Do you have any evidence? Du Cheng gritted his teeth. Lu Tianlong smiled and said, you claim we crashed your idiot brother into a ditch. Do you have any evidence for that? Du Cheng was left speechless. Haha, Tianlong is awesome. Well said. Do you have any evidence? Exactly. If you're capable, show us the evidence. The others, including Big Guy Zhang, cheered for Lu Tianlong. I could tell just by looking that brother Tianlong is definitely not someone without backbone. The slaps are echoing loud and clear. Little Wu, holding a broom, nodded vigorously. Su Lingyue's eyes also lit up beside them. When dealing with a villain, you need to be just as cunning, using conventional methods. She knew she wouldn't be able to compete with someone as shameless as Du Cheng. Dragging things out would only harm the Phoenix Group. But since Du Cheng was a rogue, Lu Tianlong was even more so. With this commotion, Du Cheng lost his reason to demand money. However, Su Lingyue felt a sense of unease in her heart. After all, Du Cheng and those guys from the sects sometimes didn't play by the rules. If they insisted on causing trouble every day at the Phoenix Group, it would be hard to handle. Alright, very well. You think you're clever with your sharp tongue? You think you can be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Fine. Su Lingyue, Lu Tianlong. Let us see how this plays out. Du Cheng was furious. Since Su Lingyue and Lu Tianlong wanted to play tricks on him, he was determined to show them who could outplay whom. This brat still isn't convinced. We can't let them go. Let us teach these bastards a lesson. The group, led by old Zhang, was aggressive behind him. If they just let the troublemakers leave, it would make the Phoenix Group look incompetent. But it was just them shouting. The dozen or so security guards led by Wang Dalei were too scared to step forward, already backing away, hoping these guys would leave soon. You won't let us go? Fine, I want to see who can keep me here. Du Cheng sneered, slowly standing up, with a dozen disciples behind him looking equally fierce. Impulse is the devil. Can we not resort to violence so easily? Lu Tianlong chuckled and said, I think this is a misunderstanding. How about this, Elder Du? Let us step outside to talk. If you're worried I'll pull a fast one on you, we can chat over in the slums. I'll go with you. Great. I'm curious to see what you want to discuss. Du Cheng replied with a cold smile. They led the way downstairs, with Lu Tianlong closely following. Old Zhang and the others wanted to tag along, but were stopped by Lu Tianlong. Be careful. Su Lingyue hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, protecting the Phoenix Group is my job. I'm doing all of this for one purpose only, to win your heart and unlock. Lu Tianlong whispered with a grin. Go to hell. Su Lingyue stomped her foot angrily. This jerk never missed a chance to tease her. The dozen or so people led by Du Cheng got into several cars and drove ahead, while Lu Tianlong followed in Su Lingyue's Qian. The cars sped towards the slums in the west of the city. Eventually, they stopped at an abandoned factory in the slums. As soon as Lu Tianlong got out of the car, he was surrounded by Du Cheng's disciples. Du Cheng, what are you planning? I came here with good intentions to discuss things with you, and you don't even offer me a drink? Is this how you intend to treat me? Lu Tianlong feigned surprise as he was encircled. Du Cheng sneered, drinking? I was going to let it go for some money, but you had to pop up and cause trouble. Fine, I don't want the money anymore. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson and get revenge for my brothers. Since ancient times, it has been a rule not to harm envoys in battle. Are you going to disregard the rules of the martial world? Lu Tianlong said angrily. Rules? Du Cheng laughed heartily. In my territory, I am the rule. I have more men, and that's the rule. So mighty and imposing? Lu Tianlong chuckled, pointing at Du Cheng. The way you look now has quite the charm reminiscent of my younger days. So, according to you, being strong is the only rule? That's one way to put it. Lu Tianlong, you wouldn't naively think that you alone can take us all down, would you? Du Cheng arrogantly declared. He had the confidence to be arrogant. In the entire Black Tiger sect, Du Cheng was known for his fighting skills, ranking among the top few. He had been fond of boxing since childhood and had spent a few years training abroad, even fighting underground for 2 years, so he definitely had some real skills. Fighting against you bunch of useless people is as easy as pie for me. However, I don't have time to waste with you. Didn't you say that having more people means having the upper hand? Let's see now, who really has more people? Lu Tianlong casually stood still, lightly clapping his hands a few times. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted around them. From the corners, rooftops, and streets, one man after another emerged, totaling around 40 or 50, quickly surrounding the dozen or so people led by Du Cheng. At the forefront was none other than Eagle Lord from the Eagle sect. Li Weiniang. Li Weiniang? Haha. Seeing Li Weiniang, Du Cheng burst into laughter. Lu Tianlong, I didn't expect you to bring in Li Weiniang as your helper, but you really overestimate this waste. In the west side of the city, he doesn't even have the right to carry my shoes. How dare he challenge me, Du Cheng? The slums in the west side of the city were filled with various sections. Li Weiniang's Eagle sect was just an insignificant one among many, with only a handful of disciples and a small business. In contrast, the Black Tiger sect was a legitimate major sect, and Du Cheng led the largest branch in the slums, boasting numerous businesses and hundreds or even thousands of disciples. The two were simply not on the same level. Normally, when they met, Li Weiniang would have to bow and address Du Cheng as Elder Du, and Du Cheng might not even bother to acknowledge him. Oh Lord Lu, what is going on here? Li Weiniang was also frightened when he recognized Du Cheng standing in the middle. The disciples he brought with him gasped in shock upon hearing Du Cheng's name. In the west side, daring to set a trap for Black Tiger sects, Du Cheng was akin to courting death. Lord Lu, we're all friends here. Is there some misunderstanding? How about I set up a table and we sit down to talk about this? Li Weiniang attempted to play the mediator, but Du Cheng wasn't having any of it. With a glare, he coldly sneered, if you don't want to die, then get lost. See, you treat them as friends, and they see you as trash. Little Eagle, you're really not doing well in this situation, Lu Tianlong chuckled. Li Weiniang's face flushed red and white. Even a clay figurine can get angry. He felt the heat rise in him due to Du Cheng's merciless words. Boss Du, we all live in this area. Do you really want to tear the face off with me, Li Weiniang? Tear the face off with you? You think you're worthy? I'll count to 3, and you better get lost. Otherwise, I'll cripple all of you right here, Du Cheng said coldly, his dozen subordinates also wearing mocking smiles. Though Li Weiniang brought more people, they didn't take them seriously. The few people Du Cheng brought were the best fighters among his disciples. Li Weiniang's crowd consisted of ordinary sect disciples, poorly trained and barely making ends meet, just a bunch of rabble. Damn it, today I'm really going to take you on. You think you're so tough, Black Tiger sect? Well, Li Weiniang is ready to fight you today. Li Weiniang was enraged by Du Cheng's insults and turned to Lu Tianlong. Lord Lu, just give the order, and we'll duel them to the end. Lu Tianlong nodded. Li Weiniang wasn't too cowardly after all. Little Eagle, do you think I sent you here to teach Du Cheng a lesson to put you in danger? Lu Tianlong suddenly asked. Li Weiniang was taken aback, not quite understanding what he meant. If you hadn't come today, I guarantee that within a week, your fate would be even worse than Zhang Chu's. Have you thought about why the Tongfei group approached you a couple of days ago to deal with me? Lu Tianlong said calmly. Li Weiniang was stunned again. But then he understood Lu Tianlong's point. With the Tongfei group's connections and financial power, they didn't need to recruit a small fry like him to take on Lu Tianlong. The only reason they sought him out was that they were already preparing to cut ties and throw him under the bus if things escalated. Thinking of this, Li Weiniang clenched his fists, anger flashing across his face. Lu Tianlong waved his hand and said lightly, the fact that you can figure this out shows you're not stupid. But don't feel too indignant. This is just the law of the jungle. If you're strong, people will respect and submit to you. If you're weak, you'll be trampled and toyed with. That's the rule. Feeling indignant? Want to fight back? You can. But be aware of the risks and be ready to face the consequences. Most importantly, you need to have the opportunity. I'm giving you that opportunity right now. In the west part of the city, Du Cheng, the elder of the Black Tiger sect, and his most elite disciples are all there. You can bring your disciples and duel them. If you can defeat them, today will be the day you, Li Weiniang, make your mark. There's an old saying, take down a panda, and you become a national treasure. Chapter 26. one punch to obliterate Lu Tianlong felt that with his eloquence, it would be a real waste not to become a public speaker. After his recent speech, Li Weiniang and the others were fired up with passion. Taking down the panda would mean taking down a national treasure. Indeed, if they seized this opportunity to defeat Du Cheng and his elite disciples, chaos would surely ensue in the slums. While the Eagle sect and Li Weiniang might not immediately replace them as the top sect in the slums, they could use this chance to gain immense fame, recruit more disciples, and expand their influence. This was an absolutely rare opportunity. Moreover, Li Weiniang had just recently dealt with Zhang Chu at Lu Tianlong's request. Zhang was the son of a wealthy family from the Tengfei group, and now he had been turned into a half-wreck, neither man nor woman. The Tengfei group would definitely not let this slide. With Lu Tianlong as the mastermind and Li Weiniang as the accomplice, the Tengfei group would surely come after him. Given his current strength, it would be as easy for them to eliminate him as squashing an ant. If only he could grow stronger, the Tengfei group might think twice. Damn it, either way it's death. I'm going all in today. Li Weiniang gritted his teeth and declared fiercely. Du Cheng's eyes turned fierce as he shouted, Li Weiniang, you reckless fool, do you really want to challenge our Black Tiger sect? Li Weiniang glanced at him, remaining silent, and instead turned to the 40 or so disciples who had come with him. This was nearly all of the Eagle sect's members. Listen up, brothers. What Lu Gu said is true. We're currently weak, and in the eyes of others, we're just little ants, easy to crush, easy to stomp on. It's been too damn humiliating. Others have large factions, numerous disciples, enjoying the good life, while we're also a sect. Why should we be bullied by them? Lu Gu is right. The opportunity is right in front of us. If we fight, we might just rise above, but if we don't, we'll be trampled for life. If we lose, I accept it. If we win, we can finally hold our heads high. I, Li Weiniang, challenge the Black Tiger sect. Brothers, what about you? Li Weiniang shouted with fiery determination. Follow Eagle Gu. Challenge the Black Tiger sect. Eagle Gu, give the order. Let us be men today. The crowd was stirred up. With just a few words from Li Weiniang, all of his men were ignited with fighting spirit. They flushed with excitement, shaking their fists and roaring, venting years of pent-up frustration. Du Cheng's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Tianlong to provoke Li Weiniang and his group so effectively in such a short time. However, he felt no concern. Trash. No matter how loud they shout, they remain trash. Li Weiniang, since you're hell-bent on opposing me, today I'll teach you and your Eagle sect a lesson. Brothers, attack. Du Cheng, somewhat arrogant by nature, was decisive in action. He knew that if he allowed Li Weiniang to continue rallying his men, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Without hesitation, he immediately issued the attack order. A dozen disciples charged towards Li Weiniang's 40 or so followers like fierce tigers descending a mountain. Brothers, let's go. We will definitely win against the Black Tiger sect. Li Weiniang shouted, undeterred, sounding the call to attack. The two groups clashed instantly, with shouts of anger, cries of pain, and wails echoing through the abandoned factory. Fortunately, Du Cheng had originally planned to incapacitate Lu Tianlong, which is why he brought him to this relatively desolate place. Otherwise, with such a commotion, someone would have likely noticed it by now. You bastard, Li Dalong. So what if you're with Du Cheng and join the Black Tiger sect? You've always been sneering at me, and today I'm going to teach you a good lesson. It seemed that Li Weiniang's men had often been bullied by Du Cheng's subordinates, and now, with tempers flaring, old grievances were being dragged back into the light. Fueled by anger, Li Weiniang's followers, taking advantage of their numbers, surrounded Du Cheng's men, attacking without hesitation. For a moment, it appeared that Du Cheng's subordinates were struggling to hold their ground. Du Cheng stood by, arms crossed, wearing a cold smile. Lu Tianlong observed the battlefield with a slight frown. Although Li Weiniang's side held a certain advantage at the moment, Lu Tianlong could see through it. If the fight dragged on even a little longer, Li Weiniang's people would surely lose. They had the numbers, but being a small sect, it was already a blessing for them to be well-fed and clothed. Their training was likely minimal, and their fighting style was chaotic, resembling that of street brawlers. In contrast, the dozen or so followers Du Cheng brought were well-trained. In terms of stamina, skill, and fighting techniques, they were clearly a cut above Li Weiniang's men. Sure enough, after a short time, Li Weiniang's followers began to tire, with several panting heavily. After fending off their initial attacks, Du Cheng's men finally launched a counterattack. They had sustained significant injuries during the defense, and their counteroffensive was sharp and targeted, focusing on the opponent's weak points. They either struck at the elbows, targeted the knees, or aimed for the head, each hit capable of instantly incapacitating an opponent. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 of Li Weiniang's men had been injured and were crying out as they retreated from the fray. Humph, a bunch of small fry. Do they really think they can compete with us? Everything was going according to Du Cheng's expectations. He understood the Eagle sect members well and had confidence in the subordinates who had been by his side for years. Du Cheng, I'm challenging you to a duel. Li Weiniang realized the situation was turning dire. If this continued, the Eagle sect would undoubtedly be defeated, and he would be expelled from Haiyang. The only way out was to find a way to take down Du Cheng first. With that thought, Li Weiniang kicked aside the person next to him and charged angrily at Du Cheng. Li Weiniang, with those skills of yours, you think you can fight me? You're overestimating yourself. Before he could finish his taunt, Du Cheng took the initiative, rushing forward to engage Li Weiniang. Li Weiniang was the leader of the Eagle sect and its most formidable fighter. He had served in the military for a few years, although most of that time was spent raising pigs. Nonetheless, his routine physical training kept him in excellent shape. However, in front of Du Cheng, his disadvantages were glaringly apparent. After just 3 to 5 exchanges, Du Cheng landed a straight punch aimed at Li Weiniang. Li Weiniang quickly dodged, unaware that it was a feint. In a swift move, Du Cheng shifted behind him, grabbing his arms and twisting sharply to the side. Crack! Li Weiniang's right arm was dislocated, and he stumbled backward, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Useless. Du Cheng looked at him with disdain. I'll fight you. Li Weiniang, frustrated and angry at his own shortcomings, gritted his teeth and prepared to charge forward again. Little Eagle stepped back. Seeing how capable Boss Du is, I'm feeling a bit eager myself, came the lazy voice of Lu Tianlong from the sidelines. Li Weiniang was instantly delighted, nodding vigorously and stepping aside. You think you can take me on, you little driver? You're asking for trouble. Du Cheng completely disregarded Lu Tianlong, glancing around to see his men gaining the upper hand. He walked straight towards Lu Tianlong, ready to end the fight swiftly. As he closed in, just 3 or 4 steps away, he suddenly lunged forward, swinging his fist fiercely towards Lu Tianlong's head. Why do they all look down on the little driver? He earns his keep with his own skills. I'll show you. Lu Tianlong was furious and didn't he dodge. In Du Cheng's astonished gaze, he raised his own fist to strike back. He was actually going to go head-to-head with Du Cheng. You're asking for death. If you can beat me, I'll let you cripple my legs. Du Cheng sneered, channeling his strength for a punch meant to crush Lu Tianlong. Bang! The 2 fists collided with sheer brute force. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, with a look of utter disbelief, Du Cheng let out a scream, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. His right arm hung limply by his side, unable to move, and the excruciating pain almost made him cry out. How is this possible? He stared at Lu Tianlong in horror, as if he were a monster. One punch had resulted in a complete fracture of his forearm. What kind of terrifying strength was this? How did this little driver do it? Was he even human? Useless. You can't even beat a little driver like me, and you call yourself an elder? You're nothing but a pile of dung. Lu Tianlong mocked, imitating the scornful tone Du Cheng had used against Li Weiniang. Damn, he knocked Du Cheng out with one punch. Li Weiniang watched in shock. He had known Lu Tianlong could fight and had witnessed it firsthand, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. Brothers, Boss Lu just took down Du Cheng with a single punch. Let us give it our all and defeat them. Li Weiniang shouted, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. This moment marked a turning point in the duel. With their leader incapacitated, the morale of the Black Tiger sect immediately crumbled, and they began to retreat under pressure. Conversely, the Eagle sect's spirits soared as they charged forward, ignoring their pain and cries. Within a short time, they managed to knock down all of Du Cheng's dozen or so subordinates. Damn it, what a rush. Li Weiniang gritted his teeth as he reattached his arm, laughing heartily. Today was a moment of triumph for him. Of course, his side also suffered significant losses, with nearly all his men sustaining injuries, several of them quite serious. First, get the severely injured brothers to the hospital. Then send a few to keep watch outside to prevent any other Black Tiger sect members from hearing the commotion and coming to help, Lu Tianlong instructed calmly. Li Weiniang immediately complied without hesitation. In his eyes, Lu Tianlong had truly become the real Master Lu. Next, it was time to have a serious talk with Du Cheng. Lu Tianlong turned and slowly approached him. Du Cheng, having lost an arm and much of his combat capability, still attempted to resist, but was quickly subdued by several of Li Weiniang's men, pinning him to the ground. Lu Tianlong, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will never let you off the hook. I will make your life 1,000 times more miserable than mine. Du Cheng shouted through gritted teeth as he was held down. Lu Tianlong merely smiled coldly, a look in his eyes that sent a shiver down Li Weiniang's spine. That night, when Lu Tianlong had lifted him into the air, threatening to kill his entire family, it was this very same gaze. Oh my God, is he really going to eliminate Du Cheng? Want to take revenge on me? I would love to see that day. But unfortunately for you, it seems you won't get the chance. Li Weiniang recalled what Lu Tianlong had said before. If he lost, he would willingly accept the fate of being crippled. Let's satisfy him, Lu Tianlong said calmly. In these tumultuous times, Du Qing openly stirred up trouble at the Phoenix Group, and Lu Tianlong intended to make an example of him. Besides, after today's battle, he had completely severed ties with the Black Tiger sect. Even if he showed mercy, they wouldn't let things go easily. Thus, he decided to act decisively to intimidate the unscrupulous. They needed to understand that opposing him came with a price. Moreover, only by doing so could he instill fear in them, giving Li Weiniang and the others time to prepare for the challenges posed by the Black Tiger sect. Chapter 27. The Preservation Squad. When Lu Tianlong said he wanted to break Du Qing's legs, condemning him to a lifetime in a wheelchair, his expression was remarkably calm. To him, it seemed like a trivial punishment. The others present, however, couldn't help but shudder at his words. They watched Lu Tianlong, this young man in his 20s with an unflinching demeanor, and a wave of deep fear and awe washed over them. What? My words don't carry weight? Lu Tianlong frowned as he turned to look at Li Weiniang and the others, who remained motionless. They do. Whatever Master Lu says, we will do. At this point, Li Weiniang had completely submitted to Lu Tianlong. His overwhelming power, his commanding presence, and his ruthless nature made Li Weiniang feel he could never measure up. He then signaled a few subordinates to restrain Du Qing and walked straight over. Du Qing was utterly petrified. Even after years of navigating the underworld, he had never encountered such a ruthless opponent. The idea of breaking someone's legs as if it were merely trimming nails was unfathomable. These were 2 legs. Lu Tianlong. Boss Lu, please, no. I realize my mistakes. I promise I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, show mercy and let me go. By now, Du Qing was genuinely panicking, struggling and shouting, hoping for a miracle. Once a formidable elder of the Black Tiger sect, commanding respect in the slums of the West City, Du Qing was now reduced to a pitiful state. It's too late. When you instructed your men to follow my car for revenge, when you extorted Su Lingwei, when you threatened to disrupt the Phoenix Group every day, where were you then? People must pay for their actions. That's the rule. If you can't play the game, then you better not play at all. Lu Tianlong said calmly, casting a thoughtful glance at Li Weiniang. Du Qing's face turned ashen. Li Weiniang kicked him, and the sound of breaking bones was sharp and clear, echoing in the hearts of the onlookers like thunder. Master Lu is right. Our sect values loyalty and keeps its promises. Since they lost the duel, they must pay the price, Li Weiniang declared, not even glancing at the unconscious Du Qing. Yes, we accept the consequences of the gamble, echoed many of Li Weiniang's disciples. We fought fairly. Since we won, we are the victors, and they are the vanquished. They chimed in. Li Weiniang added, Master Lu, if you join our Eagle sect, I will make you the sect leader. What do you say? Lu Tianlong shook his head. I won't be joining the sect for now. However, I will keep an eye on you all and ensure you don't engage in any more heinous acts. Having grown accustomed to freedom, he was unwilling to be constrained. All right, since Master Lu has said so, we won't force the issue. But if you ever need anything, just command us. As long as it's within my means, I will go through fire and water for you. Li Weiniang pledged, thumping his chest. By the way, Master Lu, what should we do about the rest of the Black Tiger sect? Someone inquired. Aside from the unconscious Du Qing, there were also more than a dozen disciples he had brought with him, now sprawled on the ground. Their injuries were not serious, mostly just minor scrapes. Lu Tianlong's gaze swept over them, and this group of guys shivered in unison, not daring to meet his eyes. A few of the more timid ones were practically about to wet their pants. At this moment, just a word from Lu Tianlong could determine their fates. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tianlong spoke. The Black Tiger sect has lost all sense of morality, engaging in evil deeds day in and day out. I will not let them off the hook. So, are you willing to join the Eagle sect and become its disciples? The members of the Black Tiger gang exchanged glances. Join the Eagle sect? After a brief silence, someone spoke up. I'm willing. A legitimate sect that often does bad things. I've had enough of the Black Tiger sect. Another chimed in, exactly. Joining a sect is about strengthening ourselves and eliminating evil. I'm also willing to leave the Black Tiger sect for the Eagle sect. All of them, without exception, chose to defect, and they were quite happy about it. Everything was as Lu Tianlong had expected. Most people joined a sect to undergo training and find a good job within the sect's enterprises. However, the Black Tiger sect had crossed too many lines, committing acts that these ordinary disciples could no longer tolerate. Joining the Eagle sect gave them hope for the future. Boss Lu, what do you think we should do next? Once the news gets out, the Black Tiger sect definitely won't let this go easily. After the scene was mostly cleaned up, Li Weiniang approached and asked. Lu Tianlong thought for a moment and replied, for now, we need to keep Du Qing's downfall under wraps. The dozen or so people who just joined the Eagle sect are likely his trusted disciples. We can use this group to gather more intelligence on the Black Tiger sect, then challenge them and strive to drive them out. Before the Black Tiger sect catches wind of this, we need to recruit more disciples, train hard, expand our enterprises, and quickly reach out to other sects in the slums to collectively face the Black Tiger sect's challenge. All right, we'll do everything according to Boss Lu's plan. Li Weiniang was exceptionally energized. He understood Lu Tianlong's intentions. As long as they executed these plans well, the Eagle sect would develop rapidly, making a name for itself even in the entire Haiyang city. Of course, he would never forget that all of this was thanks to the young man in front of him, Lu Tianlong. When Lu Tianlong returned to the Phoenix group, he squinted his eyes and hummed a little tune, slipping back into his carefree demeanor. Su Lingwei and the others were still waiting in the conference room. When they saw him return, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Tianlong, you're back? Those bastards didn't do anything to you, did they? Old Zhang and the others rushed over, surrounding Lu Tianlong, looking him up and down to confirm he hadn't lost an arm or leg, nor had a scratch on him, before they finally relaxed. Su Lingwei, Wang Ying, and the others behind them also eased their expressions. They're just a bunch of worthless fools. What could they possibly do to me? You should be asking me what I did to them. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. Exactly. I can tell just by looking that those guys must have had a rough time with Brother Tianlong. What a joke. Just now, they were trailing behind us, legs shaking like leaves, thinking we didn't notice. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, if there's nothing else, you guys can head back to work. Wang Ying said at the right moment, her tone carrying authority. Xiao Wu and the others didn't linger and quickly returned to their vehicles. In the empty office, only Lu Tianlong, Su Lingwei, and Wang Ying remained. Boss, I just saved you $1 million. Shouldn't I get a little reward? Lu Tianlong leaned closer to Su Lingwei, grinning. Reward? Aren't all these troubles caused by you? Su Lingwei retorted coldly. That's quite heartless of you. I work my fingers to the bone for you. Waking up before the chickens and sleeping after the dogs, putting in more effort than an ox, and instead of comforting me, you say this? Lu Tianlong protested. Su Lingyue's face immediately flushed red, and she glared at him, saying, if you dare say anything else, I. After stammering for a while, she couldn't come up with a coherent threat. Wang Ying, observing the banter between them, seemed to catch on to something and shot Lu Tianlong a thoughtful glance. Just a slip of the tongue. It's not like this happens every day. It's just an occasional thing, Lu Tianlong chuckled. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll kick you out. Su Lingwei was practically itching to tear him apart. All right. Wang Ying interrupted their argument. Lu Tianlong, first tell me how the negotiations with those guys went. Are they likely to come back to the company to cause trouble? I talked to them, but we couldn't reach an agreement. I had to take them on in a showdown, and with my overwhelming aura, I knocked them all down. They probably won't come back anytime soon, Lu Tianlong said with a grin. Su Lingwei rolled her eyes. You single-handedly took down more than 10 of them? Aren't you afraid of bursting your own bubble? Can you at least save me some face? Are we still going to be able to have fun together in the future? Lu Tianlong sighed. All right, I'll be honest. We really couldn't reach an agreement. They insisted on $1 million, and since I couldn't negotiate, I resorted to force. I called in a guy named Li Weiniang from the Western District to teach Du Qing a lesson. Li Weiniang? Wang Ying raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lu Tianlong. Su Lingwei, who lived in the Western slum, knew quite a bit about the area. Compared to Du Qing, Li Weiniang was just a small-time player. How could he handle Du Qing? Well, if that's the case, then I can rest easy. Su Lingwei nodded, relieved. She wasn't afraid of those guys, but if they really decided to make trouble, it would be quite a hassle. By the way, Yingjie, our security team leader at Phoenix Group, is that chubby guy named Wang Dalai? Lu Tianlong turned to ask. At his mention, Wang Ying's expression turned sour. Yes, that's right. His performance today was very unsatisfactory. Su Zong, I suggest we fire him immediately. Not to fire him. Lu Tianlong shook his head and said, we need to fire everyone in the security team. What? Fire the entire security department? Su Lingwei and Wang Ying exclaimed in unison. Who will be responsible for the security of our Phoenix group? Are you guys stupid? If we fire them, won't we just hire new people? Lu Tianlong replied with an expression that suggested they were being foolish. You two are the CEO and the HR manager. And you can't handle such a small issue better than I can as a driver? Su Lingwei felt her intelligence insulted and retorted angrily. Do you think it's that easy to hire new people? What will we do in the meantime? You're all brawn and no brains. In this day and age, the only thing we have in abundance is people. Lu Tianlong replied nonchalantly. As for temporary measures, well, we can always just buy a few more guard dogs. Chapter 28. The Devious Scheme. buy a few more dogs. Su Lingwei and Wang Ying simultaneously rolled their eyes. What on earth is this guy thinking? Who has ever seen a company that ties a few dogs at the entrance as security guards? Am I wrong? Dogs are way more useful than those useless security guards. Lu Tianlong chuckled. Lu Tianlong. Su Lingwei thought he was just trying to stir up trouble and clenched her little fist, ready to explode. Wang Ying quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, President Su, don't be angry. Honestly, I agree with Lu Tianlong. Our current security guards were recruited in a hurry, and their qualifications vary greatly. They've made a lot of mistakes at work, so it might be better to fire them all and hire a new batch. How about this? I'll have someone issue a recruitment notice right away, and we can hold a job fair in 2 or 3 days. After some training, they can get to work, and then we can replace the current security team. Su Lingwei suppressed her anger and agreed, saying, all right. Then it's up to you to handle this. Find a suitable person to be in charge of the recruitment interviews, and the principle is to be selective. Wang Ying nodded, glancing at Lu Tianlong, who was bored and playing with his nails. After a moment, she said, President Su, why don't we let Assistant Lu take charge of this recruitment? Him? Su Lingwei was surprised. Huh, me? Lu Tianlong was also taken aback and immediately waved his hand. Refusing, don't come up with such bad ideas. Wang Ying ignored him and continued to persuade Su Lingwei, President Su. Here's my thinking. Our HR department is currently busy with several projects and can't spare reliable personnel. Security work is very important, so we can't just handle it carelessly. Assistant Lu doesn't have much work on his hands right now, and since he's just idling around, letting him give it a try wouldn't hurt. That's a fair point. He's just been lazing around, running around without doing anything substantial. We should find him something to do. Su Lingwei pondered for a moment and nodded. So it's settled then. I'll have someone post the recruitment notice, and when the interview is scheduled, I'll notify Assistant Lu to be there, Wang Ying quickly said. Lu Tianlong felt like he was being sold out. You two can't bully me like this. I'm just a little driver. What does the recruitment of security guards have to do with me? Lu Tianlong protested firmly. Your current position is assistant to the president. Wang Ying corrected him. What assistant to the president? That title is just a burden. I'm only getting paid as a driver. I can only handle as much as I'm paid for. Do you think I'm a cow that eats grass and gives milk? Lu Tianlong felt more wrong than anyone else. While he was unhappy, Su Lingwei was quite pleased. Seeing his strong reaction, Su Lingwei, who had been somewhat hesitant, immediately made up her mind. She slammed her palm on the desk and declared, Fine, I'll give you a raise of $200. This is settled. If you mess this up, I want to let you off easy. $200? That's barely enough to buy a hammer. Faced with these two domineering women, Lu Tianlong was completely out of options. What a nice day it is today. Seeing his resentful expression, Su Lingwei felt great, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Nice day, my foot. It's gloomy and more suitable for some bed activities. Lu Tianlong muttered. Lu Tianlong, you bastard. What does the gloomy weather have to do with bedroom activities? Su Lingwei was furious. How could this jerk only think about these things? Of course it's related. When the weather is gloomy, you don't want to go out. You just want to lie in bed and sleep. If you can't fall asleep, you might as well do some exercise, like sit-ups or push-ups, to stay fit. Are you thinking inappropriately? Can't you have a healthier mindset? Lu Tianlong said seriously. You. Su Lingwei was almost driven mad by this guy. And in the end, it turned into her having an unhealthy mindset. Just then, Wang Ying's phone rang, interrupting their quarrel. She stepped aside to answer. And when she returned, her expression was somewhat complex. Sister Wang, is something wrong? When they were alone, Su Lingwei called Wang Ying Sister Wang, indicating their good relationship. Despite Wang Ying's position as the HR manager, Su Lingwei often sought her opinion on many matters concerning the Phoenix Group. Just now, someone from Changhong Group called, saying that their general manager Wang has arrived in Haiyang and wants to meet you alone tonight to discuss the billion-dollar export project agency issue. Wang Yaodong from Changhong Group wants to meet with me? Su Lingwei frowned slightly, instinctively feeling that something was off. Just a few days ago, both parties had agreed to meet at the Linglong Club, but when she arrived, Zhang Chu was there and clearly stated that the billion-dollar export project from Changhong Group would be negotiated by him. Su Lingwei believed that the contract had been snatched by Tengfei Group, and she had been trying to confirm that with Changhong Group through calls and letters, but unfortunately, she received no response. Why does General Manager Wang from Changhong Group want to meet with her again today? Su, there are rumors outside saying that Changhong Group has already signed the contract with Tengfei Group, but it hasn't been officially announced yet. Now Wang Yaodong wants to meet with you again. I think his motives aren't pure. What do you mean by not pure? Lu Tianlong interjected. It should be quite impure. Wang Yaodong is just messing with us. Maybe this is a trap set up by that bastard Zhang Li and his son, Zhang Chu. What do you know? Su Lingyue glared at Lu Tianlong. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Perhaps Tengfei Group and Changhong Group didn't reach an agreement. If that's the case, we still have a chance to secure this contract. Sister Wang, please reply to Changhong Group and tell them that I will arrive on time tonight. Can't you think about it a bit more? What if, just like Assistant Lu said, this is a trap set by Tengfei Group and Changhong Group? Wang Ying advised. Su Lingyue shook her head and said, it's unlikely. Changhong Group is a big company. They wouldn't engage in such trivial matters. Besides, I don't have any deep-seated enmity with Tengfei Group. They have no reason to set a trap for me. Lu Tianlong smirked. Zhang Chu's little buddy has already been taken down by Zhou Bingbing with a lightning-fast move. And you still say there's no deep-seated enmity? Of course, after such an embarrassing incident, Zhang Chu's father must have already sealed off the news. And Zhou Bingbing certainly wouldn't take the initiative to tell Su Lingyue, so it's normal for Su Lingyue not to know. Alright, I'll go confirm with someone from Changhong Group right away. Wang Ying agreed, and the matter was basically settled. In the Tengfei Group's chairman's office, Uncle Chun, with a grim expression, was reporting to Zhang Li. He had just received news that this morning, Du Cheng from the Black Tiger sect went to the Phoenix Group to demand a compensation of 1 million, but failed. After returning, he challenged someone from the Eagle sect to a duel, and as a result, he lost and had both his legs crippled. What? Du Cheng from the Black Tiger sect has been crippled? Isn't that kid supposed to have some skill? Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. Uncle Chen shook his head and said, the specifics are still unclear, but it seems that the driver named Lu Tianlong who is around Su Lingyue was behind it. This driver again. How is it that he gets involved in everything? What is his background? Just thinking about his son Zhang Chu, who is still lying in a hospital bed and won't be able to touch a woman for at least 3 years, made Zhang Li's eyes blaze with anger. This driver named Lu Tianlong is the root cause of the problem. I've checked, and there's not much to him. He's just a rehabilitated soldier. He might have some skills, but that kid Du Cheng is naturally arrogant and unlikely to achieve great things. It's normal for him to be set up. However, this incident could present an opportunity. Opportunity? Zhang Li asked. Exactly. Think about it. Du Cheng was set up by that kid. And the Black Tiger sect will definitely not let this slide. If we can lure Su Lingyue out tonight and set up an ambush on the way, everyone will think it was done by the Black Tiger sect, and no one will suspect us, Uncle Chun said with a malicious glint in his eyes. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good plan. When Su Lingyue comes out, that bastard driver Lu Tianlong will definitely follow her. If we can take them both out on the way, it would be revenge for his son Zhang Chu. Alright, let us do it your way. Zhang Li thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea, contacting General Wang from Changhong Group to have him invite Su Lingyue out today, claiming it's to discuss the 100 billion export agency project. As long as she agrees, we can offer her an extra percentage point on the commission for this contract. Okay. I'll also arrange things at the negotiation location. If we can eliminate Lu Tianlong beforehand, dealing with Su Lingyue will be even easier, Uncle Chen sneered. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Shanshan Club. This is one of the more upscale private clubs in Haiyang City, located halfway up a mountain. With a serene environment and classical architecture, the security measures are tight, and many big bosses prefer to conduct business here. When Lu Tianlong drove Su Lingyue to the entrance, there were already waitstaff waiting for them. After a brief exchange, someone immediately led them directly to the private room reserved by Wang Yaodong. You wealthy people really know how to enjoy yourselves. If I had money, I wouldn't do it this way. I'd buy a few acres of land, build a few houses, and marry 6 wives to take turns serving me. Looking at the large courtyard filled with artificial mountains and waters, as well as the artificially created exotic plants and greenery, Lu Tianlong sighed. Su Lingyue's lips twitched as she gritted her teeth and said, why not just marry 7? That way, it fits perfectly with the 7 days of the week. No way. Sundays have to be a day of rest. Lu Tianlong replied seriously, shaking his head. As Wanner said, there's no land that can't be cultivated, only cows that work themselves to death. I can't sacrifice myself for a woman's whims. The waiter leading the way stumbled slightly. Su Lingyue felt so embarrassed she could have kicked him into the nearby pond to feed the fish. The meeting was set in a lavish private room, over 200 square meters, decorated opulently with classical landscape paintings on the walls and thick plush carpets on the floor. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, exuding luxury. Wang Yaodong was already inside, waiting alone without any entourage. He was unremarkable in appearance, a short and plump man, always wearing a smile that made him resemble a miniature Mithriya Buddha. At first glance, he seemed friendly and lacked the airs of a big boss. But his small eyes sparkled with shrewdness, revealing a keen business acumen. Mr. Su, I've long admired your reputation. They say you're young and accomplished, and seeing you today, You truly are extraordinary. Upon seeing Su Lingwei enter, Wang Yaodong stood up from the sofa, his face beaming with a welcoming smile, his attitude very warm. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang. I appreciate your traveling such a long distance, and I hope you can overlook any shortcomings in my hospitality. Su Lingwei replied politely, giving him a brief handshake. Not at all. Please, have a seat. Wang Yaodong insisted eagerly, ushering Su Lingwei inside. However, as he turned around, he blocked Lu Tianlong at the door. Chapter 29. The men left, and the women stayed. Ms. Su, may I introduce this person? This is Mr. Lu Tiantong, the assistant to the president of our Phoenix Group. I've long admired your name and wanted to meet you, Su Lingwei said. So you're Assistant Lu. You're quite young, impressive. Wang Yaodong said with a smile as he shook hands with Lu Tiantong. I enjoy working with young people. Being around you makes me feel young again. Though he said this, Wang Yaodong had no intention of letting Lu Tiantong enter. He smiled at Su Lingwei and said, Ms. Su, I think it's better to keep today's meeting exclusive. After all, some things shouldn't be shared outside. Look, I'm here alone. Su Lingwei furrowed her brow slightly. Haha, are you worried that I'm too much of a third wheel? Lu Tiantong chuckled, looking at Wang Yaodong. I understand. It's only natural that any man would want to spend time alone with a goddess like Ms. Su. Wang, do you have any thoughts on that? Stop joking. Su Lingwei said, exasperated. She couldn't believe this guy thought everyone was as lewd as he was. Wang Yaodong brushed it off and said, Assistant Lu is just joking. To be honest, I'm not only discussing this deal with your Phoenix Group. There are a few other companies interested in the project as well. During our talks, some issues might be sensitive, and if we accidentally leak information, it wouldn't be good for either side. That'd make some sense. Su Lingwei understood Wang Yaodong's point. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, All right, I'll have Assistant Lu wait outside for a bit. We can talk privately. Great. I've reserved 2 private rooms here. So let Assistant Lu rest in one of them, Wang Yaodong said enthusiastically, as if he had been prepared for this. I can eat and drink a lot. So don't feel bad about the expenses, Wang. Lu Tiantong teased. Su Lingwei shot him a glare and said, What are you talking about? Mr. Wang is a guest. And all expenses today will be covered by our Phoenix Group. Spending your money? Now I'm relieved. Lu Tiantong shrugged and laughed. You two carry on. I'm off to enjoy myself. Mr. Wang, I'm leaving our beautiful Ms. Su in your hands. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you accountable. Assistant Lu is quite humorous. Don't worry. If Ms. Su loses even a single hair, you can feel free to give me a good beating. Wang Yaodong laughed. That's what you said. Lu Tiantong replied with a knowing smile before turning and leaving the private room. Now, only Su Lingwei and Wang Yaodong remained in the room. Su Lingwei was not used to being alone with a man, and the atmosphere felt a bit awkward and cold. Ms. Su, please make yourself comfortable. Don't be so formal. I could be your father's age. Do you really think I have any improper thoughts about you? Wang Yaodong said with a hearty laugh. Su Lingwei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yaodong's words made her realize she had been a bit overly sensitive. She smiled, walked over to the nearby sofa, and sat down. Wang Yaodong also took a seat across from her. Mr. Su, would you like some red wine? I'm sorry, but I don't drink. Su Lingwei politely declined. Wang Yaodong didn't press the issue. Instead, he nodded and said, That's a good habit. Drinking can lead to mistakes. Over the years, unless it's a situation where it's absolutely necessary, I've rarely touched the stuff myself. Su Lingwei wholeheartedly agreed. If it weren't for drinking, she would still be a girl. Now, she had become a woman. How about this? I've been studying the art of tea for the past few years. And today I had someone prepare some fine tea leaves and utensils. I'd like to humbly showcase it here today and invite Mr. Su to judge. As Wang Yaodong spoke, he stood up and walked over to a small square table that had indeed been set up with the necessary tea-making equipment. Mr. Wang? Su Lingwei quickly got up. Although she hadn't studied tea, she knew enough that making tea properly could take a long time. Mr. Wang, I think we should first discuss the export agency for Changhong Group. Not so fast. Wang Yaodong shook his head with a smile. Business is business, and friends are friends. It's a stroke of luck that we can meet today. Are you worried there won't be future cooperation? Besides, you don't think I have other intentions, do you? I traveled all this way to Haiyang for a one-on-one discussion with you. Doesn't that show sincerity? You're joking, Mr. Wang. That's not what I meant. Though Su Lingwei wanted to talk about the contract as soon as possible, since Wang Yaodong had said it. She felt it was best not to rush him and patiently watched as he leisurely began to brew tea. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlong was led by a waiter to another luxurious private room, equally opulent. Lu Tianlong was not at all worried about Su Lingwei. He walked straight to the spacious sofa and sat down. The waiter in the room approached with a respectful demeanor. Sir, please wait a moment. The performance we have prepared for you will be starting soon. Performance? Lu Tianlong was puzzled. Yes, the waiter nodded. Mr. Wang personally instructed us to put on a show for the esteemed guests in this room. It's a newly rehearsed dance, the feathered robe dance, performed by 5 men and 5 women. The dancers are carefully selected from renowned dance academies in the country, and the costumes are made from precious silk, each set costing hundreds of thousands. Is that so? Seems like your club is quite extravagant, Lu Tianlong remarked. The waiter smiled and replied, not every guest gets the chance to enjoy the feathered robe dance. Mr. Wang said you are our honored guest. Honored guest? Lu Tianlong laughed and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not an honored guest. I'm just a humble driver. A humble driver? The waiter was taken aback. Lu Tianlong nodded. That's right, just a humble driver. No need for the performance. I can't afford the tip. Mr. Wang has instructed that all performance costs are to be covered by him. You just need to enjoy yourself, the waiter insisted. Oh, it seems Mr. Wang anticipated that I would come to this room. But did he mention how other expenses would be calculated? Lu Tianlong squinted his eyes and asked. The waiter nodded and said, yes, everything you eat, drink, and enjoy here tonight will be charged to Mr. Wang's account. That sounds generous. If I don't take full advantage of it, wouldn't that be a waste of Mr. Wang's kindness? Lu Tianlong laughed heartily and said, then let us start with 2 bottles of your finest wine and the most expensive fruits. And by the way, I'll tip you 30,000, also on Mr. Wang's tab. The waiter raised an eyebrow, surprised. I've never seen someone tip on credit before. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Your order will be ready shortly. In just a minute, everything Lu Tianlong ordered was laid out on the table in front of him. He wasted no time and had both bottles of red wine opened. Taking a moment to savor the rich aroma, it was indeed excellent wine. Just as he took a sip, 10 extravagantly dressed young people entered the room. 5 men and 5 women, all strikingly attractive, their outfits giving them an ethereal aura. Sir, please enjoy the special feather dance we've prepared for you. Wait. Lu Tianlong interrupted the waiter, casually glancing at the dancers. I think I'll skip the dance. It's not really my style, and I wouldn't understand it anyway. Let us do something else. Of course, we will do our best to accommodate your wishes. All right, I just want a few people to drink, chat, and share dreams. How about this? The guys can leave, and the girls can stay. Lu Tianlong said with a smile. The waiter hesitated for a moment, clapped his hands, and the 5 male dancers quickly exited the room, leaving just the 5 girls standing there. I said the guys can leave, and the girls can stay. Lu Tianlong glared at the waiter. The waiter bowed respectfully. Sir, I've already followed your instructions and asked the 5 male dancers to leave. And you? Are you a man or a woman? Lu Tianlong teased. The waiter's lips twitched slightly. All right, if you need anything, just press the button on the table, and I'll be right back to serve you. With that, the waiter exited the room. You 5, take off those silk costumes. They're making me dizzy. Lu Tianlong said, looking at the 5 girls, who were tall and curvaceous, definitely stunning. The girls seemed prepared, all smiling seductively as they followed his instructions and removed their elaborate outfits. Lu Tianlong's eyes lit up. Underneath, they were all wearing bikinis. All right, I like this. Come over and drink with me. If you make sure I'm comfortable tonight, you'll get a generous tip. He laughed heartily. The 5 girls were all quite impressive. Aside from slightly heavy makeup, they all stood over 1.7 meters tall and had bodies that would make any man's heart race. This boss is really generous. We'll definitely put our best foot forward tonight, said the lead girl, with her hair in an elegant bun, as she coyly moved to sit beside Lu Tianlong, leaning softly against him. Haha, can you not be so straightforward? It makes me so excited. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily as he playfully slapped the girl beside him. The other 4 girls giggled charmingly and surrounded him, enveloping him in a circle. Being sandwiched between 5 beautiful women in bikinis, especially such enthusiastic ones, created an undeniably alluring scene. Lu Tianlong let loose, and the atmosphere in the room instantly heated up. Sir, you are our esteemed guest. You can have any kind of fun you want with us, and since this is a luxurious private room, no one will disturb us no matter what we do in here, one girl said, batting her eyelashes and pouting her pink lips, looking as if she was ready to be taken. Well then, I won't hold back. Today, I'm going to put on a show of a powerful man in action, Lu Tianlong exclaimed with great enthusiasm. All right, as long as you can handle it. We sisters are more than happy to keep you company, but just playing like this can be rather dull. Why don't we spice things up a bit? The lead girl suggested with a playful smile. More fun? Sure, I'm game. How do you want to play? Lu Tianlong replied, clearly excited. Chapter 30. Assassination. We have plenty of tricks up our sleeves. How about we start with a distant beauty? The girl with her hair styled in a bun said with a flirtatious smile. Distant beauty sounds quite appealing. Lu Tianlong's eyes lit up. The girl gave him a coy glance and replied, not only does it sound good, but it also feels even better. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, big brother. Alright, let's get started then. I want to see what this distant beauty is all about. Lu Tianlong nodded eagerly. Then let's begin. The woman squatting in front of Lu Tianlong looked at him with sultry eyes, her bright red lips particularly enticing. This is amazing. Surrounded by 5 beautiful women. An ancient emperor would probably enjoy this to the fullest, just as he was completely immersed in this boundless pleasure. The girl in a pink bikini behind him suddenly had a sharp glint in her eyes. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a syringe filled with a colorless liquid appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she raised the syringe and aimed for Lu Tianlong's neck, ready to strike. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the glimmering needle was almost touching Lu Tianlong's neck. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlong seemed completely unaware, still lost in bliss. The other 4 girls' eyes gleamed with triumph. But at that moment, the girl holding the syringe suddenly changed her expression drastically. Just as the needle was about to pierce Lu Tianlong's neck, she found she couldn't push it down even a little. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Tianlong had already firmly grasped her wrist with the hand that was resting on her waist, preventing any movement. The other 4 girls gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them. Why has it stopped? This distant beauty is quite enjoyable. I'm really savoring it. Lu Tianlong spoke nonchalantly, still with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to what had just happened. Damn it. The 5 girls realized their ambush had failed. Gritting their teeth, they all stood up simultaneously, revealing daggers in their hands. Hee, as the ancient said, die under the peony and be a ghost that's still romantic. But in my opinion, it's best to avoid death if possible. Finally opening his eyes, Lu Tianlong chuckled. Then, a flash of murderous intent crossed his gaze. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the girl in the pink bikini forward, causing her to lose her balance and be flung across the room. With a loud thud, she crashed into the opposite wall and fainted instantly. The remaining 4 girls were filled with terror. How could he throw someone weighing over 100 pounds like that? Is he even human? Let us attack together. Realizing their scheme had been uncovered, the other 4 girls gritted their teeth and launched an assault on Lu Tianlong simultaneously. Wielding their daggers, they viciously surrounded him, completely shedding their earlier seductive demeanor. Truly heartless. Just moments ago, they were playing with me, and now they want to harm me. Do you think you can betray me like this? Lu Tianlong was furious, completely dismissing the opponent's attacks. These girls were relatively strong, much better than ordinary people. But compared to Lu Tianlong, they were worlds apart. Their main tactic was ambush. After all, when he had just played the silver flute, it was the moment when people were most relaxed and least vigilant. Their surprise attack was sudden and discreet, and if it had been any other man, he would likely have fallen for it. However, facing Lu Tianlong, their failed ambush followed by a direct assault was akin to lighting a lantern in a bathroom, inviting death. If Lu Tianlong wanted to kill them, he could do so in an instant. However, he refrained from doing so. With a kick, he sent one flying. With a punch, another soared away. With a shrug, he knocked one aside, using just a fraction of his strength. The 3 girls screamed as they were sent flying, landing and quickly losing consciousness. Only one girl remained, clad in a black bikini, utterly terrified by Lu Tianlong's terrifying combat prowess. Holding a dagger, she stood frozen in place, seemingly unsure whether to continue attacking or flee. Now, tell me, who sent you? I want the truth. And don't think I'll go easy on you because you're pretty. I've killed women who are more beautiful and have better figures than you. There are at least 80 of them. Lu Tianlong said with narrowed eyes and a calm demeanor. The girl hesitated. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse, but under Lu Tianlong's gaze, she felt as if death itself was looming over her. She couldn't help but tremble. If I tell you, you really want to kill us? She mustered the courage to negotiate with Lu Tianlong. Yes, as long as you tell the truth. I'll let you go? Lu Tianlong nodded. Is it Wang Yaodong? No. The girl steeled herself. It's Wang Jinghu from the Black Tiger sect. Wang Jinghu from the Black Tiger sect? The leader of the Black Tiger sect, Wang Jinghu. Lu Tianlong had heard of him. This Wang Jinghu was a legendary figure who, 10 years ago, had arrived alone in Haiyang. Somehow he joined the Black Tiger sect and became its leader, developing the sect over a decade into a superpower that could stand alongside the old sects like the Haiyang Liuhe Society and the Tiando Alliance. We were just following orders. I've said what I needed to say, can we go now? Seeing Lu Tianlong lost in thought, the girl rushed to plead. Lu Tianlong smiled, a hint of amusement in his voice. Leave? I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere today. You just said that if I told you, you would let us go. The girl took 2 steps back, her dagger raised defensively in front of her. Lu Tianlong sneered. What I said was, as long as you tell the truth, I would let you go. Unfortunately, The only chance you had to leave has already been wasted. I'm telling the truth. It's Wang Jinghu from the Black Tiger sect who sent us. The girl's eyes flashed with panic. You say it's Wang Jinghu, but I suspect it's Zhang Li, or perhaps his chief steward, Uncle Chun, Lu Tianlong said calmly. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, and her instinctive reaction confirmed Lu Tianlong's suspicion. The actions of the Black Tiger sect couldn't possibly come so quickly. Moreover, as one of the top sects in Haiyang, they wouldn't resort to such despicable tactics as sneak attacks right off the bat. If they were slapped in the face, they would first retaliate openly to save face. A covert assassination would only invite mockery from other sections. Additionally, Wang Yaodong suddenly came to arrange a meeting with Su Lingwei today, excluding Lu Tianlong, bringing him to a pre-prepared private room, and even allowing him to play around, providing such a fiery show. This clearly indicates a premeditated plan. Wang Yaodong is a businessman, and for him to cooperate so willingly in this act must mean someone promised him significant benefits. Currently in Haiyang, the only one with such power and an interest in Wang Yaodong is Zhang Li from the Tengfei group. He is taking revenge for his son, Zhang Chu. Moreover, this cunning guy has prepared a backup plan. If the ambush succeeds, there won't be any issues. If it fails, he can pin the blame on the Black Tiger sect, forcing Lu Tianlong to contend with them. What a vicious strategy. What do you want from me? As Lu Tianlong slowly stood up, the girl was frightened and backed away a few steps, pressing against the wall and raising her dagger in panic. I don't want anything. I just want to see what kind of poison that old bastard Zhang Li wants to use on me, Lu Tianlong said, playing with the syringe in his hand, smiling. No, please don't. The girl was filled with terror. Just saying no doesn't mean anything to me. How would that make me look? With that, he suddenly stepped forward, quickly reaching the girl, and before she could react, the syringe was already plunged into her chest. At the moment the syringe was inserted, the girl's pupils dilated rapidly, and she collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Then there were the others. 5 girls shared the contents of that syringe. It shouldn't be lethal. It was likely something that would damage their brains and turn them into idiots. Watching the 5 girls breathe, yet lie unconscious and twisted on the carpet, Lu Tianlong sneered. In another private room, Wang Yaodong had brewed more than a dozen pots of tea, spending about an hour in total. While brewing tea, he was explaining the intricacies of tea culture to Su Lingwei. From planting tea, picking, drying, roasting, washing, to brewing, he went through a comprehensive and seemingly professional routine. Su Lingwei felt that if she didn't interrupt him soon, he could go on until tomorrow morning. So, she gritted her teeth, set down her teacup, and said, Mr. Wang, let's discuss the export agency project of your Changhong group first. Haha, it seems that Su Zong is not very interested in my tea culture. Wang Yaodong teased with a smile, casually glancing at his watch. He nodded readily. All right then, let's talk about the project cooperation. Su Zong, let me be frank with you. I came today fully prepared to hand over all of our Changhong group's Southeast Asia export agency projects to your Phoenix group. Really? Su Lingyue's eyes widened in surprise. Filled with joy, Changhong Group's annual sales in the Southeast Asian market are approximately in the billions. If we can secure this deal and take full responsibility for their export agency, Phoenix Group will enter a new phase of development. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you about this? I even brought the contract. Wang Yaodong nodded with a smile and said, now we just need to sort out the agency fees. If we can come to an agreement, we can sign the contract right now. Mr. Wang is truly straightforward. Su Lingyue clenched her fist excitedly, feeling a bit thrilled inside. She was also secretly relieved that earlier in the morning, Lu Tiantian had warned her that this might be a trap and advised her not to come. Thankfully, she didn't listen and showed up on time. Just look at how Wang Yaodong even brought the contract. He clearly means business. Chapter 31. The hairstyle is messy, the agency fee is negotiable. Su Lingyue was quite straightforward. If she could secure this deal today, it would be significant for the development of Phoenix Group. Even if it meant earning a little less money, it would still be worth it. She calculated in her mind and made a decisive choice. According to the current industry standard for export agency fees, it's generally around 8%. Since this is our first collaboration and to ensure a long-term partnership, I'm willing to lower it by half a point, bringing it down to 6.5%. What do you think? Su Lingyue looked at Wang Yaodong sincerely. This price was already quite favorable, and she was confident that no one in Haiyang could offer a lower price than hers. 6.5%, based on an annual total goods value of 10 billion, would mean that Phoenix Group would receive around 650 million in agency fees. However, after deducting operational costs and other miscellaneous expenses, the profit for Phoenix Group was already very slim. 6.5%? Su Zong, I'm being very sincere here, and I hope that Phoenix Group can also demonstrate 100% sincerity. Wang Yaodong smiled and shook his head. Su Lingyue frowned, steeling herself, and said, 6%. Haha. Wang Yaodong still smiled and shook his head. 5.5%. That is my bottom line. Su Lingyue gritted her teeth and lowered the price to the minimum. Yet, Wang Yaodong still seemed unsatisfied, leisurely sipping his tea. Mr. Wang, not only in Haiyang, but even nationwide, there are unlikely to be more than 5 companies that can offer this price. If you give us this deal at this rate, Longhong Group could save 200 million in agency fees each year. Su Lingyue spoke calmly. I understand, but I still think we should discuss this further. Wang Yaodong said with a smile. Then what is your expected price? Su Lingyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Facing Wang Yaodong, a seasoned player in the business world, she knew she had to be patient. All right, since you put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. The total value of the goods we export to Southeast Asia each year is around 100 billion. I can fully represent Phoenix Group in this export project. But I hope the agency fee is for percent. What? For percent? Su Lingyue had mentally prepared herself for Wang Yaodong to push for a lower price. But upon hearing his offer, she couldn't help but stand up from her seat, staring intently at the smiling Wang Yaodong. Mr. Wang, you've been in this industry for so many years. You're not unfamiliar with export agency work, are you? Serving as your export agent means we will handle customs clearance, inspections, handling exemptions, exit record keeping, product handover, storage and transportation, cost burdens, service fees, foreign exchange transfers, claims processing, payment settlements, and so on. Su Lingyue's expression turned icy as she said, all of this requires a large, professional team to manage. And with the additional miscellaneous management costs, our cost has to be at 4%. She is speaking the truth. If we go by Wang Yaodong's quote just now, the Phoenix Group's representation of this project wouldn't just fail to make money. If any unexpected situations arise, the Phoenix Group would end up investing even more. Is Wang Yaodong joking? Haha. Don't be angry, Mr. Su. Wang Yaodong still wore a smile, inviting Su Lingyue to sit down, saying, I understand what you're saying. But you also have to consider that your Phoenix Group is just an obscure little company. You've never taken on such a large project before. If you can secure this project, it will greatly benefit the development of the Phoenix Group. Even if this deal doesn't make money, so what? There will always be more opportunities to make money. But for a small company like yours, chances to land a contract of this scale are rare. Su Lingyue's face flashed with anger. It was clear that the other party didn't take the Phoenix Group seriously at all. She was not the type to act impulsively. Her calmness and wisdom in countless negotiations had undoubtedly contributed to bringing the Phoenix Group to its current scale. However, Wang Yaodong's quote and his words felt like an insult to both her and the Phoenix Group. The entire Phoenix Group, nearly 1,000 people working hard for a year, providing services for free, and in the end, it seemed like they were the ones taking advantage of the situation. Mr. Wang, is 4% your final offer? Su Lingyue asked coldly. Yes, my final offer is indeed 4%. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. If not, I'm afraid we will have to wait for another opportunity. Of course, there might not be a next time, Wang Yaodong replied, maintaining his composure with a smile. Su Lingyue was trembling with anger. I see. I now realize that meeting with Wang Yaodong today was a mistake. Mr. Wang, I'm very sorry about today's outcome. But I want you to remember this. Regardless of your intentions, whether it's out of disdain for the Phoenix Group or other reasons, I, Su Lingyue, will remember this. Miss Su, if you feel that way, I can only express my regret. However, business may not have worked out this time. But that doesn't mean we can't remain friends, right? Wang Yaodong stood up, still smiling. Friends? Su Lingyue scoffed. For me and the Phoenix Group, this is an insult. Wang Yaodong waved his hand dismissively. If that's how you feel, then so be it. But if you maintain this attitude, I think Longhong Group and Phoenix Group will really have no chance of cooperating in the future. Also, I'll mention this to my friends. I believe they wouldn't want to work with a company as ungracious as the Phoenix Group. You. Su Lingyue's body trembled again, and her small fists clenched involuntarily. This Wang Yaodong was truly shameless. He was the one being unreasonable, yet he turned it around and accused her of lacking compassion. She really wanted to rush over right now and smash a hole in that bastard's head. Taking a deep breath, Su Lingyue forced herself to calm down. She fixed her gaze on Wang Yaodong's nauseating smirk and turned to walk toward the door. Creak. Just then, the private room door swung open, and Lu Tianlong appeared with his hands in his pockets, grinning. It's been an hour, and I've had a great time. How about you guys? How's the conversation going? Lu Tianlong, we're leaving. Su Lingyue's eyes were brimming with tears that she held back fiercely, stubbornly declaring. Huh. Noticing her expression, Lu Tianlong's smile slowly faded. He glanced at Wang Yaodong across the room and strode over without hesitation. What? What are you going to do? Wang Yaodong exclaimed in shock, quickly stepping back 2 paces. What am I going to do? What did I say when I was leaving earlier? Lu Tianlong charged forward, grabbing him by the collar and easily pinning him in place, then unleashed a flurry of slaps. Left, 3. Right, 3. Loud and clear. The hits came without mercy. Wang Yaodong struggled, but after a few slaps, his face was swollen and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. As he opened his mouth to speak, 3 or 4 broken teeth fell out. Bastard, how dare you hit me? Slap, slap, slap. Lu Tianlong didn't respond, delivering another 6 slaps, leaving Wang Yaodong looking like a steamed bun, unable to utter a word. Lu Tianlong, that's enough. We're leaving. Seeing Lu Tianlong about to hit again, Su Lingyue intervened. As much as she wished Lu Tianlong would just finish Wang Yaodong off, her rational side told her not to act on impulse. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the private room, not wanting to see that bastard Wang Yaodong again. All right, it's just our Su General's kindness. Otherwise, I would have knocked all your teeth out. What are you staring at? Do you think you're wronged? I told you when I left that if anything happened to Su General, I wouldn't let you off. Lu Tianlong loosened his grip, and Wang Yaodong fell to the ground. He struggled to get up, gritting his teeth in pain, blood streaming down from the corner of his mouth. You bastard, tell me what error Su Lingyue made? Wang Yaodong seethed with rage. If he had actually done something to Su Lingyue, he would have accepted the beating. But he hadn't even touched her and ended up looking like a pig. Who could stand that? And you say you didn't do anything to our Su General? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Our Su General. Lu Tianlong pointed at Su Lingyue's departing figure, looking her up and down, and seemed to find nothing wrong. With a glare, he declared, our Su General's hair is all messed up. Her hair is messed up? Why should I care? Wang Yaodong was nearly spitting blood, finally understanding the meaning of to add a crime to someone without reason. I'm going to call the police. Call the police? Great. I'll just sit here and wait for them to come and watch them arrest you. Lu Tianlong replied casually. Arrest me? You hit me. Why would they arrest me? Wang Yaodong retorted angrily. Did I hit you? Oh, I almost forgot. It seems like I did hit you. Lu Tianlong said defiantly. But who told you to flirt with our CEO Su in broad daylight? You rogue. Wang Yaodong was truly at a loss for words. He realized he had encountered a real scoundrel today. At that moment, only he and Su Lingyue were present. If Su Lingyue insisted that Wang Yaodong had acted disrespectfully towards her, no amount of explanation would clear his name. Wang Yaodong, don't play innocent. I know all about your sordid dealings with Zhang Li, Lu Tianlong sneered. Wang Yaodong's body trembled as he stared at him, no longer shouting. It was true that Zhang Li had contacted him, asking him to invite Su Lingyue to Xiangshan Club that evening. If Lu Tianlong came along, they planned to keep him in a different private room for at least half an hour. Wang Yaodong didn't know why Zhang Li wanted to do this. But as long as he went along with it, the commission fee for his export agency project with Tungfei Group would be reduced by 1 percentage point. Today, you brought this upon yourself. If you're not satisfied, no matter how you want to play this, I'll play along. But listen closely. The Phoenix Group is not something anyone can bully. We don't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Remember everything you've done today. You will regret it, Lu Tianlong said coldly before turning to leave. You bastard. I swear, I will not let you get away with this. You will pay the price. Wang Yaodong's desperate cries echoed as Lu Tianlong walked out of the room. Pay the price? Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing through. Yes, someone would definitely pay for what happened tonight. Chapter 32. The fate of a noblewoman sitting in the car. Su Lingyue closed her eyes, her small fists tightly clenched, her body trembling uncontrollably. It didn't matter if she failed. Not securing the deal with Changhong Group was no big deal. However, she absolutely could not tolerate Wang Yaodong's contemptuous gaze and his wanton humiliation of Phoenix Group. Boss, are you still angry about that scumbag? It's not worth it. Let us not stoop to his level, Lu Tianlong said as he took the driver's seat, a smile on his face. Besides, I already beat him up pretty badly. That should feel satisfying, right? Violence can't solve problems, Su Lingyue said sternly. To be honest, when Lu Tianlong slapped Wang Yaodong earlier, she did feel a rush of exhilaration and wanted to rush in herself to give that jerk a few slaps. But even if they had hit Wang Yaodong, what difference would it make? To him, Phoenix Group was still just a small company. He could humiliate at will. True, violence doesn't solve issues. But it sure does feel good. Lu Tianlong chuckled as he started the car. Just then, Su Lingyue's phone rang. She glanced at the number. A flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Lingyue, it's Dad. The deep, magnetic voice on the other end was laced with the authority of someone in a high position. There's only 1 month left until our 2-year agreement. From what I understand, Your Phoenix Group is doing well, but there is still a significant gap from our agreement. I hope you can adhere to it because this is the biggest concession I've made for you." Listening to the voice, Lin Yi remained silent. Two streams of tears slowly rolling down her pristine cheeks. Sensing her sorrow, the voice on the other end softened a bit. "Lin Yi, I know I shouldn't force you like this, but you must understand that being born into a family like ours is both a blessing and a curse. Each of us can't live just for ourselves. Some things, even I, have no control over. We all need to consider the entire Su family." Lin Yi took a deep breath, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She struggled to steady her voice and quietly said, "I understand. If I can't meet the expectations in a month, I will return as agreed and accept your arrangements." "Good. That is my daughter, Su Xiangtian. By the way, I heard you recently started dating someone. Whether he is a fake or genuine, you need to end it quickly. You said you wouldn't interfere with my life and work for the 2 years." Lin Yi, who had just calmed down, retorted angrily. "I did say that. But this could affect your reputation. If the wrong family finds out, they won't be pleased. Don't think of me as domineering. The mistake lies in you being born into the Su family." The voice on the other end was unwavering. "But no buts. 2 years is the limit of my tolerance. Remember my words. End that relationship quickly, or I will take matters into my own hands." Click. The call ended abruptly. Lin Yi stared blankly at the phone. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, tears streaming down her face once again. Was being born into a wealthy family destined to come with such a fate? Her eyes filled with confusion as she murmured to herself. Hearing this, Lu Tianlong grinned and said, "That's nonsense. Even though I wasn't born into a rich family, my life is in my own hands, not dictated by fate. I'll walk my own path. I'll jump if I want to. I'll dance if I want to. Even if I walk backward, no one has the right to judge me. You just don't understand." Lin Yi managed a bitter smile and took a deep breath. "I don't understand, but I do know that in life, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. By the way, was that your father you were trying to call? You mentioned some sort of agreement earlier. What agreement was that?" Lu Tianlong asked curiously. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. She had never shared this with anyone before. After holding it in for so long, she finally decided to confide in someone. "After I graduated from college, my father arranged a marriage for me. I was very resistant to it. My whole life, I've lived according to their expectations. But when it comes to love, I want to make my own choices. I don't want to be a complete puppet. But my father disagreed and was very angry about it. He believes that as a girl, I won't amount to much, and eventually, I'll have to get married. As the only child, he found me a fiancé who could help support the family business. I stood my ground and fought back fiercely, so in the end, we settled on a 2-year agreement. For 2 years, he wouldn't interfere with my life. But I had to prove to him that I could support the Su family on my own." Lin Yi spoke in a low, broken voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlong raised an eyebrow and said, "Wow, this plot is really dramatic. So how does your father expect you to prove your abilities?" "The Phoenix Group is a small company he acquired a few years ago. When I took over, it was on the brink of bankruptcy, with an annual revenue of only a few tens of millions. I agreed with my father that if I could get the Phoenix Group into the top 100 companies in the country within 2 years, without any support from him, he would stop forcing me and let me decide my own future." "Top 100 in the country? Your dad is really tough." Lu Tianlong gasped. He had never seen a father who was so hard on his own daughter. To take a nearly bankrupt company with an annual revenue of just a few tens of millions and make it into one of the top 100 in the country in 2 years? Seriously? Does he think that getting into the top 100 is as easy as walking into a public restroom? According to the current scale of Phoenix Group, they still have a long way to go. Yeah, to enter the top 100 nationally, the annual revenue needs to reach at least 100 billion. While Phoenix Group is only at 10 billion right now. Lin Yi expressed a deep sense of helplessness. Over the past 2 years, she had worked tirelessly, pouring her heart and soul into the company, seizing every opportunity for Phoenix Group's growth. From a nearly bankrupt small enterprise to now generating over 100 billion in annual revenue, she had already created a business miracle. But the distance between her and her father's agreement is truly vast. How could you accept such a shameless deal in the first place? Lu Tianlong asked, puzzled. Lin Yi sighed and replied, "What choice did I have? This is my father's bottom line. If I don't agree, I have to accept the fate of getting married. I really have no other option. I can't believe that if you truly disagree, your dad could force you to get married," Lu Tianlong teased. However, Lin Yi had no mood for jokes. A glimmer of despair crossed her eyes as she murmured, "My father is right. Being born into a wealthy family is both a blessing and a curse, because none of us can live for ourselves." Lu Tianlong shrugged. He wasn't born into wealth. In fact, he didn't even know where he came from. Since he could remember, he had been wandering around until by chance he entered the military, relying on himself to become the leader of the Dragon Warriors. There's only a month left. Maybe I'll have to follow his arrangements, Su Lingwei sighed. Don't be so pessimistic. You still have a month, and who knows, a miracle might happen. This is a crazy era, just like me. I never dreamed that this little driver would end up in bed with a goddess like you for an entire night, Lu Tianlong said with a grin. Su Lingwei immediately shot back. I told you not to mention that again. Huh, I'm just trying to encourage you. No need to get so worked up. Lu Tianlong thought for a moment and added, but really, you don't need to be too downhearted. The ancients used to say, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. After the darkness comes the light. Don't worry that you won't find a friend on the road ahead. A branch of red apricot has crossed the wall. What a mess. Su Lingwei thought, her mind filled with dark lines. Whatever. The general idea is that until the last moment, you must not give up. Just like me, my dream is to win your heart and unlock. Don't glare at me. You think it's impossible for me in this lifetime? But I don't care, as long as I've tried. It doesn't matter whether I succeed in the end, Lu Tianlong said with a smile. Su Lingwei fell into deep thought. After a long while, she took a deep breath, her eyes shining again as she said, You're right. I have a month left. I can't give up. I have to strive. Even if I fail in the end, I will have fought hard and won't have any regrets. That's the spirit. No wonder you're my woman. You jerk. Who said I'm your woman? Su Lingwei gritted her teeth. It seems your dad already knows you have a boyfriend like me, right? If he gets a chance to see us together and sees how great I am, he'll be thrilled, Lu Tianlong said confidently. Su Lingwei was speechless. How could this guy be so oblivious? He spends all day lazing around and flirting, and he thinks he's excellent? Lu Tianlong, you should leave. Staying by my side will be dangerous. Thinking of what her father had just said, Su Lingwei clenched her teeth. Leave? No way. I'm a man with a strong sense of responsibility. I would never abandon you at a critical moment, Lu Tianlong insisted firmly. However, there's no but. Just arrange for me to meet my father-in-law as soon as possible. Once he sees me, I guarantee he'll think all other men are worthless and will be begging to betroth you to me, Lu Tianlong said with a laugh. Su Lingwei gritted her teeth in frustration. Did this guy really think he was so special that someone would be begging to give him her hand? Lu Tianlong chuckled. Don't believe me? We'll see about that. All right, stop overthinking it. After a long night, you must be tired. Close your eyes and get some rest. Fine. Su Lingwei admitted she was indeed feeling a bit exhausted. She slowly closed her eyes, trying to take a break. But suddenly, Lu Tianlong turned around, and in a swift motion, he gently pressed against her snowy white neck. Su Lingwei immediately felt her body go limp, and slowly leaned back against the seat. In the wilderness, with just the two of them, right? Looking at Su Lingwei's graceful figure, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but have impure thoughts. Chapter 33. The Duel of the War Kings. In the end, Lu Tianlong suppressed his wicked thoughts and withdrew his gaze from Su Lingwei, continuing to drive the car forward. When it comes to courting women, a man must have his methods. He was indeed a lecher, but not a beast. It seemed some people still hadn't learned their lesson. Not everyone could bully Lu Tianlong's woman. His eyes shifted to the rearview mirror, and his expression gradually turned icy. In the mirror, all he could see was darkness. But Lu Tianlong's senses were sharper than most. He could clearly hear that at least 5 cars were following them in the shadows. Ever since they left the Shangshan Club, these cars had been tailing them without their lights on, blending into the night, maintaining a distance of about 2,000 meters, neither too close nor too far, quietly pursuing them. They hadn't made any moves yet, which meant they were definitely waiting for an opportunity. The South Outer Ring Road was the quickest route from Shangshan Club to the city. This road was currently under renovation, with many potholes and sections lacking streetlights. The traffic was sparse, especially at this late hour, where hardly any vehicles could be seen on the road. The desolate area, combined with the dark moonlit night, made it an ideal spot for nefarious deeds. Lu Tianlong's voice was cold as he spoke, and before he could finish, the cars trailing behind them finally sprang into action. Sir, the plan at Shangshan Club has failed. In the office of the chairman of Tungfei Group, the thin, sinister-looking Uncle Chun was reporting to Zhongli. Failed? Again? Where the hell did that Lu Tianlong get such abilities? Zhongli shouted in anger. Yes, Lu Tianlong indeed exceeded our expectations. The 5 men we sent for the ambush failed and were injected with the drug we prepared for him, now reduced to idiots. However, rest assured, this was all part of our plan. I've already arranged the second phase according to our previous strategy. Our men have followed them and should have intercepted them on the South Outer Ring by now. This time, there's no way they can escape, Uncle Chun said ominously. Can you guarantee that this plan will succeed? Zhongli gritted his teeth. Uncle Chun nodded. This time, we dispatched 20 men, carefully selected from the security team, all recruited with high salaries from the underground fighting market. Their skills are quite impressive. And leading this team is Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan, the one you had on a high salary at Tingfei Group? Zhang Li's interest was piqued. Exactly. Wu Zhan is a retired soldier from the special forces of Huaxia. I know his capabilities. During his service, he was undoubtedly a war king. He won first place in military competitions for several consecutive years. I know his father, which is how I brought him into Tingfei Group, Uncle Chen explained. Zhang Li nodded, his teeth clenched. I didn't expect such a master to be hidden within Tingfei Group. The war king Wu Zhan. Now, let us see how that bastard Lu Tianlong tries to handle this. This time, I will definitely avenge my son. 5 cars stopped on either side, surrounding Lu Tianlong from a mere few dozen meters away, trapping him in the middle. The dazzling headlights were all turned on, illuminating the night as bright as day. The lineup this time was indeed impressive. It seemed that Zhang Li really harbored a deep-seated hatred for me. Lu Tianlong chuckled, calmly parking the car and glancing at the sleeping Su Lingyue in the back seat before stepping out. In front of the car stood about 20 men in black, lazily leaning against each other. They were all well-built and wore arrogant expressions, casting various disdainful glances at Lu Tianlong. However, the leader was somewhat different. He was a robust man, standing tall, around 30 years old, with sharp eyes like knives. His hands hung at his sides, exuding a faint but commanding aura. You must be Lu Tianlong, the man said coldly. Lu Tianlong, standing in the center, shrugged and replied, That's right, it's me. Zhang Li sent you. Who sent us is not important. What matters is that you had better not resist and come back with us, the man said, still icy. Lu Tianlong smiled. Haha. You talk big, but if I want to stay, no one can drive me away. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Is that so? The person I want to keep will definitely stay, the leader said calmly. Just you and these useless guys? Seems you're not qualified enough. Lu Tianlong replied with a light chuckle. His words were quite arrogant, causing the leader to slightly furrow his brow, while the other 20 men grew displeased. Damn, this guy is really cocky. He doesn't take our brothers seriously at all, one of them muttered. He is arrogant enough. But soon he will learn that showing off can lead to trouble. Another chimed in. Stop wasting time with him. Just take him down. There should be a girl in the car too. We can all enjoy her later. They spoke brazenly, prompting the leader to frown slightly, seemingly disapproving of their attitude. Have you served in the military? Lu Tianlong ignored the men. I have. My name is Wu Zhan, from the 3rd Special Brigade of Huaxia, the man replied calmly. Wu Zhan. Oh, I think I've heard of you. The king of soldiers who won the Special Forces competition 3 years in a row, Lu Tianlong said, somewhat surprised. He was vaguely aware of some matters within domestic special operations. Strictly speaking, Zhanlong also belongs to the Huaxia Special Forces, but it is directly under the general staff, making it even more elite. In simple terms, it's the top-tier squad within the Special Forces, with each member being the best of the best. The most exceptional of the exceptional. If Wu Zhan were 10 years younger, he might have had a chance to participate in the selection for Zhanlong members. However, now he had completely lost that opportunity. Though outstanding, he was slightly older, past his peak. You know about me. It seems you have also served. Wu Zhan raised an eyebrow. Yes, we should be considered part of the same system, Lu Tianlong smiled. Damn it. Wu Zhan, what do you mean by that? Uncle Chen said this guy must die today, and you two are still chatting? One of Wu Zhan's companions expressed dissatisfaction. You idiot. Why did you bring up Uncle Chen? Aren't you just telling him we were sent by Zhang? Another quickly added. Damn, even if you say it out loud, what difference does it make? He'll be dead soon anyway. So what if you know? Are you going to go tell King Yama? Haha, you have a point there. Wu Zhan, hurry up and take action. Once we're done here, we've got to hit the clubs and meet some girls. Don't waste our time. I really don't understand how Uncle Chen could let this guy lead. Just because he used to be a soldier in the Russian army, he thinks he's something special? Behind him, several men in black urged him on, clearly dissatisfied. Shut up. Are you all in such a hurry to die? Lu Tianlong scanned the surroundings, his eyes growing cold. This punk is too arrogant. I want to tear him apart. Brothers, let us take this guy down. More than 20 men ignored Wu Zhan and angrily surrounded Lu Tianlong, trapping him in the center. Wu Zhan, seeing their rudeness, felt a flash of anger and wanted to intervene. Wu Zhan, aren't you going to join them to deal with me? Lu Tianlong looked through the crowd at Wu Zhan and said nonchalantly, I didn't want to get involved, but Uncle Chen has done me a favor. If you can get past them, I'll let you go. Wu Zhan hesitated before speaking. Lu Tianlong nodded, considering him a man of some spirit. All right then. Let me deal with these punks first, and then we can talk. Damn it, is this guy out of his mind? He thinks he can just brush us aside. One of the men in black at the front yelled angrily, but halfway through his curse, He suddenly stopped in shock as a size 42 foot appeared right in front of him. Startled, he quickly tried to dodge to the side to avoid the incoming strike. His reflexes were fast, but Lu Tianlong was faster. Just as the man attempted to evade, the speed of that big foot surged, landing a direct kick to his right temple. Bang! With a loud crash, the man was sent flying, and a faint sound of his skull cracking echoed through the air. He didn't even have time to scream. By the time he hit the ground, blood was pouring from his 7 orifices, and he was dead. None of the others even saw what had happened. By the time they processed the shock, Lu Tianlong had already entered killing mode. He transformed into a god of death, weaving through the circle of over 20 men like a bolt of lightning. 5 minutes later, the world fell silent once more. Wu Zhan, who had been calm, now looked on in terror at the scene before him. The 20 men who had come with him lay scattered on the ground, all lifeless. There were no screams, no groans, only cold corpses. How is this possible? Wu Zhan was completely stunned. He knew the strength of these 20 men well. They had all emerged from underground fight clubs and had experienced real life and death battles. Even he couldn't handle the simultaneous attacks of 5 men. This Lu Tianlong managed to take them all out in just 5 minutes? The feeling of victory is incredible. Lu Tianlong clapped his hands, completely unharmed. Who exactly are you? Wu Zhan glared at him. Lu Tianlong chuckled and said, I told you earlier, we come from the same system. Impossible. Wu Zhan shook his head resolutely. He was a king among special forces, having participated in special forces competitions almost every year before retiring. The strength of Lu Tianglong was so formidable that it made him tremble. If Lu Tianglong had also come from the special forces, Wu Zhan felt certain he would have heard of him. Unless, as that possibility crossed his mind, Wu Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that you are from Zhanlong? As a 3-time champion, Wu Zhan knew more than most. He not only knew about Zhanlong but also dreamed of joining it, something he realized was impossible due to his age. Disheartened, he had disregarded everyone's advice and chosen to retire. You've heard of Zhanlong too? Lu Tianglong smiled. I not only know about Zhanlong, but I also know that the leader is named Lu Tianglong, who left Zhanlong about a month ago for some reason. As he spoke, Wu Zhan's already wide eyes seemed to grow even larger. Could it be? Are you really the leader of Zhanlong, Lu Tianglong? Chapter 34. His Achilles heel. Wu Zhan was completely stunned, staring blankly at the young man in front of him, Lu Tianlong. Could it be that this young man was truly his idol? Lu Tianlong smiled without saying a word, which was tantamount to confirmation. You really are the legendary battle dragon. Lu Tianlong. Wu Zhan was shocked. After a moment of daze, his expression turned completely fervent, his admiration unmasked, and he looked utterly at a loss. A moment later, tears even began to well up in his eyes. He was clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Whoa, no way. Lu Tianlong was taken aback. Was he really that excited? Crying? Can you tone it down a bit? If anyone sees a big man like you crying in front of me, they'll think we have something going on, Lu Tianlong said with a wry smile. Wu Zhan quickly realized he had lost his composure and hurriedly wiped his face, suppressing his excitement. With a trembling voice, he said, You have always been my idol. No, you're the idol of many of my comrades. You're a god in our eyes. God. This was the first time Lu Tianlong had received such praise. It made him feel a bit shy. He never expected to be so famous that he was considered a god. Why had no one told him about this before? All right, stop crying. Wipe your tears. If others see you like this, they'll think I did something to you. Lu Tianlong teased, then narrowed his eyes slightly. By the way, if you're ready, we should get down to business. Get down to business? Wu Zhan was puzzled. Yes, Lu Tianlong nodded. Aren't you here today to kill me on orders? If you're ready, then go ahead and do it. Killing me will clear your mission. And no, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Wu Zhan shook his head repeatedly. Lu Tianlong chuckled, but his tone turned a bit cold. If you're too scared to fight me, then why did you stop me? I. Wu Zhan stammered, feeling embarrassed. If he had known he was supposed to confront Lu Tianlong today, he would have come prepared to fight. Since you stopped me, you must give me an explanation. Today, whether you fight or not, you have to fight. Lu Tianlong looked around. The more than 20 men Wu Zhan had brought lay lifeless on the cold ground, devoid of breath and heartbeat, giving off an oppressive silence in the night. This was the first time he had unleashed such violence since leaving the battle dragon, and they deserved it. If anyone was to blame, it was that old fool, Zhongli. He had ruined his son, Zhang Chu, and that beast had brought this upon himself. If Zhongli had any sense of right and wrong, this matter shouldn't have been pursued any further. He should have disciplined his son strictly after temporarily incapacitating him. Not having him killed was already quite merciful for someone like him, but Zhongli showed no remorse, repeatedly using underhanded tactics to try to eliminate Lu Tianlong and Su Lingwei. This was absolutely intolerable. By eliminating these scoundrels, Lu Tianlong intended to send Zhang Li a warning. Not everyone could be bullied by him. Seeing that Lu Tianlong was not joking, Wu Zhan gritted his teeth and said, Tianlong, Uncle Chun from the Tengfei group has helped my father, which is why I joined the Tengfei group. I know it's wrong to do this. Initially, I planned to help Uncle Chun finish this task today and then leave. I didn't expect. Gratitude? Is that your excuse for being an accomplice to evil? Lu Tianlong sneered. If today you had encountered someone ordinary instead of me, would you have treated them like these lowlifes on the ground? Killing the men and violating the women? Wu Zhan, as a man, you should understand that one must pay the price for their actions. Yes. Lu Tianlong's words filled Wu Zhan with shame. After a moment of silence, he looked up, determination in his eyes. All right, I'll fight you. If you kill me, it will be my penance for what I've done today. Lu Tianlong nodded, his expression unchanged. Now that's what I call a man. Yu Haven-T disgraced the title of Warrior King. The fight was inevitable. Wu Zhan took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He knew that in this confrontation, he had to give it his all, otherwise, it would be an insult to both himself and Lu Tianlong. I'm going to attack. With a focused mind, he gradually relaxed his body, and a unique killing aura typical of soldiers emanated from him, making him appear exceptionally dangerous. Lu Tianlong let his hands hang casually at his sides, observing Wu Zhan's current state, and silently nodded in approval. Roar! Wu Zhan suddenly moved, pushing off with his feet and launching himself toward Lu Tianlong like a meteor. The speed was comparable to that of a world champion in a 100-meter dash. He closed the distance in an instant, blocking with his left hand in front of his chest, while his right hand struck down toward Lu Tianlong's head with a thunderous force. This punch was explosively powerful. If it landed, Lu Tianlong's head would surely burst like a watermelon. Moreover, this move had a right-hand attack and left-hand defense with no flaws. Even an average expert would have to evade such a fierce assault. However, Lu Tianlong showed no intention of dodging. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he raised his fist to meet Wu Zhan's punch just as it came crashing down. Bang! The two iron fists collided in midair with a dull thud. Wu Zhan felt as if his fist had been struck by a hammer, a sharp pain shooting through him. He staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady himself. Lu Tianlong remained unmoved, expressionless as he slowly retracted his fist. The leader of the Dragon Warriors is indeed extraordinary. I used to be unconvinced, thinking my strength was enough to join the Dragon Warriors, but now I realize how far I still have to go. Looking at the unscathed Lu Tianlong while enduring the excruciating pain in his fist, Wu Zhan forced a bitter smile. Don't flatter me just yet. If this is all you've got, I'll end up killing you in no time. Also, has the military fallen to such a state that someone with your skills can rule over it? Lu Tianlong said calmly. Wu Zhan gritted his teeth, a surge of anger rising within him. He could accept defeat, but he absolutely could not allow anyone to insult the military. That was his breaking point. And even his idol Lu Tianlong was no exception. He was consumed by rage, his eyes slightly reddened, and a low growl escaped his throat, reminiscent of a frenzied leopard as he charged forward once more, launching a relentless onslaught on Lu Tianlong. Hooks, jabs, side kicks, and axe kicks, he struck at Lu Tianlong with wild abandon. Each powerful attack, executed by Wu Zhan, was even more lethal, far beyond the flashy moves of Taekwondo. This was close-quarters combat forged through the blood, sweat, and lives of countless soldiers. A flicker of approval flashed in Lu Tianlong's eyes. Wu Zhan had decent physical attributes, strong explosive power, and good agility. If he had been properly trained from a young age, he could have been a promising talent. Perhaps even had a chance to join the Dragon Warriors. Lu Tianlong thought to himself as he met Wu Zhan's assault head-on, refusing to back down. Neither showed any mercy. When Wu Zhan threw a punch, Lu Tianlong responded in kind. When Wu Zhan kicked, Lu Tianlong did the same. It was an all-out clash of strength. The sound of muscles and bones colliding echoed in the air, sending chills down the spine. Moments later, fueled by sheer determination, Wu Zhan was already sweating profusely. With every clash, it felt as though he was being struck by a hammer, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he endured like a relentless fighting machine, getting knocked back only to charge forward again and again. In 5 minutes, the two had exchanged blows at least hundreds of times. Wu Zhan's fists, legs, and feet were already covered in blood, with crimson streams flowing from his wounds, an utterly grim sight. His courage was commendable, and his strength adequate. But to reach the level of a dragon warrior, he still had a long way to go. Lu Tianlong said calmly, sensing that the moment had come. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shifted from defense to offense in an instant. With a quick flick of his left hand, he deflected Wu Zhan's right punch. his feet moving fluidly as he closed the distance, appearing right in front of Wu Zhan in a blink. Surprised, Wu Zhan quickly retaliated with a punch. But Lu Tianlong didn't give him a chance. His right fist shot out like lightning, striking Wu Zhan's chest. Just as he hit, he transformed the punch into an open palm, slamming it directly onto Wu Zhan's chest. The blow knocked the color from Wu Zhan's face, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could retreat, Lu Tianlong leaped into the air, his calf slightly bent, demonstrating terrifying explosive power as he kicked Wu Zhan squarely in the chest. The strong Wu Zhan was sent flying like a broken kite, tumbling half a meter through the air before crashing to the ground 4 to 5 meters away. He gasped for breath, blood spilling from his mouth, desperately trying to push himself up with his hands, but ultimately could only collapse in defeat. Boss Tianlong, you truly live up to your reputation. I concede. Wu Zhan lay on the ground, panting heavily, feeling as if all his bones had come undone. Even moving his fingers required every ounce of strength he had left. He understood that Lu Tianlong had shown mercy. Otherwise, that punch and kick could have easily shattered his internal organs and left him lifeless on the spot. Lu Tianlong remained expressionless. Today, I want to kill you, but from now on, you'd better watch yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. Wu Zhan used all his strength to prop himself up and shouted at Lu Tianlong, I understand. I'll leave Uncle Chun as soon as I get back. Tianlong, can I stick with you? Stick with me? Lu Tianlong paused in front of the car, turned around, and looked at Wu Zhan, whose face was filled with anticipation. He chuckled, I'm just a little driver right now. What would you be doing with me? Should I have an assistant for my little driver job? As long as I can stay by your side, I'm fine with anything. Wu Zhan gritted his teeth. Joining the Dragon Warriors had always been his dream. With his retirement, that dream seemed shattered. But if he could stay close to Lu Tianlong, wouldn't that be a different way of making his dream come true? Moreover, even though he was a king among soldiers in the army, he felt completely out of place in the city. His stubbornness and inability to flatter others had left him struggling to find a job. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up at Tengfei Group. Having a sidekick for a little driver sounded pretty cool. A smile appeared on Lu Tianlong's face as he replied, but that doesn't quite match my low-profile style. How about this? The Phoenix Group is currently hiring security guards. If you're interested, you can give it a try. Security guard? Wu Zhan was taken aback. The boss of the Dragon Warriors was a driver, and a king among soldiers was going to be a security guard. This society is just too crazy. Chapter 35 Zheng Xiaofeng's visit in the office of the president of Tengfei Group. What did you say? All 20 people we sent are dead. Zhongli, nearly 50 years old, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Chen Shu across from him. Chen Shu's expression was grim as he replied, Yes, sir, I personally confirmed it. Not a single one survived. How is that possible? Didn't you say those 20 were carefully selected and were all skilled fighters? Zhongli struggled to contain his anger, smashing a cup in his hand into pieces. What about Wu Zhan? Is he dead too? Chen Shu shook his head. Wu Zhan is missing. Missing? Damn it. I've been paying him all this time, and now he turns up missing? Find him. Search everywhere. Even if it means turning Haiyang upside down, we must locate him. Zhongli gritted his teeth. Chen Shu nodded, understood. I've already dispatched someone to handle the remains of those 20 and started searching for Wu Zhan. Damn it. Zhongli cursed, but having experienced many storms in life, he forced himself to calm down and said coldly, So, those 20 were killed by that guy named Lu Tianlong? We can't be certain yet. We need to find Wu Zhan first to understand what exactly happened. Chen Shu paused before continuing. However, I don't believe Lu Tianlong has that capability. But if someone conspired with him and set a trap in advance, then it's a different story. Are you implying that Wu Zhan betrayed us? Zhongli understood his meaning and said fiercely. Chen Shu nodded. This is just my initial speculation. If that's not the case, how could a mere driver like Lu Tianlong eliminate our 20 men so decisively? Exactly. Wu Zhan is highly suspicious. Zhongli nodded, his expression twisted with rage. No matter the cost, we must find Wu Zhan. How dare he betray me? I will make this bastard pay. Rest assured, sir. Once we have any news on Wu Zhan's whereabouts, I will go personally. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, an almost imperceptible killing intent radiating from him, making even Zhongli glance at him twice. If you go personally, there should be no problem. Zhongli thought for a moment and continued. Right now? The main issue is that Su Lingwei and Lu Tianlong are still alive and well. How are we going to avenge Zhang Chu? The mere thought of Zhang Chu made Zhongli feel a weight on his chest. He had received news from the hospital yesterday that Zhang Chu had awakened and learned that he had nearly been incapacitated, knowing he wouldn't be able to touch women for at least 3 years, if not longer. The young man completely broke down. For someone who spent his days pursuing women for fun, this felt like a death sentence. He nearly went mad, seeking death in his hospital room. Only after Zhang Li vowed to avenge him did Zhang Chu's emotions stabilize somewhat. Zhang Chu was impulsive. If we didn't avenge him quickly and comfort him, who knew what reckless things he might do? A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Li's eyes as he said, "So, I need to get rid of Su Lingyue and Lu Tianlong as soon as possible." "Master." Uncle Qin stood with his hands at his sides and replied, "Eliminating those two isn't actually hard, but the issue is Su Lingyue's current identity. If we go after her openly, it would cause chaos, and the authorities wouldn't just sit back and watch. We need to use some special methods that can make her disappear without anyone noticing, and without raising suspicion towards us. Alternatively, we could also use someone else's hand to do it." "Use someone else's hand?" Zhang Li asked, puzzled. Uncle Qin nodded and said, "Exactly. I just received news that the Black Tiger sect is already aware of Du Qing's downfall. The leader of the Black Tiger sect, Wang Jinghu, is furious and has issued a kill order, sending 3 other elders to challenge Li Weiying from the slums and seek revenge on Lu Tianlong. The Black Tiger sect is going to take action against them? That's good news. With the strength of the Black Tiger sect, defeating Li Weiying and that Lu Tianlong should be a piece of cake." Zhang Li nodded. "Yes, as long as the Black Tiger sect takes out Lu Tianlong, dealing with Su Lingyue will be easy. Of course, if the Black Tiger sect, in their anger, also eliminates Su Lingyue, that would make things even simpler. After all, Lu Tianlong is connected to Su Lingyue. She can't escape that connection," Uncle Qin analyzed. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Then let's do this. Send someone to keep an eye on the Black Tiger sect and closely monitor their movements. Once they truly go to war, we'll look for an opportunity to strike. Also, during this time while the Black Tiger sect is preparing, we can't let Su Lingyue sit idle. Find some people to stir up trouble at the Phoenix Group." "Got it." Uncle Qin nodded. "This won't be difficult. Those security guards at the Phoenix Group are just for show. I'll take care of it." In the morning, in the office of the president of the Phoenix Group, Su Lingyue sat in a large chair, her brows slightly furrowed as she gently rubbed her temples. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Tianlong, who was lounging casually on the sofa across from her. She felt something was off. Last night, on her way back from the Shangshan Club, she had been a bit tired and wanted to take a short nap. However, she only woke up when she got back downstairs, and then slept through the night at home. This morning, everything seemed to be normal, but she couldn't shake off an indescribable feeling. "Lu Tianlong, did you do something to me while I was resting in the car yesterday?" Su Lingyue stared at him, planning to catch him off guard. Lu Tianlong was browsing the web on his phone. In his free time, he liked to collect jokes to share with girls, and when she asked, he simply shook his head. "No, really didn't do anything." Su Lingyue looked skeptical. Lu Tianlong protested, "I really didn't." Did you take advantage of me while I was asleep?" Su Lingyue gritted her teeth. "Boss, you can't wrongfully accuse me like this. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I swear on the chandelier that when you were asleep, I absolutely did not peek at you, let alone touch you." Lu Tianlong exclaimed, feeling wronged. "You're a law-abiding citizen? If you were a good citizen, there wouldn't be any bad people in the world." Su Lingyue said angrily. "Anyway, I'm not afraid of crooked shoes when my feet are straight." Lu Tianlong puffed out his chest. Su Lingyue was about to retort when there was a knock at the door, and Wang Ying entered with a worried expression. She had come to discuss the meeting between Su Lingyue and Wang Yaodong from Changhan Group the night before. Su Lingyue briefly explained what happened during the meeting. "For points? That Wang Yaodong has no sincerity whatsoever." Wang Ying said angrily. "Yes, Wang Yaodong should know that we would never agree to those conditions. But I still can't figure out why he traveled all the way to Haiyang. Was it just to get a beating? That is a bit strange. Does he have another motive?" Su Lingyue and Wang Ying exchanged glances and simultaneously turned to look at Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong, who was admiring Wang Ying's alluring curves from the side, was startled. "Why are you both looking at me like that? You don't think he came all this way to find me, do you?" Su Lingyue and Wang Ying rolled their eyes in unison. "What on earth is this guy thinking all day? I just feel like something is off about this whole situation. Last night, Wang Yaodong talked to me about tea ceremonies for the entire evening and seemed in no hurry to discuss business. It felt like he was stalling for time. But why would he want to stall?" Su Lingyue furrowed her brows, muttering her thoughts aloud. "Could it be that while he was meeting with me, he was arranging some shady business on the side? Now that you mention it, I find it a bit suspicious too." Wang Ying nodded. "Think about it carefully. When he met with you, was there anything unusual?" "Unusual?" Su Lingyue frowned even deeper, pondering for a moment before her eyes lit up. "That's right. When I met him, he only allowed me to stay and insisted on putting Lu Tianlong in another private room he had already booked." Su Lingyue and Wang Ying turned to look at Lu Tianlong again. Lu Tianlong felt like crying. "Why are you looking at me again? I really have nothing to do with him." Su Lingyue and Wang Ying simultaneously pictured the chubby Wang Yaodong embracing Lu Tianlong, and they shuddered. Who said you had something going on with him? Wang Ying said. Then tell me, was there anyone else in the private room Wang Yaodong arranged for you? No. It was just me. Lu Tianlong shook his head firmly. Impossible. Wang Yaodong told me he prepared a show for you. Su Lingyue raised an eyebrow. He did prepare a show for me, but he brought in 5 girls to perform some kind of feather dance, and I kicked them out. Lu Tianlong insisted. You kicked them out? How is that possible? Su Lingyue and Wang Ying both looked incredulous. Don't treat me like some beast who can't take his eyes off women. Lu Tianlong protested. Wang Ying gritted her teeth. First, take your eyes off me, and then talk. At that moment, the phone on Su Lingyue's desk rang, and the anxious voice of the receptionist from the lobby came through. Ms. Su, Mr. Zheng Xiaofeng wants to see you. I told him you weren't in, but he insisted on coming in. We couldn't stop him. Zheng Xiaofeng. Lu Tianlong chuckled. What was this kid thinking, barging into Phoenix Group like that? Was he just looking for trouble? Chapter 36. Just a tap. Lu Tianlong never expected that Su Lingyue would possess such strong deductive skills. Managing to gradually turn her attention fully onto him through some details from the previous night. He was pondering how to distract these 2 girls when Zheng Xiaofeng barged in at the front desk of the lobby, immediately shifting Su Lingyue and Wang Ying's focus away from him and providing him with a much-needed escape. Zheng Xiaofeng was indeed a lifesaver. Lu Tianlong thought happily to himself, though he feigned anger, standing up and storming out, exclaiming, Zheng Xiaofeng is here? This guy must still be brooding over the incident at the party a few days ago and is looking for revenge. Just wait. I'm going to break all 3 of his legs. Don't be reckless. Come back here. Su Lingyue quickly got up to stop him. Wang Ying rushed forward and grabbed Lu Tianlong's arm, saying, Lu Tianlong, don't be impulsive. Zheng Xiaofeng isn't the kind of person who would cause trouble at Phoenix Group. If you attack him without thinking, it will only bring trouble to the company. Lu Tianlong pretended to struggle for a moment, but ultimately gave in. Fine. I'll just wait here. If that brat dares to pull any stunts, I won't let him off easy. I'll make him unrecognizable. He returned angrily. Su Lingyue shot him a glance. You sure are righteous. Of course. Protecting beautiful women is my duty. Lu Tianlong patted his chest proudly. Lingyue. A frantic voice came from outside, and Zheng Xiaofeng rushed in without even knocking. Now that you're here and safe, I can relax. Seeing Su Lingyue unharmed, Zheng Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What could possibly happen to me? Zheng Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Su Lingyue frowned, unable to figure out his intentions. Zheng Xiaofeng adjusted his slightly disheveled hair, regaining his elegant demeanor, and said, well, didn't you go to Shangshan Club last night? Did you take the South Outer Ring on your way back? Last night, the South Outer Ring, huh? The South Outer Ring is under construction now, full of potholes. Are you worried that we might have an accident traveling that way? Lu Tianlong interrupted Zheng Xiaofeng, stepping forward and enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder. It's so touching how much you care about President Su. But don't worry, I was driving last night. No matter the road conditions, I can pave a way through. Su Lingyue and Wang Ying exchanged puzzled glances at his words. Isn't T road construction pretty normal? Which city doesn't T have it? What is the big deal? No, that's not what I meant. Zheng Xiaofeng quickly shook his head. He had just received news that morning from a trusted subordinate of Zhang Li from Tengfei Group, stating that Tengfei had selected 20 capable individuals from their security team to carry out a mission on the South Outer Ring last night. None of them returned. They all perished there, and the scene was horrific. He also heard that Su Lingyue had a meeting with Wang Yaodong from Changhong Group at Shangshan Club last night. After returning from the Shangshan Club, Zheng Xiaofeng was certain that he would take the Southern Outer Ring Road, and he felt that this matter was likely related to Su Lingyue. Having called Su Lingyue several times that morning without any response, he started to worry that something might have happened to her and hurried over. If it's not this matter, then what else could it be? Lu Tianlong interrupted again, saying, last night, I went to the Shangshan Club with President Su. With me around, even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't touch her. She is absolutely safe with me. Seeing Zheng Xiaofeng's expression, he added, what else with that look? Don't you trust me? Lu Tianlong tightened his grip around Zheng Xiaofeng's neck, shaking him as he angrily demanded, why aren't you talking? Answer me. Do you believe me or not? Say something. Zheng Xiaofeng was struggling to breathe, his face turning red as he flailed his arms. He is about to choke him to death. How can he possibly speak? Wang Ying remarked, watching the scene with exasperation. Lu Tianlong suddenly realized and loosened his grip, saying, I'm really sorry. I got a bit carried away in the heat of the moment. Zheng Xiaofeng coughed while covering his neck, glaring fiercely at Lu Tianlong. If it weren't for wanting to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor in front of Su Lingyue, he would have jumped up and punched this jerk. Zheng Xiaofeng, what exactly are you here for today? Su Lingyue asked, sounding a bit impatient after watching their antics for a while. Just as Zheng Xiaofeng was about to speak, Lu Tianlong leaned in and whispered, "Zheng Xiao, think carefully. Some things, once said, will have consequences." Zheng Xiaofeng froze. Lu Tianlong was right. The person who had informed him of this news had let it slip by accident and had warned him repeatedly to keep it confidential, or the consequences would be dire. Just think about it. A major incident involving loss of life could cause chaos and panic if it got out. Since Su Lingyue was fine, there was no need to say more. Actually, there's nothing serious. I just heard that there was a car accident on the Southern Ring Road last night, and a girl was injured. I tried calling you this morning, but you didn't answer, so I came over to check. Zheng Xiaofeng fabricated a casual excuse. Thank you for your concern. If there's nothing else, you can leave. We're in a meeting. Su Lingyue nodded, acknowledging that Zheng Xiaofeng meant well. By the way, there's one more thing. I just received internal news that Wang Yaodong from Changhong Group and Zhang Li from Tungfei Group officially signed the Southeast Asia Export Agency project contract yesterday, Zheng Xiaofeng said. Both Su Lingyue and Wang Ying's expressions darkened. As the young master of Hailong Group, Zheng Xiaofeng's words couldn't be false. This meant that Wang Yaodong had already signed the contract with Zhang Li before their meeting last night. Why would Wang Yaodong still want to meet with her and humiliate Phoenix Group after signing the contract? Su Lingyue clenched her fists tightly, furious at that jerk Wang Yaodong. I understand now, she said, finally calming down and nodding. All right, I'll take my leave so as not to disrupt your meeting. If there's anything you need, feel free to call me anytime. Zheng Xiaofeng was used to Su Lingyue's attitude and didn't mind her coldness much. How about I see Zheng Xiao off? It's a long way for him to come here, and he didn't even get a sip of water. Isn't that a bit sad? Lu Tianlong chuckled as he stood up. Zheng Xiaofeng, who was already at the door, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a chill in his heart. I think those two must be hiding something from us, Su Lingyue said, staring at their backs as they left the office. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. I also think there's something off about them. What a headache. I hope he doesn't cause me any more trouble, Su Lingyue thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything, rubbing her little head in frustration. Zheng Xiaofeng and Lu Tianlong entered the elevator one after the other. Seeing Lu Tianlong's carefree demeanor made Zheng Xiaofeng furious. It was this guy who had embarrassed him in front of Su Lingyue multiple times. Zheng Xiao, don't look at me like that. If anyone should be angry, it should be me. Su Lingyue is my girlfriend. If you keep caring about her like this, I'm going to get jealous. Lu Tianlong teased, grinning at Zheng Xiaofeng. You must be a fake. Lingyue would never choose a guy like you. Zheng Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. You're the fake. What is impossible about Su Lingyue choosing me as her boyfriend? Just look at me, tall, handsome, charming. If I were a woman, I'd fall in love with myself. Lu Tianlong said, fluffing his hair in the elevator's reflective wall, smiling. I can cook. I'm great in bed. I can take care of her when things get tough. And on top of that, I'm exceptionally skilled. Who wouldn't love a guy like that? Zheng Xiaofeng was speechless and truly didn't know how to respond to this guy. Anyway, no matter what, I won't give up until I win Lingyue, Zheng Xiaofeng said through gritted teeth. Lu Tianlong laughed, patting him on the shoulder. You've got some determination. Do you really think that if you swing the hoe well enough, you can dig up any corner? I'm definitely not giving up on Lingyue, Zheng Xiaofeng said with a determined look. Even if you really are Lingyue's boyfriend. If you have the ability, compete with me fairly. Compete fairly? Huh. Su Lingyue has always been mine. Why should I compete with you? Besides, I'm so outstanding. What do you have to compete with me? Lu Tianlong laughed uncontrollably. Outstanding. Zheng Xiaofeng rolled his eyes, having never seen someone so narcissistic. I'll compete with you fairly. And if you're scared, just back down. Cowards don't deserve to be Lingyue's boyfriend. Zheng Xiaofeng challenged. Scared? The word scared has never existed in my dictionary. Lu Tianlong boasted, pounding his chest. So, are you agreeing to compete fairly with me? Zheng Xiaofeng was overjoyed. In terms of looks, background, and talent, he believed he was absolutely not inferior to this guy. Lu Tianlong pretended to ponder deeply and replied, for now, I can't agree. I need to first determine if you qualify to compete with me fairly. If every random guy is going to compete with me, then I'll just have to deal with you all and forget about my real work. I'm really busy, Zheng Xiaofeng said angrily, puffing his cheeks and glaring. You just wander around every day? What real work are you doing? So tell me, how can I prove I'm qualified? Zheng Xiaofeng asked. Just then, the elevator arrived at the first floor. How to prove? Stepping out of the elevator, Lu Tianlong scanned the lobby and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zheng, don't say I'm not giving you a chance to compete. Do you see that girl at the front desk? The one in the jeans. If you dare to take a picture of her, I'll agree to compete with you fairly. What? No way. Zheng Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief, directly refusing. He was a person of status and couldn't he do something like that? No way, forget it. Cowards don't deserve to compete with me. Lu Tianlong shrugged and turned to walk back. Wait, are you serious about what you just said? If I take a picture of that girl, you'll compete with me fairly? Zheng Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose to a driver. Taking a picture of a girl in public didn't suit his status. But he couldn't care less. Taking a picture of this girl could bring him closer to Su Lingwei. What is the harm in being a beast for once? Seriously, it has to be serious. Lu Tianlong nodded earnestly. All right, you keep your eyes wide open. Zheng Xiaofeng had made up his mind, fearing Lu Tianlong might back out. He immediately stepped toward the girl at the front desk. At the reception, a girl in light-colored tight jeans was communicating with the receptionist. How can I help you? The receptionist politely asked. Hello, I'm looking for General Manager Su. I'm her friend. Okay, please wait a moment. I need to inform her first. May I ask your last name? Oh, it's Zhou. My name is Zhou Bingbing. Chapter 37. Taller and handsomer Zheng Xiaofeng mustered his courage and walked toward the reception desk. His heart raced like it could jump out at any moment. It was his first time doing something like this. To others, he had always been the quintessential gentleman. Yet today, he was about to slap a girl in front of a crowd. Damn it, how did he agree to such a ridiculous request? Zheng Xiaofeng felt a pang of regret. It was all because of a moment of impulse, coupled with Lu Tianlong's provocation, that he had said yes. If this got out, how would he ever face anyone again? But if he backed out now, that jerk would definitely mock him. Zheng Xiaofeng felt conflicted as he slowly walked forward, mentally strategizing. After some deliberation, he finally made up his mind. Why not just go for it? It was just a slap on a girl. What is the big deal? If she was gentle and sweet, she might just glare at him. If she had a fiery personality, maybe they'd exchange a few words. He could always say he mistook her for someone else, or that he accidentally hit her. She couldn't really do anything to him. Thinking through his options, Zheng Xiaofeng had now stealthily approached the girl from behind. The tight-fitting jeans accentuated her long, slender legs, her curves strikingly alluring. Taking a deep breath, he glanced back at the elevator. Lu Tianlong was standing there, seriously giving him a thumbs up. Here goes nothing. For Su Lingwei to bring her back to his side. He had to take the plunge. After a few more deep breaths, Zheng Xiaofeng cautiously looked around. The lobby wasn't crowded, and everyone seemed preoccupied with their own business. Oblivious to what was happening, he decided it was time to take action. In a flash, he swung his arm and reached out to slap the girl. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her pants, a loud shout came from behind. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just slap a girl in public. It was Lu Tianlong's voice. Zheng Xiaofeng's heart dropped, realizing he had fallen for that jerk's trick. Before he could react, the girl in front of him suddenly turned around, her face filled with rage. She grabbed his wrist, twisted it sharply, and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Zheng Xiaofeng was thrown several meters away, landing with a loud thud on the ground, completely dazed and struggling to get back up. Hey, isn't that Zheng Xiaofeng? Is he really trying to slap someone? What? No way. You never know a person's true character. The distinguished Zheng Xiaofeng would do something like this? Zheng, what were you thinking? If you wanted to touch a woman, you could have just asked me. Why sneak around doing this? People in the lobby started pointing and murmuring, some in shock, others in confusion or pity. Lying on the ground, Zheng Xiaofeng felt like he could just die right there. He wished he could find a crack in the marble floor to hide in. But the polished surface offered no such refuge, not even a single crack. Zheng Xiaofeng, you really are a beast. Just a moment ago, you were saying how much you love Su Lingwei, that you wouldn't marry anyone else in this lifetime. And now you turn around and do something so despicable. Trying to take pictures of that girl. Lu Tianlong said angrily as he walked over. Sure, this girl has a tempting figure, but she is not yours to photograph. You should hurry and apologize to this beautiful girl. Ah, Zhou Bingbing, is that you? Lu Tianlong exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Zhou Bingbing didn't answer his question. Her eyes were ablaze with anger as she turned to look at Zheng Xiaofeng, who was still struggling to get up. Lu Tianlong, what did you just say? This kid is pursuing Xiaoya? Not just pursuing, he's practically begging. He brings her flowers every day and runs over here for no reason. Trying to win her over. And now, because of road work, he even came to check on her. He is really a lovesick fool. Lu Tianlong sighed. Zheng Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. What did this jerk mean by that? Was he complimenting him? Before he could figure it out, Zhou Bingbing was already fuming. She strode over to Zheng Xiaofeng on the ground. Zhou Bingbing, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. You've already taken care of Zhang Chu. Are you going to do the same to him? He is Zheng Xiaofeng, one of the 4 famous young masters of Haiyang. If you take him out, those girls who admire him will drown you in spit. Lu Tianlong shouted from behind. What? Zheng Xiaofeng felt like crying. He had only heard that Zhang Chu seemed to have been taken out and was now in the hospital, but nobody could tell him how it happened. So it was this girl who did it? But he just tried to take a picture of her, and it didn't even happen. She wouldn't actually go that far, would she? Zheng Xiaofeng thought to himself. In that moment of hesitation, Zhou Bingbing was already in front of him. Without even thinking, she raised her 10-centimeter high heels and kicked straight at him. Oh my god, is she for real? Zheng Xiaofeng trembled all over. If that kick landed, he might never be able to stand again. At the critical moment concerning his lifelong happiness, Zheng Xiaofeng unleashed an unexpected burst of strength. He pushed himself off the ground and quickly pulled back. Clang! Zhou Bingbing's high heel struck the floor, making a sharp sound. Miss, let me explain. Let me explain. Zheng Xiaofeng hurriedly scrambled to his feet, not caring about the pain anymore. Explain? What the hell is there to explain? Don't you know that an explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is just another name for the truth? Zheng Xiaofeng, I'll hold her off for you. Just run. Lu Tianlong gallantly rushed forward, grabbing Zhou Bingbing from behind. Zheng Xiaofeng didn't want to run. He wanted to clarify the situation. Or else he'd really be the laughingstock if this got out. But if he didn't run, that fierce girl might really kick him. In the end, discretion was the better part of valor. It was better to retreat and find another opportunity later to explain things to her. As soon as he thought of this, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly slipped away and sprinted towards the door. Let go. You jerk, Lu Tianlong. I swear I'll take that guy down. How dare he pursue Xiaoya? Zhou Bingbing shouted. Lu Tianlong tightly hugged her waist from behind. Their bodies pressed together, and the alluring scent of her perfume filled his nostrils. Zhou Bingbing, don't be impulsive. Zheng Xiaofeng is actually a good guy. He just loves Lin Yi too much. Lu Tianlong explained, holding back his laughter. Zheng Xiaofeng, limping to the entrance, felt a warmth in his heart. No matter what, Lu Tianlong had stopped that fiery girl and was speaking up for him, even acknowledging his feelings for Su Lingwei. However, he couldn't understand why Zhou Bingbing was blaming him for pursuing Su Lingwei instead of being upset about him scolding her. This question puzzled him, and he could only run back to think about it, dashing out of the hall in a blink. Zhou Bingbing, calm down. You must stay calm. Deep breath, deep breath. Lu Tianlong shouted in her ear as he held her. Zhou Bingbing felt a bit unwilling, but seeing Zheng Xiaofeng had already run out of the hall, she had no choice but to slowly calm down. Once she did, she suddenly realized that this jerk, Lu Tianlong, had been holding her for a full 2 minutes. Ah, you jerk, let go of me. Zhou Bingbing screamed, struggling to break free from his embrace. Why are you being like this? I already said it might not be intentional, and you still want to let it go. Lu Tianlong not only didn't loosen his grip, but held her tighter, and he could clearly feel that Zhou Bingbing had no excess fat on her body at all. Assistant Lu is such a good guy, making such a big sacrifice for Zheng Xiaofeng. Some girls in the crowd exclaimed, let go of me, or I swear I'll kill you. Zhou Bingbing shouted in frustration, struggling again, but the more she fought, the tighter Lu Tianlong held her. By the end, she felt like she was being squeezed into his body. She was almost furious to the point of losing her mind, and, lowering her head, she bit Lu Tianlong's arm. Hey, what are you, a dog? Let go of me now. If you don't, I want to hold back. Lu Tianlong winced in pain, wanting to pull away but not daring to do so. If he yanked, he'd probably end up pulling out her tiny teeth or losing a chunk of his own flesh. Finally, gritting his teeth, he withdrew his right hand and gave Zhou Bingbing a few solid slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Each hit was forceful, causing Zhou Bingbing to wince in pain. Lu Tianlong quickly took this opportunity to step back and escape her grasp. You actually dared to hit me? Zhou Bingbing exclaimed, her body trembling with anger. Fuming as she lunged at him again, Lu Tianlong stood his ground, declaring loudly, you still want to make a scene? Fine, if you can kill me, go ahead. But if you can't, I'll tell Su Lingwei that you. Zhou Bingbing halted in her tracks, glaring at Lu Tianlong with a murderous look. That bastard actually threatened her with this. Come on, hit me. Just remember to beat me to death. Leave no breath in me. With the girl under control, Lu Tianlong felt invincible. Zhou Bingbing had no way to deal with him. Finally, she stomped her foot and said, you're ruthless. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I want to let you off the hook. After saying that, she quickly walked towards the elevator in her high heels. As she left, the crowd in the lobby gradually dispersed. Zheng Xiaofeng, who had already run out, somehow slipped back in. This guy's gaze towards Lu Tianlong had completely changed. Lu Tianlong, why is it that if I don't film him, he wants to ruin me? But you hit her so hard, and she didn't do anything to you? Zheng Xiaofeng had been hiding outside the lobby, watching everything unfold clearly. What else could it be? Lu Tianlong casually tossed his hair and replied, because I'm better looking than you. Chapter 38. One-on-one or a group fight, you really have some thick skin. Can you be any more shameless? Zheng Xiaofeng said, genuinely speechless. Lu Tianlong didn't care at all and laughed. Thick skin? Feel free to touch it. If you have thin skin, You won't get anywhere. You're just jealous, aren't you? Zheng Xiaofeng decided not to get entangled with Lu Tianlong on these topics any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely be led astray. Whether you're Lin Yi's boyfriend or her driver. Things have been a bit unstable lately. There was a major incident last night on the South Outer Ring. You need to make sure to protect her when you go out together. If anything happens, you can call me. His expression was sincere, showing that he genuinely cared about Su Lingyue's safety. Lu Tianlong initially wanted to tease him some more, but seeing his serious demeanor, he felt that someone in love should be respected. He nodded and said, "Got it. If Ling Yue is in danger, I'll make sure to die in front of her. And when I'm dead, I'll give you a call. Call me after you're dead. What are you going to do? Come back from the grave?" Zheng Xiaofeng thought about choking this bastard right then and there. I really didn't see this coming. You actually care for Su Lingyue. Lu Tianlong led him to a nearby lounge area, and as they sat facing each other, he chuckled. Zheng Xiaofeng sighed, looking somewhat helpless. Yeah, I'm not like that scumbag Zhang Chu. Over the years, I've only fallen for one girl, and that's Lingyue. I vowed long ago that I would marry no one but her. Should I laugh or should I laugh? If you're really serious about this, you can start looking for a monastery right now. Look for a monastery? Zheng Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Exactly. Lu Tianlong nodded. Su Lingyue is mine. You can't take her away. Since you're determined to marry her, you might as well become a monk. I will definitely find a way to win Su Lingyue back. You're not worthy. You can't give her anything. Zheng Xiaofeng exclaimed, agitated. Lu Tianlong laughed. And what can you give her? Anything she wants, I can provide it. Zheng Xiaofeng declared, raising his fists. All right then. Lu Tianlong squinted and said, right now? Su Lingyue wants the Southeast Asia Export Agency rights from Changhong Group. You better bring that to her. Zheng Xiaofeng, who had just made a firm resolution, was instantly slapped in the face. The Hailong Group hadn't even secured that project, and Changhong Group had already signed a contract with Tengfei Group. How could he get it back? See, I knew you were just bragging. Lu Tianlong shrugged. Zheng Xiaofeng was unwilling to accept this and said, what you're talking about is completely impossible. Impossible? What if I actually pull it off? Lu Tianlong asked with a smile. That is not going to happen. Zheng Xiaofeng shook his head. If you can do it, I'll do whatever you say. Even picking up soap? What? Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively recoiled, wanting to distance himself from Lu Tianlong. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. Do you really have a way to get that project back? Zheng Xiaofeng asked curiously. Lu Tianlong waved his hand and said, even if you get into bed, you can still break up. Even if you get married, you can still get a divorce. So why can't we just take back what we signed in a contract? However, if I want to reclaim this project, I might still need your help. Zheng Xiaofeng nodded without a second thought and replied, no problem. As long as you can get this project back for Lingyue, I'll do anything you ask, even picking up soap. Zheng Xiaofeng was completely flustered. I'm so mad. In Su Lingyue's office, Zhou Bingbing was shouting angrily. She needed to vent hard. Just thinking about how Lu Tianlong, that jerk, had been so overly familiar with her made her furious. The key issue was that he had leverage over her. Bingbing, what's wrong now? Su Lingyue asked, puzzled. It's that jerk Lu Tianlong. He actually. Zhou Bingbing started, but then stopped mid-sentence. After all, it wasn't exactly a glorious matter. The pressing question now was how to retrieve her leverage from Lu Tianlong. He kept threatening to expose her feelings for Su Lingyue. If Su Lingyue didn't oppose it too much, wouldn't he be left without a card to play? Lingyue? There's something I want to ask you. Zhou Bingbing hesitated before continuing. I have a friend who likes another friend of hers. What should she do? If she likes him, she should go after him and confess. Su Lingyue replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Zhou Bingbing grimaced. This friend of mine is a girl, and the one she likes is also a girl. What? Su Lingyue's eyes widened in shock. 2 girls? How can that be? Why not? Of course not. 2 girls. How are they supposed to have their own kids? Su Lingyue shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. She had always loved children, and even at home, she treated Moron Wanner like a child. Zhou Bingbing felt bitter inside, but managed to smile. I think it's not okay too. That's why my friend is suffering right now. All right, enough about them. Let's talk about you. You've been coming home late these days. Everything okay? I'm fine, just busy with a project, Su Lingyue said as she poured Zhou Bingbing a cup of coffee. Zhou Bingbing nodded. That's good. By the way, what about Lu Tianlong? He hasn't been bothering you, has he? Him? He's still the same, goofing around with that silly grin. I really want to find a chance to give him a good beating. Su Lingyue made a fist, showing a cute and playful side. Zhou Bingbing nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's my wish too. That guy is just too infuriating. Do you think we can find a chance to teach him a lesson? Find a chance to teach him a lesson? Su Lingyue tilted her head and thought for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up. I've got it. Our company is currently hiring security guards, and there is an interview organized by Lu Tianlong tomorrow morning. If you have some free time, you can come and take a look. Since we are hiring security guards, there will definitely be some competition. Who knows, you might seize the opportunity. A smirk of satisfaction appeared on Su Lingyue's face. Zhou Bingbing perked up as well. Great idea. Let us do it. Tomorrow, I'll be your chief examiner. And we can invite Lu Tianlong to compete. It would be a perfect chance to give him a good beating this time and really make him regret it. The Phoenix Group treats its employees quite well, offering high salaries and good benefits, and is well known in the area for that. Once the recruitment notice was posted, applications started flooding into the HR department's inbox. Within just one day, the number of applicants had already surpassed 200. Wang Ying had someone compile all the applicants' information. And after a preliminary screening, she selected around 100 candidates. Most of these individuals were veterans, with some having years of experience in security work. The interview was scheduled for the following morning at the Phoenix Group's indoor basketball court, with Wang Ying as the host and Lu Tianlong as the chief examiner. Additionally, there were 2 HR staff members present to record the examination process. At 8 in the morning, the large basketball court was packed. Nearly 100 candidates showed up for the interview, primarily in their 20s to 30s, with only a few individuals possibly in their 40s. These few had been specially highlighted by Wang Ying for their extensive leadership experience in security. The quality of the candidates was quite good, mostly fresh veterans who had just left the military, so there should be plenty of strong contenders among them. Sitting in the chief examiner's seat, Lu Tianlong glanced around casually and smiled. "Assistant Lu, how do you know?" A curious HR staff member asked, since he was certain Lu Tianlong hadn't reviewed the applicant's information beforehand. "You can tell by their expressions and posture." Lu Tianlong pointed at them and said, "Those standing straight, with focused eyes and not speaking, are fresh out of the military, still holding onto their training habits. The ones huddled together whispering are the seasoned veterans." "Assistant Lu really knows a lot," the young staff member exclaimed in admiration. "I need to learn more from you. You're my idol, going from a driver to the assistant to the president." No. Lu Tianlong laughed and shook his head. "It's not about how much you know. It's about making the right connections." "Making the right connections?" The young staff member was taken aback. Wang Ying shot Lu Tianlong a glare for his indiscreet comments. Lu Tianlong, unfazed, stretched, and said, "Manager Wang, since most of the candidates are here, shall we get started?" "Wait a moment. President Su has arranged for another interviewer to join us," Wang Ying replied coolly. "Another interviewer? This is clearly a sign of distrust in me. I protest." Lu Tianlong protested. Wang Ying shook her head and said, "Your protest is ineffective, but you are still the chief examiner for this interview. Ultimately, you still have the final say. That is more like it." Lu Tianlong nodded, just then noticing Zhou Bingbing, dressed in camouflage, striding confidently into the gymnasium. "Is this the interviewer you mentioned?" The arrival of Zhou Bingbing took Lu Tianlong by surprise. "That's right. It's me." Zhou Bingbing swaggered over to Lu Tianlong and boldly sat down in a chair. The over 100 job seekers in the audience were thrilled. There was a beautiful woman. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started," Zhou Bingbing said, slamming her hand on the table to signal for silence. Lu Tianlong was not pleased. "Zhou Bingbing, you better sit still. I'm the main examiner today," he declared. "I now announce that the Phoenix Group Security Recruitment Fair is—" "Wait a minute." Zhou Bingbing suddenly interrupted, turning to Lu Tianlong. "How are you planning to conduct the interviews?" "Conduct the interviews? What do you mean?" Lu Tianlong asked, confused. "Are you suggesting we do it like on TV, calling them up one by one to ask their names, ages, genders, hobbies, and specialties? That's not going to work. We are hiring security guards. Their names and degrees don't matter. What is important is that they have responsibility and the capability to back it up." Zhou Bingbing replied. "What I mean is, we need to test their abilities through practical combat." "Practical combat?" Lu Tianlong echoed. "Exactly, real combat training. They might not understand. So I think we should demonstrate for them." Zhou Bingbing rolled up her sleeves and stood up. Lu Tianlong finally understood. This girl was looking to settle a score and use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. He couldn't let her have her way. So, he slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "I am the main examiner today, and I will decide how the interview goes. I announce that today's recruitment rule is, whoever can defeat her will be hired." With that, Lu Tianlong pointed at Zhou Bingbing. The entire room was stunned. Chapter 39. A good man should fight a woman too. Lu Tianlong. Don't do anything reckless. Wang Ying stood up from her chair, trying to stop Lu Tianlong. His proposal was utterly ridiculous. Whoever could defeat Zhou Bingbing would be admitted. It was simply a joke. No matter how skilled Zhou Bingbing was, how could she possibly stand against 100 or so fierce men? If anything happened to her, How would she explain it to Su Lingwe? Lu Tianlong. Yu Zhou Bingbing was also furious, not expecting this guy to come up with such a devious plan. What do you mean, what? I'm the chief examiner for today's interview, and what I say goes. Lu Tianlong grinned. This is personal vendetta. Zhou Bingbing shot back. Lu Tianlong nodded. Exactly. It is personal vendetta. If you're not happy, go ahead and bite me. The crowd of interviewees erupted in chatter. Some were excited, never expecting the interview to be so unconventional. Fighting a beautiful woman for a chance at admission? They had never heard of such a thing. Even if they didn't get in, just having a chance to spar with such a gorgeous woman was pretty amazing. This is a great idea. I like it. Yeah, just put in some effort to beat this woman. How strong can she really be? Others, however, looked down their noses at Lu Tianlong, clearly dissatisfied with his arrangement. Humph. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. What has the deal with us fighting a girl? Right, it's unfair. I would never lay a hand on a woman. The interviewees debated amongst themselves, while the recruiters on stage exchanged bewildered glances, shifting their attention between Lu Tianlong and Zhou Bingbing, eager to see how the two would proceed. All right, you want me to fight them? I'll fight. But once I'm done, you'll have to fight me too. Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. Bingbing, don't do anything reckless. Wang Ying was genuinely worried. Were these two really going to take it seriously? Yingjie, don't stop her. If she wants to fight, let her. Anyway, she is not an employee of our Phoenix group, so if she gets hurt, it's not our responsibility. We won't have to spend a dime. Lu Tianlong said nonchalantly. You jerk. Zhou Bingbing was seething, feeling a knot in her stomach from all the pent-up frustration. A jerk? Who is the one who is always scheming against me? Lu Tianlong knew all too well about the little games Zhou Bingbing and Su Lingwe played. He was furious, saying, I'm trying my best to protect President Su, working as her assistant while getting paid as a driver. You're still not satisfied? I've never seen such cold-hearted people. How can you treat a decent young man like me this way? A decent young man? Many of the interviewees rolled their eyes. They couldn't see the decent part, but they certainly noticed the thick skin. Enough with the nonsense. Let them come. Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth. Are you sure you really want to fight them? Lu Tianlong asked. Stop dragging your feet. Are you even a man? Zhou Bingbing snapped. Lu Tianlong curled his lips and said, You want to fight? I won't stop you from going up against them. I've changed my mind. The rules have changed. You. Zhou Bingbing was furious. This guy was just toying with her. Lu Tianlong, can you be serious for once? We're here to recruit. Wang Ying was at a loss for words. I'm very serious. Not joking at all, Lu Tianlong replied with a straight face. He then turned around, pointed at the crowd, and said, You, and you. Sorry, you don't meet our recruitment criteria. You're eliminated. Huh, why? What makes us unqualified? The people he pointed out, around 20 in total, were agitated and protested loudly. Why are you eliminating them? Wang Ying, standing nearby, couldn't help but chime in. Lu Tianlong smiled and said, The reason is simple. Just now, these people, after I explained the recruitment rules, found my arrangements ridiculous. They think they're men and don't want to fight against a woman. What's wrong with that? That's what being a man is about. Zhou Bingbing exclaimed angrily. Lu Tianlong shrugged and replied, I don't care whether they are men or not, but I'm hiring security today. Do you know what their job is? It's to protect the safety of Phoenix Group. Let me ask you, if a female criminal comes to Phoenix Group to cause trouble, will they be able to control her immediately if they're too soft-hearted? Wang Ying's eyes widened. Zhou Bingbing's eyes also widened. The crowd of applicants below also stared in shock. The room fell silent. What Lu Tianlong said seemed very reasonable. In this vast world, anything can happen. Even some foreign terrorists have started using women or children to create human bombs. A slight oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Assistant Lu, you're brilliant. The staff member responsible for recording gave a thumbs up. They never expected Lu Tianlong to come up with such a clever idea. They were even more surprised by his keen observation and memory, amidst the chatter of hundreds of people. He could remember all of them and point them out without missing a beat. The 20 or so people who were named left the scene feeling dejected. Before they left, Wang Ying arranged for them to receive 500 yuan each for transportation. This made the remaining applicants even more excited. Even if they didn't get the job, they would still receive 500 yuan. If they did get hired, the benefits would surely be even better. After eliminating those, about 80 people remained. What are you going to do with this group? Zhou Bingbing glared at Lu Tianlong in frustration. Just as Lu Tianlong was about to speak, Wang Ying's phone rang. And her expression changed after she answered. What? There are more troublemakers at Phoenix Group? Over 20 of them, all at the front gate? The basketball court faced the main entrance, and from the window, they could clearly see the situation outside. More than 20 thugs were blocking the entrance to Phoenix Group, shouting and cursing loudly. Led by Chief Security Officer Wang Dalei, more than 20 security guards gathered at the scene. After the incident with Du Chung a couple of days ago, Wang Dalei had faced severe criticism and was now hesitant to let anyone in. He instructed the guards to form a human wall to block the entrance. Meanwhile, he was trying to negotiate with one of the leaders on the opposing side. Speaking in a low and submissive tone, seemingly trying to placate them. They claimed to be local residents, saying that our Phoenix group is causing noise pollution. Wang Ying asked for clarification over the phone and then turned to Lu Tiantian. Noise pollution? Lu Tiantian nodded. This issue was indeed common, especially for companies located near residential areas, which often face complaints from nearby residents. Yes, but our Phoenix group strictly adheres to national regulations. The few workshops that produce significant noise have all been equipped with soundproofing measures, so we definitely won't disturb them. I think they're just here to cause trouble, Wang Ying asserted. Let's go take a look. Lu Tiantian thought for a moment and waved to the crowd of interviewees below. The large group marched toward the entrance. Bro, we can discuss this. Can you give me a break? Wang Dalei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Standing opposite him was a young man in his mid-20s with dyed yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, who glared at Wang Dalei with a sneer. Give your mother some face. Here's the deal. Either let us in to talk about compensation with your boss, or we'll just wait here. I want to see who can outlast whom. The young man's 20 or so followers echoed his sentiments, shouting and cursing, with some even pushing and shoving the security guards blocking the entrance. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Everyone stop it, Wang Ying shouted as she arrived at the entrance, instantly drawing everyone's attention towards her. Oh, if the men can't handle it, they send a woman out? Let me tell you, we want to go easy on you. The yellow-haired man exhaled a smoke ring, mocking her. But then, Lu Tiantian arrived with a large group of 70 to 80 people, causing the yellow-haired man to jump in surprise. Where did all these people come from? He feigned calmness and pointed at Wang Ying. Don't think we'll be scared off just because you have more people. If we don't get a satisfactory answer today, we're definitely not leaving. Get your boss out here. As Lu Tiantian approached, he realized that while Phoenix Group was developing rapidly and ranked among the top 10 companies in Haiyang, Su Lingyue's ability in business was commendable. However, her handling of interpersonal relationships was lacking. If relationships were better, this group of troublemakers could have been dealt with just a phone call. But now, after all this commotion, not a single significant person had shown up. It seems Su Lingyue's cold demeanor had indirectly offended quite a few people, and at the very least, no one was willing to take on the ungrateful task of stepping in for her. Guys, I'm the assistant to the president of Phoenix Group. If there's anything you want to discuss, you can talk to me. Lu Tianlong walked up to the guy with the yellow hair and smiled. Are you talking to me? Does what you say even count? The yellow-haired man stared at Lu Tianlong, and seeing his smiling face, he immediately felt more confident. That sounds about right, as long as your demands aren't too outrageous. Lu Tianlong nodded. The yellow-haired man clapped his hands and said, all right, let me tell you. Your company has been making noise all day and night, keeping us awake. My wife, just a few months pregnant, lost the baby because of your noise. Wait, your wife lost the baby? Lu Tianlong exclaimed in surprise. That's right. These are my brothers, and they all think you've gone too far. So they came with me to seek justice. The yellow-haired man replied. Lu Tianlong nodded and asked, so what kind of justice are you looking for? 200,000. Give me 200,000, and we'll leave right away. The yellow-haired man said quickly. 200,000? Let me think. Your wife lost the baby. A life lost, and you only want 200,000? That's not much at all. Lu Tianlong said seriously. He then turned to his assistant and ordered, Xiao Wang, go to finance and bring me 200,000 in cash. Nearby, Wang Ying and Zhou Bingbing were shocked. Lu Tianlong was actually going to give them the money. Chapter 40. The robbery. Are we really going to give them 200,000? Wang Ying and Zhou Bingbing were both anxious. It was obvious that the other party was just trying to cause trouble. How could they give them money? But Lu Tianlong didn't seem like the type to act foolishly, so they held back and didn't interrupt. All right, I want cash. Give me 200,000, and I'll leave right away. The blonde guy immediately brightened up. It seemed there was a chance for him. Lu Tianlong nodded and said, no problem. I've already sent someone to get it. Just be patient. Before long, the young man who had been sent to fetch the money rushed back, carrying a briefcase. Inside were stacks of brand new $100 bills, totaling exactly 200,000. Not a cent less. Lu Tianlong handed the briefcase over. Great. Seeing so much money. The blonde guy's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab the briefcase. Suddenly, Lu Tianlong yanked it back into his arms and said, wait a minute. I can't just give you money for nothing. You said your wife had a miscarriage, but I haven't verified that yet. How about this? You go back and bring me your marriage certificate, birth certificate, hospital admission papers, and all that stuff for me to see. all right? Are you kidding me? Those documents can't be fake. Hurry up and give me the money. The blonde guy's eyes turned red as he realized the 200,000 cash he thought he had was being pulled away again. He had just been following the boss's orders to create a scene here, expecting to pocket 300 as a service fee. Now, seeing a chance for 200,000. How could he let it go? While cursing, he reached out to snatch the briefcase from Lu Tianlong's hands. Huh, you can't give them that 200,000. This is robbery. Lu Tianlong shouted loudly while pulling the briefcase back. So what if we are robbing you? Just hand over the money. The blonde guy's followers rushed in to help, and 4 or 5 of them came to grab the briefcase from Lu Tianlong. When Lu Tianlong loosened his grip, several of them clung to the briefcase and stumbled away with it. However, they were all grinning from ear to ear. 200,000 was in their hands. So what was a little fall? The blonde guy was still pondering how easy it was to earn this money. He thought he could come back tomorrow to stir up more trouble, perhaps claiming his wife had developed a heart condition from the noise. Who knows? He might be able to get another 200,000. Tianlong, did you really give them the money? Seeing the blonde guy snatch away the briefcase with 200,000, Wang Ying couldn't help but ask, give it to them. Everyone heard and saw clearly that this was a robbery, and they even admitted it. Lu Tianlong sighed and said, in this world, it's regrettable that such things happen. However, let's take this opportunity to continue our recruitment efforts. Brothers, now I have a second interview question for you. There's a group of bad guys coming to our company to openly rob us of our money. What should you do? Remember, this is a real situation. I want to see action. Lu Tianlong looked at the 70 or 80 candidates participating in the interview and asked. Everyone hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback that this had turned into an interview question. Call the police. We need to call the police right away. Yes, call the police. Many voices chimed in. Damn it, by the time the police arrive, this group will have already run off. We need to get the money back first. Let's catch these thieves, shouted a burly man. I agree. Let's get the money back and then give these guys a beating. Lu Tianlong had already stated that this was real action, not a performance, and they couldn't just talk without taking action. So, some people started pulling out their phones to call the police, while many others charged towards Huang Mao and his gang, yelling. Huang Mao and his crew were completely stunned. They had just gotten their hands on 200,000 yuan and hadn't even had a chance to warm it up before 4 to 5 dozen strong men charged at them. These thugs were just small-time crooks, while Lu Tianlong's side consisted of big, muscular men who had come to apply for security jobs, with their numbers doubled. In the blink of an eye, over 20 of Huang Mao's gang were beaten down. They ended up bruised and rolling on the ground, screaming in agony. Naturally, the 200,000 yuan was recovered and handed back to Lu Tianlong. Sistering, I don't think I need to say anything more, right? Lu Tianlong said with satisfaction as he turned to her. Wang Ying, who had snapped out of her initial shock, looked at Lu Tianlong differently now. He was truly a guy who played by his own rules. First, he pretended to be weak, agreeing to pay the gang 200,000 yuan to lower their guard. Then, he used that cash to make them lose their minds, which ultimately solidified their guilt in the robbery. Finally, he tested the applicants to see how they would act. Every step was tightly interlinked, with no room for error. I understand. Shao Li, make arrangements. Those who said they would call the police just now, give each of them 500 yuan for transportation and send them home. As for those who fought, let them go through an interview, sign contracts, and have a 3-month trial period. Wang Ying quickly organized everything. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone felt a deep respect for Lu Tianlong, even those who had already been eliminated. Humph, what's the big deal? Zhou Bingbing felt impressed but refused to admit it, stubbornly retorting. Lu Tianlong smiled and said, you're right. It's not a big deal. However, after these 2 rounds of interviews, these recruits should have no problem handling ordinary emergencies. But what if we encounter extraordinary emergencies? Zhou Bingbing shot back. Lu Tianlong thought for a moment and replied, that's indeed a problem. Extraordinary emergencies should be handled by the security team leader based on the actual situation. Just him? Zhou Bingbing glanced at Wang Daler next to her, her face full of disdain. He can't do it. Lu Tianlong shook his head, declaring Wang Daler unfit for the role. We need to find a new security team leader. Just as he was saying this, a determined figure made his way through the crowd and approached Lu Tianlong. I believe I can take on the role of security team leader. Oh, how can you prove that? Lu Tianlong smiled at the man before him, Wu Zhan. He hadn't expected this incredibly proud soldier king to actually come here to apply for a security position. All right, Wu Zhan, with his habitual expressionless face, nodded and turned to walk towards the still rolling Huang Mao. The blonde was terrified, backing away and saying in a panic, what do you want? Don't hit me, or I'll call the police. Some people are just like that. When you talk to them about the law, they act tough, and when you act tough, They talk law. I want to hit you. Security personnel can't just hit people. I accidentally stepped on your leg, Wu Zhan said calmly. As he inadvertently stepped on the blonde's calf with his right foot, the blonde let out a horrifying scream. I really didn't mean to step on you. Wu Zhan bent down and asked, tell me, why did you come to the Phoenix Group to rob? I didn't rob anyone. Ouch, it hurts so much. I really didn't come to rob. The blonde was in so much pain that tears and snot covered his face. You just admitted it yourself? And many people heard and saw it. You were indeed trying to rob. Wu Zhan insisted. Tell me why you wanted to rob. It hurts so much. My leg is going to break. I'll tell you, our boss from the Axe Gang sent me here to cause trouble at the Phoenix Group. I didn't plan to rob anyone, but when I saw that guy being so honest and pulling out 200,000, I couldn't help but make a move. The truth was revealed. The boss of the Axe Gang had sent the blonde to stir up trouble, and the blonde, tempted by money, had gone ahead with the robbery. Wu Zhan returned to Lu Tianlong and calmly said, the situation is clear. Lu Tianlong nodded and smiled. Good. From today on, you are the captain of the security team at Phoenix Group. There were about 50 people recruited just now, and they will all report to you. Wang Ying had no objections. Even Zhou Bingbing, who usually mocked others, was surprisingly quiet. Wu Zhan's handling of the situation was impressive. He had directly gotten to the root of the issue. Just as they finished, the loud wail of police sirens echoed down the road. A dozen police officers rushed in, taking control of the scene and starting their work. Zhou Bingbing identified herself and briefly spoke with the leading officer. The officer didn't make things difficult for Phoenix Group. He called for a few cars and took the blonde and his accomplices away. This was a well-executed move that not only recruited capable and responsible security personnel, but also taught the blonde and his associates a lesson, sending a clear message to anyone else thinking of causing trouble at Phoenix Group. These little thugs would probably think twice before being so brazen in the future. As everyone dispersed, Wang Ying and Lu Tianlong walked side by side toward the building, expressing their admiration. It was just okay. But Sister Wang, you need to tell President Su not to push all the troublesome matters onto me. I'm just a little driver, a happy little driver. And I really don't want to deal with all this messy stuff, Lu Tianlong said helplessly. A happy little driver? You may be happy, but look at how angry you made others. Wang Ying rolled her eyes at him, remembering how Zhou Bingbing had been put in her place under Lu Tianlong's command. She felt that he was quite capable, to the point where Zhou Bingbing was almost on the verge of a breakdown. In the president's office, Wang Ying recounted what had happened that morning in detail to Su Linghua. Su Linghua listened in silence, unsure of where Lu Tianlong came up with so many clever ideas. However, she had to admit that the methods he employed were indeed the most effective. In the past, the group of troublemakers led by Huang Mao would have inevitably caused a scene at the entrance of the Phoenix Group. Forced to swallow her pride, Su Linghua would have had to plead with government officials for help, ultimately owing them favors while the troublemakers faced no consequences and continued to act with impunity. Today, Lu Tianlong's actions provided her with a sense of relief. President Su, the Phoenix Group is growing faster and bigger, and more people are setting their sights on us, wanting to take advantage of our success. They come from all walks of life and have caused us quite a bit of trouble. Lu Tianlong is a good guy. At least with him around, we can avoid a lot of hassle with his clever ideas, Wang Ying said pragmatically. Su Linghua nodded, sighing as she thought to herself, yes. But these are just minor disturbances. I wonder if he can handle major troubles with the same carefree attitude. In less than a month, the 2-year agreement between her and her father would come to an end. Previously, her father had explicitly stated that Su Linghua needed to cut ties with Lu Tianlong as soon as possible, or he would take matters into his own hands. Su Linghua knew her father's style. Once he decided to act, it would be on a completely different level than dealing with these street thugs. Could Lu Tianlong withstand that? Chapter 41. The girl confesses the security recruitment process was successfully completed. Under Wang Ying's management, Phoenix Group announced the hiring results that afternoon. Wu Zhan was appointed as the captain of the security team, while the former captain, Wang Deadliest, was directly dismissed. Wang was somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to leave with a few harsh words, but a single glare from Wu Zhan sent him fleeing in panic. All other members of the security team were also let go without exception. It wasn't that Su Linghua lacked compassion. It was simply that they had been given too many chances, and they had failed to seize them. Their mistakes had caused significant trouble and losses for Phoenix Group. If they were retained out of sentimentality, it would only lead to worse outcomes. From this perspective, Su Linghua was decisive and demonstrated strong leadership. Today, around 50 new recruits were hired. Lu Tianlong selected a few individuals with security experience to temporarily handle the security duties at Phoenix Group, while the rest would be trained under Wu Zhan's leadership. Lu Tianlong had only one requirement, that Wu Zhan manage and train the team in a military-style manner. As for other needs, he encouraged Wu Zhan to voice them, promising to meet any reasonable requests. Wu Zhan had no objections, having been a top soldier in the army. Leading a small team of dozens was well within his capabilities. He made a military pledge to Lu Tianlong, assuring him that he would quickly develop a highly capable security team. Lu Tianlong felt confident in him. After discussing some important matters, he decided to step back and continue his leisurely role as a driver. He managed to find time to visit the vehicle fleet, but unfortunately, it was not the right moment. Big Zhang and the others were all absent. Some were delivering goods, while others were transporting people. In the large office of the fleet, only dispatcher Feng Yongling was present, listlessly browsing the news online. Upon seeing Lu Tianlong, her eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. She shot him a glare and returned her attention to the computer. Huh, who has offended our little lingling? Lu Tianlong chuckled, observing her sulking demeanor, which was quite endearing. Feng Yongling stubbornly remained silent. What are you looking at? Lu Tianlong teased, leaning over to see her screen. Looks exciting. Feng Yongling rolled her eyes and replied, exciting? What nonsense. I'm reading military news, okay? She grumbled, but when she turned to look at him, her face turned beet red. Lu Tianlong wasn't actually looking at the computer. He was bending over to peek at her neckline. You little pervert. Feng Yongling exclaimed. Her face flushed, yet she didn't pull away. Instead, she sighed dramatically. Brother Tianlong, what do you want from me? Nothing in particular, just wanted to have a few more looks. Lu Tianlong joked, grinning widely. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yongling would definitely have jumped up and cuddled with Lu Tianlong, acting all spoiled. But this time, she didn't move and just looked at him with a face full of grievance. Do you know? You haven't come to see me in 2 days. 2 days? Lu Tianlong scratched his head, surprised that this girl remembered so clearly. It seemed that since that day he treated everyone to dinner. He really hadn't dropped by the team. I've been busy these past 2 days. As soon as I had a moment, I rushed over to see you. Really? I feel like you've gotten a promotion and you don't even look at me anymore. Feng Yongling said with a wry smile. Lu Tianlong had never seen her with such an expression before, so he quickly replied seriously. How could that be? You're one of the 3 flowers of our Phoenix group. I do want to be here every day if I could. How could I possibly not appreciate you? The 3 flowers of Phoenix group. The first was Su Lingyue, who was famous as the city flower even in the whole of Haiyang. The second was Wang Ying, known for her beautiful face and stunning figure, especially her cold personality, which made many men place her in second place. The third was Feng Yongling. In Lu Tianlong's eyes, Feng Yongling's looks might be considered above average, but let us not forget who he was. Having traveled far and wide, he had seen all kinds of beauties. However, to ordinary people, even if Feng Yongling wasn't a stunning beauty, she was definitely a rare gem, especially since she had a figure that could rival Wang Ying's, making countless single and even married men from Phoenix Group go crazy for her. It was said that when Feng Yongling first joined Phoenix Group, there were dozens of men who would come around every day, whether they had business or not, bringing flowers, gifts, and love letters. Unlike Su Lingyue, who generally dealt with her suitors coldly, ignoring and dismissing them to make them back off, Feng Yongling, with her spicy personality, was different. If she liked a man, like Lu Tianlong, she would be playful and flirty, even shyly responding to jokes. But if she didn't like a man, she would not hesitate to strike back at any inappropriate advances. It was said that once a department manager tried to take advantage of her, and she scolded him harshly right in front of his wife, which led to fewer men coming to find her afterwards. I'm not talking about that. Feng Yongling shook her head and said, Tianlong, you should understand my feelings for you. I understand, of course. Lu Tianlong chuckled and nodded. A few nights ago, if it weren't for Feng Yongling suddenly getting her period, they would have ended up in bed together. Yeah, it's good that you understand. But there is something I must confess to you. Feng Yongling's face suddenly turned a bit red as she lowered her head and said, actually, I didn't get my period that night. Huh. Lu Tianlong was speechless. I just wasn't ready at that time. I wasn't prepared to give myself to you. After all, this is my first time. Feng Yongling buried her head deep into her chest, her voice barely a whisper. I've been ready for a long time. Why aren't you prepared yet? Lu Tianlong said angrily. Are you really ready? Feng Yongling looked up at him with a serious expression. Lu Tianlong's heart skipped a beat. It seemed this girl was serious. He paused for a moment. To be honest, he was fully aware of Feng Yongling's feelings for him. However, on the other hand, he didn't want to take her lightly, given the kind of girl she was. He straightened his expression and said, You're a good girl. I won't deny that I have feelings for you. I can even say that I like you and want to be with you. But I must be honest, you're not going to be my first woman, and you might not be my last either. Saying such things made him feel shameless. But that was how he felt, so he spoke his mind. I'm not as simple as you think. I've been through a lot. Experiences that most people may never encounter in their lives. So, if you want me to only be good to you for the rest of my life, to love you alone, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Lu Tianlong spoke quietly while Feng Yongling listened intently. He was honest about having had other women before and likely would in the future. That was just Lu Tianlong's character, free-spirited and unbound by societal norms. Of course, he wasn't someone who would easily fall in love and then abandon it. He had simply gone through too many life and death decisions, leading to a somewhat carefree approach to life. Such matters could be unacceptable for any woman. Feng Yongling fell into silence, looking down and not saying a word. She was an ordinary girl too, hoping for a man who would love her alone, cherish her, and walk into the marriage hall with her. If someone else had said that to her, she would have slapped them hard. But facing Lu Tianlong, she found herself indecisive and conflicted. After waiting for 5 minutes and seeing Feng Yongling keep her head down, Lu Tianlong's face flashed a bitter smile. They were simply from different worlds. It was entirely normal for her to find some of his views unacceptable. It could only be said that they were fated to cross paths, but not to be together in this life. Stop. Seeing him about to leave, Feng Yongling suddenly seemed to wake from a dream, jumping up from her seat and throwing herself into Lu Tianlong's arms, gripping his arm tightly. Tianlong, I've thought it through. I don't care if you've had other women before or if you will in the future. All I know is that I like you. I want to be with you, and I don't want to miss out on you. Silly girl, is this really necessary? You don't have to put yourself through this. Lu Tianlong said gently, stroking her hair with affection. Feng Yongling lifted her head, her big eyes filled with determination. With a serious expression, she said, I don't feel wronged. This is my own choice. If I miss you, I might regret it for the rest of my life. So no matter what, I have to be with you. Decisive and resolute. That's Feng Yongling for you. Have you really thought this through? Lu Tianlong reached out to touch her little face and asked. Yes. Once I, Feng Yongling, make a decision, I will never change it lightly. Feng Yongling declared firmly. Lu Tianlong nodded. This was why he liked Feng Yongling. She was genuine and unpretentious, without the pretentious airs of a typical young woman. All right then. I'll reluctantly accept you. Lu Tianlong chuckled, saying, how about we just take care of things right here today? Huh? Here? Feng Yongling shook her head repeatedly. No matter how bold she was, she wouldn't dare to start something in broad daylight right in the office. Why not? The sky can be our canopy, and the ground our bed. This is what returning to simplicity is all about. Lu Tianlong said with a mischievous grin, his hands already climbing up Feng Yongling's waist. One hand is hard to control, and this is definitely on a grand scale. Someone will come in, Feng Yongling said, blushing and shaking her head. No. When I came in just now, I locked the door behind me. Lu Tianlong replied with a grin. Feng Yongling shot him a glare and playfully scolded. You naughty boy. Men are only loved when they have a bit of a bad side. So what do you say? Come on. Lu Tianlong said excitedly, genuinely wanting to experience the thrill of an office encounter. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. Chapter 42, let me warn you one more time, she said. Honestly, I have no objections. I'm willing. But today is really not a good day. Feng Yongling said with a sly smile. Last time, my period didn't come. But today it definitely has. What the heck? Lu Tianlong felt like he was being played by her, his face filled with frustration. Hee. Anyway, I'll be yours sooner or later, so what is a day or two more? Feng Yongling teased. Lu Tianlong wanted to cry, but had no tears. He pointed down at himself and said, I can wait, but it can't. Look at what a state it's in. If this goes on, it could be a disaster. Well then, what should we do? Feng Yongling was startled by his predicament and, blushing, thought for a moment before shyly suggesting. How about I use my hand? Huh. Lu Tianlong was taken aback. He hadn't intended to put Feng Yongling in such an awkward position. But before he knew it, she had pushed him down onto the chair. Xiaoling, maybe you should think it over. The feeling of being dominated like this made Lu Tianlong feel quite uncomfortable. This wasn't how he had envisioned this scenario. He had imagined himself with a sinister grin pushing Feng Yongling onto the desk, and now here she was, pinning him to the chair. Think about what? Stop hesitating. Are you even a man? Feng Yongling glared at him, and without another word, she executed a bold move. Lu Tianlong let out a cry, one of bliss, despite the circumstances. Afterward, once they had tidied up their clothes, the blush on Feng Yongling's face had faded, and even a faint flush was visible on her chest. From today on, you are my woman, Lu Tianlong. If anyone bullies you, I'll take care of them. Lu Tianlong declared with great confidence. What if Mr. Su and Manager Wang bully me? Feng Yongling asked with a smile in her eyes. Okay, I was just joking. I've told you. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care if you have other women. Feng Yongling said generously. Lu Tianlong felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, if they dare to bully you, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. Haha, just afraid that by then, you won't want it anymore. Feng Yongling pretended to be carefree. Alright, you should hurry and leave. It wouldn't be good if someone sees us. Old Zhang and the others will be back soon. Alright, by the way, let me give you some feedback. Your courage is commendable, but your technique needs improvement. We should practice more when we have time. Lu Tianlong laughed. Technique my foot. Just get out of here. Feng Yongling's face turned even redder, and she playfully scolded him. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her expression turning hesitant as she whispered. By the way, Tianlong, can you promise me something? Well, it's okay if you don't. What is it? Just say it. I'll do my best. Lu Tianlong nodded. Well, in a couple of days, could you come back to my hometown with me? It's okay if you can't. Is that all? Lu Tianlong agreed without hesitation. Just set the date, and I'll take a day off to go with you. Really? Feng Yongling was overjoyed, and her happiness was evident on her face. She truly didn't expect Lu Tianlong to agree so readily. To her, this meant that Lu Tianlong indeed had feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he agree to go back to her hometown to meet her family? After leaving Feng Yongling, Lu Tianlong went straight back to his office. Although it was called an office, it was actually just a small storage room that had been cleared out for him. Lu Tianlong had initially protested, arguing that as the assistant to the president of Phoenix Group, he shouldn't be stuck in such a shabby office. It would only invite ridicule if word got out. However, Su Lingyue and Wang Ying insisted that this was the only empty office left, and he could take it or leave it. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to accept it. After all, he rarely spent time in the office, preferring to roam around, so a small office was a minor inconvenience. Knock. Knock. Just after he sat down, someone knocked on the door. It was Wang Ying. Assistant Lu, regarding the security recruitment, President Su is very satisfied. She mentioned that she would like you to be in charge of security work from now on. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Wang Ying usually had a cold demeanor, making her hard to approach. However, Lu Tianlong filtered this out effortlessly. He smiled at Wang Ying and said, Sister Wang, it's not just about discussing this matter, is it? Well, actually, I have a bit of a personal request. Wang Ying hesitated. She had rarely asked anyone for help in her life. Even when her father was in debt, she never sought assistance from anyone, choosing instead to work hard to repay it. Otherwise, given her relationship with Su Lingyue, the hundreds of thousands owed would have been settled long ago. Just say it. After peeking at you so many times, I finally have a chance to repay the favor, Lu Tianlong said boldly. Wang Ying shot him a glare, pretending not to hear his teasing. The thing is, I owe money to Li Wenying. I've managed to gather most of it, and I hope you can pass it to him for me. I'll make sure to pay the remaining amount. As she spoke, Wang Ying took out a paper bag from behind her and placed it in front of Lu Tianlong. Where did you get so much money? Lu Tianlong asked curiously. I mortgaged my house. Wang Ying took a deep breath, suppressing her bitterness. Actually, I've already agreed with Li Wenying that I will pay him back whenever I have the money. Lu Tianlong did not refuse outright. He understood Wang Ying's character. Wang Ying shook her head and said, No, I've heard that the situation in the slums is quite chaotic, and it seems Li Wenying's faction has become much stronger than before. It's better to pay him back sooner rather than later. Also, you need to be cautious. Last time, because of my issues, no matter what methods you used, someone like Li Wenying is not the type to let things slide. Be careful of their retaliation. It turned out that Wang Ying was afraid of Li Wenying's revenge, which was why she had mortgaged her house. Lu Tianlong thought to himself. She naturally didn't know about Lu Tianlong's capabilities, nor did she realize that Li Wenying's rapid growth in recent days was entirely due to Lu Tianlong's support. All right, I'll be careful, Lu Tianlong replied with a smile, nodding his head. He was pondering how to discreetly return the money to Wang Ying. By the way, Yingjie, you're not getting any younger. Have you thought about finding a boyfriend? Lu Tianlong joked. No. Wang Ying shook her head. With over 200,000 in debt and a younger brother to worry about, she simply didn't have time to think about personal matters. Occasionally, some people offered to introduce her to potential partners, but once they learned about her situation, they all kept their distance. Time dragged on, and she became an older single woman. Don't aim too high. Just settle for someone. All right? If you're looking for someone handsome, gentle, considerate, and kind, I might be the only one around. Lu Tianlong teased. Otherwise, why not consider me? Wang Ying shot him a glare and said, You little brat, what do you know? What little brat? Aside from being younger, I'm not lacking in any other area. You can check anytime. Lu Tianlong protested. Pervert. Wang Ying's face turned red. I'll take my leave now. You keep busy. All right. But when you think about finding a man, remember me. I'm open to all ages. Lu Tianlong stood up and walked her to the door. teasing her a bit before asking, "By the way, how's your brother Wang Shangjin doing?" Wang Ying's expression dimmed slightly as she sighed. What else can he do? He's dead set against going to school and spends all day hanging out with some punks in the slums. There's nothing I can do about it. Sigh. I just want him to be safe and do whatever he wants. How about this? I'll find some time to talk to him and see if I can persuade him to turn his life around, Lu Tianlong said with a smile. A hint of gratitude flashed across Wang Ying's face. For her, the one thing she couldn't let go of was her brother. If Lu Tianlong could really convince him to change for the better, she would be willing to do anything. Yes, anything. You're a good person. Wang Ying looked into Lu Tianlong's eyes and said earnestly, "Good person?" Lu Tianlong felt a bit shy, touching his face. I've always thought so too. After seeing Wang Ying off, it was almost time to get off work. Lu Tianlong went to the garage to get his car and arrived punctually in front of the office building, ready to take Su Linghua home. Due to the Longhong Group project, she had been in a bad mood these past couple of days, rarely staying late, and she looked a bit off. Let us go to So Bar. After getting in the car, Su Linghua rubbed her temples and said softly, Again to So Bar? If you get drunk and end up in bed, don't blame me, Lu Tianlong exclaimed. Go to hell. Su Linghua's face flushed as she angrily replied. Today is Wan Er's birthday, and there's a small gathering at So Bar. Little Wan Er's birthday? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't prepare a gift. Lu Tianlong complained while starting the car. Su Linghua was speechless. Why did this guy act like he was so close to Wan Er? What did her birthday have to do with him? Lu Tianlong, I'll warn you one more time. You absolutely cannot have any ideas about Wan Er, or I won't let you off the hook. Seeing his wicked smile, Su Linghua anxiously warned. Why not? Lu Tianlong deliberately teased her while looking at her angry expression in the rearview mirror. Su Linghua gritted her teeth and replied, I said no means no. This scoundrel, after taking advantage of her, still dared to have designs on her sister. What a total jerk. No way, she thought to herself. She had to keep a close watch on him and absolutely couldn't let this guy get any closer to Wan Er. Su Linghua silently made up her mind. The car soon arrived at So Bar, just as lively and bustling as ever. Looking at the circular dance stage in the first-floor hall, Lu Tianlong felt a wave of nostalgia. After all, he had danced intimately with Su Linghua right there. Returning to this place made Su Linghua feel a bit awkward. It was here that she had taken the first steps down the path of losing herself. You wait for me in the hall. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Originally, Lu Tianlong wanted to go up with her, but this girl preemptively stopped him from going upstairs. It seemed she was determined to keep him separated from Murong Wan Er. Chapter 43. You're the pretty boy. Su Linghua asked Lu Tianlong to stay in the lobby on the first floor while she went upstairs to attend Murong Wan Er's birthday party. Don't you want me to come up with you? Lu Tianlong asked. Su Linghua shook her head firmly and said, no need. Just stay down here and wait patiently. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Protecting beautiful ladies is my duty and my hobby, Lu Tianlong insisted. Unable to argue with him, Su Linghua simply turned and walked up the stairs. Lu Tianlong whistled at her graceful figure, and from below, he could vaguely see the scenery wrapped in her short skirt. After she went upstairs and disappeared around the corner, Lu Tianlong shifted his gaze and found a place to sit down. The bar was still lively, with hot girls, rowdy guys, and a palpable aura of hormones that made one's blood race. Lu Tianlong, just as he was feeling bored, a familiar figure approached him. Turning around, Lu Tianlong smiled as he recognized Zheng Xiaofeng. Zheng, do you also like coming here to check out the girls? Lu Tianlong asked with a grin. Zheng Xiaofeng looked a bit helpless and replied, I'm not as bored as you are. I rarely come here. I just happened to pass by and saw you and Linghua come in, so I followed. Oh, so that's it. You really are a sentimental guy, Lu Tianlong teased. Zheng Xiaofeng's face showed a mix of frustration and anger as he said, It's all because of you. With you around Linghua, I can't relax. What is there to be anxious about? Do I look like the kind of despicable person who would do something? Lu Tianlong patted his chest confidently. Zheng Xiaofeng looked at him seriously for a few moments, then nodded earnestly. Yeah. By the way, where's Linghua? Zheng Xiaofeng glanced around, but didn't see Su Linghua. Her friend is having a birthday celebration upstairs, Lu Tianlong explained. Zheng Xiaofeng seemed a bit gloating as he said, Then why didn't you go up with her? Aren't you her boyfriend? She was crying and begging me to go up, but I wasn't interested. I feel more comfortable just watching the girls down here. Lu Tianlong boasted shamelessly. Zheng Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and said, Keep dreaming. Do you really think you have that much charm? That Linghua would cry and beg you? I, for one, want to be chased around by girls. Remembering how Zheng Xiaofeng had annoyed Zhou Bingbing and ended up being chased by her, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but laugh. Zheng Xiaofeng was quite embarrassed. This was one of the few blemishes in his over 20 years of life. All thanks to Lu Tianlong standing in front of him. Lu Tianlong, there is something I just can't figure out. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Xiaofeng spoke up. Let us hear it. Lu Tianlong chuckled. Zheng Xiaofeng looked at him and said, no matter the family background, eloquence, or looks, I'm superior to you in every aspect. Why is it that Lin Yi is close to you, but always cold towards me? This question had been troubling Zheng Xiaofeng for many days. In terms of family background, I might not be able to compete with you, but when it comes to eloquence, temperament, especially looks, I think I'm much better than you. Lu Tianlong looked at Zheng Xiaofeng with a grin. Don't you feel a bit guilty saying that? Zheng Xiaofeng replied, speechless. To be honest, whether it's his looks, demeanor, or conversation, Zheng Xiaofeng is indeed a rare gem. Growing up in a wealthy family, he carries an innate sense of superiority, enhanced by his studies abroad, which adds a touch of nobility to his every gesture. Standing in a bar, he exudes an aura that makes him stand out from the crowd. In just the short time they were chatting, four attractive and outgoing women approached him to say hello. Their intentions were clear. If Zheng Xiaofeng bought them a drink, they would be ready to leave with him. However, Zheng Xiaofeng remained completely indifferent, leaving the women empty-handed. You don't really think that just because a few girls are approaching you in the bar, it means you're truly exceptional, do you? Lu Tianlong chuckled. It's about quality, not quantity. One Su Lingwei is worth all the women in this bar. Zheng Xiaofeng felt a blow to his ego. Lu Tianlong was right. Without Su Lingyue's attention, what did it matter if all the women in the bar threw themselves at him? Humph. Who knows if Su Lingyue is just under some kind of spell to fall for a guy like you? Zheng Xiaofeng retorted, unwilling to back down. If you're so capable, go find another woman like Su Lingyue. I don't believe you can charm her. Charm? It's more like mutual affection. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. And by the way, I'm pretty low-key. It's usually the girls who approach me. Keep dreaming. Zheng Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. Handsome guy? Before he could finish, a sweet, melodic female voice interrupted from beside them. Look, here comes a girl with discerning eyes. Lu Tianlong said with a smile as he turned around. A tall girl with a bright smile stood behind them, easily over 1.7 meters, almost at eye level with him. Her figure was alluring, with curves that sparked imagination. Especially her beautiful eyes that held a touch of laziness and charm, captivating anyone who looked her way. She seemed to possess an enchanting allure, exuding an elegance that left one parched for words. Even Zheng Xiaofeng, who usually only had eyes for Su Lingyue, found himself momentarily dazzled. Hello. May I ask what you need? Zheng Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. The girl glanced at him briefly before her gaze shifted to Lu Tianlong. I'm sorry, but I'd like to have a word with this gentleman. Zheng Xiaofeng felt defeated. Even if this girl wasn't quite as stunning as Su Lingyue, she was definitely a goddess-level beauty just beneath her. How could she completely overlook him and engage Lu Tianlong instead? For the first time, he doubted his own charm. With no choice, he reluctantly moved aside to make room. The girl took a seat beside Lu Tianlong. Handsome, aren't you going to buy me a drink? She asked, completely ignoring Zheng Xiaofeng and smiling sweetly at Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong waved his hand grandly. It's my honor to buy a beautiful lady a drink. Order whatever you like. When a woman smiles, she can captivate an entire nation. She raises her hand to call the bartender, but before she can even order, Lu Tianlong's next words make her face stiffen, her hand freezing midair. But you have to pay for it yourself. I don't have any money. Beside them, Zheng Xiaofeng, who had just taken a sip of his drink, nearly spat it out. Oh my God, how could Su Lingyue like such a stingy man? The girl is momentarily taken aback, and her gaze towards Lu Tianlong takes on a playful tone. He really is an interesting guy. No worries. I'll treat you. The girl smiles charmingly and signals the bartender to order 2 glasses of relatively expensive red wine. Zheng Xiaofeng's eyes nearly pop out. Is this for real? This stunning girl not only initiated the conversation, but is also buying him drinks. Thanks then. When I have money in the future, I'll treat you to drinks. Lu Tianlong replies nonchalantly, taking a sip from his glass with a smile. What if you never make any money? The girl asks with a light laugh. Lu Tianlong seriously ponders for a moment and replies, if I can't make any money, then I definitely can't treat you to drinks. No problem. As long as you like, you can always find me, and I'll treat you to drinks, the girl giggles. Lu Tianlong feigns difficulty and says, if that's the case, wouldn't that mean you're sponsoring me? Sponsoring you? The girl teases, her eyes sparkling. Now that's something to consider. Not just consider, you must consider it. You won't regret it. Not only am I handsome, but I can cook, do laundry, and warm your bed. Lu Tianlong adds. Zheng Xiaofeng rolls his eyes. This guy is really embarrassing all men. The girl looks at Lu Tianlong and laughs. Now that you mention it, I'm actually quite interested. Let us talk about the price. If it's suitable, we can reach a sponsorship agreement right now. The price is negotiable. Just cover my food and lodging. and give me a casual pocket money of 100,000 to 180,000 a month. Lu Tianlong replies nonchalantly. Zheng Xiaofeng's expression freezes again. 100,000? This guy is really bold. He swears, if this girl continues to chat with him, he'll end up drinking from his glass. Just as that thought crosses his mind, the girl's next words make him genuinely consider it. 100,000 is a bit much. You won't have to do anything, just cover food and lodging. How about 100,000 a month? 10,000 just to buy my body and soul? You think too little of me. Not a chance. Lu Tianlong shakes his head decisively. 20,000. The girl grits her teeth. A hint of amusement flashes across Lu Tianlong's face as he shakes his head. 100,000. Not a penny less. 30,000. Really can't go higher, or I'll go bankrupt. The girl says with a helpless expression. Beside them, Zheng Xiaofeng is about to lose it. These two are absolutely crazy. Strangers talking about sponsorship prices after just a few sentences. 30,000 isn't much for you, right? Watching the anger on her handsome face, Lu Tianlong remained unfazed, leisurely swirling the wine glass in his hand. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her ear and spoke in a voice just loud enough for the two of them to hear. The Black Tiger sect is one of the top sects in Haiyang City. What's the matter? Can't you even come up with $1 million? The girl's body suddenly tensed, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. What's wrong? Having second thoughts? Lu Tianlong chuckled, observing her expression. How did you guess that? The girl relaxed a bit, curiosity creeping into her tone. Lu Tianlong shrugged and replied, it's simple. A beautiful woman like you wouldn't approach me without a reason. There are only two possibilities. Either you want money or you're interested in me. But in either case, this guy next to me has more potential to be a kept man, both in looks and in cash. You're the kept man. Your whole family are kept men. Zheng Xiaofeng fumed silently beside them. Lu Tianlong's smile remained as he continued. Once, 38 girls even more beautiful than you approached me. 15 of them offered to support me. 8 of them even told me to name my price. Zheng Xiaofeng was already numb to the outrageous claims. At this point, he felt he could handle anything, even if Lu Tianlong said aliens were trying to woo him. Oh, what happened in the end? The girl asked, intrigued. In the end? They all died. Lu Tianlong took a sip of his drink and replied casually. Died. A flicker of sharpness flashed in the girl's eyes. Lu Tianlong nodded. That's right, they died. So, are you reconsidering whether you still want to support me, Miss White Peony? She was one of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect, by Mutant. Chapter 44. Let those girls go by Mutant. One of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect was at the same level as Du Cheng, who had been crippled by Lu Tianlong earlier. What are you talking about? Zheng Xiaofeng, who was a bit confused, asked. He had just returned from abroad not long ago, and, due to his personality, was not familiar with the sects in Haiyang City. Therefore, he couldn't comprehend the conversation between Lu Tianlong and the girl. They had just been discussing the terms of a potential arrangement, and now the conversation had taken a turn toward life and death. So you already knew about me? By Mutant said, somewhat surprised. Of course, Lu Tianlong replied with a smile. Otherwise, I might not even know how I ended up dead. From the moment he crippled Du Cheng, Lu Tianlong knew there would be a major showdown between the Eagle sect and the Black Tiger sect. He never fought a battle without preparation, so he had already gathered a lot of information about the Black Tiger sect from Li Weiying. Naturally, he was familiar with Bai Mutant, one of the 4 elders. Did Wang Jinghu send you here to deal with me tonight? Lu Tianlong asked. Bai Mutant shook her head and chuckled lightly. No, I'm just a bit curious about you, so I came to take a look. What do you think of me? Lu Tianlong smiled back. After a brief silence, Bai Mutant replied coolly, more dangerous than I expected. Dangerous? I like that evaluation. Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes, suddenly thrusting his hands forward to grab Bai Mutant. Bai Mutant was taken aback. Her reflexes were quick. She immediately lifted her leg to kick at Lu Tianlong. However, Lu Tianlong's movements were even faster. He twisted his body and swiftly wrapped his arm around her neck from the side. One of his hands pressed close to her body. If he wanted to, he could easily crush her internal organs and take her life at any moment. Zheng Xiaofeng was stunned. They hadn't even settled on the terms yet. And suddenly, Lu Tianlong had her in a hold. Moreover, that hand was resting on her chest. What kind of situation was this? However, being a high IQ returner, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly recalled the conversation they just had, and he sensed something was off. This woman, Bai Mutant, seemed to have some hidden agenda for approaching Lu Tianlong. In fact, she might be after his life. Fortunately, it seemed that Lu Tianlong had the upper hand now. Lin Yi is in room 308. Zheng, go check on her. I'll be there shortly. After subduing Bai Mutant, Lu Tianlong pondered briefly and spoke quickly. Her appearance indicated that the Black Tiger sect had shifted their focus onto him. And it was possible they might also target Su Lingwe. Even if the Black Tiger sect wouldn't do that, what about Zhang Li? Who could guarantee he wouldn't use a knife to kill? Okay, I'll go right away. Zheng Xiaofeng was initially startled, but quickly understood Lu Tianlong's intent and hurried towards the staircase. I need to reevaluate you. Not just dangerous, but extremely dangerous. Looking at the resolute expression on Lu Tianlong's face, Bai Mudan completely gave up on resisting. She was completely under Lu Tianlong's control, and any attempt to fight back would be futile. Dangerous or extremely dangerous. If something happened to Su Lingwe, you would definitely pay the price. Lu Tianlong said lightly. Bai Mudan smiled charmingly and replied, Don't worry, Bai Mudan, would never do something despicable. However, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, When I came here, one of Ma Long's subordinates was also at the bar. I can't guarantee that he won't do anything to Su Lingwe. Ma Long. Lu Tianlong raised an eyebrow. This guy named Ma Long was also one of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect, known for his ruthless nature and notorious reputation. My earlier warning applies to anyone, whether it's you, Bai Mudan, or that Ma Long. Given that you offered me 30,000 today, I'll let you go this time. Next time, I might not be so lenient. It's a pity for a woman with a figure like yours to die. As Lu Tianlong spoke, he pressed down firmly with his hand on her body, then released it and turned to walk toward the stairs. What a strange guy. Being his enemy doesn't seem like it would be fun at all. Watching Lu Tianlong's retreating figure, Bai Mudan furrowed her brows slightly, gently rubbing her chest where he had pressed down, as if she had made some sort of decision in her heart. In room 308, a group of about 10 men and women were causing quite a ruckus. Aside from Su Lingwe, the remaining 5 boys and 5 girls were all around 18 or 19 years old, handsome boys and beautiful girls. Particularly today, it was Moron Wanner's birthday, and she was wearing a lovely little princess dress that was very eye-catching. Wanner, it's your birthday today, we must have a blast and not leave until we're drunk. A tall boy said in a booming voice. Agreed. Whoever leaves first is a little puppy. A girl with a round face chimed in. Everyone expressed their agreement. While Moron Wanner looked a bit troubled, she actually wanted to join her classmates in having fun, but unfortunately, Su Lingwe was very strict with her, insisting she return home before 10 o'clock and not allowing her to goof around outside. Today, when she heard that a birthday party was being held, Su Lingwe had taken the initiative to come along, likely to keep an eye on her. Originally, Wanner thought that with Su Lingwe there, her classmates might behave a little more, but unexpectedly, Su Lingwe's presence only excited the group more. Boys at the age of 18 or 19 are often bold and daring, and with their decent family backgrounds, they had all heard of Su Lingwe. The chance to drink with the ice goddess thrilled these young men. They all wanted to show off in front of Su Lingwe, so they were all the more daring. Yes, whoever leaves first is a little puppy. After all, today is Wanner's birthday. Let's take this opportunity to have some fun. The boy who had suggested it shouted loudly. He was about 6 feet tall and weighed around 170 to 180 pounds, which made him quite strong for his age, bulkier than most boys his age. Li Jirun. My sister won't let me stay out too late. We should be heading back soon. Moron Wanner showed a troubled expression and glanced at Su Lingwe. Sister Lingwe is not someone who is unreasonable. She wouldn't refuse, right, Sister Lingwe? Li Jirun looked at Su Lingwe and swallowed nervously. It was purely the instinctive reaction of a young man infatuated with a goddess, with no other messy thoughts. Since everyone was in a good mood today, let us just have some fun. Su Lingwe wanted to take Moron Wanner home as soon as possible, but she didn't want to ruin everyone's enjoyment. Moreover, she could see that this group was just having fun and had no ulterior motives, so she decided to let them have a little leniency this time. Yay! I knew Sister Xiaoya was the best. Moron Wanner's big eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she rushed over to hug Su Lingwe and gave her a kiss. Haha. Then let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest. No one should spoil our happy time. Li Jirun laughed heartily, reaching for a nearby bottle of beer and gulping it down. Right, if anyone dares to ruin our fun, we won't let it go. The other boys echoed, wanting to appear a bit more dominant in front of the girls. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a shifty-eyed guy poked his head in, quickly scanning the room. His eyes lit up when they landed on Su Lingwe, and he immediately straightened his chest and swaggered in. Who are you? Everyone turned to look at this uninvited guest. Hee. It's not important who I am. I just saw so many beautiful girls here and wanted to join in the fun with you all. The shifty-eyed man grinned as he walked into the room. What is wrong with this guy? He must be drunk and causing a scene. Let us hurry and throw him out. Moron Wanner's female classmates muttered discontentedly. Li Jirun was the first to step in front, reaching out to push the man away. Get out of here where you came from. Hey, calm down. I just wanted to have a drink and get to know the beauties. You go sit over there for a bit. The shifty-eyed man said with a sleazy smile. Li Jiran was furious. How dare he flirt with Moron Wanner and the others right in front of him? Bastard! Get out of here right now. He reached out to push him again, but the shifty-eyed man dodged quickly, suddenly grabbing a bottle from the coffee table and without hesitation smashed it over Li Jiran's head. Crack! The bottle shattered, and Li Jiran's head was split open. Beer mixed with bright red blood flowed down his face. The room fell silent, followed by a piercing scream. Moron Wanner and her friends had never seen such a violent scene. They huddled together in fear, screaming at the top of their lungs. The remaining 4 boys were also terrified. They occasionally got into fights, but it was always just a bit of roughhousing. They had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Su Lingyue, being the oldest and having seen her fair share of chaos, quickly calmed down after a brief moment of panic. She gathered Moron Wanner and her classmates together and positioned herself in front of them protectively. Don't shout, just help Li Jiran stop the bleeding, she quickly commanded. And Moron Wanner and the others hurriedly assisted Li Jiran. Who exactly are you? Who sent you? Su Lingyue's first thought went to Wang Yaodong. A couple of days ago, he had been slapped by Lu Tianlong, and he must be looking for revenge. You're quite calm. No wonder you're the president of the Phoenix Group. The man smiled. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I want you to come with me. What if I refuse? Su Lingyue replied coldly. Refuse? Then I wouldn't mind giving your little brothers and sisters a taste of their own blood. The man flicked his wrist, and a glinting dagger appeared in his hand. Seeing the knife, Moron Wanner and the others screamed again. What do you want to do? Su Lingyue felt a bit flustered. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. I told you, come with me, the man said impatiently. At that moment, the door was kicked open again, and Zheng Xiaofeng, dressed in a suit, rushed in, just catching the tail end of the man's words. Let those girls go. If you dare to hurt them, I won't let you off. Zheng Xiaofeng shouted fiercely. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. This was the perfect opportunity for a hero to save the damsel. If he could subdue this man, Su Lingyue would definitely see him in a new light. Thinking of the stories where heroes saved beautiful women and ended up with them, he felt a surge of adrenaline and charged forward. However, reality was harsh. As he lunged at the man merely glanced back, lifted his foot, and kicked him squarely in the abdomen. Zheng Xiaofeng let out a pained cry, getting sent flying and crashing into the wall with a thud, stars dancing in his eyes. Chapter 45. Scared Zheng Xiaofeng had intended to impress Su Lingyue, but he was kicked away by the lecherous man. Humph, with those few moves. You think you can be a hero and save the beauty in front of me? Uft. The lecherous man glanced at him disdainfully and spat on the ground. What are you doing? A waiter, seeing the commotion through the open door, rushed in to ask. The lecherous man shot him a glare and sneered. Get lost, you idiot. I'm Sher San, brother of Elder Ma Long from the Black Tiger sect. If you mess up my plans, I swear I'll stab you to death. He brandished a dagger in his hand. The waiter trembled in fear. Although the So Bar wasn't under the Black Tiger sect's territory, people in such entertainment venues were well aware of the power of various factions. The Black Tiger sect was quite influential in Haiyang City, and he, as a mere waiter, couldn't afford to offend them. He needed to report this to the manager quickly. Of course, even the manager might not dare to intervene. The waiter dashed away in a hurry. Don't think anyone will come to save you. It's best if you all behave and listen to me. Otherwise, you're just a bunch of delicate beauties. If I leave a few scars on those pretty faces, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sher San grinned maliciously at the crowd. Moron Wanner and the other girls instinctively covered their faces, showing expressions of terror. Even Su Lingyue felt a shiver run through her. Women care about their looks. Being disfigured would be worse than death. You all, stay put and squat in the corner. Su, I need you to come with me. Sher San wanted to waste no more time. The bar staff had already noticed the situation, and while the name of the Black Tiger sect might intimidate them for a short while, it wouldn't hold for long. The So Bar also had a powerful background. No way, Sister Lingyue can't go with you. Moron Wanner immediately stepped in front of Su Lingyue. Alongside her was a girl with a wild, fully dyed red hairstyle. The rest of the group huddled in the corner, trembling in fear and too scared to move. Even Li Jiran, the strongest among them, after being hit, was obediently refraining from resisting. Oh, we've got some brave ones here. I'll make sure to take care of you today. Sher San grinned wickedly, slowly advancing with the dagger in hand. Bastard, if you dare to hurt them, I will make you pay. Su Lingyue realized that the target today was her. Upon hearing the words Black Tiger sect, she had already connected the dots. The troublemaker from a few days ago at Phoenix Group, Du Cheng, was indeed one of them. I'll go with you, just don't hurt them. Su Lingyue pushed past Moron Wanner and the red-haired girl, speaking in a deep voice. Lingyue, you can't go with them. Moron Wanner exclaimed anxiously. The red-haired girl also gritted her teeth and said, yeah, you can't go with him. I'll call my dad right now and have him come rescue us. The girl with the big curly hair quickly pulled out her phone and punched in a number while saying, "Hello, Dad, someone is hitting me. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry. Damn it, still calling for help, you little coward." The sleazy San was furious. He rushed over and snatched the phone from the girl's hand, throwing it hard against the wall, shattering it to pieces. "My iPhone. Wow, that was my hard-earned money that bought that iPhone, and you smashed it. You have to pay me back." The girl with the big curly hair completely broke down, crying loudly as she lunged at San, scratching and clawing at him. In a moment of distraction, San found several scratches on his face and neck, bleeding. "Get lost, you brat." San slapped her without hesitation. The girl spun around twice and plopped down on the ground, one side of her face swelling up quickly. "You dare hit me? I'll have my dad kill you." "Kill you," she screamed while crying on the ground. Su Lingwei and Muron Wanner rushed over to help the girl up and slowly backed away to a corner. "What do you want? As long as you don't hurt them, I can give you anything." Su Lingwei calmed down and tried to negotiate with San. Meanwhile, she cursed Lu Tianlong in her mind for taking so long to arrive. "I don't need anything else, just want you to come with me. Of course, after I take you back, I might ask for something." San's small eyes roamed over Su Lingwei, his lewd intentions obvious. "You bastard, how dare you?" Zheng Xiaofeng, who had just regained his senses after being dazed from the earlier fight, climbed up from the ground. Hearing San's lewd remarks towards Su Lingwei made his eyes turn red with anger. This was his goddess. It was bad enough that Lu Tianlong had gotten to her first. Now even a sleazy guy like San was trying to make a move. "Damn it. Did you think I went easy on you earlier? If you dare say another word, I'll stab you to death." San turned to Zheng Xiaofeng, his eyes filled with menace. Zheng Xiaofeng shivered but gritted his teeth and stood tall. "I'm Zheng Xiaofeng. You must have heard of me. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you and your Black Tiger Sect 1T have good days ahead." Zheng Xiaofeng. San was taken aback, clearly having heard of one of the 4 young masters of Haiyang. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes glinting with malice. "Zheng, today is a personal grudge between our Black Tiger Sect and Su Lingwei. You'd better not interfere, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Even if your Zheng family is powerful, our Black Tiger Sect is not weak either. At worst, I'll kill you and run abroad. Your Zheng family 1T be able to do anything about it. You." Zheng Xiaofeng realized he was dealing with a desperate man now. "All right. If you have the guts, kill me today. As long as I'm here, you 1T lay a finger on Lingwei." Zheng Xiaofeng stood his ground, not backing down at all. "Fine, then I'll make your wish come true today." The commotion in the private room had already attracted the attention of people outside. A few passers-by curiously peeked inside, and upon seeing the situation, they immediately ran away in panic. San knew he couldn't delay any longer. He steeled himself, extended his arm, and plunged the dagger directly toward Zheng Xiaofeng's chest. "Don't!" Su Lingwei screamed, her face pale with fear, instinctively letting out a sharp cry. "Lu Tianlong, you bastard, hurry up and come." Whoosh! Just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room burst open, and a dark object flew in, smashing right into San's face. San was taken aback and quickly dodged, but it was still too late. A foul-smelling black object hit him squarely in the face, causing him to grimace in pain. Looking down, he saw a size 42 leather shoe. Lu Tianlong bounced into the private room, picked up the shoe he had thrown, put it on, and then turned to face the others with a smile. "Lu Tianlong, you bastard. Why did you only show up now?" Seeing him, Su Lingwei, who had been frightened, finally lost control and tears streamed down her face. With him around, she suddenly felt an unusual sense of safety. You told me to wait downstairs." Lu Tianlong replied, feeling wronged. Su Lingwei was speechless. She realized it was true. Lu Tianlong had wanted to come up, but she had insisted on keeping him on the first floor. "I don't care, just get rid of this bastard," Su Lingwei said, her tone demanding. The usually elegant and composed woman displayed a different kind of charm with her fierce expression. But this guy has a knife," Lu Tianlong protested. "A knife? Right. You need to be careful. If it gets dangerous, just go outside and call for help. Don't be reckless." Su Lingwei suddenly remembered that Lu Tianlong was just a driver, while the other party was a cold-blooded criminal. Sending him in unarmed would be like asking for death. "I can't leave. Protecting beautiful women is my responsibility. If I run away now, my reputation will be ruined forever," Lu Tianlong declared resolutely. "You." San, nearby, was furious. He rubbed his face, which had been hurt by the shoe, his expression twisted with rage. "Can everyone please take this seriously? I'm in the middle of a kidnapping here. And you two are just flirting around? Daring to hit me? I'll make you pay for this." San snarled. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the dagger and charged at Lu Tianlong. "Lu Tianlong, watch out. Be careful. Xiao Belong, be careful." Su Lingyue, Zheng Xiaofeng, and Muron Wanner all shouted in alarm, while the girl with the big hair, sitting on the floor, couldn't help but cover her eyes. Humph, just because you have a knife, you think you're impressive? I have a gun, Lu Tianlong suddenly shouted. A gun? San was taken aback, then quickly hit the brakes. The guy must be Su Lingyue's driver or bodyguard. Given her status, it was possible he had a gun license. In that moment of distraction, Lu Tianlong acted. He reached for a wine bottle nearby, charged forward, and before San could react, he brought it down hard on his head. San let out a cry of pain as his head was smashed open, and he collapsed to the ground. He lay on the ground, clutching his head, staring at Lu Tianlong in disbelief. How could he not dodge that seemingly ordinary blow with his skills? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome move before? I'm coming. Lu Tianlong charged forward, unleashing a flurry of powerful kicks. To the onlookers, it seemed chaotic, but each strike was deliberate, quickly leaving San battered and bruised, lying there wailing in pain. Little Balong is so cool. Muron Wanner exclaimed with sparkling eyes, genuinely impressed. Just showing off. If it weren't for his tricks, he would have been stabbed to death by now. Su Lingyue thought, feeling a sense of relief but not holding back her criticism, blaming Lu Tianlong for his recklessness. Lu Tianlong turned his head and said seriously, I didn't cheat. I really have a gun. A gun? Let me see it. Su Lingyue was skeptical. Lu Tianlong hesitated, saying, I can't take it out, and besides, haven't you already witnessed its power? Su Lingyue suddenly understood what he meant, her face turning crimson as she shot him a glare. Nearby, Zheng Xiaofeng, with his swollen face, was on the verge of tears. Could Lu Tianlong be any more shameless? That's my goddess. Bang. At that moment, the door crashed open with brute force, and 4 burly men stormed into the private room like menacing beasts. Chapter 46. Do we really need to be this ruthless? 4 burly men stormed into the room with an intimidating presence. The tension in the air instantly returned, causing everyone who had just begun to relax to feel their hearts leap into their throats. Lu Tianlong calmly positioned himself in front of Su Lingyue and the others, his expression neutral as he regarded these uninvited guests. Dressed in matching black suits and sporting sunglasses, the men exuded a formidable aura. Judging by their build, gait, and demeanor, it was clear that these individuals were skilled fighters, undoubtedly trained professionals. The 4 men entered the room but made no further moves, standing silently on either side. Shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in a gray Zhongshan suit entered with measured steps. He appeared to be in his 40s, of average height and unremarkable looks. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses that gave him a scholarly air, he radiated a refined demeanor, reminiscent of a distinguished scholar or professor. Dad! The girl with the wild curly hair suddenly sprang up from the floor, rushing towards him in tears. It turned out that this elegant middle-aged man was indeed the father of the curly-haired girl. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Xiaoya, why are you dressed like this? The middle-aged man looked at his daughter with a mix of affection and gentle reproach. I just thought it was fun. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, tugged at her hair, and to everyone's surprise, her wild hairstyle was a wig. Her straight, black hair now transformed the formerly edgy girl into a fresh-faced little goddess. Now that looks more like you. By the way, I just got off the phone with you. Someone hit you? The man's gaze shifted to his daughter's swollen cheek, and the warm, scholarly aura around him vanished, replaced by a fierce, almost primal energy that even Lu Tianlong found startling. Who did it? The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and asked coolly. It was him. This jerk hit me and broke my phone. I saved up for 2 months to buy that. Xiaoya pointed an accusatory finger at San, who lay on the ground. Is it you? San struggled to open his bloodied eyes, and when he recognized the man standing before him, a flash of terror crossed his face, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Oh, I thought it was someone else. San, a lackey of Black Tiger's sect Ma Long? The scholarly man glanced at San on the floor, speaking casually. Yes, it's me. Lord Ho, I truly didn't know she was your daughter. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared. San stammered, his face ashen. The refined man smiled lightly and said, no worries. Ignorance is no crime. Here's the deal. Since you used one hand to hit my daughter, I'll break that same hand. How does that sound? Everyone, including Su Lingyue and the others, gasped in shock, and even Lu Tianlong couldn't help but glance at the scholarly man with renewed interest. San had called him Lord Ho. Could it be? 2 hulking men stepped forward, each grabbing one of San's legs and dragging him out like a piece of livestock. San struggled desperately for help, but the refined man remained indifferent. Oh right, he also broke my daughter's phone, didn't he? From today onwards, as long as I, Ouyang Ho, am alive, Shursan's family will no longer be allowed to use mobile phones. Whoever dares to use one will have their hand broken. What a powerful and imposing Ouyang Ho. Without phones, Shursan's family will have to revert to a primitive society where communication relies on shouting. By the way, daughter, who was it that beat Shursan into that state? A curious expression appeared on Ouyang Ho's face. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Tianlong. Oh, although Shursan is not much of a person, he's a genuine outlaw with at least 10 lives on his hands, a mad dog. I didn't expect you to be able to take him down. Ouyang Ho looked at Lu Tianlong with great interest. Everyone felt a tightness in their chests, especially Zheng Xiaofeng, who recalled the situation with lingering fear. Shursan was such a person. If Lu Tianlong hadn't acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just fortunate. Lu Tianlong thought Ouyang Ho made a good first impression and humbly replied, Haha, the young man is quite modest. However, if he were just a mad dog, he wouldn't be that scary. What's terrifying is that he was the second place in the Huaxia Sanzhou competition. Although it can only be considered flashy moves, he still has some strength. I'm quite curious. How did you take him down? Ouyang Ho continued. Dad, just now Shursan wanted to stab him with a knife, but he said he had a gun on him, which scared Shursan, and then he used a wine bottle to knock him down. Ouyang Xiaoya interjected, her pure big eyes smiling at Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong felt a bit awkward. A gun on him? Ouyang Ho suddenly burst into laughter, stepped forward, and patted Lu Tianlong hard on the shoulder, saying boldly, Well said. A man should have a gun. And he should have two, one to conquer the world and the other to conquer women. Everyone was left speechless, not expecting this seemingly scholarly and refined Ouyang Ho to have such an unrefined side. Dad. Ouyang Xiaoya also blushed deeply, clinging to Ouyang Ho's arm and acting cute. Ouyang Ho laughed heartily. All right, you guys have fun. I'll take my daughter home first. I guarantee no one will disturb you tonight. With that, Ouyang Ho turned to Lu Tianlong and said with a smile, Young man, if you're interested, find a time to chat with me. You're quite impressive. You could hang out with me. Upon hearing this, the two men standing beside him couldn't help but glance at Lu Tianlong again. They had been with Ouyang Ho for many years, but had never heard him praise any young person before. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang. I'm very happy being General Su's driver right now. Lu Tianlong replied calmly with a smile. Ouyang Ho seemed surprised that Lu Tianlong declined so directly. After a moment of hesitation, he laughed again and said, Good. I won't force you, but Ouyang Ho, keep my word. As long as you're willing. You can come find me anytime. After saying that, Ouyang Ho took Ouyang Xiaoya and turned to leave the private room. At the entrance of the private room, the bar manager stood hunched over, sweating profusely and trembling in fear. My daughter was beaten up in your bar. Each of you should slap yourselves 10 times. And starting tomorrow, this bar should remain closed for the rest of the year. Ouyang Ho said casually before leaving. The bar manager's face turned pale as he nodded and bowed, not daring to argue. Warner, who exactly is your classmate? Su Lingwei finally turned to ask once they left. She made Shursan so scared he nearly wet himself, and just by speaking, she got the So bar to shut down for 6 months. She must have some serious connections. I have no idea. I thought Xiaoya's family was quite poor since she works every night. Moron Warner replied innocently, as Ouyang Xiaoya had never mentioned her family's background to her. It seems this Ouyang Ho is either rich or powerful. But how come I've never heard of such a person in Haiyang? Su Lingwei wondered curiously. Lu Tianlong opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately decided to keep quiet, letting Su Lingwei and the others puzzle over it for a while. He wouldn't tell them that Ouyang Ho was actually the leader of the top sect in Haiyang, the Tianxiao Alliance, a figure of extraordinary influence. Ouyang Ho usually kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public. So it was understandable that Su Lingwei didn't know him. Bro, that bottle throw you did was so cool. One of them exclaimed. Yeah, it was awesome. Can you teach me how to do it, big brother? Xiao Baolang, I have to admit, you were really manly just now. Moron Warner and the others, being young, quickly shook off their serious thoughts and returned to their lively selves after Ouyang Ho and the others left. A group of them rushed over, surrounding Lu Tianlong excitedly, chattering with admiration and starry eyes. Honestly, it was just a regular move. Lu Tianlong exaggeratedly tossed his head back, laughing. It was more than just regular. From today on, you are my idol. One girl declared eagerly. Absolutely my idol. The others chimed in, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They were all young girls experiencing their first crush. And their biggest dream was for a strong man to appear and save them in times of danger. Lu Tianlong's appearance undoubtedly fulfilled that fantasy for them. Watching Lu Tianlong being adored like a star, Zheng Xiaofeng felt like crying. Here he was, bruised and battered, yet no one came to comfort him. That jerk Lu Tianlong was completely using him as a stepping stone for his showy antics. No wonder he was so kind to let Jin go first. It was all part of his scheme. Oh heavens, why not strike this jerk down with a lightning bolt? Zheng Xiaofeng lamented angrily. But then he suddenly saw Su Lingyue walking slowly toward him. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, no matter what. As long as Su Lingyue looked at him differently because of his earlier actions, then getting beaten today would be worth it. His face lit up with expectation, and he felt a twinge of excitement. But just at that moment, Lingyu, I think this place is pretty dangerous. We should leave, brothers and sisters. Let's get out of here. Suddenly, Lu Tianlong burst out from the crowd and rushed to Lingyu, grabbing her hand without hesitation and pulling her away. This left Zheng Xiaofeng, who was stunned and speechless, standing there in shock. Damn it, this guy didn't even give Lingyu a chance to say a word to him. Is he really that ruthless? Can we still have fun in the future? At the entrance of the bar, the group that had been partying all night began to disperse, each heading home. Lu Tianlong drove Lingyu and Unravel back. President Su, with the world being so chaotic right now, as your driver and bodyguard, I think we need to upgrade your protection level, Lu Tianlong said while driving. Upgrade protection? Lingyu asked, confused. Exactly. It should be upgraded to 24-hour personal protection. That's the only way to ensure your safety. Lu Tianlong nodded. 24-hour personal protection? Lingyu shot him a sharp look. This guy meant he would move into her house, didn't he? This is a great idea. With Xiao Balong around, we can sweep away all the troublemakers. Moron Wanner clapped her hands in excitement. You're such a big-headed idiot. Lingyu gave her a light knock on the head and said, your sister Bingbing is a police officer. Can't she protect you? Mentioning Zhou Bingbing made Lu Tianlong realize that his plan to stay at Ling Yu's house was doomed. With her around, anyone who dared to cause trouble for Ling Yu would be asking for trouble. After dropping Ling Yu and Moron Wanner off at home, Lu Tianlong didn't linger. After a brief moment of thought, he drove straight toward the slums. The Black Tiger sect was already making moves, and it would be rude not to respond. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 47. Those who stand in my way will be mercilessly killed in a nondescript two-story building nestled in the slums. The structure appeared no different from the surrounding dilapidated buildings, with its walls smeared in a haphazard manner. The lights were off on both floors and through the windows. It was dark inside, suggesting that the occupants had already fallen asleep. Lu Tianlong paused briefly in front of the door before stepping forward to knock. Who is there? A cautious male voice came from inside. It's me. Lu Tianlong replied nonchalantly, taking a step back to allow the person to see him through the peephole. Is it Master Lu? Came a surprised exclamation, followed by the sound of the door opening. Two young men in their 20s hurried out, looking respectful. Is Xiaoying here? Lu Tianlong asked, pleased with their vigilance as he walked inside. Yes. Master Lu, Eagle, and the others are downstairs. Watch your step in the dark corridor. They guided him further in. After walking a few paces, they reached a hidden door behind which lay a staircase leading directly underground. This building served as the headquarters of the Eagle sect. After descending dozens of steps, the view opened up to reveal a spacious hall of several hundred square meters. About 40 to 50 men were chatting animatedly inside. Upon seeing Lu Tianlong, they froze for a moment before hurriedly getting to their feet to greet him. Master Lu, what brings you here? You didn't give us a heads up. Li Weining rushed over from the crowd, his face glowing with health, clearly having been doing well lately. The others looked at Lu Tianlong with eager eyes, especially those who had participated in the ambush against Du Cheng that day. Their eyes sparkled with uncontainable enthusiasm. They had witnessed Lu Tianlong's prowess firsthand. Those who hadn't been involved had heard stories from their companions, now craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. Lu Tianlong casually smiled at the crowd and walked towards the center. A large armchair occupied the most prominent position in the room, designated for Li Weining. Master Lu, please take the seat. Li Weining said hurriedly as Lu Tianlong approached, but he dared not sit in that position himself and quickly offered it to Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong shook his head slightly and replied with a smile. I've said before, I want to get involved in the affairs of your Eagle sect. I'm just here to take a casual look today. With that, he casually took a seat at a lower position next to the grand chair. Li Weining felt awkward, unsure whether to sit or stand, ultimately opting to stand at Lu Tianlong's side with his hands at his sides. With Lu Tianlong not sitting down, the others felt even less inclined to take a seat. Originally wanting to keep a low profile, Lu Tianlong found himself seated while the others stood obediently around him, like stars surrounding the moon. How has the development of the Eagle sect been lately? Lu Tianlong got straight to the point. Li Weining quickly lowered his head and replied, Master Lu, our Eagle sect is doing quite well. Ever since we dealt with Du Cheng that day, following your instructions, we've started recruiting more disciples, intensifying their training, and expanding some of our businesses. In the slums, we are fully capable of matching the Black Tiger sex branch on equal footing, and we might even be stronger. Lu Tianlong nodded. In just a week, developing to this extent is indeed impressive. However, it still falls short of his expectations. So he shook his head and said, if we can only match a branch of the Black Tiger sect right now, that's far from enough. We must remember that we are facing the entire Black Tiger sect, not just one of their branches. I understand. Li Weinian quickly nodded. But Lu, in this slum, there are dozens of sects, big and small. Our Eagle sect was originally just a medium-sized one. The only ones with real influence here, besides the Black Tiger sect's branch, are the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect. After we took down Du Cheng, they seem to have gotten wind of it and have accelerated their own development, recruiting a large number of disciples and increasing their investments. The Axe sect and the Green Snake sect? Do they really dare to oppose the Black Tiger sect? Lu Tianlong asked, intrigued. Li Weinian shook his head and replied, not exactly. From what I know, after Du Cheng was taken down, the Black Tiger sect seems to be unable to send suitable people over immediately. It appears they have reached some sort of agreement with the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect. They are letting these two sects temporarily take over some of the Black Tiger sect's operations until they can find suitable replacements for Du Cheng. They will offer some benefits to the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect in return. I see. Lu Tianlong nodded to himself. The Black Tiger sect's move was quite clever. Du Cheng had been entrenched in the slum branch for over a decade, and now that he was out of the picture, if the Black Tiger sect hastily appointed someone else to take over his position, it could lead to internal chaos. Instead, they chose to buy off the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect to help protect some of their interests. This way, they could avoid being hit too hard by the Eagle sect while allowing the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect to keep us occupied. It was a two birds with one stone strategy. Now, it's effectively the Black Tiger sect's branch, the Axe sect, and the Green Snake sect working together. Although our Eagle sect has been developing rapidly, surpassing them is still going to be a challenge. Li Weinian sighed and continued. So we were just discussing whether we should take a breather and assess the situation before making any moves. Absolutely not. Lu Tianlong firmly shook his head. Right now, the Black Tiger sect's branch is in turmoil, and it's the perfect opportunity for the Eagle sect to grow. If we miss this chance, once the Black Tiger sect gets back on its feet, there will be no way for us to develop. Therefore, regardless of the Axe sect or the Green Snake sect, since they want to obstruct us, we must follow the rules of the sect and challenge them. We need to duel with them. Lu Tianlong spoke with conviction. After hearing his words, Li Weinian and the others fell into contemplation and then nodded in agreement. But Lu, our current strength is not a match for the three sects working together. One guy interjected. Lu Tianlong chuckled and said, do you really think the Black Tiger sect's branch, the Axe sect, and the Green Snake sect are truly united? That's impossible. At most, they are just a bunch of self-serving factions. The Black Tiger sect has released such news, which is nothing more than an attempt to make us hesitant. Just think about it. Since the Black Tiger sect has promised them benefits, who wouldn't want to gain more? The Axe sect is certainly eager for us to deal with the Green Snake sect, allowing them to seize more advantages. The Green Snake sect likely shares the same idea. Exactly. Lord Lu's analysis makes sense. Yes, there is definitely mutual suspicion among them. They are not united at all. We should follow Lord Lu's lead and seize this opportunity to develop the Eagle sect. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Weinian let out a quiet sigh, feeling even more respect for Lu Tianlong. With just a few words, he had clearly laid out the pros and cons and motivated everyone. At this point, it was evident that there was no turning back. So, Li Weinian gritted his teeth and said, since Lord Lu has said so, it must be right. Please tell us, who should we challenge first? Lu Tianlong pondered for a moment and thought of the yellow-haired guy who had caused trouble at the Phoenix group a couple of days ago and was beaten up by Wu Zhan. That guy was from the Axe sect, and it seemed he was a minor leader. As the saying goes, a bear leads a pack of bears. With such minor leaders, the Axe sect's strength, no matter how great, is merely a disorganized crowd. Axe sect, we will defeat them within 3 days. Lu Tianlong issued the order. Time was of the essence. The Black Tiger sect had already started making moves, especially that elder named Ma Long, who was the most active. 3 days? Defeat the Axe sect? Li Weinian and the others gasped in disbelief. Lord, the Axe sect has a vast territory. If we challenge them like this, even if everything goes smoothly, it would take at least a week to win. Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes and said, strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. We should challenge their sect leader first and defeat him. No. Li Weinian quickly shook his head and said, Lord, you don't know. The leader of the Axe sect, Bai Xiangnan, is quite a formidable character. In terms of individual combatability, even Du Cheng is not his match. Moreover, this guy is very cautious and cunning. He always brings a large group of disciples with him, making it difficult to deal with him. A guy named Li Chong, who was Li Weiniang's right-hand man and ranked among the top 5 leaders in the Eagle sect, nodded in agreement. Lord, what Eagle Yi said is correct. Moreover, the Axe sect is quite powerful. If we make a big fuss about challenging by Xiangnan, it might cause a significant impact. This tough nut is mine to crack. Lu Tianlong said sternly. Li Weiniang was overjoyed and asked, Are you going to take action yourself, Lord? Yes. Lu Tianlong nodded slightly and said, I also want to see just how formidable Bai Xiangnan is. All right. Since Lord is taking action, Bai Xiangnan is bound to lose. Li Weiniang was thrilled. Chapter 48. Brother Long and sister Feng Lu Tianlong was determined to take action against the Axe sect. He had no other choice. The ability to quickly defeat the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect was crucial for confronting the Black Tiger sect head-on. The reason he chose to deal with the Axe sect first was also due to an incident a couple of days ago. Under Zhang Li's planning at the Tengfei group, the Axe sect's Huang Mao openly caused trouble at the Phoenix group. If it weren't for Lu Tianlong's clever tactics to subdue Huang Mao and his crew, the consequences for the Phoenix group could have been dire. He would not allow such things to happen again. Since the Axe sect was willing to act as Zhang Li's henchman, he would show them what that meant. Lu Tianlong intended to set an example and see who would dare to serve Zhang Li in the future. By the way, where's Wang Shangjin now? Wang Shangjin was Wang Ying's younger brother, the good-for-nothing little punk who often caused trouble for his sister. During a conversation with Wang Ying yesterday, Lu Tianlong had promised to talk to him to see if he could help him change for the better. Wang Shangjin, Wang Ying's brother? He's been spending all his time at one of our internet cafes, Li Weiniang quickly replied. Because of your relationship with Wang Ying. I didn't press him too hard and even let the disciples of the Eagle sect know to take care of him. As long as he is having fun. That's all that matters. He mentioned several times that he wanted to hang out with me, but since you hadn't said anything, I didn't dare to agree. Which internet cafe? I'll go find him. Lu Tianlong pondered for a moment and said. Li Weiniang quickly provided the name and address of the cafe, then added. Master Lu, why don't you wait a bit? Let me arrange things here, and I'll take you over. No need. You handle your business. I'll go by myself. Lu Tianlong shook his head. Li Weiniang didn't dare to be presumptuous. Although Lu Tianlong had said he wouldn't be involved in the management of the Eagle sect. Without him, there would be no Eagle sect or Li Weiniang as it was today. He was the supreme leader, and it was essential to provide proper service during his rare visit. Then Master Lu, I'll head out first. As soon as I finish arranging things here, I'll come right over. Li Weiniang said. Lu Tianlong didn't refuse again. Surrounded by everyone, he left the hall and walked leisurely towards the nearby internet cafe. Watching his back, everyone began to whisper among themselves. I can guarantee that Master Lu was definitely not an ordinary person before. Just his aura alone is something we can't compare to. Absolutely. You should have seen it when Master Lu punched Du Cheng. That look in his eyes made my heart shiver. What's even more admirable is that despite being so impressive, Master Lu has no airs about him. He even smiled at me just now. As everyone chattered in admiration, their eyes followed Lu Tianlong as he gradually walked further away. Enough with the chit-chat. Get back here quickly. I need to discuss a few things with you all. I have to hurry and catch up with Master Lu. Li Weiniang, genuinely impressed by Lu Tianlong, called out to everyone and led them into the underground hall of the small building. Wanjia Internet Cafe. It was the largest chain internet cafe in Haiyang, and this particular one, located in a slum, was a bit shabby. With only about 40 to 50 machines cramped together in the first floor lobby. This place is a slum, the most chaotic and mixed-up area in the entire Haiyang. Most of those who come here to use the internet are little punks with ear piercings or colorful, wild-haired girls. Inside, it's a haze of smoke and constant shouting, with fights breaking out as a regular occurrence. These punks fight and run, refusing to compensate for any damage they cause to the machines. The owner, fed up, has given up on making repairs or buying new equipment. As soon as Lu Tianlong stepped through the door of the internet CAF, he heard a few people shouting inside. Damn it, I hit you, you bastard. Why aren't you dead yet? Bullshit. Your shot didn't even touch me. Do you want me to stab you with my weapon? Exactly. If you can't shoot straight, don't brag here. Keep talking, and I'll take care of you. Lu Tianlong glanced inside and saw a few people playing Crossfire, a popular shooting game. One of the players, claiming to have hit someone, was curled up in a corner at a computer, surrounded by a mess of soda bottles and instant noodle boxes. His hair was a wild mess, and it looked like he hadn't left the CAF in days. This guy was Wang Shangjin, the younger brother of Wang Ying. The ones arguing with him were 3 or 4 young punks, along with a girl about 17 or 18, dressed in a revealing outfit and sporting a wild hairstyle. There's no way. I clearly hit you. You must be using cheats. Wang Shangjin shouted. his face turning red and his voice growing hoarse. Your mom uses cheats. You bastard, if you can play, then play. If you can't, get lost. I've been sick of you for a long time. The punks yelled back. Yeah, just because you have Eagle backing you, don't think you can act tough. With a loser like you, I could take you down in no time. Stop boasting. You dare to touch me, and Eagle won't let you off the hook. Wang Shangjin shot back defiantly. This kid is just asking for it. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. I'll handle Eagle. One punk with shiny earrings shouted angrily. The others immediately chimed in, and the group charged toward Wang Shangjin. Wang Shangjin was frozen in fear. He didn't expect that even with Eagle's name behind him, these guys would still dare to lay a hand on him. He wanted to argue back, but they didn't give him a chance. Grabbing his collar and dragging him toward the door. Let go of me. If you dare to touch me, Eagle won't spare you. Let go of me. Wang Shangjin struggled desperately, but it was useless. As they dragged him to the entrance, he knew he was about to face a beating outside. Brother Long, save me. In his desperation, Wang Shangjin suddenly spotted Lu Tianlong standing at the door and shouted loudly. He recognized Lu Tianlong as the one who had helped him and his sister that night, rescuing them from Li Weiniang's men. Brother Long, not even Sister Foam can save you today. You pathetic coward. The punk with earrings cursed angrily. Lu Tianlong stood quietly at the door, saying nothing and showing no intention of intervening. Brother Long, you can't just ignore me. Save me, please. My sister is Wang Ying. Wang Shangjin struggled desperately, trying to run towards Lu Tiantian, but was firmly held back by a few thugs. However, these thugs finally noticed Lu Tiantian standing nearby. Are you with him? One of the thugs with earrings frowned, observing Lu Tiantian's distinguished demeanor. I know him, but we're not on the same side. Lu Tiantian replied with a light chuckle. Then at least don't meddle. I'm going to beat him up today. If you interfere, I'll take you down too. The thug with earrings threatened viciously. Lu Tiantian became somewhat intrigued and pointed at Wang Shangjin, saying, seems like he has some connection with Eagle Master. Are you sure you want to take him on? Why wouldn't I? Eagle Master has made it clear that everyone should give Wang Shangjin some face, but this punk really deserves a beating. Not only does he refuse to pay for his online purchases and eats and drinks for free, but he also brags all day long, relying on Eagle Master's backing to act tough. We've long been fed up with him. The earring thug retorted angrily. Besides, Eagle Master is the leader of the Eagle sect. He can't just favor his own people. Otherwise, I would completely look down on the Eagle sect, he added defiantly. Lu Tiantian nodded and said, not bad, young man. Do you really want to beat this guy? Absolutely. Today, he has to be taught a lesson. And nobody can stop me. The earring thug was becoming impatient. You better get out of my way. I don't want to hurt you by accident. Damn it. A furious shout came from a distance as Li Weiniang hurried over, followed by several of his tough subordinates, including Li Chong. As soon as he appeared, the thugs holding Wang Shangjin trembled in fear and quickly let go. Eagle Master? The earring thug's face was still stubborn. Eagle Master, I know you want to protect Wang Shangjin, but I want to back down. You won't back down? Li Weiniang's expression darkened. He was a member of the sect, and as its leader, being confronted by a thug like this was quite embarrassing in front of Lu Tiantian. Even if you beat me to death, I won't back down. The earring thug refused to yield. Li Weiniang wanted to explode, but Lu Tiantian gently shook his head, signaling him not to act. The earring thug and his gang were taken aback. They could now see that Lu Tiantian's identity was extraordinary. If someone like him could make the powerful Eagle Master listen, could he possibly be? Young man, are you interested in joining the Eagle sect? Lu Tiantian asked with a smile. You must be Lord Lu, right? I've heard about you these days. I never expected to meet you in person. The earring thug clasped his hands. However, joining the Eagle sect is out of the question. Thank you for the offer, Lord Lu, but we prefer to live freely and don't want to be ordered around. Lu Tiantian chuckled and said, joining the sect means becoming a respectable person, which is much better than being a thug. In the future, you could even have a proper job, like managing the Eagle sect's businesses on this street. The Eagle sect is a legitimate organization, not just a gang of thugs, and it has its own businesses, albeit not very large. The earring thug was taken aback, and the other thugs nearby exchanged glances in disbelief. Managing the Eagle sect's businesses by joining? I keep my word. From today on, as long as you don't do any evil and turn over a new leaf, the Eagle sect's businesses on this street will be under your management. How to proceed will be assisted by Xiaoying. Lu Tianlong turned his head and asked, what do you think, Xiaoying? Not a problem. Li Weiniang, who was beside him, hesitated for a moment but then readily agreed. He understood Lu Tianlong's intentions. The Eagle sect was in urgent need of manpower, especially with the upcoming duels against the Axe sect, the Green Snake sect, and the Black Tiger sect. He had heard of this earring guy before. Young, daring, and someone who stood by his principles. Moreover, he had not committed any serious wrongdoings, making him a suitable candidate to join the Eagle sect. This could also help him fully turn over a new leaf. You must be Master Lu. Master Lu, I won't say anything more. To refuse would be to not know my place. From today on, my life, Ding Yuhua, is yours. In the future, whatever you command. Whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire, I, Ding Yuhua, will not hesitate. The earring guy, Ding Yuhua, clasped his hands together and said with excitement, Good, make sure to do a great job for the sect. By the way, didn't you want to teach Wang Shangjin a lesson? Yes, I still want to give him a good beating. Ding Yuhua hesitated but insisted. Lu Tianlong laughed and waved his hand, saying, Once isn't enough. Teach him a lesson multiple times. If he still acts like a slacker who doesn't care about progress, then give him another lesson. Wang Shangjin's face turned ashen. Lu Tianlong was definitely out to ruin him. Eagle Master, Master Lu, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a disciple of the Eagle sect rushed over, panting and looking flustered. Chapter 49, Masters Abound. Nothing to make a fuss about. Seeing his subordinate rush over, panting and looking panicked, Li Weiniang frowned. What is going on? I have the latest news about the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect, the subordinate replied, bending over to catch his breath. He glanced at Ding Yuhua and the others before hesitating to continue. Li Weiniang understood, turning to Ding Yuhua. Ding Yuhua, if there's nothing urgent, you guys can head back. Chong, arrange for a few brothers to follow him and guide him. Got it. Li Chong, the deputy leader of the Eagle sect, nodded. Ding Yuhua, knowing that Lu Tianlong and the others were about to discuss important matters, felt it inappropriate to stay since he had just joined the Eagle sect. He clasped his fists and said, Master Lu, Mastering, thank you for your recognition. I won't say much. From today on, as long as the sect needs me, I, Ding Yuhua, will brave any danger. If I frown, I'm no man. Turning to the already pale-faced Wang Shangjin, he added, Moreover, since Master Lu entrusted Wang Shangjin to me, I guarantee that within 3 months, if I can't turn him into a real man, I'll leave the Eagle sect myself. After saying that, Ding Yuhua and the others left, leaving only Lu Tianlong, Li Weiniang, and a few senior members of the Eagle sect. Now, what news do we have about the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect? With no outsiders around, Li Weiniang quickly asked. This was a critical moment for the Eagle sect. Even a minor mistake could lead to significant losses. He had placed informants in both the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect. Yes, I just received news that tonight, one of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect, Ma Long, suddenly arrived at the slum branch of the Black Tiger sect and even met with the leaders of the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect. What? Ma Long, one of the 4 elders of the Black Tiger sect, came to the slum tonight? Li Weiniang and Li Chong were taken aback. According to their previous assumptions, the slum branch had always been managed by Du Cheng. The Black Tiger sect wouldn't be able to find a suitable replacement for him in a short time, nor would anyone easily interfere there. They didn't expect Ma Long to arrive so quickly. Ma Long is ruthless, and it's said he has a group of very strong disciples under him. He is definitely harder to deal with than Du Cheng. Li Weiniang frowned. Lu Tianlong remained calm and said, We had already received news that the Black Tiger sect leader, Wang Jinghu, was very angry about our incapacitating Du Cheng and had ordered the other 3 elders to come looking for the Eagle sect. It's not surprising that Ma Long is coming over now. There was one crucial point Lu Tianlong didn't mention. Earlier that evening, at the So Bar, one of Ma Long's disciples, Shi San, had been incapacitated. Although it wasn't Lu Tianlong who did it, it was still related to him. Ma Long would definitely be too afraid to provoke Ouyang Ho, the leader of the Alliance of All Sects, and would likely direct all his hatred toward him and the Eagle sect. This was probably why he had suddenly come to the slum branch of the Black Tiger sect. He was eager to avenge Shi San. Moreover, we should be glad that only Ma Long came here. Just think about it. If the other 3 elders of the Black Tiger sect had come together, wouldn't we be in even more trouble? Lu Tianlong continued. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Weiniang added, That's the worst-case scenario. But the likelihood of all 3 elders acting together is low. I've heard that these elders from the Black Tiger sect are quite proud and competitive, constantly vying with each other. Wang Jinghu has always turned a blind eye to their little schemes. That's the only way to maintain a balance of power among them. Exactly. Their internal discord is our hope for defeating the Black Tiger sect. Lu Tianlong took a deep breath and turned to the subordinate who brought the news, saying, Go on, if I'm not mistaken. Did Ma Long request that the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect join forces to attack the Eagle sect quickly? Boss, your guess is spot on. The subordinate, eager to flatter, gave a thumbs up. That's exactly the case. I heard that Ma Long has asked the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect to unite immediately and challenge our Eagle sect in 3 days. The Axe sect and the Green Snake sect joining forces? The Black Tiger sect isn't with them? Could the news be false? Li Weiniang asked, puzzled. Lu Tianlong shook his head, saying, it should be true. Ma Long is cunning and won't act rashly without knowing our strengths. This arrangement is a way for him to test our capabilities through the Green Snake sect and the Axe sect. Moreover, he likely has ulterior motives. He wants the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect to fight us to a standstill, and then he can reap the benefits. With just a few words. He had thoroughly analyzed Ma Long's intentions. The others nodded in agreement, angrily cursing Ma Long's despicable nature. Boss, what should we do now? The Axe sect and Green Snake sect are not much weaker than us. If they really join forces, even if the Black Tiger sect doesn't intervene, we might not be able to withstand it, Li Weiniang inquired. A cold smile appeared on Lu Tianlong's face as he replied, in that case, we need to take action against the Axe sect ahead of time. We must defeat the Axe sect before they can join forces. In the northern outskirts of Haiyang City, there was a desolate area where small hills connected in a chain. In a small valley, over 40 men were training rigorously, bare-chested. Each of them carried a weight of 50 kilograms and were running a 10-kilometer cross-country course. The man at the front was Wu Zhan, who was carrying double the weight of the others, totaling 100 kilograms, yet he remained at the front of the group. Phew, finally done. After completing the 10 kilometers, nearly everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Captain Wu, are we really just ordinary security guards for the Phoenix Group now? Why are we training so hard? Exactly. We're no longer soldiers. What is the point of training like this? Are security guards supposed to fight too? After several days of intense training, even these seasoned veterans found it hard to cope. They felt like they were just ordinary security guards now, and the skills they had honed in the military seemed more than enough for the job. It seemed that they had been away from the army for too long and forgotten the strict discipline that came with it, standing rigidly in place. Wu Zhan's determined gaze swept over the relaxed group as he coldly huffed, everyone, assemble immediately. In 1 minute, we will repeat the 10-kilometer cross-country run. What? Again? Are you trying to kill us? Exactly. We're done running. We want to do it even if it kills us. If it comes to it, we'll quit this security job. 4 or 5 men angrily tossed their weighted backpacks aside and stood up, their emotions finally reaching a breaking point. Quit. Fine. Wu Zhan replied coldly. Then I'll just have to use the methods for dealing with deserters to punish you. Deserters? The 4 or 5 men gasped at the thought. In the army, being labeled a deserter was the most shameful and heavily punished offense. Moreover, they were facing Wu Zhan, a legendary figure from the Special Forces. Little Wu, how did you end up training them to the point of having deserters? Lu Tianlong leisurely appeared behind the group, smiling. Wu Zhan turned around abruptly, shock written across his face. Lu Tianlong was less than 10 meters away, and he hadn't even noticed. But then he relaxed. This was the man known as the Dragon King, who had once made the whole world tremble. Boss Lu, Wu Zhan greeted respectfully. Oh, isn't this Assistant Lu? Here to check on us? The others chimed in, recognizing Lu Tianlong as the assistant to the president of the Phoenix Group. Yes. How has the training been going these past few days? Lu Tianlong asked kindly. Wu Zhan replied. Most of them came from the military, and their physical fitness is pretty good. After some time training, they should be able to reach their peak condition. But they've lost the fighting spirit they had in the army, right? Lu Tianlong remarked, glancing at the group. Wu Zhan nodded. Assistant Lu, we all came from the military. Our strength is unquestionable. Working as security at the Phoenix Group is more than enough. Why do we have to train so hard? Exactly. With us here, the Phoenix Group will be safe and sound. You don't plan to turn us into superheroes to fend off alien invasions, do you? The group burst into laughter, their tone laced with sarcasm. Lu Tianlong laughed too, and said, do you really think you're doing well right now? Of course. We're clearly overqualified for this security job. If the pay weren't decent, who would even do this? Exactly, if you don't believe us. We can have a competition. A few of them shouted. Lu Tianlong nodded, saying, it seems you all have a lot of confidence, which is a good thing. But remember, there's always someone stronger out there. Have you considered what would happen if you just coasted on your past skills and one day encountered a true expert? An expert? Where are all the experts? Do you really think they're everywhere like stray dogs? One guy said nonchalantly, is that so? Do you think I look like an expert? Lu Tianlong asked with a smile. You? An expert? The crowd looked him up and down without restraint. One guy scoffed and said, you're an expert at picking up girls, right? I heard you have a special relationship with President Su, which is why you went from being a driver to her assistant. So you mean to say I'm just a kept man? Lu Tianlong replied, unfazed, with a grin. Isn't that the case? But honestly, I don't think your face is that fair either. It's only a shade lighter than ours. Another guy chimed in sarcastically. They had been training hard for days and were feeling incredibly frustrated. Not daring to confront Wu Zhan, they took out their dissatisfaction on Lu Tianlong instead. It was Lu Tianlong who had arranged for Wu Zhan to train them in a military style, so their grievances were directed at him. Chapter 50. The group fight. Those who have served in the military tend to have a certain pride. They respect strength and admire the strong. However, Lu Tianlong clearly does not fit this mold. As a result, aside from Wu Zhan, everyone else is not particularly friendly towards him, and some even look down on him. After all, he is just a pretty boy who rose to power thanks to Su Linghua. Assistant Lu, hurry up and tell Captain Wu to take us back. I agree. We demand to stop training. The man with a buzz cut took the lead in stirring up trouble, and many others chimed in, clearly showing that he had a significant influence in the group, second only to Wu Zhan. Do you think this is a public restroom, where you can come and go as you please? Keep training. Once you have enough strength, you can naturally go back. Lu Tianlong shook his head. The buzz-cut guy glared. Furious. Are you saying we're not strong enough? Even if I don't train, you'd need 10 of your kind to match me. Yeah. Don't just stand there talking nonsense. If you're capable, why not challenge us? If you can beat any one of us, we'll listen to you from now on. Another guy added. Hearing this, Wu Zhan's mouth twitched as he looked up at the sky, barely holding back his words. These are really a bunch of reckless little brats. Lu Tianlong couldn't help but smile, nodding. All right. I respect your wishes. If anyone thinks they're up to it, come over and challenge me. Challenge? Challenge what? Do you want to see who has the fairest skin? The crowd became interested, not expecting Lu Tianlong to actually dare to accept the challenge. They gathered around, laughing, as the buzz-cut guy joked. That's about all we can compare. We can't seriously compete in fighting, right? With that little frame of yours, one punch, and you'd fall apart. Another guy chimed in with a grin. Yeah? Who would take you seriously? Everyone burst into laughter, clearly not taking the refined, somewhat slender Lu Tianlong seriously. They believed he only reached this position by cozying up to President Su Linghua. One punch, and I'd fall apart. Lu Tianlong shrugged. Well then, since you all want to go back, how about this? Whoever can defeat me not only gets to go back immediately, but also a salary raise to 500,000 a year. 500,000 a year. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Phoenix Group already offers a monthly salary of 10,000, which is considered quite high in Haiyang, and now he is claiming a yearly salary of 500,000. Is that for real? The buzzcut guy stared at Lu Tianlong intently. Of course, I have the authority to make such decisions at the Phoenix Group. Lu Tianlong smiled. But what if you can't defeat me? If we can't beat you, we'll listen to you from now on. Even if you tell us to die, whoever frowns is a bastard. The buzzcut guy gritted his teeth. Can you really represent them? Lu Tianlong pointed at the crowd and asked. I can. Huiyong said. What I say, they say? Everyone nodded in agreement. Huiyong, so you're the strongest among this group? Lu Tianlong looked Huiyong up and down. He was strong and muscular, with solid breathing and steady steps. Ah, this Huiyong. He used to be in the same military district as me and is quite the standout in his unit, having won numerous accolades. His skills are impressive. If we were to spar, he could last 30 moves against me. Wu Zhan introduced from the side. Lu Tianlong nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Zhan was quite strong, and for Huiyong to last 30 moves against him was already commendable. Are we going to fight or just chit-chat? Huiyong said impatiently, worried that Wu Zhan might reveal too much about his own abilities. If Lu Tianlong got scared and backed down, the 50,000 in winnings would slip away. Of course we're going to fight. Lu Tianlong stepped forward, smiling. Then let me show you the power of my fists. Huiyong declared as he prepared to charge. However, Lu Tianlong raised a hand, signaling him to stop. He scanned the crowd, shaking his head with a smile, and said, You're not good enough. You, and you. Let us have you four join Huiyong. The individuals he pointed out were among the loudest earlier and were considered top tier in this group. What? Everyone stared at Lu Tianlong as if he were a fool. Did this guy take crazy pills, or was he hit in the head? He thinks he can take on 5 people? You heard me right. You 5 can team up against me, Lu Tianlong emphasized. Good grief, I've seen some fools, but never this level of foolishness. Does he think he has Superman or something? One of the chosen few scoffed. Right? Even if we win, it wouldn't be honorable at all. If word gets out, we'd be a laughingstock, another chimed in. Huiyong was also furious. Lu Tianlong's actions clearly showed contempt for him. Just as he was about to question it, he noticed Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan remained calm, not showing any signs of interference. In fact, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his gaze directed at Huiyong and the others. Could it be that Lu Tianlong is truly a master? Huiyong pondered for a moment, then turned to the 4 behind him, saying, Stop talking nonsense. Since he wants us to team up, let us do it. He may be arrogant, but we can't underestimate him. And be careful with your strikes. Don't hit too hard. From his words and actions, Lu Tianlong silently nodded. It seemed Hui Yong was not just a brute. He had some brains and potential. All right, we'll follow your lead. The other four quickly moved in, surrounding Lu Tianlong in a fan shape, eyeing him like hawks. Assistant Lu, Hui Yong wants us to go easy on you, but punches and kicks have no eyes. If you get hurt later, don't go complaining to Mr. Su. And don't make things difficult for us in the future. Otherwise, a guy named Cheng Jinxiang shouted. Before he could finish, Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly moved. His figure flickered, and he charged forward, kicking swiftly towards Cheng Jinxiang's chest with lightning speed. Cheng Jinxiang was taken aback, instinctively shifting his body to the side and raising his fist to block. However, to his astonishment, none of it mattered. Lu Tianlong's kick landed squarely on his chest. He let out a pained cry as his nearly 200-pound body flew backward, landing about 7 or 8 meters away. He coughed loudly, struggling for a while, but couldn't manage to get back up. Everyone, except for Wu Zhan, was stunned. All eyes were wide and mouths agape as they stared at Lu Tianlong in disbelief. Do you still think my face looks pale now? Lu Tianlong asked, standing firm like a mountain, teasingly. Oh my god, I must be seeing things. Did he just kick Cheng Jinxiang away? Impossible. It has to be an illusion. He didn't even move. So how could Cheng Jinxiang fly like that? Cheng Jinxiang must have been bribed. This isn't scientific. How could someone possess such speed and strength? A crowd of onlookers buzzed with chatter. Among them was Hui Yong, equally dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Cheng Jinxiang had been right next to him, and he had clearly witnessed the entire scene of Cheng being kicked away by Lu Tianlong. The force, angle, and explosive power of the attack were nothing short of perfect. Even Wu Zhan, recognized as the king of special forces in the Northern Military District, couldn't possibly match such strength. Reflecting on Wu Zhan's earlier attitude toward Lu Tianlong, Hui Yong suddenly felt a dry throat. Could it be that this guy came from the most mysterious special organization in China? Brothers, it seems we've really encountered a master today. We can't underestimate him. Let's attack together, Hui Yong declared, shaking off his thoughts. The other three quickly assumed fighting stances. Although they believed Cheng Jinxiang's defeat was purely coincidental, they thought that with all four of them teaming up, Lu Tianlong wouldn't have any chance to exploit. But reality was harsh. 3 minutes later, the battle ended, and Hui Yong and his three companions lay on the ground, just like Cheng Jinxiang before them, twisted and groaning in pain. Hui Yong managed to endure 3 moves from Lu Tianlong, while the others were knocked away with a single strike each. In the quiet little valley, silence reigned. Everyone stood frozen, like statues, staring at Lu Tianlong as if he were a ghost. Hui Yong struggled to get up, using all his strength, clutching his aching chest and coughing uncontrollably. His gaze towards Lu Tianlong was now filled with awe. If you don't believe it, you can come again. Lu Tianlong beckoned to Hui Yong with a finger. I concede. I misjudged you. Hui Yong replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Really giving in? Lu Tianlong asked. Yes, I fully accept it. I stand by my word. From now on, we'll follow your lead in everything, Hui Yong said earnestly. And you guys? Lu Tianlong turned to the others. Having witnessed Lu Tianlong's prowess firsthand, the others dared not say a word, nodding in agreement, their sincerity evident. Lu Tianlong was quite satisfied with the outcome. All right, since you all acknowledge my strength, let me say a few words. First, you must understand that your abilities are impressive. In your original unit, you are likely among the best, and I appreciate that. You are indeed overqualified for security work, which is a waste of resources. However, I must tell you that if I were simply looking to hire security personnel, would I really need to offer such high compensation to recruit you? When you applied for the security positions, did you honestly just want to settle for a monthly salary of 10,000 and spend your entire life as a security guard? If you want to make money, that's fine, but don't forget the hardships you faced after leaving the military, and never forget your passion and your future. I push you through rigorous training because I want to lead you to a broader stage to help you live with more dignity. Those willing to participate in the training, stay. If you don't want to participate, I won't force you. You can continue as security personnel for the Phoenix Group with a salary of 10,000. It's your choice. Everyone in the room fell into deep thought. Lu Tiantong's few words truly touched their hearts. They were all in their 20s. Exceptional individuals who had come out of the military. They once had dreams and goals, hoping to utilize the skills they learned in the army to make something of themselves. But in reality, they found the world to be harsh. They had all the skills but nowhere to apply them. They still needed to survive, which is why they set aside their dignity and pride to apply for a well-paying security job. Hui Yong lowered his head, reflecting on the various struggles after retiring, and his eyes began to fill with tears. He quickly wiped his face, stepped forward, and exclaimed loudly, I don't want to be a security guard for life. I want to stand out. I want to make a name for myself. From today on, I, Huiyong, will follow Boss Lu. For this lifetime. I will never betray you. Chapter 51. Head-on collision, we're following Boss Lu too. And me, I'm also sticking with Boss Lu. As Huiyong made his declaration. The others exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison, shouting together. Next to them, Wu Zhan secretly nodded. Just hearing the name Boss Lu. He knew this group truly recognized Lu Tianlong. They revered the strong, and Lu Tianlong's earlier display of power was enough to intimidate everyone. From this day forward, Huiyong and the others would become his most loyal brothers. After returning from the training ground, Lu Tianlong didn't go home. Instead, he called Zhou Bingbing and arranged to meet her at a CAF. Zhou Bingbing was reluctant to come, so Lu Tianlong threatened her, saying that if she didn't show up, he would tell Su Lingyue about her being a lesbian. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth and replied, I'll be there in 10 minutes. What do you want? Just spit it out, I'm busy. Zhou Bingbing stormed into the CAF. Showing no intention of sitting down, Lu Tianlong chuckled. What has got our Miss Zhou so worked up? Share it with me. I could use a laugh. You. Zhou Bingbing glared at him, wanting to strangle the bastard, but she still sat down, fuming. Last night in the slums, a married woman returning home was brutally assaulted and killed. She was 2 months pregnant. Is that true? Lu Tianlong exclaimed in shock. Absolutely. I've been investigating this all day. If I find out who did it, I swear I'll make that bastard pay. Zhou Bingbing declared, shaking her small fist. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but picture Zhang Chu getting kicked in a sensitive spot by this girl, and he instinctively tightened his legs. Any leads? Lu Tianlong asked. Zhou Bingbing looked a bit deflated. Not yet. The slums are too chaotic. All kinds of people are mixed in here. There are often fugitives hiding out. And if it was one of them, it would be tough to deal with. That's true. Lu Tianlong nodded. The crime happened in the early hours, making it difficult to track down the culprit. I've talked to many people, but there's no information at all. I checked the nearby surveillance footage, but didn't find anything unusual. Zhou Bingbing was visibly frustrated. She had just arrived in the slums not long ago and was already dealing with a murder case. It was enough to give her a headache. Of course, she wouldn't be worried about some pathetic case-solving rate. The issue was that her strong sense of justice meant if she couldn't crack the case, she'd probably be pulling her hair out. Maybe I can help you. Lu Tianlong pondered for a moment. You can help me? Zhou Bingbing was taken aback. Then her expression turned skeptical. Lu Tianlong laughed. Look at that expression. It's clear you don't believe me. Can you at least give me some credit? Uff, who would believe you? That would be foolish. Zhou Bingbing retorted. Lu Tianlong shrugged. Then I won't meddle anymore. You can figure it out on your own. Huh. He didn't look like he was joking. Zhou Bingbing stared at him for a moment, then suddenly nodded and said, I'll give you a chance. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and actually find out who did it. Is this how you ask someone for a favor? Lu Tianlong was truly speechless at this girl. Humph. Just the thought of you following Xiaoya around every day makes me want to kick you into outer space. Stop whining and hurry up and investigate to see if you can find that bastard. Zhou Bingbing urged. All right, then I'll make a call to ask. Lu Tianlong didn't say much more, pulling out his phone and calling Li Wenying. He didn't have high hopes at first. To his surprise, 5 minutes later, Li Wenying returned the call. After hearing his reply, Lu Tianlong's expression turned a bit strange. So what is the news? Zhou Bingbing asked casually, not believing that Lu Tianlong could actually uncover anything in such a short time. To her surprise, Lu Tianlong nodded. Yes, I found out who did it. No way. Zhou Bingbing jumped up from her seat, looking at Lu Tianlong in shock. I've been investigating all day and couldn't find any leads. How could you find out so quickly? I'm telling you, don't try to fool me, or I'll make you regret it. Seeing her like this, Lu Tianlong originally wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he decided to keep quiet and sip his coffee, ignoring this girl's outburst. Are you trying to fool me? Hey, I'm talking to you, say something. Lu Tianlong, can you hear me? I'm so mad right now. If you don't speak, I swear I'll kill you. Zhou Bingbing was fuming. If Lu Tianlong were to argue back, she could accept it. But him sitting there in silence was driving her crazy. With all this pent-up anger, she was about to explode. Seeing that she was really losing it, Lu Tianlong finally set down his cup and said, well, since you won't believe me anyway, just pretend I never asked about it. No way. You need to tell me now. If you don't, I'll choke you to death. Zhou Bingbing was furious, coming up to him and grabbing his neck, shaking him vigorously. You crazy woman, let go. Can't you be a little more considerate in public? Lu Tianlong didn't expect her to be so fierce and quickly pulled her hands away, pushing her down into the seat next to him. The CAF, which had been quite quiet, was now drawing curious glances from several patrons due to Zhou Bingbing's commotion. If you keep acting up, I'll spank you, Lu Tianlong threatened. You dare? Zhou Bingbing glared at him and quickly demanded, who did it? Give me a smile, and I'll tell you, Dragon Brother will tell you. Lu Tianlong teased. Zhou Bingbing was about to explode again, but after gritting her teeth and thinking for a moment, she finally chose to relent. She forced a smile at Lu Tianlong. Is that even a smile? Isn't it worse than crying? Are you even a woman? Lu Tianlong said, speechless. Of course I am. What do you think I am, a decoration? Zhou Bingbing shot back, pointing at herself angrily. Seeing her furious expression, Lu Tianlong wanted to tease her a bit more. But he could clearly tell she had reached her limit. If he pushed it further, she might just lose it again. He cleared his throat, his face turning serious, and said, all right. To be honest, I have indeed found out who was behind that incident. Really? You found out? Zhou Bingbing asked, a bit excited. Yes. Funny enough, a buddy of mine lives on the same street where it happened. He got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and happened to see the whole thing unfold from his window, Lu Tianlong explained. Who is it? Tell me. I'm going to catch that bastard and make sure he pays. Zhou Bingbing urged eagerly. Lu Tianlong shook his head. I can tell you who it is. But don't say I didn't warn you. Even if you catch him, you won't be able to do much. I don't care. Once I get my hands on him, I'll make sure to kick him where it hurts. Zhou Bingbing declared stubbornly. Lu Tianlong chuckled and said, if you really do that, the slums will be in total chaos. Zhou Bingbing wanted to argue back, but despite her impulsiveness, she was still sensible. After a moment of silence, she began to grasp the meaning behind Lu Tianlong's words. It's Baixiangnan, the leader of the Axe sect. Lu Tianlong said casually. So it's that scoundrel. He is the leader of the sect, and yet he does such despicable things. Zhou Bingbing slammed her fist on the coffee table in front of her. Yes, it's outrageous that a sect leader behaves this way. But since Baixiangnan is the leader of the Axe sect, if you really dare to confront him directly, the sect won't let it go easily. You might get into trouble. Lu Tianlong cautioned. So what? If he commits a crime, he should be punished. No one can escape the law, Zhou Bingbing said through gritted teeth. Legal means might not work either. Lu Tianlong continued to analyze. What he did was very discreet. Apart from my buddy, no one else noticed. And for various reasons. My buddy can't step forward to identify Baixiangnan. The law requires evidence. Even if we know Baixiangnan is responsible, if he denies it, we'll have no way to prove it. It seems Baixiangnan used to be a mercenary for a while, with strong counter-surveillance skills. Even if he did something while drunk, he probably had ways to cover it up afterward. Otherwise, Zhou Bingbing wouldn't have spent a whole day without any leads. Are we just going to let that bastard roam free? Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth. That can't happen. We might not have known about this before. But now that we do, we must seek justice. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to my handsome face, right? Lu Tianlong joked. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if you'll agree. What idea? As long as it can deal with that bastard, I'm in. Zhou Bingbing quickly asked. Lu Tianlong narrowed his eyes and whispered, go hard against him. Go hard against him. Zhou Bingbing didn't quite understand what it meant at first. Well, for such scum, there's no need to continue living. So I've decided that in the next couple of days, I will make Baixiangnan and his Axe sect disappear from this world forever. Lu Tianlong said it casually, but Zhou Bingbing, sitting next to him, changed dramatically in expression. Chapter 52. It's now or never. Do you even know what you're saying? Hearing those words from Lu Tianlong, Zhou Bingbing's expression changed dramatically. She stood up from her seat, staring at him in shock. Lu Tianlong had anticipated her reaction. With a hearty laugh, he said, I was just teasing you. Do you really think I have that kind of ability? I don't care if you're joking. Zhou Bingbing replied anxiously. First, you can't do such things. You're close to Xiaoyan now, and if something happens, it could implicate her. Lu Tianlong nodded secretly. Zhou Bingbing was genuinely concerned for Su Linghua. Second, don't get involved with those sections. If I find out you're connected to them, I won't let you off easily. Look at me. Even if I wanted to get close to someone, would they even want me? Lu Tianlong chuckled. Don't worry, I won't be joining any sections. Besides, not all sect members are bad people. Most of them are good. We just need to get rid of the few bad apples. That's not entirely wrong. Zhou Bingbing considered for a moment and nodded. She knew she couldn't condemn everyone outright. But what you said earlier about a head-on confrontation, what is that about? Well, you've been here for a while, so you should have some understanding of the sects in the slums. I have a friend named Lin Yi, the leader of the Eagle sect. He just received word that the Axe sect is challenging the Eagle sect to a duel. Lu Tianlong explained briefly. Upon hearing the word duel, Zhou Bingbing frowned immediately. Although it was a customary way for sects to resolve disputes, it still had its downsides. I was just advising Xiaoying to avoid a direct confrontation with the Axe sect. If there is a duel, there will be winners and losers. and someone is bound to get hurt, which will only bring us trouble. Lu Tianlong responded patiently, but after hearing about your situation today, I've decided to change my mind. People liked by Xiangnan and the Axe sect are worthless and shouldn't exist. We should seize this opportunity and let Li Weiniang challenge the Axe sect to a duel and defeat them. You might not know this, but Li Weiniang is the guy I beat up the first time we met. We fought and became friends. They say you become like the people you associate with. And under my charismatic influence, he has become a better person now. Lu Tianlong patted his chest proudly. Zhou Bingbing rolled her eyes and said, "What charisma do you have?" However, she admitted, "I've heard that the Eagle sect has been behaving much better lately and has stopped doing bad things, returning to a more respectable path." Exactly. This is all thanks to me. You should award me the Outstanding Youth Medal. Lu Tianlong chuckled. Zhou Bingbing thought he was incredibly thick-skinned and shot him a glare. Stop with the nonsense. Back to the topic. Do you think the Eagle sect can win against the Axe sect in that challenge? Absolutely. We've come up with a solid plan, and we're sure to win. Did you come to me today just because of this matter? Zhou Bingbing asked alertly. No wonder Lu Tianlong took the initiative to invite me for coffee today. It makes sense. With us teaming up like this, we're bound to stir things up. So what do you need me to do? Zhou Bingbing inquired. Lu Tianlong smiled and replied, "It's simple. I need a quiet night in the slums so we can duel without worries." Zhou Bingbing felt a bit conflicted. After all, she was responsible for maintaining order in the slums, and if anything went wrong, she would bear the full responsibility. Why should I help you? After a long pause, Zhou Bingbing finally spoke again. Lu Tianlong looked at her calmly and said, "Because we both want to avenge that innocent young woman." "All right, I agree." Zhou Bingbing gritted her teeth and made a quick decision. "Good, you've got guts and determination." Lu Tianlong clapped his hands, surprised at how decisive Zhou Bingbing was. He had expected to face some obstacles, but things were progressing smoothly. "Zhou Bingbing, I actually admire you now. But I have to say one thing." Lu Tianlong stood up. Looking at her sincerely, "Your willingness to agree to this shows one of two things. Either you're really bold, or you're just plain foolish. You're the foolish one." Zhou Bingbing punched Lu Tianlong in the chest and said fiercely, "I despise evil, and as long as I can deal with that scumbag by Xiangnan, I'll reluctantly help you out. With such character, I like it. The world's #1 Avenger, that's you. If you weren't so uninterested in men, I would definitely want to win you over. Get lost." After saying goodbye to Zhou Bingbing, at 8 o'clock that evening, in the Eagle sect's headquarters, Li Weiniang was reporting to Lu Tianlong and making further arrangements. At 6 in the morning, Lu Tianlong got up on time. He did a set of punches in his room and, as per his routine, worked out for half an hour before taking a cold shower. He lit incense for the two brothers staying in his room, dressed neatly, and headed out to pick up Su Lingyue for work. Su Lingyue was already waiting downstairs, holding some internal documents from the Phoenix Group as usual. She had a habit of planning out the important materials from the previous day and the key tasks for today on her way to the office. When she focused intently, she looked beautiful, especially in her form-fitting black uniform. This allowed Lu Tianlong to unabashedly observe her through the rearview mirror. However, it was evident that ever since Wang Yaodong from Changhong Group signed the 100 billion Southeast Asia Export Agency project with Zhang Li from Tungfei Group a few days ago, Su Lingyue had been a bit distracted. She sat in the car, often staring blankly out the window and occasionally letting out a few sighs that tugged at one's heartstrings. There was about a month left until her 2-year agreement with her father was up. Unless something unexpected happened, in a month, she would leave the Phoenix Group, return home, and marry the fiancé her father had chosen for her. The 100 billion order from Changhong Group had given her a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, in the end, they didn't get the deal, and Wang Yaodong not only humiliated the Phoenix Group, but also insulted her. The proud Su Lingyue didn't share this with anyone. She buried it deep in her heart, bearing the pain alone, stubbornly evoking sympathy. She didn't want to give up, but felt powerless to change the situation. "Boss, can you stop frowning all day? Smile a little. It'll make you look even better." Lu Tianglong teased as he drove. Su Lingyue shot him a glare and retorted, "Do you think everyone can be as carefree as you? I'm not heartless. In fact, I'm a very loving person. By the way, do you have any plans tonight?" Lu Tianglong replied with a grin. "What do you want to do?" Su Lingyue asked instinctively, her guard up. "Nothing much. I heard that Zhang Chu is still in the hospital recovering. As a kind-hearted person, I thought I'd pay him a visit tonight. Want to join me?" Lu Tianglong said seriously. "You want to visit Zhang Chu at the hospital?" Su Lingyue rolled her eyes. "Aren't you afraid the Zhang family will come after you with knives?" "Not at all," Lu Tianglong said confidently. "Besides, you're leaving the Phoenix Group soon to marry that fiancé of yours. Don't you want to see his foolish face one last time before you go? If we don't act crazy now, it'll be too late." Su Lingyue wasn't sure what Lu Tianglong was up to, but she sensed he had some ulterior motive. However, she thought, why not listen to him this once? A little craziness before she left wouldn't hurt. All right, I'll go with you tonight. After a moment of silence, Su Lingwe finally agreed. Chapter 53. How much sorrow can you have in life, damn it? Get out of my way. I'm getting out of here. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll kill them. In the high-level ward of Haiyang City People's Hospital, Zhang Chu was throwing a fit. He had been cooped up here for days. Ever since that night when Zhou Bingbing kicked him in the groin, he had been recovering in this hospital. After a period of treatment, his life was saved. But the pain in that area was still unbearable. The doctor had told him that for at least 3 years, he shouldn't even think about touching a woman. For him, this was like a bolt from the blue, worse than being killed outright. Young master, please don't make it difficult for us. Sir and Uncle Chun have instructed us that your injury isn't healed yet, and you need to stay here for further recovery. 2 bodyguards, drenched in sweat, cautiously blocked Zhang Chu, fearing he might bolt. Recovery? Recovery, my ass. I want to go out now. I'm going to personally take down Lu Tianlong and that female police officer. I want to tear them to shreds. Zhang Chu slammed a teacup from the table onto the floor and roared. Please don't be anxious, young master. Sir and Uncle Chun are already making arrangements. They promised they would definitely avenge you. One bodyguard quickly replied. Avenge me? How many days has it been? Why hasn't anything happened yet? If they can't handle it, I'll do it myself. Zhang Chu snapped back. Initially, he had contemplated ending it all when he learned he couldn't touch a woman for 3 years, which is why his father, Zhang Li, had assured him he would take revenge. Zhang Chu waited and waited, but after all these days, there was still no result. I don't care. I have to get out today. I can't stand looking at a bunch of men all day. It makes me want to puke. I want out. Zhang Chu's injury was quite sensitive, so the hospital had arranged for male doctors and male nurses to take care of him. Now, he was on the verge of going crazy. Knock, knock. Just as the 2 bodyguards were at a loss, a knock came from outside the ward. Who is it? The 2 bodyguards immediately retreated to the door, vigilant. It's me. I'm Lu Tianlong, and I'm here with our boss to check on young Master Zhang. Lu Tianlong. Upon hearing the voice outside, both bodyguards shuddered. They knew Zhang Chu had been put in this state by Lu Tianlong. And now he had the audacity to come here himself? Is Su Lingwe here too? When Zhang Chu heard Lu Tianlong's name, he was ready to explode. But upon hearing that Su Lingwe was coming as well, his eyes suddenly lit up. After so many days without seeing a woman, even if a pig were in front of him, he would find it attractive, let alone Su Lingwe. Let them in. Zhang Chu shouted. Young master, there might be danger. One bodyguard hesitated, ready to call Uncle Chun for instructions. Danger, my ass. Do they dare to deal with me in the hospital? Zhang Chu gritted his teeth. In the corridor outside, Lu Tianlong leaned in closer and whispered, remember what I told you earlier? Su Lingwe's face flashed with unease as she replied. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's wrong? Dealing with scum like this requires such methods. Lu Tianlong said nonchalantly. Have you forgotten how they've bullied us these past few days? If we don't fight back, they'll really think we're pushovers. All right, I understand. Su Lingwe took a deep breath and nodded. Creak. The door was opened from the inside. Lu Tianlong and Su Lingwe entered the room one after the other. Lu Tianlong. You jerk. How dare you come to see me? Aren't you afraid I'll take you down? Zhang Chu's eyes burned with anger. He wished he could pin Lu Tianlong to the ground and kick him repeatedly. Come on, Zhang Xiao, you're being too harsh. This is all a misunderstanding. I actually feel quite guilty about it, so I came to check on you. Lu Tianlong greeted him with a big smile, acting very friendly. Misunderstanding? What nonsense. Everything was clearly premeditated by you. Zhang Chu wanted to strangle this jerk. After all he had been through, Lu Tianlong still dared to claim it was a misunderstanding? It really is a misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to even flirt with the police. You even tore someone's clothes. Lu Tianlong said with a wronged expression. Zhang Chu was furious, his eyes blazing. Bullshit. You clearly set me up. Zhang Xiao, if you say that. It gets a bit ridiculous. You brought so many people with you, and they all saw you make the first move. How can you blame me for it? Lu Tianlong maintained his aggrieved demeanor. Besides, I came all this way with General Su to see you. You should at least welcome us, right? General Su? Zhang Chu's eyes lit up. In his anger with Lu Tianlong, he had completely forgotten about Su Lingwe. He quickly turned to look, and upon seeing her, his eyes widened. Su Lingwe was dressed in a form-fitting black work outfit, with a small black blazer on top and a knee-length skirt below, her figure perfectly accentuated. Our General Su is very busy. I had to persuade her for a long time to bring her over, just so she could explain the misunderstanding to you. Lu Tianlong said cheerfully from the side. Explain the misunderstanding to me alone? Zhang Chu felt a surge of excitement. Yes, I think we should talk privately. Su Lingwe chimed in at just the right moment. Great. I also want to talk to you privately. Everyone else, get out. Zhang Chu's eyes sparkled as he waved his hand. The two bodyguards hesitated. Their task was to protect Zhang Chu 24/7. Why don't we skip this? It seems your people don't trust us. Plus, I'm worried about leaving General Su alone in the room. Let us all stay and talk together. Lu Tianlong said with a smile. I want to talk to Lingwei alone. You two, get out now. Zhang Chu was completely captivated by Su Lingwei. The prey he had long desired had just come to him, and he definitely didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. With no choice, the two bodyguards could only leave the hospital room. Lu Tianlong exchanged a knowing glance with Su Lingwei and also stepped outside, casually closing the door behind him. Su Lingwei, what made you come to talk to me today? Is it that the pressure from the Phoenix Group has become too much for you? Can't you handle it alone as a woman? Once everyone else had left, Zhang Chu snorted coldly. He knew that with Su Lingyue's personality, she would never initiate a conversation with him. Since she was here now, it must be because the Tungfei Group had been putting too much pressure on the Phoenix Group, stealing a lot of their business and organizing several retaliatory actions, making it unbearable for her. That's why she had set aside her pride and come to seek reconciliation. I just feel that it's better to resolve grudges than to deepen them, Su Lingwei said. Nonsense. Now you realize the power of the Zhang family? Now you think it's better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Where was that proud attitude when I was pursuing you? Zhang Chu said, a bit too pleased with himself, laughing loudly. A flicker of disgust passed through Su Lingyue's eyes. She had initially thought about turning around and leaving, but then she recalled the words Lu Tianlong had said to her earlier. If Zhang Xiao is saying this, then I have no choice. By the way, is there no air conditioning in this room? It's so hot. On impulse, Su Lingwei reached up to unbutton one button on her shirt. Her figure was stunning. And even with just that one button undone, a large expanse of fair skin was revealed, dazzling to the eyes. Moreover, she seemed a bit shy, glancing up at Zhang Chu with a bashful smile. Su Lingyue seldom smiled, and when she did, it was utterly captivating. Zhang Chu was left dumbfounded, staring at the charming Su Lingwei in front of him. He felt a surge of heat rising within him, all his strength suddenly pooling toward a certain part of his body. Then, suddenly, he let out a scream, covering his groin with both hands and collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. The injury in that area hadn't healed yet, making it impossible for him to think about anything intimate, to prevent any unintended arousal that could cause further injury to his already compromised area. However, in front of the goddess Su Lingyue, even a eunuch would tremble, to prevent any accidental arousal that could further injure his already compromised area. However, in front of the goddess Su Lingyue, even a eunuch would tremble, let alone the ever-lecherous Zhang Chu. In his excitement, the stitched-up wound suddenly burst open. Young master! Young master! The two bodyguards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in. They were startled to see Zhang Chu rolling on the floor and quickly helped him back onto the bed. Zhang Chu's face was twisted in pain, and his pants were soaked with blood. What's going on, President Su? Lu Tianlong asked, pretending to be clueless. Su Lingwei had already rebut-toned her shirt and replied coolly. I'm not sure. I just mentioned that it was hot. Oh, I see. Lu Tianlong smacked his forehead in frustration. It's all my fault. Zhang Xiao just had surgery and needs to rest. This is definitely not the right time for him to see a woman. But Zhang Xiao, you really should know better. How could you entertain such thoughts knowing your condition? Do you really want to die under the peony, even if it means being a ghost that is still flirtatious? Lu Tianlong, taking pleasure in kicking someone when they were down, laughed and said, since you're not feeling well, let's come back another day. Su, let's head back. Since you're not feeling well, let's come back another day. Su, let's head back. The two of them stood up and walked outside while chatting. Su, do you know the next line to the saying, how many sorrows can one have in life? Isn't it just like a river flowing eastward? No. It should be just like a group of eunuchs heading to a brothel. Su, I can't help but notice that you've been looking great lately. Your figure is really becoming quite alluring. Pervert, stop talking nonsense. I'm not joking. With a body like yours, if you wore some hot pants, wow. And a thong? In his hospital bed, Zhang Chu couldn't help but envision Su Lingyue in a thong. A wave of blood surged through his body, unconsciously rushing to his sensitive area. Ouch! The wound reopened, and he could no longer bear it. With a final scream, he fainted. Chapter 54, Heaven Won't Destroy You. And doctors and nurses rushed out from their offices, hurrying inside. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlong and Su Lingyue leisurely strolled out. When they reached the hospital entrance, Lu Tianlong and Su Lingyue leisurely strolled out. When they reached the hospital entrance, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Thinking back to how Zhang Chu had strutted in just moments ago, and recalling those troublemakers who had been causing chaos at the Phoenix Group, Su Lingyue felt only one thing, satisfaction. Are we being a bit too cruel? After their laughter subsided, a worried expression crossed Su Lingyue's face. A worried expression crossed Su Lingyue's face. What a kind-hearted girl she was. Lu Tianlong chuckled. What's cruel about it? Just think about those girls he has mistreated. We've already shown him enough mercy. But by doing this, we really have completely torn our relationship with the Tungfei group, Su Lingyue sighed. They already severed ties with us long ago. Even if we hadn't come today, they definitely wouldn't have let us off the hook, Lu Tianlong replied lightly. Still keeping to himself the incident where Zhang Li had sent someone to assassinate them on the way back from the Linglong Club a few days ago. True. Anyway, there's less than a month left. It wouldn't hurt to teach that jerk another lesson before we leave, Su Lingyue said, letting out a breath. We can't give up until the last moment. Besides, even if we do have to leave, there are still things left undone. Have you forgotten how Wang Yaodong from Changhong Group treated you back then? Lu Tianlong interjected. Thinking of the disdain on Wang Yaodong's face when he mentioned the Phoenix Group, Su Lingyue felt a surge of anger. She had poured all her efforts into building the Phoenix Group to its current scale, only to have it belittled by Wang Yaodong as if it were worthless. Moreover, there might still be a twist in the situation. That order from Changhong Group could still come to us. Lu Tianlong added. Su Lingyue let out a bitter laugh. That's impossible. Even if we get that order. What's the point? A 1 billion order pales in comparison to 1,000 billion revenue. Su Lingyue had promised her father that within 2 years, they would elevate the Phoenix Group into the top 100 companies nationwide. Roughly calculated, they needed an annual revenue of around 1,000 billion. Currently, the Phoenix Group's revenue was only around 100 billion, and even with the Southeast Asian Export Agency project from Changhong Group, they were barely hitting 200 billion a year, still far from their goal. Who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. Lu Tianlong said cheerfully. If I could help you win your bet with your father, how would you repay me? You helped me win the bet. Su Lingyue didn't believe it at all. With less than a month left, how could they possibly pull in that many orders? I'm just saying, what if? What if I really could do it? What then? Lu Tianlong laughed. Su Lingyue shot him an annoyed glance and, feeling a bit stubborn, said, if you really can do it, I'll agree to whatever conditions you propose. Whatever conditions? Lu Tianlong's eyes lit up. How about I do the hoeing, and you do the midday sun? You do the hoeing? I do the midday sun. Su Lingyue was confused for a moment. Yes, you jerk, don't run. What on earth is going on? In the hospital ward, Zhang Li's face was ashen. He had just received a call from his bodyguards, saying that Zhang Chu's surgical stitches had come undone and he had fainted again. He rushed over with Uncle Chun in a hurry. The two bodyguards quickly recounted what had just happened, trembling with fear. What? Lu Tianlong and Su Lingyue came here. Those two scoundrels actually dared to show up? Upon learning the details, Zhang Li clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. He could guess what those two were thinking just by using his intuition. They were purely here to torment Zhang Chu, and his son was so useless. I told you to protect the young master, and this is how you do it? Take those two and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Li vented his anger on the two bodyguards. Sir, please spare us. It was the young master who insisted we go out. Please spare us. Sir, please. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. The two bodyguards begged desperately, but Zhang Li showed no signs of relenting. With a wave of his hand, four burly men entered the room and dragged the two bodyguards out. The doctors and nurses standing by were all trembling, not daring to make a sound. Who knew if they would accidentally anger this tyrant and end up in the river as well? Sir, do you really intend to kill those two bodyguards? Uncle Chun, who had a sinister demeanor, spoke up. I suggest we tread carefully at this point. It's not wise to stir up more trouble. Killing two useless men is no big deal. Who would dare to speak of it? Zhang Li gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the doctors and nurses. The doctors and nurses quickly turned their heads, pretending not to hear. By the way, didn't you say that the Black Tiger sect was planning to take action against Lu Tianlong? Why hasn't there been any movement? Zhang Li frowned. We've already sent someone to keep an eye on them. Ma Long from the Black Tiger sect has gone to the slums. I believe they will make their move against Lu Tianlong and Li Weiying in the next few days. Uncle Chen replied. Zhang Li's expression improved a bit, sneering, that's best. I hope the Black Tiger sect can regain some face. Contact them and see if they can leave that scoundrel Lu Tianlong for us. Zhang Chu has suffered so much. If we can't let him vent his anger, who knows what foolish thing he might do. Understood. Uncle Chen nodded. Also, have you found that traitor Wu Zhan yet? Zhang Li asked, convinced that Wu Zhan was the traitor. If it weren't for him, that night on the South Outer Ring, they could have directly taken Lu Tianlong and Su Lingyue's lives, and there wouldn't have been all this chaos. We're still searching. We have some leads and are verifying them. We should have accurate news by tomorrow. Good. Once you find him, make sure not to let him off easily. I want him captured and brought back. For betraying me. I want him to suffer. Zhang Li coldly snorted. Uncle Chen nodded and said, All right, once the news is confirmed, I will personally go over and make sure to bring him back. After sending the furious Su Linghua home, Lu Tianlong received a phone call and then drove directly to the slum. In an abandoned basketball court behind his residence, 50 men stood in neat rows, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Boss, the security team from the Phoenix Group is all here, 50 members in total, Wu Zhan reported. Standing at the front with a solemn expression, his eyes gleaming like a predator ready to pounce. Good. Lu Tianlong's gaze swept over them. Hui Yong and the others stood straight, accepting Lu Tianlong's inspection. I told you, if you follow me, I will give you a future. Being security personnel is just temporary. We have other missions. Other missions? Hui Yong's eyes lit up. To be honest, if they were just to be security guards, this group of capable and ambitious individuals would surely feel dissatisfied. Who would be content to be a lowly guard in a company? Yes, you all came from the military and should understand the purpose of the armed forces. Although you are now veterans and not soldiers anymore, you must not forget the values that our country taught us about being human. This world is unfair. Sometimes, good people don't live long, and evil can last for 1,000 years. They say that good and evil will be rewarded, just not yet, but sometimes. Heaven also takes a nap and can't catch every bad person. Therefore, more often than not, we have to rely on ourselves and our abilities to do what most people want to do but can't. Punish the wicked, uphold justice, and act on behalf of the heavens. Only then can we say our lives have not been lived in vain. While we are alive, we must live passionately and achieve something worthwhile, not seeking to be remembered through the ages, but simply to have a clear conscience. Lu Tianlong stood at the front of the group, speaking each word with conviction. The crowd was visibly stirred. Boss, just tell us what to do. No matter what it is, as long as you say it, we will follow without question. Hui Yong nodded. All right. Lu Tianlong replied. Last night, Bai Xiangnan from the Axe Gang violated and murdered a young woman who was 2 months pregnant. What? That beast. What a scoundrel. Worse than an animal. How could such scum exist in this world? Boss, just lead us to take down Bai Xiangnan and deal with the Axe Gang. The crowd was incensed, outraged by Bai Xiangnan's brutal acts. Lu Tianlong nodded and said, That's the reason I called you all here today. Bai Xiangnan committed this atrocious act, but the government currently has no way to bring him to justice. He has strong counter-surveillance abilities and has destroyed almost all evidence. So even now, he remains unpunished. But if heaven can't deal with him, we will. Tonight, we will rid the world of this menace and take down Bai Xiangnan. Lu Tianlong prepared to clarify some matters with them in advance. However, he soon realized that what he was saying was completely unnecessary. Soldiers see it as their duty to follow orders, and now that they recognize Lu Tianlong as their leader, they will resolutely carry out his commands. This is especially true for Wu Zhan. After learning about Lu Tianlong's true identity, he wholeheartedly accepted and agreed with every one of Lu Tianlong's viewpoints. Since there are no objections, let's take a break here. We will set off promptly at 10 o'clock tonight to punish evil and promote good, and to uphold justice. A fierce battle awaits. Chapter 55. Kneeling to sing Conquest in the western part of the slums, there stands a 2-story villa. With its red bricks, green tiles, and golden glazed roof, it exudes an air of luxury. In front of it, a large courtyard is adorned with landscaped trees, creating a pleasant view and fresh air. The slums are economically underdeveloped, having gone a long time without any renovation, and most of the houses are decades old and in disrepair. Thus, this villa stands out remarkably against the backdrop of the dilapidated surroundings. Yet, no one dares to speak ill of it. This is the home of Bai Xiangnan, the leader of the Axe sect, and also its main headquarters. In the early hours of the morning, while most people are fast asleep, the first floor of the villa is brightly lit and bustling with activity. Inside, there are over 100 disciples of the Axe sect, some standing and others sitting, gathered in small groups, chattering away. In the study on the second floor, a man sits in the central position on the sofa. He appears to be around 30 years old, with short hair and a rugged appearance, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit that is rarely seen in this era. Master, everything is almost ready. Except for a few who are keeping watch, all the disciples of the Axe sect are in the hall. A man with a small mustache respectfully reports. Bai Xiangnan nods, his eyes flickering with a hint of pride. He recalls how, when he first arrived in Haiyang, he was alone and it didn't take long for him to establish such a significant sect, a fact that many still talk about with great interest. All right, Husan, tell the brothers to take a good rest tonight. According to our agreement, tomorrow night, the Axe sect will join forces with the Green Snake sect to deal with the Eagle sect. Bai Xiangnan instructs. Understood. By the way, should we check on how well that woman from the Green Snake sect is preparing? Husan asks. The news of the Axe sect and the Green Snake sect joining forces against the Eagle sect has been buzzing around for the past few days. Those women 1T slack off. Defeating the Eagle sect will bring them substantial benefits, Bai Xiangnan replies with a cold snort. Husan nods, hesitating for a moment before saying, Master, there's something I'm unsure if I should mention. Speak. I think it's suspicious that the Black Tiger sect has gotten us to team up with the Green Snake sect against the Eagle sect. They are much stronger than us, and defeating the Eagle sect would be a piece of cake for them. Why don't they act themselves? What do you think? Bai Xiangnan glances at Husan and retorts. What makes you say that? After a moment of thought, Husan replies, I think that the Black Tiger sect has ulterior motives. We should be cautious. If they take advantage of our battle with the Eagle sect, they could swoop in and reap the rewards. Bai Xiangnan's face flashes with a cold smile. He understands Husan's concerns, which reflect what many are thinking, including himself. However, he does not take it too seriously. Don't worry. If the Black Tiger sect wants to deal with us, they probably don't have the appetite for it, Bai Xiangnan says, playing with a small statue of Maitreya Buddha in his hand. Oh, Husan is puzzled as to why Bai Xiangnan would say that. The Black Tiger sect wields significant power, ranking among the top 5 in the entire Haiyang region. Even though the Axe sect seems to be thriving in the slums, they pale in comparison to the Black Tiger sect. If it weren't for Du Cheng being incapacitated by the Eagle sect, the Black Tiger sect's branch in the slums would have kept the Axe sect firmly under pressure. Let me explain. Bai Xiangnan was in a good mood today and said, First of all, the Black Tiger sect looks down on this desolate place. If they were to intervene, they wouldn't gain much, and it could even backfire on them. Husan nodded in agreement. It was true that the Black Tiger sect might not even be interested in the slums. Secondly, even if the Black Tiger sect did have ulterior motives and wanted to take advantage while we fought the Eagle sect, they would need the capability to do so. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Bai Xiangnan's eyes as he said, I've already made arrangements. Tomorrow, we will crush the Eagle sect with overwhelming force. And then we will immediately challenge the Green Serpent sect, defeating them in the shortest time possible. What? Challenge the Green Serpent sect right after defeating the Eagle sect? Husan was taken aback. He knew Bai Xiangnan was ruthless, but he didn't expect him to be this relentless. Exactly. This is a rare opportunity. Once we defeat the Green Serpent sect, our strength in the slums will surpass that of the Black Tiger sect, making us the #1 sect. At that point, if we don't target them, they will be grateful and won't dare to confront us. Bai Xiangnan was clearly confident in his plans. Impressive, truly impressive. Husan quickly praised, giving a thumbs up. By the way, do you know why the Black Tiger sect has remained quiet for so long after Du Cheng was incapacitated? Bai Xiangnan glanced at Husan and asked, Is there something else going on? Husan's eyes widened in surprise. Humph. Bai Xiangnan nodded and said, in terms of strength, the Black Tiger sect is formidable, but they are also under the influence of the Liuhe Society and the Tiandi Alliance. Wang Jinghu has grown tired of sitting in third place. So the Black Tiger sect wants to climb higher? To push out the Tiandi Alliance and become the second largest sect? Husan was genuinely shocked this time. The Liuhe Society and the Tiandi Alliance are both established sects in Haiyang City, with deep roots and tremendous strength. However, while the Black Tiger sect is powerful, they still lag behind the Liuhe Society and the Tiandi Alliance, right? Husan asked. Bai Xiangnan shook his head and replied, Theoretically, that's true, but in recent years, the Liuhe Society and the Tiandi Alliance have enjoyed stable times for too long. Whether they still have the courage to duel with the Black Tiger sect is uncertain. All right, enough talk for now. Go and tell the disciples to rest well tonight. I want them to be sharp tomorrow night. After saying so much, Bai Xiangnan waved his hand. Husan nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned back, saying, By the way, Sect Master, should we send more people to stand guard tonight? Just in case the Eagle sect tries to launch a sneak attack. Sneak attack? Huh. Our brothers from the Axe sect are right here. And we have them outnumbered. Unless they lost their minds, they wouldn't dare come here to die. Bai Xiangnan laughed heartily. Husan thought for a moment and found it reasonable. But what about our industries? Right now, there are very few people watching over them. If that Li Weinian kid takes the opportunity to strike, we won't be able to resist. They wouldn't dare. Bai Xiangnan sneered. That new female police officer, the one named Zhou, has been wandering around the streets at night looking for trouble with us. I actually hope Li Weinian and his gang go after our industries. Let them fight among themselves, and we can enjoy the peace. Indeed, that's brilliant. The leader is formidable. Husan nodded repeatedly, then turned to leave with a sense of relief. At 1 a.m., in a small room next to the gate of the Axe Gang's headquarters villa, 4 or 5 men on night duty were playing cards. Brothers, how about we go take a look outside? We can't let anyone sneak in, one guy said worriedly. Look outside for what? Who would come at this time? Besides, we have over 100 brothers inside. Who would be stupid enough to sneak in and get beaten up? Another guy replied nonchalantly. What if the Eagle Gang shows up? Eagle Gang? Huh. We've already spread the word that the Axe Gang is teaming up with the Green Snake Gang to challenge the Eagle Gang. With this alliance, we're 2 to 3 times stronger than them. They must be too scared to come out of their homes right now. One guy laughed, and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who asked that? A few men looked out the window and were immediately stunned. Outside stood about 40 to 50 men, all dressed in matching camouflage uniforms. The 3 leaders at the front were striking in appearance. The one on the right was stocky and expressionless, staring straight ahead. The one in the middle wore a relaxed expression with a smile, surveying the villa, and the one on the left had a cold smirk, looking at them with ill intent. It's you, Li Weiniang? The Axe Gang members recognized the man on the left and were visibly shaken. They hurried out to block the group, bracing for a confrontation. But the newcomers didn't even glance at them. The man in the middle, Lu Tianlong, smiled and said, Aren't you going to send a warning inside? Huh, a warning, right. Let us hurry up and do that. One of them snapped back to reality, trembling as he picked up the walkie-talkie. Hello, Li Weiniang is here with 40 to 50 men. All right, you guys can relax for now. Just keep watching your gate. Lu Tianlong chuckled, ignoring them as he turned and walked straight into the villa's main hall. Inside the villa, the Axe Gang members were thrown into chaos upon receiving the news. Brothers, get up quickly. Li Weiniang from the Axe Gang is here, shouted a guy in red shorts from a makeshift dormitory at the back of the villa. What? Why is that guy here? How many people did he bring? What? 40 to 50? We have over 100 disciples. Are they looking to die? Brothers, let us go out and take care of them. We don't need to wait until tomorrow. We'll defeat the Eagle Gang today. Everyone scrambled to put on their clothes, rushing noisily toward the villa's main hall. On the second floor of the villa, someone rushed in. Leader, it's bad. The leader, Li Weiniang, is here. Bai Xiangnan was sleeping soundly when suddenly he heard Husin shouting outside. What? Li Weiniang is here? He was momentarily stunned, unable to process the news. It was completely unexpected. This doesn't make sense. Is Li Weiniang really daring enough to come here and seek death? How many of them are there? Bai Xiangnan quickly regained his composure and asked. About 50. They're in the lobby now. Our disciples have surrounded them, Husan replied. 50? Bai Xiangnan was taken aback again, then burst into hearty laughter. Tell the brothers to hold off for now. I'll go down. I want them to kneel before me one by one, just like my women. Singing conquered. Chapter 56. The sound of killing resounds. Brother Bai, what on earth is happening? It's late at night, and I can't even get a good rest. Lying beside Bai Xiangnan was a sultry woman, married to a minor government clerk. A few days ago, she had met Bai Xiangnan at a bar, and with a little charm and some money, he had managed to seduce her into his bed. As time passed, they had become lovers. In Bai Xiangnan's eyes, a wife could never compare to a mistress, and a mistress was inferior to a secret affair. He had a taste for the latter. It's nothing. Just a few guests arrived, and I need to entertain them properly. Bai Xiangnan chuckled as he started getting dressed. Initially, he was startled to hear that people from the Eagle sect had arrived, knowing that he had summoned all his disciples here. He was surprised that the Eagle sect would still dare to come. This was a classic case of knowingly walking into a tiger's den, suggesting they must have come prepared. But when he heard that there were only 50 of them, he immediately relaxed. 50 people? He had over 100 disciples on his side. What was there to fear? Perhaps that kid Li Weiniang was so scared that he had come over to seek refuge. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became. It would also save him a lot of trouble. If he played his cards right, he could even set a trap for that woman She tomorrow night. Are you coming back later? The woman in bed asked in a soft, delicate voice. Of course. Once I've entertained them, I'll come back to entertain you. Bai Xiangnan laughed heartily as he finished dressing and walked out of the room. In the lobby on the first floor, over 100 people were crammed inside, with the 50 at the front being Lu Tianlong and his group, who had just walked in from outside. The remaining crowd was all from the Axe sect. Lu Tianlong was surveying the surroundings, completely dismissing the Axe sect members. He hadn't expected to find such a nice place in the slums, decent ambience, good decor, and ample space. It was far better than the Eagle sect's shabby underground venue. Wu Zhan stood stoically, his expression unchanged, looking straight ahead. The others, including Hui Yong, stood tall, showing no fear and even a hint of excitement. Only Li Weiniang appeared slightly flustered. After all, this was the headquarters of the Axe sect, and they were outnumbered. What was worse was that he didn't recognize any of the people Lu Tianlong had brought with him. Li Weiniang, you're really bold to come to our Axe sect headquarters. You're practically asking for death. One of the Axe sect members shouted. Yeah, you only brought this few people? What do you think you're doing? Bullying us because you think we're weak? Are you so scared that you've come to seek our protection? They were shouting enthusiastically, but no one moved forward. After waiting for a full 10 minutes, Bai Xiangnan finally appeared in the lobby, dressed impeccably and followed by his loyal sidekick, Husan. Upon seeing him, the members of the Axe sect quickly made way, and two of them brought over his large chair. Bai Xiangnan settled comfortably into his seat and lazily turned his gaze toward Lu Tianlong and his group in the center. At first glance, the man frowned immediately. He felt that this group of people was different from other sect disciples. Although they didn't speak and just stood there, a faint yet intimidating aura emanated from them. However, no matter what, they only had 50 people, while his side had more than double that. Li Weiniang, what are you doing here at Axe Sect so late at night? Bai Xiangnan asked coldly, putting aside his doubts. Li Weiniang didn't dare to speak recklessly and turned to look at Lu Tianlong beside him. Our sect leader is asking you a question. Didn't you bring your ears with you? Husan, who was standing next to Bai Xiangnan, pointed at Li Weiniang angrily. Bai Xiangnan wasn't as foolish. Noticing Li Weiniang's behavior, his attention shifted to Lu Tianlong beside him. Who is this guy? Li Weiniang doesn't even dare to speak out in front of him? Could it be that this person is the Lu Tianlong that Elder Ma Long from Black Tiger Sect mentioned? Bai Xiangnan couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lu Tianlong. He had heard that the reason Du Cheng from Black Tiger Sect lost to Eagle Sect was because of this kid named Lu Tianlong. Legend has it that this guy easily defeated Du Cheng in just a few moves. Bai Xiangnan knew Du Cheng's strength. If he fought him one-on-one, it would take considerable effort to take him down, and it was impossible to win that easily. So when he heard that this Lu Tianlong defeated Du Cheng with just a few punches and kicks, Bai Xiangnan was somewhat skeptical. Now, seeing him in person, he was even less convinced. He didn't seem fierce or cold, just an ordinary young man. Bai Xiangnan, right? I'm Lu Tianlong. I believe you've heard of me, Lu Tianlong finally said, looking at Bai Xiangnan after assessing the situation in the hall. Lu Tianlong, never heard of you. Are you famous? Bai Xiangnan sneered. Lu Tianlong shrugged and replied, not really, just an ordinary driver. An ordinary driver? Then why aren't you driving your car properly? What brings you to my Axe sect? Bai Xiangnan asked, somewhat irritated. Was this guy mocking his ignorance by calling himself a driver? I also have drivers. Well, it's late at night. What else could I be doing? I heard that Axe sect gathered all the brothers to prepare to go to Eagle sect. I thought it would be troublesome for you to come all the way here. So I might as well come with Xiao Ying and the others to see if you have any instructions, Lu Tianlong said with a smile. Haha, you really don't fear death, do you? Bai Xiangnan sneered. Lu Tianlong shook his head and said, come on, I just came to take a look. What is this talk about death? Besides, even if someone really has to die, it wouldn't be our turn. Really? It seems the newcomers are not friendly. Lu Tianlong, do you really think that with just a few dozen people, you can defeat our Axe sect? Bai Xiangnan said angrily. Lu Tianlong waved his hand and replied, I never said I wanted to take your Axe sect headquarters. In fact, our purpose for coming this time is to defeat you. Defeat me? Good. I want to see where you get your confidence from. Bai Xiangnan, furious yet mocking, was a decisive man. Since he had already figured out the purpose of Lu Tianlong and his group being here, he coldly said, enough with the small talk. My men are here. And yours are too. A fair duel? A fair duel? Lu Tianlong chuckled. You have quite a few men, but I don't mind. Since it's a fair challenge, let us begin. Bai Xiangnan suddenly waved his hand. Disciples of the Axe sect, go. Lu Tianlong remained unfazed, not even turning his head, just nodding slightly. Wu Zhan received the order but did not engage immediately. He turned to say, Huiyong, when I was training you, didn't you all think you were quite impressive? Thought you were strong enough to skip training? Today, I'm giving you a chance to show off. If anyone chickens out and embarrasses themselves, get out of the security team. Don't worry, Brother Wu. Today the brothers will show you what we've got. Huiyong cracked his knuckles. After training in the mountains for days, he had been itching for a chance to let loose, and now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he wouldn't hold back. Brothers, charge. Let Lu Laoda and Brother Wu see our skills. With that, he charged forward, kicking the first guy, Husan, who came at him. The remaining members of the security team also unleashed their full potential. Faced with an enemy force that was more than double their number, they didn't retreat but instead charged into the crowd of Axe sect disciples. However, the fight was quick and chaotic. This clash lasted less than 5 minutes. On the ground lay over 20 Axe sect members, all howling in pain, unable to get back up. The few who were still standing were stunned, not expecting Li Weiniang's men to be so fierce. In just a few exchanges, over 20 of their own had been taken down. They instinctively began to retreat, their encirclement expanding at least twice as far as before. On the other hand, Lu Tianlong, Wu Zhan, and Li Weiniang hadn't even lifted a finger. It was Huiyong leading over 40 men into the fray. Aside from 2 or 3 brothers suffering minor injuries, The rest of them hadn't even gotten a scratch. The Axe sect members were dumbfounded. Husan, who had been kicked away, took a long time to get back up, and even Bai Xiangnan, sitting on the platform, was taken aback. Where on earth did these subordinates come from? They were so formidable. Lu Laoda, didn't we perform well just now? I told you. With our brotherhood's strength, we're absolutely fine. Hui Yong chimed in, grinning at Lu Tianlong. Wu Zhan shot him a fierce glare, and Hui Yong scratched his head, laughing nervously as he stepped aside. Lu Tianlong glanced at him, smiled without replying, and turned his attention back to Bai Xiangnan, saying, Bai Xiangnan, do you see it clearly now? Do you think I'm the fool, or are you? With your bunch of useless people, you think you can challenge the Eagle sect? You bastard. You're just looking for death. Bai Xiangnan gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Tianlong laughed. You think I'm looking for death? Fine. Send your men in again. I'll let my brothers work a little harder tonight, and help you send these useless people packing. Master, don't be impulsive. These guys are tough. We can't just force our way through. Hu Zhang, clutching his chest, rushed to Bai Xiangnan's side and whispered quickly in his ear. Bai Xiangnan's face was dark, struggling to suppress his anger. Despite his unwillingness, he had to admit that Hu Zhang was right. The group of over a dozen guys that Lu Tianlong brought today were quite formidable, ruthless, and exceptionally strong. Definitely not something his own disciples could compare to. Humph. Don't get too cocky. Bai Xiangnan sat firmly in his chair, sneering, we have the numbers. If we keep fighting like this, it'll look like we're bullying you. People will laugh at us. How about this, Lu Tianlong? Let us have a one-on-one fight. A one-on-one fight? Lu Tianlong didn't think twice before waving his hand dismissively. No way. Are you scared? Bai Xiangnan pressed aggressively. Lu Tianlong shook his head, lightly gesturing with his fingers, and replied coolly, not scared, just think you're not worthy. Chapter 57. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. What? You say I'm unworthy? Bai Xiangnan was furious. Over the years, besides establishing a foothold in Haiyang all by himself and founding the Axe sect, he was most proud of his own strength. In the entire slum, including the formidable Du Chong, if he claimed to be second, no one dared to call themselves first. Even in all of Haiyang, his strength was definitely ranked among the top. Lu Tianlong, you're too arrogant. Do you really think I, Bai Xiangnan, am easy to bully? Bai Xiangnan stood up from his chair, seething with anger. Lu Tianlong ignored his fury, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, I'm arrogant because I have the capital to be. All right. Then today, I, Bai Xiangnan, will see just what your capital is. Bai Xiangnan tore off his shirt, revealing bulging muscles that exuded a powerful, intimidating presence. Damn, this guy's physique is impressive. What good is that? If he were a duck, it might be useful. Hui Yong and the others laughed at the side, completely disregarding Bai Xiangnan. Lu Tianlong, if you have the guts, come over here. I'm going to beat you to death today, Bai Xiangnan shouted, as his subordinates automatically cleared a circle around him, placing him in the center. I told you. You're not worthy. Lu Tianlong shook his head with a smile. Turning to look behind him, he said, Hui Yong, how about you go up and play with him? Sure. Just watch me, Boss Lu. Hui Yong, who was eager to show off in front of Lu Tianlong, wasted no time and strode confidently forward, standing opposite Bai Xiangnan. Bai Xiangnan sneered at him, saying, I remember you. You were the one who hit the hardest earlier and injured my brothers the most. Fine. Since Lu Tianlong isn't daring enough to step up, I'll take care of you first. Don't brag. To be honest, I've taught guys like you a lesson at least 80 times, so just don't cry for your mother later. Hui Yong chuckled. You bastard, seeking death. Bai Xiangnan was furious, no longer wasting words. He charged forward in a standard stride, throwing a punch directly at Hui Yong's head. Hui Yong, despite his talk, didn't hold back when it came to fighting. As soon as it was time to let his strength speak, he immediately entered battle mode, focusing all his attention as he charged toward Bai Xiangnan. In the current security team, besides Wu Zhan, Hui Yong was already the strongest. The others in the security team cheered him on from behind, hoping he could unleash his power and knock Bai Xiangnan down. However, just 1 or 2 minutes later, the security team members who had been shouting excitedly fell silent. 10 moves. Only 10 moves. Hui Yong was actually defeated. He was struck squarely in the chest by Bai Xiangnan's standard side kick and flew backward, crashing hard to the ground. When he got up, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Hui Yong, are you all right? A group of security guards rushed forward to help Hui Yong up. It's nothing, damn it. This kid actually has some skills. Hui Yong felt embarrassed. He had just boasted in front of Lu Tianlong and now, after just a few moves, he had been kicked aside. This made him furious. Gritting his teeth and suppressing the intense pain in his chest, he still wanted to charge forward. But Lu Tianlong gently waved his hand to stop him. Come back, you're not his match. Boss Lu, I still want to fight him. I can take this guy. Just let me try again. Hui Yong quickly turned to plead. Lu Tianlong chuckled. You want to die? Go ahead, keep going. It's not like I said anything. If you think your life is worthless, then by all means. Hui Yong was taken aback, his expression changing several times before he finally sighed in defeat and returned to Lu Tianlong's side with the support of a few brothers. Deep down, he knew that even if he went up again, it would be futile. Bai Xiangnan had kicked him away within 10 moves, and that was no coincidence. He was clearly stronger. Even if he bit the bullet and went up again, defeat was certain, and he might even end up seriously hurt. Long live the sect leader. The sect leader is so powerful. That kick was amazing. The Eagle sect's disciples watched with wide eyes, eager to see who would dare to challenge their leader. The Axe sect shook off their earlier gloom, and everyone began to shout in triumph. Bai Xiangnan's victory had rekindled their hope for victory. Standing in the center of the arena, Bai Xiangnan fixed his gaze on Lu Tianlong, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Lu Tianlong, do you think I'm worthy to fight you now? Bai Xiangnan believed that Hui Yong, whom Lu Tianlong had sent out, was already the strongest among the Eagle sect members present. Now that he had kicked him aside with just a few punches and kicks, it was as if one person had challenged everyone in the arena. What did it matter if the others from the Eagle sect could fight? With Bai Xiangnan around, he could take them all down one by one. Arrogance comes with a price. Who else is unconvinced? Bring it on. Bai is just getting warmed up. And I'm here to have some fun with you all today. Bai Xiangnan shouted arrogantly at Lu Tianlong and the others. Lu Tianlong remained calm, and Wu Zhan also wore an expressionless face. However, Hui Yong and the others behind them couldn't hold back their anger and started cursing. But cursing aside, even Hui Yong had been defeated. It would be pointless for them to go up, as the outcome would likely be the same. Does he really think he is invincible? Looking at the overly excited Bai Xiangnan, Lu Tianlong smiled and said, all right then, since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. I'll take you down quickly so I can get back to sleep. It's getting late. With that, he turned to Wu Zhan beside him. Wu Zhan understood without needing further words. He simply nodded and stepped towards Bai Xiangnan in the arena. Another one coming to die? Bai Xiangnan looked at Wu Zhan approaching him, still shouting defiantly, not taking him seriously at all. Lu Tianlong, if it really comes to that, just call a few more people to join in. It's way too slow to fight one by one. By the way, did all the people you brought serve in the military? Remember this. In front of your white master, no one stands a chance. You might as well take your bunch of rookies and go back. Wu Zhan had already closed the distance to just 5 meters in front of Bai Xiangnan. Yet Bai Xiangnan still had no intention of making a move. He wanted to provoke his opponent with words, then, just like before, defeat him with overwhelming power. But just as he was about to speak again, Wu Zhan moved. Earlier, he had been walking step by step toward Bai Xiangnan. But when he was just 5 meters away, his body suddenly shifted. With a burst of force from his feet, he unleashed an indescribable, terrifying momentum. It was as if a prowling leopard had spotted its prey, revealing its sharp claws in an instant. Not good. Bai Xiangnan suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent enveloping him. He looked at Wu Zhan in front of him with a hint of panic, unable to comprehend how this seemingly wooden guy could suddenly transform into someone entirely different. He sensed danger and reacted in the blink of an eye, twisting his waist and swiftly stepping to the side to evade Wu Zhan's attack. Wu Zhan threw a punch, and seeing that Bai Xiangnan was trying to dodge, his arm twisted impossibly, maintaining the momentum and striking again at Bai Xiangnan's head. Bai Xiangnan was once again taken aback. He hadn't expected his opponent to not only have explosive power, but also such speed. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to evade any longer and gathered all his strength to throw a punch back, meeting Wu Zhan's fist head-on. The two fists were about to collide, promising a clash akin to a meteor striking the earth. However, at the moment of impact, Wu Zhan suddenly twisted his wrist, causing his fist to graze past Bai Xiangnan's and transform into an open palm, delivering a knife-hand strike toward Bai Xiangnan's neck. Bai Xiangnan's eyes widened. Wu Zhan's adaptability was far beyond his expectations. In a flurry, he tried to dodge but was too late. Wu Zhan's knife hand struck his shoulder, sending a wave of numbness through half of his body. Who on earth is this guy? How can he be so strong? This question flashed through Bai Xiangnan's mind. But that very thought caused him to lose his chance to evade. Wu Zhan, having landed the hit, showed no sign of pride or joy. His expression remained completely neutral. He was the king of soldiers, a former elite special forces soldier, and he knew that he couldn't afford to relax until his opponent was completely down. So, he charged again. Taking advantage of Bai Xiangnan's momentary daze, he landed another punch to his chest, while simultaneously grabbing Bai Xiangnan's wrist and pulling him toward himself. With a forceful twist of his waist, he maneuvered behind Bai Xiangnan and wrapped one arm around his neck. Bai Xiangnan struggled desperately, but Wu Zhan tightened his grip slightly, causing Bai Xiangnan to gasp for breath, his face turning red as he found himself with no room to resist. Damn, Brother Wu is too fierce. Ho Yong exclaimed in genuine admiration from behind. Lu Tianlong turned to look at him and said, "Do you still think your strength is enough?" He chuckled. "We still have a long way to go. From now on, we will definitely train diligently under Brother Wu." Hu Yong and the others felt a bit ashamed and didn't know what to say. "Master Lu, we won." Li Weining was so excited he was trembling. He never expected to defeat the Axe sect so easily. It was just too exhilarating. Bai Xiangnan, who was being choked by Wu Zhan, looked ashen. He knew that the Axe sect was completely finished this time. The other members of the Axe sect were utterly stunned. They had originally planned to challenge the Eagle sect the next day, but now dozens of people had come over and completely dismantled their group, even capturing their leader, Bai Xiangnan, in the process. Bai Xiangnan was the spiritual pillar of the Axe sect, an absolute powerhouse, and incredibly strong. How could he be so easily subdued by the other side, like clay in their hands? Lu Tianlong ignored Bai Xiangnan and squinted his eyes, scanning the crowd from the Axe sect. Under his gaze, an involuntary chill ran down their spines, and none of the Axe sect members dared to speak up. "I know you're not all bad people. I'm giving you a chance now. If you're willing to turn away from evil and join the Eagle sect, I will overlook the past," he declared. "For those who wish to remain with the Axe sect, I want to make things difficult for you. But let me be clear, if anyone dares to commit evil again, I will not show any mercy." Chapter 58. The Golden Nest. The members of the Axe sect began to hesitate, panic evident in their eyes. When Bai Xiangnan was still around, they could rely on his influence to keep them united. But now, Bai Xiangnan was being held like a dog, and choosing to stand by him at this moment would be foolish. So, as soon as they recalled Lu Tianlong's earlier display of power, someone took the lead, and the rest hurriedly moved aside, standing quietly on both sides, afraid to say a word. "Damn, you bunch of useless cowards. The sect leader treated you well, yet you betray him." The only one who was still defiant was Bai Xiangnan's loyal lackey, Husan. This guy had just been kicked away by Hu Yong and was still clutching his chest as he spoke. "What? Are you still going to follow Bai Xiangnan?" Lu Tianlong turned his gaze toward him and asked. Lu Tianlong, don't be arrogant. I'll tell you, even if you kill me, I won't betray the sect leader. I'm not afraid of death. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." Husan's legs trembled as he spoke, feeling the icy chill of Lu Tianlong's stare. "Now that's a man who values loyalty. I like people like you," Lu Tianlong praised. Husan felt a flicker of joy inside. He didn't truly want to die for Bai Xiangnan. He just understood that siding with Lu Tianlong at this moment would render him worthless in negotiations. He was a prominent figure in the underworld. Even the leaders of various sects had to show him respect when they encountered him. So, Husan planned to play a little game with Lu Tianlong. He pretended to resist, hoping that Lu Tianlong would have to persuade him a bit more, and then he could act like he was reluctantly joining him, thus reaping some benefits and maintaining his status. Hearing Lu Tianlong compliment him, Husan felt he had made the right bet. "Husan, are you really that stubborn?" Never mind. I respect you for being a man. Since you've chosen this path, I'll honor your choice." Lu Tianlong didn't give Husan a chance to respond, lightly waving his hand. A few men behind him pounced like hungry wolves, quickly pinning Husan to the ground. "Huiyong, you come," Lu Tianlong said calmly. "Yes." Huiyong nodded and quickly walked over. Boss Lu, no?" Before he could finish, Huiyong delivered a kick that snapped Husan's legs at the knees. He let out a terrible scream and fainted, his head slumping to one side. The members of the Axe sect watched, hearts pounding with fear. Lu Tianlong paid no attention to them, instead focusing on Bai Xiangnan, who was being choked by Wu Zhan. "Bai sect leader, seeing this scene, what are your thoughts? It seems that in such a moment, not a single person stands up to speak for you." Bai Xiangnan's eyes nearly bulged out of his head with anger. "These ungrateful bastards. I can't believe I was so blind." Lu Tianlong snorted coldly and said, "It's not that they are heartless, but you should consider whether your own disciples truly wish to follow you in wrongdoing. Of course, you might not understand this now, so think it over when you find yourself in the underworld. Now, do you have any last wishes? If so, I can help you fulfill them." Bai Xiangnan was taken aback. He never expected Lu Tianlong to be so decisive. Just moments ago, he had been thinking about how he was the leader of the Axe sect, a big shot in the slums, a legendary figure who must remain unyielding and not bow to Lu Tianlong's tyranny. He believed he had to have the backbone of a big man and a hero, willing to stand and speak rather than kneel and die. He had resolved that if it came to it, he would rather die than back down against Lu Tianlong. But now, fear gripped him. He had just witnessed Husan's legs being broken, causing him to faint from the pain. He no longer cared about being a big shot or a hero. He only wanted Lu Tianlong to spare his life. Boss Lu, please spare me. From now on Bai Xiangnan, am willing to serve you loyally. I can fight. As you saw earlier, I'm really strong. Just don't kill me. And I'll be your loyal servant, your muscle. Bai Xiangnan begged desperately. Lu Tianlong pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, you do have some decent strength. What do you think, Wu Zhan? Yes. Wu Zhan nodded, looking at Bai Xiangnan beneath him. If he hadn't been so careless, I think it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with him. It would have taken some effort. Exactly. This guy is quite capable. Damn. I'm still hurting from that kick he gave me. Hui Yong chimed in, seeing Bai Xiangnan's face streaked with tears and snot. Li Weiniang thought for a moment and approached Lu Tianlong, whispering in his ear, Boss Lu, we could keep Bai Xiangnan. He has good skills and could be useful to us right now. Yes. Boss, please keep me. I can be of use to you. Bai Xiangnan, nearly terrified out of his wits, saw a glimmer of hope. Boss Lu, as long as you spare me, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Tianlong nodded and smiled, saying, it seems like you all have valid points. You're a skilled fighter, and it would be a pity to just kill you like this. Bai Xiangnan let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved his life. However, Lu Tianlong continued, but there is something I need to ask you. Last night, a 2-month pregnant woman was assaulted and killed in an alley. Do you know who did it? Bai Xiangnan's face turned pale with fear. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Tianlong's eyes as he coldly stated, it seems you're guilty after all. Bai Xiangnan, listen carefully. I, Lu Tianlong, may be in need of people, but scum like you, no matter how strong, deserve to die. Bai Xiangnan screamed in terror, wanting to plead for mercy again. But Lu Tianlong gave him no chance. He lightly traced his hand across his own neck, and Wu Zhan tightened his grip on Bai Xiangnan's throat, exerting sudden force. With a sharp crack, Bai Xiangnan stopped breathing, his face frozen in terror as he collapsed to the ground. The atmosphere in the room turned grim. No one dared to speak up. They were all completely awed by Lu Tianlong's ruthless methods. Lu Tianlong walked straight to a raised platform in the center of the hall, surveying the group from the Axe sect. He said calmly, as I mentioned earlier, since you've chosen to follow me, I won't hold your past against you. I promise you a future. Just follow Xiaoying and work for the sect, and we won't treat you poorly. However, there are a few things I must make clear. Anyone who defies this, don't blame me, Lu Tianlong, for turning hostile. These points apply not only to you, but also to Xiaoying. Make sure to convey this to your subordinates. And you, Huiyong, pay attention. Those who bully the weak, kill. Those who betray the organization, kill. Those who turn against their own, kill. Those who dabble in drugs or gambling, kill. The chilling declaration sent a shiver through the crowd. Xiaoying, I think this place is quite nice, much better than your old rundown spot. How can there be such a vast difference between sects? Once everything settled down and the martial command was clearing the scene, Lu Tianlong, feeling idle, began to wander around the hall with Li Weiniang. Hearing his words, Li Weiniang replied awkwardly, that's not a fair comparison. If it weren't for you, our Eagle sect would still be a second-rate sect. The Axe sect has been well known in this area for a long time. Besides, Bai Xiangnan is ruthless and has many means of making money, so their economic situation is naturally much better than ours. Then let us move the Axe sect's headquarters here, Lu Tianlong suggested. No, we're doing just fine where we are. I think it would be better if you, Lord Lu, moved here instead, Li Weiniang responded. As they chatted, they unknowingly made their way to the second floor. Is this Bai Xiangnan's bedroom? Lu Tianlong suddenly stopped in front of a room. Should be. Li Weiniang glanced around, and, based on the villa's typical layout, confirmed that this was indeed the master bedroom. Let us go take a look. I wonder if Bai Xiangnan has some hidden beauty stashed away. Maybe there is a little star lying on the bed right now. Lu Tianlong joked, pushing the bedroom door open. Suddenly, a flash of cold light shot out from inside, heading straight for Lu Tianlong's chest. Who is there? Li Weiniang reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Lu Tianlong and kicking out. A pair of scissors clattered to the ground, and the woman holding them let out a piercing scream, crazily lunging at Li Weiniang, but he kicked her down again. It's you? Li Weiniang exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the woman on the ground. Chapter 59. Kill him, do you know her? Lu Tianlong glanced at the woman on the floor, wrapped in a blanket. She was alluring, with an appealing figure and face. Just moments ago, she had hidden behind the door, attempting to stab Lu Tianlong with scissors. Yes, I've seen her before. She's the wife of a street office worker from the slums. I can't believe she got involved with Bai Xiangnan, Li Weiniang said cautiously as he entered the room, searching for any danger. Finding none, he returned to Lu Tianlong's side. A street office worker? Well, that at least makes her a civil servant, right? Lu Tianlong exclaimed, surprised. Aren't there many girls who cry and insist on marrying only civil servants? How did she end up cheating on one? Please, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The woman was terrified, paralyzed on the ground, crying out in desperation. She had heard a commotion downstairs and, out of curiosity, sneaked out to take a look. She had witnessed Wu Zhan strangling by Xiangnan and was immediately paralyzed with fear. Covering her mouth as she crawled back to her room, grabbing a pair of scissors to hide behind the door. I swear, I didn't see anything. By Xiangnan wasn't he killed by you? She pleaded. Lu Tianlong felt annoyed by her cries and frowned. Shut up. Cry one more time, and I'll hit you. The crying abruptly stopped. Boss, how should we handle this? Should we? Li Weiniang asked tentatively. Lu Tianlong shook his head. There's no need. She's just an ordinary woman, and she won't cause any trouble. Of course, if she wants to bring trouble upon herself, I'll be happy to oblige. All right. Find someone to take her back. Got it. Li Weiniang nodded. For a while, Lu Tianlong wandered around the villa, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything of particular interest. Feeling somewhat bored, he instructed Wu Zhan and the others to clean up the scene thoroughly before leaving the villa to head home. Just as he stepped out of the villa, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the cross-dresser. Boss, I've missed you so much. I've been thinking about you day and night. The voice on the other end was as clingy as ever, but Lu Tianlong noticed a hint of fatigue in it. Get lost. Thinking of you? Yeah, right. Lu Tianlong laughed and scolded. Still in Africa? No. The African women are too dark. We're in Russia now. Hey, the women here are great, tall, hot, and good-looking, with fair skin. But they're a bit too wild. I feel like a bamboo stick stuck in a well. The cross-dresser joked. Also, it's freezing here. I swear, anyone who dares to play outside in the cold will turn into a frozen chicken. Russia? Lu Tianlong frowned. The last time he spoke with the cross-dresser, they had just arrived in Africa. It hadn't been long. So how did they end up in Russia so quickly? Yes. Russia. The cross-dresser sighed. Boss, you have no idea. In just a month, we've traveled halfway around the world, from Africa to America, to Oceania, and now to Russia. What does that milk tea commercial say? Right? We've gone around the earth twice. Lu Tianlong raised an eyebrow and asked, why are we acting so frequently? Is this a task assigned from above? It's not assigned from above. It's a task we took from the bounty list. The shapeshifter hesitated for a moment before responding. What? A task from the bounty list? Are you all insane? Lu Tianlong said angrily. Zhanlong is directly managed by the highest level personnel in Huaxia. Although it belongs to Huaxia, there are no records of it here, and only a few people know of Zhanlong's existence. They are referred to as a special forces unit, but more often than not, they resemble mercenaries. When tasks are assigned from above, they prioritize those missions. When there are no special tasks, they take on bounty missions from a mysterious international organization to maintain their combat readiness and earn some funds on the side. It's hard to explain. The shapeshifter said in a low voice, hesitating before continuing. Boss, Qing Jie is back. But did she come back to find you? Did you two have any issues? Why did her temperament change so drastically after returning? In the past month, the tasks assigned from above have been few, but it seems like she's gone a bit wild. She keeps taking tasks from the bounty list, and in this month, we've killed more people than we did in the entire previous year. Although they were all vicious criminals. We can't keep killing like this. I'm starting to feel sick from it. Moreover, as Zhanlong, we should maintain a low profile to better complete the tasks assigned to us. Now that we're rampantly killing, we've already made it into the top 10 of the world's bounty hunters. If this continues, everyone will notice us. And that won't be good for us. Listening to the shapeshifter's account, Lu Tianlong's brow furrowed even deeper. In the mercenary world, there are two lists. One is the bounty list, used by a mysterious international organization to post assassination tasks. As long as you have money, you can post a task there, similar to an assassination list. But the difference is that most of the names on the bounty list are organizations or sects. Unlike the assassination list, which mostly features individuals. Therefore, capable mercenary organizations can take tasks from there, and upon completion, they receive corresponding rewards. The other list is for well-known special forces or mercenary organizations, where the mysterious international organization ranks them based on the number of tasks they accept and their completion rates. Those that rank high are typically the top mercenary organizations in the world. The higher the rank, the greater the fame and strength. But it also attracts more hatred and animosity, because the notorious evil forces in the world want to eliminate these hunters. Otherwise, it could be them who end up dead. This is going to cause problems. Haven't you all talked to her? Lu Tianlong felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. Qing'er wasn't like this before. She didn't come looking for him after returning to the country a few days ago. Why did her temperament change so drastically after going back? Didn't she know that although Zhanlong, like other country special organizations, occasionally takes tasks from the bounty list to maintain combat readiness or when funds are short. The Dragon Warriors are a special organization under the state, and they have always maintained a low profile. If their activities were to leak out, it would invite controversy and cause trouble for the country. After all, we live in a developed society. Even if these special organizations are not officially registered in their own country, many powerful forces still have their own sources of information. If they wanted to, they could easily find out which country these special organizations belong to. Just imagine. What would happen if those evil organizations targeted by the Dragon Warriors discovered that they were affiliated with China? They certainly wouldn't let it go. They would seek revenge. Qing, however, doesn't explain anything to us. She just expects us to follow orders. A person sighed. Did you report this to the higher-ups? Lu Tianlong asked. The person sighed again. We did, but we haven't received any response from them. No response. Lu Tianlong felt uneasy again. Normally, there would be someone monitoring the Dragon Warriors' actions, providing timely reminders to prevent any issues. But now, with the situation escalating, why was there no intervention from above? This was very unusual. Boss, what do you think we should do now? If we keep going like this, we'll really become mercenaries. The caller asked. Lu Tianlong opened his mouth, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. He fell silent for a few seconds and replied, I'm no longer a member of the Dragon Warriors. These questions shouldn't be for me to answer. I'll say this, regardless of the situation. You must ensure the brothers survive. Even if one day the Dragon Warriors disappear, you all must come back alive. Boss, enough said. Contacting me is already against the rules. If the higher-ups find out, you'll be punished. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. Take care. With that, Lu Tianlong hung up the phone with a snap. The caller's words echoed in his mind, and a flurry of questions surged within him. Why was Qing so eager to take on tasks from the bounty list? Why wasn't anyone intervening? The Dragon Warriors had always adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile, as this allowed them to operate more covertly and sustainably. It was like showing off love in a reality show. Such displays often lead to a quick downfall. A calm and steady approach, loving and caring for one another, was the way to go. Could there be something hidden beneath all this? The terrifying thought flashed through Lu Tianlong's mind again. No, it can't be. The Dragon Warriors are a top-secret force of China, the nation's ace. They wouldn't act like this. There's no benefit to such actions. He shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally regained his composure. There's definitely something amiss. I need to pay more attention moving forward. No matter what, I can't allow my brothers to suffer any more casualties. After standing still and contemplating for nearly half an hour, Lu Tianlong let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. Sir, we've found the whereabouts of Wu Zhan. Early the next morning, in the office of the chairman of the Tungfei group, the thin, eerie Uncle Chun was reporting to Zhang Li. Have you found that traitor? Zhang Li jumped up from his chair. He had been in a bad mood these past few days. Especially yesterday when Su Lingwei and that bastard Lu Tiantong showed up at the hospital where his son Zhang Chu was being treated, causing Zhang Chu's surgical wound to reopen. It turned out that he couldn't touch women for 3 years, and now it would be 5. That's right, I found him. He has sided with Lu Tiantong and is now the captain of the security team at Su Lingyue's Phoenix Group. Uncle Chen said coldly. Su Lingwei? Lu Tiantong. Those two bastards again. Damn it, it must be true. Last time, he definitely tipped them off, which is why Su Lingwei and Lu Tiantong weren't killed. And we lost so many people. Zhang Li gritted his teeth. Increasingly convinced that the ambush on Su Lingwei and Lu Tiantong at the South Outer Ring was leaked by Wu Zhan. Now that he has become the security captain of the Phoenix Group, that's the best evidence. He is at the Phoenix Group now? No. He is training with the new security recruits that the Phoenix Group hired a few days ago in a valley on the outskirts. Uncle Chen replied quickly. Training in a valley? Good. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Li's eyes as he said, if I can't kill Su Lingwei and Lu Tiantong for now, then I'll take out my anger on this Wu Zhan first. Uncle Chen, immediately send someone to their training location and bring Wu Zhan back to me. If he resists, then kill him right there in the training area. Understood. Uncle Chen nodded, a hint of ferocity crossing his face. Rest assured, I'll go personally this time. No one will rescue him from my hands. Chapter 60. Hello, you guys are amazing. In the morning, as usual, Lu Tianlong woke up, exercised, offered incense to his brothers, and then drove Su Lingyue to work. He had slowly gotten used to this kind of life. It seemed monotonous and dull, yet he always managed to find joy in it. For instance, teasing Su Lingwei while driving was quite entertaining. Generally, Su Lingwei would ignore him. She deeply resented this scoundrel who, through a series of misunderstandings, had made her a woman. It wasn't that he was ugly or that she disapproved of his daily antics. Su Lingyue simply couldn't accept that he had clumsily taken away her first time. Although she was the president of the Phoenix Group, a prominent figure in Haiyang City, a miraculous beauty boss, and a goddess in the eyes of many, she was still just a girl in her 20s. Like many girls her age, Su Lingyue had often fantasized about her dream lover being a heroic figure who would one day come to marry her, clad in golden armor and stepping on colorful clouds. She had guessed the beginning, but she couldn't foresee the ending. Instead of a charming, handsome, and witty hero, what she got was a carefree, goofy guy who was a bit of a slacker. There was no romance, no atmosphere, no sweet nothings, just the mundane act of sleeping together in her bed. It felt like just another night as sleep, only to wake up and realize she had transformed from a girl into a woman. Of course, it wasn't entirely without sensation. For several days after, she felt awkward just walking around. However, Lu Tianlong was indifferent to her coldness. As he put it, "Teasing you and your reactions have nothing to do with me. Boss, what are you daydreaming about?" Lu Tianlong asked with a laugh, glancing at the dazed Su Lingyue in the rearview mirror. "Nothing," Su Lingyue replied, maintaining her usual aloofness. Lu Tianlong was used to this and suggested, "Want to hear a joke?" "Joke? You big idiot, just drive properly." Su Lingyue couldn't help but curse. Earlier, while judging this guy in her mind, she had forgotten to add the most crucial point. He was a typical flirt, always chasing after other girls. "Fine, if you don't want to hear it." "Why are you cursing?" Lu Tianlong said, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Humph. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you get out." Su Lingyue bit her lip. "Boss, if you say that, you really have no conscience. Think about it. These days I've been by your side, working hard, waking up earlier than roosters, sleeping later than dogs, eating worse than pigs, and working more than oxen. I swallow grass and produce milk. How can you treat me so rudely?" Lu Tianlong felt wronged and pretended to wipe away a tear. The kind-hearted Su Lingyue felt a twinge of softness in her heart. Images from the past few days with Lu Tianlong flashed through her mind. Zhang Chu teasing her, Lu Tianlong jumping in to stop it, Zhang Xiaofeng pestering her, Lu Tianlong pretending to be her boyfriend and causing a scene at the villa. Wang Yaodong humiliated her, and Lu Tianlong rushed up to slap him across the face. Du Qing wanted to extort money, but Lu Tianlong dealt with him. When the troublemakers from the Phoenix Group showed up, it was Lu Tianlong who stood at the forefront, sending them away empty-handed. Memories of the past flashed through Su Lingyue's mind, and she suddenly felt that this guy seemed to have done quite a bit for her. Sigh. Su Lingyue let out a sigh. "Huh, do you feel guilty about me too? Are you considering compensating me?" Lu Tianlong replied with a grin. Su Lingyue tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Compensate? How about giving you a raise?" "Raise? Do I look like someone who needs money?" Lu Tianlong replied with dissatisfaction, patting his chest. "Then what kind of compensation do you want? Just think about it, really think about it, and see what would be an appropriate compensation for me," Lu Tianlong said. Su Lingyue was somewhat speechless. What on earth did this guy want as compensation? He didn't want money, so what else? Just as she was pondering this, she looked up and caught Lu Tianlong's sly eyes, which were shamelessly roaming over her body through the rearview mirror. With a wicked smile on his lips, he seemed to be muttering something, as if evaluating her physique. "Lu Tianlong, you scoundrel." All the goodwill and apology she felt just moments ago vanished without a trace. This guy was nothing but a lecher, a rogue. Su Lingyue told herself firmly not to be fooled by his pretended pity. This guy was definitely a genuine rogue. Caught in the act of doing something bad. Lu Tianlong didn't feel embarrassed at all. With a big grin, he looked like a carefree rogue who would laugh at life and then go to sleep. Watching his carefree demeanor, Su Lingyue was so angry she was stamping her feet. She really had no way to deal with this guy who had a face as thick as a city wall. But then, a wry smile appeared on her face. She envied Lu Tianlong. Despite not having luxury cars or mansions, or a prestigious family background, so what? He could live happily and do whatever he wanted, living the life he desired. Wasn't he that what she had always longed for, but couldn't he attain? "Boss, are you free today?" When the car stopped in front of the Phoenix Group building, Lu Tianlong turned and asked. "Not free," Su Lingyue replied irritably. "Oh, then forget it." Lu Tianlong nodded. "What do you want to say?" Su Lingyue, who was about to get out of the car, was infuriated by this scoundrel. People who speak halfway should go to hell. Lu Tianlong grinned and said, "It's nothing. I was just asking. If you're not free, I'm not free either. I have to go out today." Su Lingyue cursed this scoundrel 1,000 times in her heart, angrily clicking her heels as she walked away. What was so annoying about just asking a casual question? Lu Tianlong touched his nose and thought to himself that there was a song that said it quite well. Don't guess a girl's thoughts. You won't understand no matter how much you try. If you insist on guessing, you deserve to be kicked in the nuts. Watching Su Lingyue safely enter the building, Lu Tianlong didn't get out of the car. Instead, he started the engine and drove out of the Phoenix Group, heading towards the small valley where Wu Zhan and the others were training. After experiencing a battle last night, he planned to check in on them today. At the training ground, Huazun and the others had already formed lines. Even a few brothers who had been injured in last night's fight were lightly wounded but stood tall, arranged in 2 neat rows. They were excited, exhilarated, and hadn't slept a wink all night. It had been a long time since they felt this alive after leaving the military. And just recalling last night's chaotic battle with over 100 people stirred a fire within them. Wu Zhan stood opposite them, looking resolute and expressionless, seemingly having forgotten about last night. He calmly followed the training plan they had set earlier, leading the team in an hour of physical training until everyone was panting and drenched in sweat. Only then did he allocate a 10-minute break. The group sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother Wu, with that iron-faced look of yours, don't you think we performed excellently last night? Hui Yong joked with a grin. Yeah, Brother Wu. Tell us, how do you think we did? Do we even need to ask Brother Wu about such a small thing? Let me tell you, you little rascals performed wonderfully last night. One guy imitated Wu Zhan's tone. I don't like that you said it like that. Why are you so unmodest? It wasn't just wonderful. It was exceptionally wonderful. Better than a lollipop. Another chimed in. Laughter erupted among them, the atmosphere lively. 50 of them had defeated enemies several times their number, sending them fleeing in panic. If they were still in the army, they would definitely be rewarded for this. Agreed. Now we also want a reward. So Brother Wu, please say it. You all did great last night. A cheeky guy mimicked a female voice, causing another round of laughter. The usually taciturn Wu Zhan finally spoke. He looked at his brothers and said flatly, I only remember that by Xiangnan from last night. At these words, everyone immediately fell silent, especially Hui Yong, whose face suddenly turned awkward. Although everyone had performed impressively, so what? The best fighter among them, Hui Yong, had faced by Xiangnan, the leader of the Axe sect, and had been kicked away after just a few exchanges. What a disgrace. How could he still have the face to brag about being tough? Ahem. Brother Wu, you shouldn't be such a buzzkill. No matter how strong Bai Xiangnan was, he still got sent straight to Yama by you, right? Hui Yong protested. Exactly. Bai Xiangnan is a sect leader, so of course he'd be tough. Besides, for characters like him in the future, you can handle them, Brother Wu, while we take care of the others. Another guy chimed in. Wu Zhan gave him a glance, frowning. But what if we encounter someone I can't handle? Someone even stronger than me? How is that possible? Many people shook their heads. Hui Yong said, to be honest, after all these years in the army, you are the strongest person I've ever seen. I believe even our best could never defeat you. So how could there be anyone stronger than you? What about the boss? Wu Zhan asked in return. Hui Yong was taken aback, staring blankly for a while before reluctantly replying, Old Master Lu? He doesn't count. He's not even human. He's just too abnormal. Indeed, Hui Yong considered himself quite powerful. But Lu Tianlong could take on all 5 of them at once without breaking a sweat. He was sure that even Wu Zhan couldn't manage that. There are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people, Wu Zhan advised. Well said, there are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Just as Wu Zhan finished speaking, a chilling snort suddenly echoed from not far away. Everyone quickly turned to look, and they saw an old man, thin as a dried corpse with a grim expression, had somehow approached to within just a few meters of them. Not a single person had noticed. Uncle Chen. Wu Zhan jumped up immediately, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms, his expression extremely serious. You still remember to call me Uncle Chen? Wu Zhan, come back with me. I will explain to the old man about your betrayal of the Tungfei group, and I can overlook it this time, Uncle Chen said coldly. Of course. You can choose not to come back with me. But listen carefully, this is your only chance to choose. What the heck? Where did this old man come from? Talking to our Wu Go like that? You think you're so tough? Let me tell you, you better go back where you came from. I used to beat up the senior center in Nanshan and kick the kindergarten in Beihai. Don't think I want to take you on just because you're old. One of Hui Yong's brothers stood up angrily, stepping forward, wanting to argue with Uncle Chen. Xiong Dadong, don't do anything reckless. Wu Zhan's face changed dramatically, instinctively filled with fear. Chapter 61. The old monster Xiong Dadong, true to his name, was as robust as a bear and incredibly fierce, possessing immense strength that even the formidable Wu Zhan couldn't withstand in a direct confrontation. He admired Wu Zhan greatly, so when he heard Uncle Chen speak disrespectfully about him, he was the first to stand up, wanting to confront this old man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Wu Zhan. His face changed dramatically as he saw Xiong Dadong rushing towards Uncle Chen. He shouted again and quickly dashed forward. His reaction was swift, but still too late. As he watched Xiong Dadong storming towards Uncle Chun, the latter, with a chilling aura reminiscent of a corpse, suddenly opened his previously narrowed eyes, and a frightening glint shot forth. "Old man, you." Xiong Dadong wanted to say more, but he was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming presence that Uncle Chun unleashed. Uncle Chun took a step forward, his thin, withered arm shooting out like a dry branch, striking Xiong Dadong hard in the chest. Haha. This little old man is quite amusing. His arms are skinnier than Dongzi's fingers, and he thinks he can take him on? That's right, this old man is too arrogant. Daring to talk back to our Wuga. Dongzi, kick him out of the solar system. Several people behind were laughing, finding the old man utterly foolish for underestimating them. But seconds later, their laughter faded. Xiong Dadong, struck squarely in the chest, stood utterly still, yet the crisp sound of cracking ribs rang clearly in everyone's ears. He froze, a surge of excruciating pain spreading through his chest. He realized he had truly encountered a master, and a practitioner of internal martial arts at that. The punch that seemed light had actually harnessed internal energy. He had at least 2 ribs broken. Disrespectful words deserve punishment. After delivering the blow, Uncle Chin sneered and launched another punch. Wu Zhan had already dashed to Xiong Dadong's rear. Grabbing Xiong Dadong's belt, he bent slightly and unleashed his terrifying strength, twisting his body and flinging the 200-plus pound Xiong Dadong away. Dongzi? Only then did Huizun and the others react, quickly scrambling to check on Xiong Dadong's injuries. Don't move, he has got 2 broken ribs. Huiyong quickly assessed the situation and stopped those who wanted to lift him. Where did this old man come from? Why is he so ruthless? How dare he hit our brother? Brothers, let us take this old man down. Angered, the crowd rushed towards Uncle Chun, teeth gritted in fury. Everyone stop. This is a private matter between him and me. No one else should interfere. Wu Zhan suddenly turned and shouted at them. No way, Wuga. This old bastard broke Dongzi's ribs. We can't just let it go. Yeah, we need to avenge Dongzi. Huiyong and others refused to back down, shouting and preparing to charge again. Wu Zhan spun around suddenly, a terrifying killing intent gleaming in his eyes. I'll say it again. This is a personal feud between him and me. If any of you step forward again, you will no longer be my brothers in the Wu clan. Huiyong and the others were taken aback. They had never seen Wu Zhan display such an expression before. Having made his point, no one dared to approach any further and could only stand there, fuming. Humph. Do you really think that by doing this, I will let them off the hook? Uncle Chun said ominously. He clearly understood Wu Zhan's intention to keep Huiyong and the others out of it, not wanting to drag them into danger or see them die for nothing. If you come back with me, I might show them some leniency and not make things difficult for them. However, if you resist, I will kill you right here. Furthermore, since you caused the death of 20 of our men that night, I will take the lives of 20 of your subordinates in return. Uncle Chun snorted coldly. Uncle Chun, why are you doing this? I just don't want to stay with the Tengfei group. Wu Zhan gritted his teeth, not wanting to stay with the Tengfei group. You could have just told me. Out of respect for your father, I might have let you go. But why did you choose to betray us? Why did you collude with them and cause the deaths of people from the Tengfei group? Uncle Chin pressed. Collude with them? Because the deaths of people from the Tengfei group? Wu Zhan was momentarily stunned before he understood what Uncle Chin meant. A few days ago, he had been ordered to lead about 20 men to ambush Lu Tianlong and Su Lingwei on their way back from the Shangshan Club. In that battle, Lu Tianlong had displayed immense power, taking out everyone except Wu Zhan to intimidate the Tengfei group. At the last moment, Wu Zhan recognized Lu Tianlong and agreed to join him. I didn't collude with them, nor did I cause the deaths of others. You've misunderstood. Wu Zhan shook his head. Uncle Chin sneered, saying misunderstood? Don't tell me Lu Tianlong is some kind of genius who predicted we would ambush him on that road and set up a trap in advance. Uncle Chun didn't believe him. That night at the Shangshan Club, they had used the pretense of discussing an export project with Wang Yaodong from the Changhan group to lure Lu Tianlong and Su Lingwei to the club. There was no way they could have known about it in advance. No, they didn't know beforehand. It was just what? Don't tell me that Lu Tianlong single-handedly took out that group of men. Uncle Chun narrowed his eyes coldly. Wu Zhan wanted to tell him that he was right, that it was indeed Lu Tianlong who had taken out all the men he brought. But could he say that? He absolutely couldn't. How could he reveal that Lu Tianlong was actually the leader of the elite special organization, the Dragon Warriors? That would bring endless trouble to Lu Tianlong. I'm waiting for your answer. Are you coming back with me or not? Uncle Chun said impatiently. Wu Zhan hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head. He looked up at the gaunt Uncle Chun and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Chun, but I can't go back with you. I don't want to return to the Tengfei group. I've made up my mind to stay here and do what I want to do. Ha ha. Uncle Chun laughed instead of getting angry. I told you. You only have one chance to choose. What I'm hearing now should be your final answer. Great, since that's the case, I'll indulge you. As he spoke, Uncle Chun, whose thighs were no thicker than Wu Zhan's arms, suddenly clenched his fists that hung in front of him. A small whirlwind abruptly swirled around him, even causing his sleeves to flutter, which was quite eerie. It was the manifestation of an internal force from a master of internal martial arts. Wu Zhan's expression grew serious as he also tightened his fists, instantly shifting into combat mode. Whoosh! Uncle Chin moved. There was no visible motion. Yet his lean body suddenly lunged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Wu Zhan. Just like he had done when fighting against Xiong Dadong earlier, he swung his fist fiercely toward Wu Zhan's chest. Wu Zhan was prepared. He took a deep breath. Didn't he dodge, but quickly crossed his arms to shield his chest. Bang! Uncle Chin's fist struck Wu Zhan's crossed arms. What happened next left Hui Yong and the others utterly stunned. Wu Zhan, hit by that punch, was actually sent staggering back 3 to 4 meters. He dug his feet into the ground, and the hard surface was actually gouged out, leaving 2 small trenches. What on earth is this old man? Everyone was completely shocked. Their eyes wide and mouths agape as they stared in disbelief. This was the kind of scene that only appeared in movies, and it had profoundly shaken them. Wow. After being pushed back a few meters, Wu Zhan gritted his teeth to hold on, but his face quickly flushed red, and finally, he could no longer endure it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Wu, Hui Yong and the others rushed forward, flustered and trying to support the swaying Wu Zhan. When they looked at the unassuming Uncle Chin again, their eyes were filled with deep fear. They knew Wu Zhan's strength all too well. He was a godlike presence in their minds that was beyond reach. Now, he had been pushed back 5 steps by a single punch and had even vomited blood. Brothers, let us go together and take down this old monster. Hui Yong's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't care about anything else now. The priority was to eliminate this old demon. No, you're not his match. Get back. Wu Zhan swayed but steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking quickly. Brother Wu, listen to me. Everyone step back. Wu Zhan insisted, his pale face showing no room for argument. He gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward, returning to Uncle Chen's front. Uncle Chen, how can you agree to let me leave Tingfei? Wu Zhan regained his composure and asked. Leave Tingfei group? Fine. I'll hit you 3 times, and if you survive, consider it your good fortune, and I hold it against you. Uncle Chen sneered. 3 punches? All right, 3 punches it is. Wu Zhan hesitated for a moment, but nodded. At the back, Hui Yong and the others were going crazy. 3 punches? This is nonsense. Just now, that old man made Wu Zhan spit blood with a single punch while he was fully defending. If he just stood there without moving and took 3 punches, wouldn't he be dead on the spot? You actually agreed to that. Uncle Chun didn't expect Wu Zhan to really agree. His expression grew increasingly grim as he sneered. You're overestimating yourself. For your father's sake, I'll count that last punch as 1. You have 2 more to take. If you can survive without dying, I'll make an exception and spare your life. But I doubt you can do it. Enough talk. Just come at me. Wu Zhan declared, standing tall with unwavering resolve. All right, bring it on. Uncle Chin wasted no time and threw a punch. But this time, it was different from before. There was no overwhelming force. His speed was slow, the angle unremarkable, and it even lacked any real momentum, resembling an old man casually practicing Tai Chi. However, standing opposite him, Wu Zhan felt an immense destructive power from that punch, even greater than the previous one. Bang! The seemingly light punch struck Wu Zhan's chest, and he felt as if he had been hit by lightning. He was sent flying backward, spitting out blood midair, and crashed to the ground several meters away. Blood poured from his mouth, staining his shirt. Wu Go, you can't do this, you'll die? We brothers will fight him. Hui Yong and the others shouted through gritted teeth. No, there's still 1 punch. Just 1 more punch. Wu Zhan struggled to rise, but the effort caused him to cough up more blood. Wu Go, just wait here. We'll go. Even if we all die here today, we'll do it willingly. Hui Yong and the others cried out, their anger and desperation pushing them to the brink of madness. With red eyes and clenched fists, over 40 of them charged at Uncle Chun, filled with rage. Seeing the oncoming crowd, Uncle Chun, who appeared weak and outnumbered, couldn't help but show a cruel smile. Good. Since you all want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 62. The greatest butcher of Jiangnan. Everyone, come back. Seeing Hui Yong and the others rushing towards Uncle Chun, Wu Zhan grew anxious and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, the crowd was too consumed by rage to hear him. Their only thought was to take down the old monster who had injured Dongzi and Wu Go. Come on, this little valley will be your grave. Uncle Chin sneered, clenching his fists as he charged at the crowd. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, a loud roar of an engine suddenly echoed through the air. A black Porsche Cayenne sped toward them from a distance, effortlessly navigating the uneven terrain, its speed reaching an incredible pace as it closed in within moments. It's the boss. The boss is here. That's right, it was indeed the boss. This old monster hurt Dongzi and Wu Ge. Boss, run this old guy over. Crush him. Hui Yong and the others shouted excitedly, not caring whether Lu Tianlong could hear them. If Wu Zhan was an untouchable god in their eyes, then Lu Tianlong was a being that transcended even that, a true monster. With him around, they were certain this old monster would be beaten to a pulp. Brothers, step back and watch how the boss deals with this old monster. Hui Yong called out, and the group quickly retreated. The Qian sped up and inside. Lu Tianlong seemed to hear the shouts. He narrowed his eyes slightly, kept his foot on the gas, and charged straight at Uncle Chun. The Qian was moving too fast. And with Uncle Chun standing in a narrow position, there was seemingly no time for him to dodge. Humph, just a petty trick. Uncle Chun scoffed. As the Qian bore down on him at breakneck speed, he suddenly pushed off with his legs, propelling himself into the air. With a casual swipe of his right hand, he effortlessly glided over the top of the Qian, landing smoothly behind the vehicle. The crowd was left dumbfounded. This was beyond what any human could accomplish. The Qian performed a quick 360-degree spin and halted in front of Hui Yong and the others. Lu Tianlong stepped out of the car, his expression dark as he noticed Xiong Dazhong and Wu Zhan lying not far away. Hui Yong and the others rushed forward, recounting everything that had just happened. Boss, you have to avenge Wu Ge and Dongzi. Yeah, this old monster is ruthless. He threatened Wu Ge, saying if he didn't go back with him, he would kill us all. The crowd erupted in indignation against the old monster. Lu Tianlong's face was grim as he coldly stared at Uncle Chun. He raised his hand, and the group immediately fell silent. Lu Tianlong, we meet again. Uncle Chun looked at Lu Tianlong with a gaze full of disdain and contempt. Yes, we meet again. Every time I encounter you, it's never for anything good, Lu Tianlong replied with a smile. How dare you insult me? Uncle Chun roared in anger. In the entire Tengfei group, and even in all of Haiyang, who didn't show him some respect. I won't just insult you. I'll kill you. Lu Tianlong took a deep breath and said coldly, kill me? Haha, you really don't know your place. Why don't you go find out who I, Chen Songhai, am? You little brats think you can kill me? Chen Shu laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chen Songhai? It seems this is indeed the real name of this Chen Shu. Chen Songhai? Never heard of him. Is he famous? Lu Tianlong smirked. Humph, ignorant little brat. But I can't blame you. When I was dominating the martial world, you were still in your mother's womb. Chen Songhai sneered. Lu Tianlong grinned and retorted, anyone can brag. With your character, you think you were dominating the martial world? Uffed. Chen Songhai, who felt belittled, became furious. Bragging? Back in the day, I, Chen Songhai, conquered the lakes and seas. My iron fists swept across Jiangnan. Who in the world wasn't he afraid of me? As he spoke of his glorious past, the frail Chen Songhai's face flushed with pride. Conquered the lakes and seas? What nonsense. Lu Tianlong scoffed, not taking Chen Songhai's words to heart at all. Boss, Wu Zhan, enduring pain, walked over to Lu Tianlong and whispered, don't fight him head on. If it comes down to a one-on-one, you won't be his match. Lu Tianlong nodded thoughtfully. Since Wu Zhan said so, it seemed that this Chen Songhai was indeed somewhat capable. Enough with the nonsense. I came here today to take away the traitor Wu Zhan, but it seems you've come to your own demise instead. Perfect. Today, I'll kill you right here to relieve our young master's hatred. Chen Songhai said with a sinister smile. He truly hated Lu Tianlong. Just days ago, he had contacted Li Weining and others to seek revenge for Zhang Chu. But what happened? Li Weining turned on him, and Zhang Chu was beaten, still recovering in the hospital. Chen Songhai, in terms of strength, I may really not compare to you. However, in our conflict, the one who will end up dead is definitely you. Lu Tianlong said calmly. You sharp-tongued brat, come on. I, Chen Songhai, haven't lost my temper in 20 years. Today, I'll unleash a killing spree. Chen Songhai was genuinely enraged by Lu Tianlong's provocations. His eyes burned with fury as he stomped his right foot and charged at Lu Tianlong like a shooting star. Unfazed, Lu Tianlong took a deep breath and shouted as he rushed forward to meet Chen Songhai's attack. One was an old, resilient fighter, determined to kill and reclaim authority. The other was a young, vigorous man, ready to avenge his brothers. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their movements swift and powerful, each punch and kick resonating with a heart-stopping sound. In the vast valley, they intertwined, exchanging blows that echoed through the air, leaving spectators in shock. My goodness. One old monster and one young freak. Are these two even human? The onlookers, watching the fight, were left dumbfounded. Each of them had faced countless confrontations, whether in training or actual combat, and they were seasoned veterans. Yet, they never imagined that a duel between two individuals could reach such a level of intensity. It was perilous, every step filled with tension. Neither side showed any mercy. Every move was lethal, as if they wanted to bring the other to the brink of death. Despite his age, the old monster had impressive stamina. Just look at how long he had been entangled with the boss, and his breathing was still steady. His punches were also quite peculiar, both soft and hard at the same time. A seemingly casual punch could force the boss into defense. The more Huiyong and the others watched, the more they were astonished. Chun Songhai was indeed enigmatic, but incredibly powerful. He was stronger than anyone they had encountered before. Even if all 40 of them had rushed in together, defeating Chun Songhai would surely result in heavy casualties. What kind of background does this old guy have? Huiyong thought, staring intently at the fight, feeling frustrated. Beside him, the injured Wu Zhan was also fixated on the battle. Hearing Huiyong's words, he replied solemnly, "He is indeed formidable. He possesses profound inner strength and can shatter walls and break stones with a single punch. Is he really that powerful?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Wu Ge, do you think the boss is in danger?" Someone nearby asked worriedly. Wu Zhan forced a bitter smile and said, "From my observations, it's very likely that both sides will reach a stalemate." "A stalemate? How is that possible? The boss will definitely take down this old guy," Huiyong protested. Wu Zhan shook his head. "The boss has the advantages of youth, abundant energy, peak speed, strength, and perception. He is undoubtedly one of the best. But Chun Songhai is truly exceptional. His title as the #1 butcher in Jiangnan is not just for show." "#1 butcher in Jiangnan?" The crowd was captivated by the bloody and violent title. Butcher? Was he a pig killer before? Xiong Dadong, who was brawny but not very bright, asked in a deep voice. He had 2 broken ribs. And although everyone wanted to take him for treatment first, he refused, insisting that he would rather die alongside his brothers. They couldn't convince him otherwise and had to let him lie aside and watch the fight. The #1 butcher in Jiangnan didn't just kill pigs. He killed people, slaughtering 108 individuals in one night. A deep fear flickered in Wu Zhan's eyes. "What? 108 people in one night? Wu Ge, is that for real?" The crowd was left dumbfounded. Before Wu Zhan could elaborate, in the arena, Lu Tianlong and Chun Songhai exchanged powerful punches, each being knocked back a few steps, seizing a rare chance to catch their breath. "Lu Tianlong, I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect to find someone like you in Haiyang." Chun Songhai's face darkened. Failing to defeat Lu Tianlong after such a long fight was a humiliation for him. Initially, he hadn't thought much of Lu Tianlong. When he first saw him at the So bar, he had closely observed the young man, noting that his aura, steps, and posture were no different from an ordinary person. Now he realized he had been deceived by this young man. This Lu Tianlong is definitely a rare expert. "Well, that's fair enough. But Chun Songhai, you're weaker than I expected," Lu Tianlong said. "What an arrogant little brat. In 3 moves, I'll take you down." Chun Songhai snarled. "I was just thinking the same thing," Lu Tianlong said, clenching his fist tightly, a surge of overwhelming fighting spirit pouring out of him. "I've said it before. I may not match you in pure combat strength, but in a life-and-death struggle, you will undoubtedly die." In an instant, both of them shouted in anger. Like 2 shooting stars colliding fiercely. Boom. As their fists and feet collided, a tangible wave of energy rippled from the point of impact, and it felt as if the entire world paused for that brief moment. After a few seconds of silence, thud, 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 Lu Tianlong suddenly staggered back a few steps. His breath noticeably ragged, his right arm trembling slightly, blood dripping from his fingertips. On the opposite side, however, Chun Songhai stood completely still, stable in his position. It seemed the outcome had already been decided. "Oh no, brothers, everyone together, protect the boss," Wu Zhan said urgently, trying to prop himself up while fixing a determined gaze on Chun Songhai. "Chun Songhai, let my brothers go, and I'll go back with you." Chapter 63, Valley of Evil, don't come any closer. Lu Tianlong waved his hand at the crowd rushing towards him, his face slightly pale. He had stumbled back several steps during the earlier confrontation, and his arm was injured, blood dripping from his fingers. "Boss, don't fight him. I'll go back with him." Wu Zhan struggled to walk over, determination etched on his face. "You're going back with him?" Lu Tianlong glanced at Chun Songhai across from him. During their earlier clash, Chun Songhai had remained completely unmoved, not retreating an inch. Now he stood ominously in place, glaring intently at Lu Tianlong. A cold smile crept onto Lu Tianlong's lips as he said, "Wu Zhan, listen carefully. As long as I'm here today, no one can take you away." Behind him, Wu Zhan and Huiyong exchanged complex glances, both feeling that Lu Tianlong was putting on a brave front. In their earlier confrontation, he had clearly been at a disadvantage. Lu Tianlong, you're even more arrogant than I imagined. Chen Songhai's expression darkened ominously as he said coldly. Lu Tianlong chuckled and replied, as I said before, I'm arrogant because I have the capital to be, but I must take him away today. I don't believe you can stop me. Chen Songhai took a deep breath, his overwhelming aura radiating once more. He stepped forward with a cold smile, seemingly ready for a final showdown with Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong's expression remained unchanged, but behind him, Wu Zhan and Hui Yong were alarmed. They worried that if the fight continued, Lu Tianlong might really be in danger, so they quickly prepared to charge forward to protect him. The atmosphere grew tense. The only sound in the empty valley was the rustling of the autumn wind. Lu Tianlong, you're no match for me. Just let me take Wu Zhan, and I want to make things difficult for the others. Chen Songhai suddenly declared. Lu Tianlong burst into laughter. Huh? Chen Songhai, I'll say it again. As long as I don't agree, you want to take anyone away from here today. Are you not afraid that I might fight you to the death? We can both perish together. Chen Songhai said sharply. Lu Tianlong shrugged and coldly replied, perish together? I'll say it again, if it really comes to that. You'll be the first to die? You. Chen Songhai was infuriated, his killing intent intensifying. However, just as Wu Zhan and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats, the clearly dominant Chen Songhai suddenly stomped his foot and said, all right, Lu Tianlong, remember this. When we meet again, I will definitely take your life. With that, Chen Songhai abruptly turned and, like a ghost, swiftly left the scene. The crowd behind him was left dumbfounded. No one could understand why Chen Songhai, who had the upper hand, would suddenly retreat, leaving like a frightened dog. Something was off. Wu Zhan and Hui Yong exchanged puzzled glances. Chen Songhai was not the kind of person to hesitate. If he had the advantage, he would surely pursue it relentlessly, leaving no opportunity for his opponent. But now that their boss was injured, he chose to back down voluntarily, which could only mean one thing. Wu Zhan analyzed the situation and looked at Lu Tianlong, who was staring at Chen Songhai's departing figure. Chen Songhai didn't gain any advantage in this confrontation with the boss. In fact, he might have suffered a significant loss. Really? But the boss retreated 5 steps while he didn't move an inch. Yeah, the boss got injured. But that old monster seemed fine. As everyone debated, they rushed over to Lu Tianlong, eager to know the truth. Lu Tianlong turned around, waved his hand, and smiled. First, let's take Wu Zhan and Xiong Dadong to the hospital for a checkup. Meanwhile, let's clean up this place. We need to find a new training spot. Chen Songhai 1T let this go easily. Everyone cheered. Boss, does this mean you won the confrontation? Not exactly a win. Lu Tianlong casually bandaged the wound on his arm. It was a draw, but he might be more seriously hurt. Sigh, I had a chance to keep him here. But I haven't fought anyone in a long time, so I'm a bit out of practice. His words undoubtedly confirmed Wu Zhan's suspicions. Haha, the boss is mighty. I knew he would never lose. The boss is so domineering that he even defeated the #1 butcher in Jiangnan. The crowd cheered. But Lu Tianlong looked puzzled and turned to Wu Zhan. The #1 butcher in Jiangnan? Wu Zhan elaborated on Chen Songhai's background, providing much more detail than before. Chen Songhai comes from a mysterious, ancient sect. It's not like the Eagle sect or the Black Tiger sect. It's a real ancient sect, akin to Shaolin Temple or Wudong sect. Chen Songhai was originally a genius within the sect, receiving special training. For some unknown reason, he suddenly left the sect over 20 years ago and, in one night, slaughtered 108 people, earning the title of the #1 butcher in Jiangnan. That incident was forcibly suppressed, and I'm not sure how it was handled. After that, Chen Songhai disappeared. Some say he was captured. Others say he was executed by the sect. I doubt many know that he has been hiding in Haiyang, where he became the chief steward for Zhongli, the chairman of Tingfei Group. Lu Tianlong nodded thoughtfully, and then asked curiously, how do you know all this? Wu Zhan hesitated for a moment and replied, my father told me before he passed away. He said he was good friends with Chen Songhai before the incident, and encouraged me to come and seek him out after I was discharged, hoping for a good future. I see. Looks like your background is quite impressive, Lu Tianlong said with a smile, not probing further into the matter. Everyone has their own secrets. And it was already remarkable that Wu Zhan could share this much about Chen Songhai. Next, Lu Tianlong gathered Hui Yong and the others again, instructing everyone not to leak what had happened today. He then arranged for personnel to pack things up and prepare to leave. He knew very well that in the near future, there would likely be another fierce battle between him and Chen Songhai. Only one of them could survive. In the Tingfei Group chairman's office, Zhongli sat in his large office chair with a dark expression, while Chen Songhai stood beside him, a hint of blood seemingly still lingering at the corner of his mouth. So, We underestimated that bastard Lu Tianlong? Yes. I thought this kid was just an inconspicuous minor player, but I didn't expect to have misjudged him, Chen Songhai said, suddenly breaking into a violent cough, his face growing even paler. In our confrontation, I suffered a hidden loss and sustained some internal injuries. Lu Tianlong's close-quarters combat is the strongest I've ever encountered. Chen Songhai recalled their battle with Lu Tianlong. Is he really that formidable? Zhang Li asked in surprise, knowing Chen Songhai's strength all too well. Chen Songhai nodded, saying yes. You should know about that martial artist. Before he came to Tengfei Group, he was the king of special forces in the military, incredibly powerful. But compared to Lu Tianlong, he falls far short. If even you can't match him, how can we help Chuer take revenge? Angrily throwing the valuable purple clay teapot in his hand, shattering it into pieces. He understood Chen Songhai's character, and since he said this, it must be true. There's no need to be angry, my lord. Although Lu Tianlong is strong, he's definitely not my match. I was just a bit careless this time. Once I recover, I will personally take his life. You should know that in the Valley of Villains, I have several brothers, each of whom is as strong as I am. If they push me too far, I have several brothers whose strength is on par with mine. If I am truly pushed to the edge, I won't hesitate to wipe out the entire Phoenix group. Lu Tianlong arranged for someone to take Wu Zhan and Xiong Dadong to the hospital. After a simple diagnosis, after a brief examination, it turned out that Xiong Dadong had 2 broken ribs and needed to be hospitalized, while Wu Zhan had some internal injuries but was in good physical condition and would only need a bit of rest. After arranging for 2 people to take care of Xiong Dadong in the hospital, Lu Tianlong took the others to the headquarters of the Axe sect, specifically to the 2-story villa they had just taken over last night. Our boss is so impressive. We, a bunch of little security guards, can actually live in such a villa? Respect to the boss. He has guts and vision. Following the boss means living the good life, with food, drinks, and beautiful women. Lu Tianlong intended to use this villa as the dormitory for the security team, and the group was immediately excited, loudly exploring the place. The villa was quite large, indicating that many members of the Axe sect likely stayed there. The first floor, besides the main hall, had several rooms of various sizes, easily accommodating the 50 members of the security team without any issue. As for the second floor, Lu Tianlong decided to leave it empty for future needs. Just as they finished tidying up, Li Weiniang suddenly rushed in from outside, looking a bit awkward. Boss, someone from the Green Snake sect is here to see you. It was the second elder of the Green Snake sect, Lu Mei, known as the Water Snake. Second elder of the Green Snake sect, Water Snake Lu Mei? Lu Tianlong. The Water Snake. The second elder of the Green Snake sect, Lu Mei, the Water Snake? Lu Tianlong, sitting on the sofa in the hall, was somewhat surprised. He then slowly nodded, a thought flashing through his mind. Lu Tianlong specifically inquired about the Green Snake sect. The Green Snake sect is on par with the Axe's sect in terms of strength, and its leader, known as the Green Snake, is cold-hearted and decisive in action, fitting for a sect master. The Grand Elder, Yao Shitong Shishir, is composed and experienced. Known as the Green Snake, is cold-hearted and decisive in action, fitting for a sect master. The Grand Elder, Yao Shitong Shishir, is composed and experienced. Rumored to be the reincarnation of a fox spirit, captivating men effortlessly. Boss, you really need to watch out for Lu Mei. Don't fall for her charms. Rumored to be the reincarnation of a fox spirit, captivating men effortlessly. Boss, you really need to watch out for Lu Mei. Don't fall for her charms. Li Weiniang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, it's all just rumors. I can't say for sure. But people in the underworld say that the Green Snake sect grew from a small sect to what it is now mainly, because of Lu Mei sleeping with influential men. But people in the underworld say that the Green Snake sect grew from a small sect to what it is now mainly, because of Lu Mei sleeping with influential men. Chapter 64. A deeper understanding. Are you coming to sleep with me, Master Lu? There is actually a possibility. Hearing the conversation between the two, Li Chong leaned in. This guy is now the vice leader of the Eagle sect, right below Li Weiniang. However, considering he started earlier, he has been around longer than Li Weiniang. So he knows more about the sect affairs in the slums than Li Weiniang does. The 3 women of the Green Snake sect have distinctly different personalities. One is cold and aloof, another is wise, and the last is charming. This is something many people are aware of. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Chong cleared his throat and continued. These 3 are truly a perfect match. Each has their own characteristics and roles to play. Elder Yao Shi, Tong Shishir, strategizes behind the scenes. Sect leader Qing Shi. These 3 are truly a perfect match. Each has their own characteristics and roles to play. Elder Yao Shi, Tong Shishir, strategizes behind the scenes. Sect leader Qing Shi, Wen Qingqing, develops the sect, and second elder Shui Shi, Lu Mei, handles the tough challenges from rivals. The Green Snake sect has only been established for a few years, yet it has already become one of the major sects in the slums, with strength comparable to the Axe sect. Lu Tianlong listened from the side, occasionally nodding. Should we let her in first to see what she wants? Li Weiniang asked. Lu Tianlong smiled and said, no rush. By the way, Little Eagle, we won against the Axe sect last night. What about the Black Tiger sect and the Green Snake sect? Any reactions? None. Everything is normal. Our victory was so sudden that it caught them off guard. By the time they heard the news, it was already too late. That's good. Lu Tianlong nodded. Li Weiniang looked up at the time and reminded him, Master Lu, Lu Mei has been waiting outside for over 10 minutes. Should we let her in? It's fine. Li Weiniang looked up at the time and reminded him, Master Lu, Lu Mei has been waiting outside for over 10 minutes. Should we let her in? It's fine. We must not let our guard down. We can't allow those smaller sects to take advantage of the chaos. Haha. Don't worry, Master Lu. Li Weiniang's spirits lifted at the mention of this topic. I have some good news to share. Just this morning, 5 more small sects sent representatives to me. Li Weiniang's spirits lifted at the mention of this topic. I have some good news to share. Just this morning, 5 more small sects sent representatives to me, saying they are willing to join our Eagle sect. Although these 5 small sects aren't very powerful, their combined strength shouldn't be underestimated. Counting all together, and even those originally affiliated with the Black Tiger sect and the Axe sect are mostly watching and showing goodwill towards us to varying degrees. Oh, is that so? Lu Tianlong asked curiously. Li Weiniang nodded eagerly, absolutely. You might not know, but in the entire slum area, apart from the Black Tiger sect's branch, we are the second largest sect in name and reality. Previously, our Eagle sect was weak and was often bullied by other sects, but now that we've grown stronger, we are the second largest sect in name and reality. Previously, our Eagle sect was weak and was often bullied by other sects, but now that we've grown stronger, our Eagle sect's strength has grown even stronger. I believe that if we wait a little longer, even the Black Tiger sect's branch in the slums won't be able to compare to us. The other subordinates cheered from the side. The vast slum was filled with sects, including the Black Tiger sect, the Green Snake sect, the Axe sect, and many other large sects, with about 20 smaller sects beneath them. Including the Black Tiger sect, the Green Snake sect, the Axe sect, and many other large sects, with about 20 smaller sects beneath them. And the Eagle sect jumped to become the second largest sect in the slums. What a thrill. Great. But let's not get complacent. We still have the tough nut of the Black Tiger sect in the slums to crack. We can celebrate when we truly defeat them, Lu Tianlong advised. We still have the tough nut of the Black Tiger sect in the slums to crack. We can celebrate when we truly defeat them, Lu Tianlong advised. Li Weiniang quickly nodded and replied, I understand, Master Lu. Stop. You can't go in. If you don't stop, we'll take action. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside while everyone was discussing inside. A graceful girl swayed her hips as she walked towards the hall. A few disciples of the Eagle sect seemed to want to block her, but dared not make a move, only fidgeting anxiously on the side. What is going on? And Master Eagle is really impressive. What is this? Has the Eagle sect defeated the Axe sect and completely disregarded our Green Snake sect? The newcomer was naturally Lu Mei, the second elder of the Green Snake sect. She had been waiting outside for nearly half an hour and finally couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as she appeared, almost all the men in the room had their eyes light up. The word that best described her was enchanting. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure and exquisitely alluring features, especially her pair of slender eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. When any man caught her gaze, they felt weak all over, dry in the mouth, and wished they could rush over and wrap her in their arms. The first time Lu Tianlong saw her, he was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Looking at Lu Mei, there was a hint of amusement in his expression. Lu Mei, what brings you here today? Li Weiniang asked, unable to look Lu Mei in the eye, feeling somewhat awkward and noticeably weaker in presence. Oh, nothing much. I just heard that your Eagle sect has gained a benefactor, so I wanted to come and get to know you. Lu Mei covered her mouth with a smile, captivating all the men's hearts. So this is the legendary Master Lu? I hope my impromptu visit won't offend you. Lu Mei said gracefully to Lu Tianlong. Oh, so you're the second elder of the Green Snake sect. My subordinates are clueless. They didn't inform me that such a distinguished guest was coming. Lu Tianlong said with a faint smile. Beside him, Li Weiniang felt a twitch in his mouth, thinking, I reminded you 3 times, Master Lu. How come you're saying we didn't report it now? Of course, he only dared to think this in his mind. Although Lu Tianlong repeatedly emphasized that he wouldn't get involved with the Eagle Sect's matters, he was undoubtedly the absolute ruler there. I don't believe it. It must be that Master Lu doesn't like me. Seeing Lu Tianlong's calm demeanor, Lu Mei's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. But she quickly regained her composure and smiled sweetly. That smile sent a shiver through the room, igniting a spark of desire in everyone's hearts. Since you say that. But she quickly regained her composure and smiled sweetly. That smile sent a shiver through the room, igniting a spark of desire in everyone's hearts. Since you say that. Yet this Lu Tianlong surprisingly refused to give her any face. Lu, am I really that unappealing? You want to even spare me a glance? Lu Mei pouted playfully. She was enchanting, absolutely mesmerizing. A natural seductress, with every gesture and smile capable of stirring a man's soul, making them want to rush forward and worship at her feet. Yet, Lu Tianlong remained unmoved. Watching Li Weiniang and the others discreetly gulping and wide-eyed, he smiled and called out, "What brings you here, you temptress? What do you really want?" "Nothing much, just wanted to get to know you." Lu Mei replied with a light laugh. "Get to know me? I'd love to get to know you better, but with so many people around, why don't we head upstairs for a more private and in-depth conversation?" Lu Tianlong suggested with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lu Mei's flirtatious gaze didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, she shyly replied, "Private? In-depth? Are you joking, Lu?" "Not joking at all," Lu Tianlong said, his eyes shining with intent. "Well, if it's just the two of us, that might be a bit embarrassing," Lu Mei teased. Lu Tianlong sighed inwardly, realizing that Lu Mei was indeed a master of manipulation, expertly playing the game. Although she was feigning modesty, she had a perfect grasp of the timing. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. What do you think? There's a big bed upstairs. Lu Tianlong pointed towards the staircase. Li Weiniang and the others looked on with envy, their eyes filled with longing, and they saw nothing inappropriate in Lu Tianlong's actions. After all, a woman like Lu Mei was truly a rare find. "Since you say so, Lu, I'll take it as a compliment. Shall we go upstairs?" A gleam of pride flashed in Lu Mei's eyes. She didn't believe any man could resist her charm. Lu Tianlong remained seated, gazing at her with a smile. "No rush. Let us invite your boss, Wen Qingqing, too. The three of us together will be even more fun." "What?" Lu Mei's body jolted. She stared intently at Lu Tianlong, catching the teasing glint in his eyes. It finally dawned on her that this Lu Tianlong was just playing with her,